in the afternoon of August.
Radio 4. It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
We present Alice of Kilkenny by Ian Rodger, with Patricia Leventon as Alice Kittler. The action of the play takes place in Kilkenny, Ireland, in 1324. Alice of Kilkenny.
$381. This is crazy. With bad debts like this, we can only make worse enemies.
William?
No, it's 82. 382. Now, at 15%.
Hey, William.
Look, can you wait? Can't you see I'm busy?
Have you seen me back?
No, she went out. Both of them went out.
Oh, it's fine for them. I might have known it would end up like this. The two of them gadding off and me left here with nothing to do.
Sure to God, there's plenty to do if you've a mind to do it.
I was not brought up to sweep floors and wash dishes. My father never dreamt I'd inhabit the house of a money lender.
Oh, no, Basilia, of course not. You were schooled to be the grand lady.
Oh, God. I wish I were back in the decent county of Meath, where both the grass and the men are gentle.
Your mother was glad enough to be taken in.
Oh, William. Look, have you ever heard of anything going on in this town of Kilkenny from one year's end to the other?
Well, I suppose we could make a go of it and have a bit of sport, huh?
Huh. I'd rather find some creature that wasn't entirely covered in ink all day.
Yeah.
Somebody who didn't spend all his days crouching over other people's money.
Who do you think you're living on, girl? You and the whole town, for that matter. If my father hadn't set this business up, they'd all be in a poor way.
And my father, God rest his soul, would have said the whole business was beyond the law.
Look, do you mind? I have to add up my little sums. 65.
Oh, they say it's bad to be a widow, but it's worse to be a widow's daughter. They seem to think I'm some kind of threat. A brigand on the road who's going to tear away their precious sons.
Look, there's no need to worry. And as for your mother, my mother will find her a nice enough man.
Oh, yeah. She's the expert, isn't she? 4 husbands in a row.
Oh, now, wait now. When my father died, she couldn't run this on her own. There had to be a man. It's tough enough lending money without being a woman as well. It's no good moping, Basilia. You've got to go out there and take what you want of this world. It doesn't last any of us too long.
How did they die, William? First there was Adam Leblanc, and then there was Richard Duval.
My father died of the plague, I think. The others just caught a cold or something. But old Richard was always wheezing.
That's not what they say.
No, it's not what they say. Look, will you leave me be? I have to get on.
Well, how long will you be?
Please, look, Noel of Limerick here owes us a mint, and he's not paid his interest.
But is it true?
What, about Noel of Limerick?
No. Is it true that you cast a spell on them?
Now, see here, Basilia, my mother would cast a spell on anything that made money, but she wouldn't easy turn to murder. It's not profitable. So the next time some idle gossip gets your ear, you tell them straight. There's nothing Alice Kittler needs to know about casting spells. Now, would you get your knitting out, cook the dinner, or do something, but leave me alone?
William! Basilia! Ah, here they are. Oh, what's the matter, child?
I choked her off. She won't give me any peace.
Ah, you're a grand lad, William. You just get on with it. Now, look at this, Basilia. Your mother has this lovely piece of cloth which is all the way from France.
Look, Basie, look.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's lovely, Mother. But where am I going to find a place to wear it?
Ah, well, now, just for once I'm ahead of you. For in the castle there's to be a grand occasion. There's the new bishop coming all the way from England, and our Lord Hugh Dispenser himself has personally invited the two of us.
Oh, will there be many there?
The best of all in the Pale of Kilkenny, and more besides.
Are we invited too?
Of course. I told Lord Hugh that I don't think John will go. He's really not up to it, poor soul. Where is he?
Upstairs, lying down, I think. He was poking around here with all this, but I told him not to bother. He's no head for figures, but he likes to make a mystery of it.
There's nothing like making a mystery of something when you don't understand it.
Like the priests, eh?
Oh, God, Alice, you mustn't.
Oh, well, jeez. They get in my hair sometimes. I get better advice from a nun any day of the week.
You're right there. At least they know what it's like to be a woman. Or should I say, to give them the benefit of the doubt, they know what it's like to be Basilia.
Oh, what, Mother, what?
Never mind. And for God's sake, stop whirling that cloth around. Go up there and get yourself a needle and a thread and some scissors and make a dress of it.
All right, Mother. Hey, look, William. What do you think?
Oh, it's a great piece of cloth. The bishop will love it.
Oh, you!
Oh, it's a great thing to have a son who likes his work. Hey, William.
What is it now?
They tell me this new bishop's going to stir up all that stuff about usury being illegal.
They're just trying to scare you. They put us out of business and they'd be in real trouble.
Oh, it's such hypocrisy. They live on us 11 months of the year, and then they have the gall to tell us we shouldn't do it.
There's none of them too proud to borrow money.
Oh, you best go and see who it is, son. And if they want to borrow anything, tell them we're shut.
All right, Mother.
You know what beats me, Petter? They come at all hours. Now, in my father's day, they came on his terms. They didn't mess about with Kittler.
Hello, Father Glynn. It's Father Glynn.
Oh, Jesus, Mary, what does he want? Oh, hello, Father. What a surprise. Come in.
Thank you.
Oh, make yourself at home. I don't think you've met my friend, Petronilla de Meath.
No, I have not had that pleasure. Not, I may say, in the 6 months in which you have been here.
Yes, Father. Well, we have been very busy, you know, settling in and so on.
Yes. From all that I hear, this is what might be called a busy place. I see that your son is already back at his books.
Take a seat, Father. I'll get you something to eat and drink.
Thank you. I will sit, but I will not eat or drink.
Oh? Well, what do you want, then? I've never known you come without asking something.
I have come to give rather than to take. Where is John Lipper?
My husband is upstairs. Shall I get him?
No. There's no particular need.
Oh, but I wouldn't want you thinking, like some of my so-called friends, that he's lying up there loaded with poison and a pillow stuck in his mouth.
Oh, now, please.
No, Father. We all know what they say. There's all of them talking away behind our backs about how me friend here has dandered the blood of 3 men with their potions and their incantations and God knows what. And if you want to know the truth of it, there isn't a man with muscle enough in the whole of Kilkenny to take her on.
She's right there, Father.
You keep out of it. Now, will I get you a drink?
I have come here to give you a warning.
Look, I'll be at Mass on Sunday, I promise you.
I'm afraid it's more than that. Before I say any more, I want you both to understand that you have not heard a word of it from me.
Oh, what are you talking about?
This is very difficult. Tell me, do you have a black dog?
A black dog? Oh, I never had a dog in my life, Father. Oh, they're dirty things, always sniffing about between your legs. Oh, sorry, Father, sorry. But what's a black dog to do with it?
Have you ever, inadvertently or deliberately, uttered a word against the faith?
Oh, now wait. You know me. I speak my mind, and there's many would agree if they had the guts. There's too much meddling in things which are no concern of the church. Before there was a Norman judge in sight, the people of Ireland had their own laws, and their church did not concern itself with these matters. It was entirely up to the chieftains to make the laws. But nowadays the bishops want to run it all. And worse than that, they want to be owners of property and controllers of commerce. And I say plenty against that. Oh, but that is not to say a word against the faith.
I'm afraid it's more than that. The newly appointed bishop has the intentions of charging you and your associates with witchcraft.
Witchcraft? Oh, he's mad. How can I be a witch? I deal in money, not in casting spells. I run a business. He can see for himself. He can read those accounts. It's all there, all written down for anyone to see.
She's right, Father. The only magic in that is for them that can't read and them that can't count.
He has evidence and he has witnesses.
But this is absurd. And I haven't lived here all that long, but I've known Alice off and on for 19 years. And I've seen the good she's done. Oh, they don't talk about any of that.
He has a list of charges made out, item by item. Take this dog now.
I told you, I haven't got a dog.
This black dog is your familiar. He is your constant shadow.
But I hate the things. Have you ever seen the hair of a one in here? Can you even smell it?
On St. Bridget's Day last, it is said that you sacrificed 2 black cockerels.
Open your eyes, Father. They do that all over Ireland.
You must surely know that what they do in the rest of Ireland is not for you. We are not Irish.
Well, I was born and bred here, and my father before me.
You can't live in a place, Father, without adopting some of its customs. The trouble with this bishop, and forgive me saying so, is that he's fresh out from England. They don't understand it here. They look for things that aren't there. When you laugh, they think it's a threat, and when you joke, they think it's a curse. They don't know when we're joking, and they don't know when we're serious either.
The bishop is shortly to stay at the priory at Kells. He will be coming here first.
Oh, sure, we know that. We are all going to the party at the castle.
Lord Hugh has invited you.
Oh, why not? We usually go to these things.
The bishop will shortly be attended by the Lord Justice from Dublin. There is no doubt in my mind that they mean to take you.
Who has laid this so-called evidence against me?
I'm sorry, I don't know, and even if I knew, I couldn't say.
Now, listen, Father. If a charge is made against me, I want to see the witnesses in court. I want to see them stand up and give chapter and verse.
I'm sorry, but in matters like this, it is not necessary for persons to give evidence. The charges themselves are enough.
Father Glynn, are you saying that my mother is a witch?
Yes, my son. It is true. It is said she is a witch. But it is not my doing or my wish. I have no part in this, on either side.
Oh, that's only natural, Father. When the sparks do fly, a neighbour's thatch can burn.
Yes. I had best be going.
It was good of you to tell us.
Now understand. You have heard nothing from me. Nothing. I must go.
Safe home, Father.
There is one thing more. A witch does not work alone. You must know that all of you are involved. I will make my own way.
Well, Petta, what's to be done?
There's only one way. We shall have to get out.
No. If we make a run for it, the accusation sticks. They'd hunt us down like rats. We'd never stand a chance.
But there's no way we can win. There's too many of them ready to believe it all.
She's right. These counting books make plenty of enemies.
But we have our friends. Well, Lord Hugh is no enemy, and the Lepores will stand by us. We could muster enough support to have the bishop thrown out.
But this may not be just a Kilkenny brew. With the Lord Justice coming, I don't like the smell of it.
Lord Hugh will see to it. He's always been a good friend.
He won't be so friendly when he's threatened with excommunication and the forfeiture of his lands.
Couldn't come to that.
We need to take the papal bull by the horns.
Oh.
We get our friends together and we'll ride out to the priory.
No, we'd be walking right into it.
We have to face this madman out. He has to know I'm not some crazy woman off the bogs. We have to see him out in the morning light.
Right, Mother. It takes a woman to beat the devil.
But it's a mite more difficult when the devil's wearing a mitre. Oh, God, those bloody people. Muttering on in the dark about how I killed me 3 husbands, and never a one of them dared to bring a charge. And now this. Witchcraft and black dogs. Oh, Jesus. In the morning, we'll leave old John here to mind the shop. William will bring some of his strong young friends, and we'll go to see this bishop.
Oh, God, aye, and I'll see to it that they're tidy with their faces washed. We'll make a show of force, all right.
But we can't.
I'm not the sort to be trodden under, Petta. I'd take this to the King in England if I have to. There's more money owed to me than the whole of Ireland. Now, we'll all get ourselves a good night's sleep, and in the morning we'll mix that bishop a little potion. We'll take John's wort and a bunch of self-help, and we'll mix them into a little powder and sprinkle it all around his feet.
God, Alice, that's the most terrible curse. No decent woman should know about it.
I'd be a fool if I didn't, and I'd be the greater fool if I believed it. Oh, I'm just joking, girl. Who the hell does this silly little man think he is? He's no more than a speck of dust to be swept to the grate. Away, you! And William, see the door is bolted. I want no black dogs pushed in at the door, no livers of ravens, no beaks of the wren or bones of toads. And plant no evidence here. No bishop straight from his consecration is going to put Alice Kittler to the stake.
So you actually like it here, my lord?
I don't know what to say to that, Bishop. It's where I live.
Yes, but you are not Irish.
Irish? My family has lived here for 4 generations. My blood is not Irish, true, but I speak the tongue, and what I eat and drink of this land is a part of me. No, I am not one of them. I am a part.
But you are at home in it, I see that. You don't feel it and see it as I do from the outside.
Good heavens, no. Why should I? I bet I'd scarcely notice some of the things you find remarkable.
Yes, they always tell me what they think I want to know. They never give a straight answer.
Well, that's easy enough. For who in their senses would ever give a ruler a straight answer?
Then how do you manage?
I never ask a straight question. The truth is not found by looking an Irishman in the eye. It is found by appearing to consider a mutually distant object, a hill or the sun in a lake or a tussock of grass in the next field.
I find that very devious.
Oh, I wouldn't call it that. It is a code, a reflection of a manner of thought which doesn't merely consider what is here and what is now. It takes account of all that has happened and what is continual and changing. The dead leaves of last year, the bones of men, the standing stones upon the hill.
Yes. Oh, yes. The silent and malevolent guardians of places of evil. Do you not often feel that you are watched?
Watched?
I think I am watched. And I turn my head and my servants smile, and they say it is only the wind in the ash trees. And I look, and it is true, there are only the trees. But there is something else, my Lord Dispenser, something that wishes to destroy me.
Well, I should have thought that a bishop was amply protected.
No, that is too complacent. There are devils in this land which must be cast out, and their hiding places must be destroyed. There is only the one true faith. All else is heresy. You have all been too tolerant here. You have condoned all kinds of deviant, mystic rubbish.
Oh, most of it doesn't do any harm. If it makes for better men, who's to worry?
Oh, that's just it. For you are corrupted by it too.
Oh, please. I was only contributing to the debate. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about the wind and the ash trees. Now, I have no wish to try and teach you your business, but as you would readily admit, I have lived here longer than you have. And it distressed me to hear that some kind of charge is being trumped up against Alice Kittler.
That witch? You have come here to support her cause. She is a child of the devil, my lord.
Really? I must tell you that what you have heard is entirely without foundation. She has her enemies. A moneylender is never popular, and besides, there are some who envy her marital escapades. She is an attractive woman, but so far as I am aware, that does not make her a child of the devil.
I see. So you are also caught in her spell.
Oh, please. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. When I caught word of this charge, I came not to serve her, but to serve you. It is absurd and will do the church nothing but harm. There is no way in which this woman can be proved a witch.
You must let me judge what may harm the church, and whether the charge is proved.
Bishop, I am a practical man. We need people like her. They serve a useful purpose. If you wish her removed, why not charge her with usury?
She is part of a conspiracy. She has connections in England who are already under suspicion. They threaten the very fabric of the church. Here in Ireland, you have been lax and allowed false and pagan doctrines to contaminate the faith. I have come here to purify and establish orthodoxy. I intend to strike the fear of repentance into every heart in this diocese.
Well, you won't have to hunt her down, I can tell you that. She is coming here to face it out.
God be thanked that the evil is so easily delivered.
All this talk of evil needs some proof.
Oh, don't worry. I have it.
But from who? Who has made the charges?
I cannot say. The lives of our informants must be protected.
For a certainty. And what about the lives of innocent people who are falsely accused?
No one is innocent, my lord. We are all born as sinners.
Are you sure of that? I mean, I'm no theologian, but I always thought that we were born that way and that baptism rather took care of all that. Has it been changed?
Nothing has changed. Good and evil are the same. Do you not feel constantly the intimations of evil? Does not the wind speak of it? And all the silences contain it.
Look, it isn't really my business, but the journey must have been a terrible strain. I would have thought you could do with a rest before you get involved in all this.
Rest? At a time like this? I have a mission, my lord. What's that? What's going on?
At a guess, I would say the lady has arrived.
Where are you going? You can't leave me now.
I have no wish to be the umpire in this tournament.
Ah, he's here, Mother. Good morning, my lord. Good morning, Your Grace. My mother wishes to speak with you.
Get these people out of here. Who has dared let them in?
Bishop, the world is dying to know what I am guilty of.
You have no right to come like this. You have not been called to account. You must leave.
Bishop, since they are here, would it not be better to hear them out?
We have come here freely, Your Grace. We have no doubt of our innocence, otherwise we would not stand here now. This lady here is my good friend Petronilla de Meath, and that is my son William Outlaw.
And these others?
Good friends and God-fearing citizens who can speak to my good name, people who don't trade in idle gossip.
It is said, Your Grace, that you intend to lay the most terrible charges against us.
I am not going to listen to this. Go get some guards, my lord, and have them removed.
Oh, surely now it would be better to hear them out. They have saved you a journey.
We save him more than that. We save him making a fool of himself.
I can see it were better I were not here.
Oh, no, please, Lord Hugh, you must stay.
There is no doubt of their crimes.
That is a lie. We have done nothing.
You see, I could do no good. Have it out between you, and I wish you well of it. Good day to you, Alice.
Good day, Lord Hugh.
Good day, Bishop. You must come and stay with us in Kilkenny. Good day, Mother.
Your Grace, will you stop hiding behind your book and your beads and say what you have against me?
I have nothing to say to the agents of the devil.
Oh, he can't mean it.
You will hear the charges in due course.
Why not tell us now?
It is not for me to have discourse with the likes of you. The world will soon enough know how you have denied the faith.
What?
How you have made spells and incantations.
Oh, ridiculous.
How men have sickened and died at your hands.
Oh, no, not that one.
You have consorted with evil spirits and with phantoms in deadly shape. You have corrupted the young.
Oh, that's enough.
No, William, no.
No, let me speak to him. Is it just my mother you're talking to, or is it the whole of us? Because I'll tell you this, Bishop. I cannot even imagine the things you're saying, let alone do them or be a part of them. The man that could think all that up would have to be sick.
He's right, Your Reverence. He must be the devil himself.
I am not staying any longer.
I see. So you're only going to listen to the one side. Your mind's made up.
Get out of my way.
No! You stay right there. You sit yourself down.
Alice, don't lay a hand in him.
I have not got the slightest wish. Now you stay good and quiet and no harm will come to you.
But we can't hold him against his will.
Hold him? Oh, Petta, you're a terrible woman for giving me ideas. Why don't we just lock him up in here till he's cooled down and come to his senses?
Holy Mary, we can't go around locking up bishops.
Oh, he needs some rest, some time to recuperate. He's a danger to us, and he's a danger to himself. The poor creature can't be right in the head.
You lay one hand on me, and you will regret it for the rest of your short life and in the damnation that will follow.
Mother, I think we should go easy.
No, listen. If we tell them here that he's gone into retreat, that he doesn't want disturbing. We can easily leave someone here to look after him.
What about the prior?
No trouble there. Didn't he want to be the bishop?
You will make your case worse than it is already.
If there ever is one. Get him out of here.
Alice, how are we going
No trouble. These here can take it in turns, and we'll send out more from the town. William here will find him a nice little cell where he won't come to any harm. Now, come on, move him!
Come on, Your Reverence. He's not going to budge, Mother.
Well, carry him, chair and all.
Put me down!
Oh, God, Alice. Did you see the hate in him? A grey kind of death in his eyes. The one thing they can't take over there is the loss of their dignity.
I'll get him to lose more than that. I'll get him out. They've sent us a maniac.
Oh, so you're appointing bishops now?
Why not? I tell you this, if it weren't for Alice Kittler, there'd be a good few still sleeping in the hedge. Witches, indeed. I'll give him witches.
Well, not being a witch is one thing, but locking up a bishop is surely another.
Don't worry. I know my way around. Lord Hugh will soon settle this.
I am very sorry, John, but nobody can expect to lock up a bishop and get away with it.
But Hugh, surely...
He was 17 days in that cell. I'm in trouble myself. The bishop wants to know why I did nothing about it. I'm afraid you're wasting your time, old friend.
Can you not appeal to the king?
No, there's not a chance. It's a matter of their politics over there. I'm only slowly getting the hang of it. It goes back to the death of Becket.
Becket? But that's years ago.
Ah, yes, it's taken time. When he was murdered, the power of the church that he fought for was victorious. The church is now supreme in England, and so they seek to bring us into line.
But what has all that to do with my wife? She is scarcely a heretic theologian.
She thinks for herself, John.
She certainly does that, and most of the time at the top of her voice.
Just so, at the top of her voice. Her opinions are known, and she is not afraid. So, it's very simple, really. They need to make an example, and there's very little I can do about that.
But you are the power here.
No, not at the end of the day. Oh, I'm called Lord and Master of Kilkenny, and my power is thought absolute, but somebody only has to whisper in the right ear in England, and I am crushed like a little fly.
Then I see I've been wasting my time.
No, John, you must trust me. When it is all over, I will try and pick up the pieces. But now, you must forgive me. I have just here my Lord Darcy.
Oh, good heavens.
He is equipped with warrants and writs which must have been prepared before the bishop left Dublin, which is why I am more cautious than I might have been a week ago.
Well, I best get her by the back way, then. Oh, this leg of mine.
Let me help. There.
Thank you. Oh, it's terrible when winter lasts you all the year. She tries to treat it, but I fear there's no cure.
Treat it? How does she treat it?
Oh, sometimes she rubs it with a bundle of tow and flax that's been heated in the fire. Oh, and then she mumbles some rubbish about doing it in the name of a rough man and a mild woman and the Lamb of God. I suppose it helps.
You wouldn't call that an incantation, would you?
Oh, Lord save us, no. Oh, well, when justice enters, the truth must leave by the back door. Surely if that Lord Darcy has any justice in him, he should believe an honest man like you.
They go by the book, my friend. When the law gets busy, it's no good pleading honesty or innocence. Can you find your way out?
Yes, I'm not a stranger. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for having this talk.
Not at all. Oh, dear.
You're busy, Hugh.
Only some matters of the estate.
It's a lovely place.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes. More like some parts of England, really. I suppose it's the soil. Oh, I must say it's a relief to get out of Dublin. One feels so trapped in that place. The air is so leaden, so grey. Here it is bright. You have some damn fine buildings.
Yes, we're proud of them. They are a proof of our diligence.
Yes. No doubt proof of your diligence in withholding taxes to the king and church, eh?
If Dublin or the king were to take more, we should not protect the land from the Irish chiefs.
The chiefs, yes. I gather you are on curiously friendly terms with them.
We have mutual interests. We all have to live.
Isn't that rather a dangerous concept? If we are to rule this country, there cannot be talk of mutual interests.
The Irish chiefs regard me as an equal. They accept that we rule this part of the country in the king's name.
Well, that's scarcely enough. They must learn to accept our law and our good government.
You know, you remind me of the kind of man who thinks you can kill the rushes just by cutting them once. But the roots live, and the seeds stay alive in the ground for 20 years. No court of law can change a way of life. You cannot rule by edict.
You sound like one of those who have lived here too long.
I live with the facts, my Lord Darcy. I cannot afford too much theory.
And seemingly not much vigilance either. How is it that you didn't know anything about this woman?
I've told you, there was nothing to know. She is a moneylender. If she had been charged with usury, that would make sense, but all this talk of witchcraft is really mad. I have never heard a whisper of it.
Well, you're going to hear more than a whisper of it now.
My lord?
Oh, good morning, Bishop. I trust you slept well.
The night is never easy for me. Good morning, my lord.
Good morning.
I shall not sleep well until their bodies have been burned to an ash. Are you ready to proceed, my Lord Darcy?
Yes, we have these statements, of course, and I presume we can call a witness or two.
They must be protected. It may not be safe to reveal their identity.
Then it would help if we could obtain a confession.
I don't see that being easy. You have not met this lady, my lord.
Well, I have met her, as I know to my cost. And for all her babble, I do not think we need to worry.
You really think that?
It is not all that difficult to persuade the apparently innocent to confess to the dark evils which lurk within them. Such people are often quite unaware of the heresies they have nurtured.
The simple-minded, yes. But you can't expect that from people who know their minds, who are not fools.
When I have finished with them, my Lord Hewler Dispenser, they will neither know nor not know their own minds. It is comforting to know that their ordeal will shortly begin.
Oh?
Yes, they are under arrest already.
I am not very fond of torture, Your Grace.
Oh, you have no need to worry on that score. No harm is done to the body. It is only the soul which is altered and purified. It is a most effective regime. It requires some measure of discipline on the part of the jailer, and I have brought my own man. He is very efficient. He can make a man who has fought the Turks whimper like a whining boy. Confessions are his trade.
But what they then say will not be true. It will be forced and false.
But we know what is true, my lord. We determine what the truth is. Now I must go and set it all in order.
If you need any help...
These things are best left to people who understand them.
Is this right? Is this just?
I know nothing of these methods. They are not my concern. Of course, we already have the witnesses and their evidence. But a confession would certainly help.
No matter how arranged.
Arranged? Oh, that's a nasty word. We have come here to tie a knot. I hope, my lord, you will not leave your finger on it when we come to tie the bow.
So they are already condemned. They haven't a hope in hell.
That is not for me to say.
No, don't leave me. I would like to ask you something.
Please. You have some matters of estate to deal with, and I need to go over all this evidence.
There's no way out, is there?
Now, look.
Oh, don't bother. No other way out.
If His Grace wants me, I shall be in my quarters.
The devil is on either side. Within, without, he creeps about. But which of these is more the witch? I fear I have some honest doubt.
Holy Mary. Oh, I never thought it would come to this. Hey, Alice. Are you asleep or something?
No, I'm thinking.
Well, I'm thinking too. And I'm thinking out loud because if I don't, this damned black bag around me head will crush me mind entirely.
Now listen, Petter. You're the kind of baby blackbird that doesn't stand still when the cat's about. They'll take you easy if your mouth gets slack. In no time at all, they'll be having you say the first thing that comes into your head.
That I won't. I can tell you this. I've no intention of telling him a thing.
Well, you just be careful.
With me legs apart like this, it might be difficult to be careful. Oh, God. It's a terrible way to stand. There's only an inch or two for the chains either way.
Oh, well, at least it's a clean cell. We could be standing here against this wall with the rats and all the beetles and all the bloody spiders running up our legs.
Alice, don't. Oh, God. What are we going to do?
Keep our heads, girl.
Alice, what kind of a game are they at? What have they done this for?
To break us down. Just you remember that.
Well, I'm not going to tell them anything. Anything.
Great. You keep it that way. If one of us gives in, the others go too.
What do you think happened to William?
Oh, they'll have done the same.
Oh, the poor boy.
No, he'll be all right. I told him, keep hold of your mind. Keep thinking, as if you were writing the story of your life. It's the only thing you've got that's totally your own.
Oh, that's fine for you. You have all those husbands to think about.
Oh, you didn't do so badly. To my certain knowledge, you had your fair share.
What? All these years without him? A few one-night stands, a few furtive weekends of glory's all I had. Against that, you've had your lifetime of it, and most of it legal.
Oh, they were a great deal of the time sick. And when they weren't sick, they were dying. Oh, I tell you this. The merriest widows are the ones that don't marry again.
Then why did you do it?
There had to be a man in the house. You can't keep that kind of money without there's a man. Oh, it's sad, really. I've come all this way to William being old enough, and I've still got old John. Oh, he was never a patch on William's father. Oh, geez, when I think of him, I could work myself up on this bloody wall.
Stop! Will you watch your mouth? They could be hiding away somewhere, writing all this down.
That's no harm done. We're not charged with having lecherous thoughts.
But it's what they think of us that matters. A good woman shouldn't think like that.
Ah, you're getting close to it now. That's what they have me for being a woman in the wrong trade. Now, I could have been an old whore, and they wouldn't have touched me. Well, at least not like this.
No! I tell you no! Oh, my God, whatever was that?
William. That'll be William. Oh, that bloody jailer. You tell me why any man could put his hand to such a dirty job.
Well, God only knows. Maybe he needed the money.
The money? There's no way a man could be paid for what he does. I'd pay a hangman first.
Now then, me beauties, straighten up. Put on your best smile.
Get the hell out of it.
Show disrespect, eh? Ah, that won't do.
Leave her alone.
Now, you be careful, me darling. I have a nice old rod here that could split you in half. Now, both of you behave yourselves. You have a visitor. I'm afraid they're not ready yet, Your Grace. It takes time, you see. The human frame can stand more than most people think. They still know who they are, you see.
Is it wise to talk like that in front of them?
Oh, yes, sir. It sometimes helps quite a lot. You let them know what's going to happen to them. Why, there's some that's so suggestible they give up after only half a day of it.
I wish to speak to them. Take off their hoods and their shackles.
That's not very advisable, sir. It could set back the treatment, you see.
Well, I can't talk to their backs. Take the Kittler woman first.
Just as you say, my lord. It doesn't help, though. We usually find that if they get arrested, only toughens them up. Now, get up.
You seem to be doing better than you thought. She'd better sit.
Very well, sir. She'll get rested, mind. Our legs have nearly gone.
Yes. Now then, Kittler. It is time to talk.
You will not get away with this, you know. I have more powerful friends than you imagine.
I am glad to hear it. It would help us if you give us their names.
It is you, not them, that should be in here. What you are doing in the name of justice is worse than any witchcraft.
You are to confess your crimes and your sins.
If I thought there was anything worth confessing, I would have done so by now.
That is pride and arrogance. Who are you to decide what is sinful? You are nothing but a heretic, woman.
Nobody ever called me a heretic before.
What has been said or not said in the past does not alter your condition now. What may have been permitted or condoned in the past does not alter your crime.
Oh, so the rules have been changed. Why was I not advised? Why have I been given no chance to conform to these new rules of yours? Why bring these ridiculous charges?
You know what you have done. The evidence is on every hand. There are witnesses.
All right, Bishop. Tell me who these beautiful, God-fearing people are. We'll soon see what motives they have in libeling me. Lazy, sneaking cowards who envy me my power and my wealth. Folk with bad debts that want to see me settled.
It's no good, Alice. He's not going to listen to that.
Oh, you'll be talking about being reasonable and giving in and telling him what he wants next. Well, I'll none of it.
Get her out of here. Get the kid of the woman out.
But, sir, the other cells are not as dark.
I don't care. Just get her out. I have had enough of her devil's talk.
Oh, but it's only you that sees the devil. You that worships such a cold purity that you can only see the dark. It's you that imagines all these black dogs and witches that float around on broomsticks like mad rooks in the dust.
Get rid of her!
The truth, Petter! Remember the truth!
Take her out!
Oh, take your hand on me, you little worm! To think that I am going to die in this house! The whole thing's a bloody outrage!
I am sorry that you have had to be involved in all this. Let me undo this.
Oh, my arms. Oh, they're...
Come.
Oh.
Sit you down.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace. Oh, go back.
Good. That's better. Now then, my child, perhaps you will find it easier to talk.
No, I'm sorry. No, there's nothing I can say. She said it all.
It is less with you a question of confession and more a matter of confirming what we know.
How can I? I know nothing. I am innocent, Your Grace.
Let us look at this matter calmly. Let us consider the options which face you. The charges have been laid and the case has been made out. Your part is only that of an accomplice.
No, I swear I have done nothing wrong. I swear by Almighty God I've done nothing.
It is not for you to decide, my child, whether you have done wrong. The court will decide. And I must tell you that as things stand, you will have no option. And the court will find you guilty.
That's impossible.
That is the way of it. The court will decree the only punishment it can. You will be burned alive. Your skin will blister in the flames and your body burst apart. And your breasts shrivel and the fat of your loins crackle like a sow on a spit. And your fine hair will go up like a torch. All the hairs on your body, the small secret hairs, they will shrivel and go black. And the blood and all the juices of your body will be nothing but smoke and ashes.
No, that cannot be. It's never been done here. Nobody has ever burned in Ireland.
Ireland. Oh, God, Ireland! You all think there is some holy rule which keeps you apart, which makes you different from the rest of Christendom. Let me tell you this, my child, those days are ended.
But no place is the same as another. You can't impose on us like this.
Listen to me. We, that is to say, Holy Mother Church, shall not suffer any longer the worship of pagan spirits that lurk in the hills. The priests have even fornicated and taken wives and had children.
But this has done no harm.
No harm, you say? No harm. It has led to anarchy and corruption, to immorality and heresy. But enough of that. You have only one chance to save yourself. I cannot promise anything, but I think that the court would look well on anyone who confirms these charges in any way.
You want me to confess? And if I confess, I may go free.
Well, not immediately free. Any confession would naturally argue the award of a punishment of some sort.
I should Betray my friend?
Oh, no. I'm not asking that. It will be up to her to say what she likes, just as it is up to you.
But how can I confess something which I know to be untrue? This confession would be a lie.
But it would not be a lie to say that there are practices here which are not in accordance with the teachings of the Church. You have yourself admitted as much.
But these charges are nothing to do with that. I'll do anything you want.
What do you think you're doing?
If it is me that you want.
Get away from me, you whore.
I know what it is you want. It's no good denying it.
Stay where you are. Jailer!
There's no need to be frightened by your own thoughts.
So?
Good, there you are. Tie this one up. Put back her hood. Bring back the other one when you've done. Let them have food and water. I shall come back later. May God have mercy on them.
A confession. He said a confession. It wasn't a confession he wanted.
It's nothing to do with me.
Oh, isn't it just? You're just here for the job, I suppose. Could you not see what that fella's up to? He's a maniac.
Now, listen, you. Shut your mouth and do what they tell you. Jump through the hoop and be sensible.
Sensible? What good's that?
You do what they want. It's your only hope of getting out of here alive.
But I have to think of her.
Listen to me. She's different. She deserves everything that's coming to her. But with you, it's different. You never asked for this.
No, I couldn't.
Will you stop being so bloody noble and look after yourself for a minute? Who is that standing here but yourself? You that's facing the fires of the eternally damned. You that's strung up here like the skin of a bullock. And for what? The praise of not betraying your friend. Why should you take her up? Why should you get up and dance to her tune? She wouldn't do the same for you. Let me tell you something about this loyalty business, because I've seen it too many times in this game. Oh, it's easy to think of how loyal you'd be in the safety of your own home. We can all have grand thoughts about the heroes we'd be and the martyrs we'd become when we're sitting close to a nice fire. But it's another thing to be racked against a wall and they're cutting up the timber to burn you alive. So you make what you will of me and how I earn my money at this trade. But take my advice and tell them whatever it is they want to know. They're fond of saying we only have each other. But at the end of it, there's only ourselves. There's many a one so proud they never get to see what they're giving away. Don't be so proud you give away your life, for that's the kind of luxurious thinking they keep for the lighted rooms and polished dinner tables. Now, just you ponder that, for I'm the one that's seen this out so many times. I'm the man on the other end of your chain.
We are ready, Your Grace.
Good. Have the witness brought in.
Yes, sir.
They haven't confessed.
We shall soon know. Alice Kittler, the wife of John the Poor. Petronilla de Meath, a widow and her associate. And William Outlaw, the son of Alice Kittler by her first marriage.
William!
Be quiet! The witness will read the charge.
Primo, Silicet quod adoptionendum.
Let's see his face. I want to see the man who tells these lies.
Be quiet, witch!
My Lord Hugh, how do we know this man has ever seen us before? What proof can you have that he knows anything about us?
I cannot
He could have
speak to
been
them.
brought here from Dublin for all we know.
We shall be the judge of that. Let the testimony be read.
Primo, Silicet quod adoptionendum intenta persam.
Stop! Do we have to have this in Latin?
It is the common practice.
Let us hear it so that all can know what is said.
Very well. Translate it then.
Well, firstly, concerning their various sacrilegious practices.
It's Father Glynn.
No, it can't be.
Quiet there.
They rejected faith in Christ and in the church, both by the month and by the year. They neither believed what the church believes, nor worshipped the body of Christ in any way, nor entered a church, nor attended Mass, nor took consecrated bread or holy water.
That is a general charge?
Yes. There is no one in the town who would dispute it. They may offer excuses, but they cannot deny it.
Have the accused anything to say? Continue.
The second charge is that they made sacrifices of living animals to the devil. They tore out the entrails of these animals. They presented them to a person in demon form by the name of Artis Filium, called Robin.
What's he talking about? Artis Filium?
Robin, the son of art, I think. I wish I had his art.
You must be silent when the charges are read. Go on.
Thirdly, they prayed to various devils, seeking their aid and support.
Oh, really?
Fourthly, in their rituals by night, they flouted the laws and orders of the church, seeking by their acts to excommunicate the bishop.
That was a joke.
Burning wax candles in certain ways, namely by the placing of the foot against the flickering flames, so passing the heat of the flames through their bodies. And they ended, each one extinguishing the flames and crying, "Fie, fie, fie, amen."
Terrible, monstrous.
My Lord Justice, can we answer that one right away, because it's crazy? Now look, where's this flame I'm supposed to have my foot on? I'm holding up a candle, and I have the sole of my foot on it. And at the same time, I'm supposed to be shouting, "Fie, fie, fie, amen," and putting it out with my foot. Well, why don't you try it? It's not possible.
Ah, leave it, Mother. You won't get reason here.
That I won't. My lords, that little fella there is describing something that isn't physically possible. Will none of you say anything? Oh, I've been talking to a wall for a week.
Carry on with the charges.
Yous are all mad.
Fifthly, concerning the intestines and interiors of the gut which they offered up as sacrifices, there were certain horrible worms and various herbs and relics of the dead. There were the hairs taken from the heads of children who had died before being baptized, and all manner of detestable things, like the shriveled testicles of men who had been executed, which were burst apart in fires made of oak logs. And they fermented various powders, unguents, pitches, and also candles which were enriched with the aforementioned ingredients, and which were blessed with certain incantations. And they thus thought to arouse anger and a hatred with which they would destroy the church and overthrow the body and soul of the faith of Christendom.
Dear God, he should get a prize for his imagination. Will you tell me, Lord Hugh, my Lord Justice, any of you that's sitting there, will you tell me how would I have had the time for any of this? Did anyone ever see me at a crossroads, taking a beggar off a gibbet and chopping off his private parts? In the middle of all my busy work, I'm supposed to be roasting his little round things on a fire of oak.
That's enough.
Yes, nothing but the best, of course. Nothing but oak. I challenge you, Lord Hugh le Dispenser, to say here and now that you believe a single word of it.
The charges are not finished.
No, we have heard only 5. There are 7 in all.
Oh, sure, there would have to be 7, for 7 is the magic number, and you fellas are all for the magic when it suits your purpose.
You will need more than your black art when you hear the next. Read on.
The heinous actions of the accused when they arrested His Grace the Bishop of Ossory are not disputed. But what occurred following this action and during their imprisonment is that John le Poor, the husband of the chief accused, happened to notice a locked chest in the house. Seizing the keys from one of the accused servants, he opened this chest. On opening this chest, he found a sack. Now this sack contained many of the powders and ointments already referred to.
Those things were planted.
Indeed they were.
Order!
My lord, please. Look, you must hear me. The day they wrote at Kelt, there was someone broke into the house. But they never took anything, and I couldn't understand it. But I know now what it was.
We cannot admit the evidence of this child, a daughter of the accused, a person lucky in herself not to be charged.
My lords, do you think a person who was going to be charged with a thing like this would put all the incriminating evidence into a sack and leave it in a chest for any man to find?
Read on. Read out the 7th count.
The principal accused, was in the habit of consorting with and having carnal knowledge of a certain Artis Filium, otherwise known as Rabban, son of Artis. Sometimes this person appeared in ordinary form, and sometimes in the form of a black and hairy dog.
A black and hairy dog?
Sometimes he appeared in the form of a blackamoor, with two companions of great size and height, who would likewise carry off in their arms any maidens they encountered.
Oh, so it's blackamoors now. Oh, they're the trouble, are they? Great, big, black, hairy dogs of men that sweep the maidens off their feet. Oh, dear God, I wish I had your imagination, Bishop.
Have you quite done?
Done? I don't know where to begin.
Very well. How do you plead to these charges?
I plead amazement, my lord. No offence to you, but the trouble with anyone coming from Dublin is that they're prepared to believe anything of us people in the country.
You must not treat this matter with such levity.
Well, how else should I take it? If I plead for mercy, you'll think I'm guilty. And in any case, there's no mercy likely in this quarter.
Then you refuse to confess to your crimes?
I cannot confess to things I didn't do. Oh, if you had me now for making a false account, well, then I'd argue the toss. But just take your heads into the cool light of day and consider this for a moment. Do I look like the kind of woman that's going to go to bed with a black, hairy dog? And what about those great, big, tall blackamoors? When did you ever see three such gentlemen trundling down the high street of Kilkenny with a maiden each in their arms? The whole thing's preposterous.
You have nothing else to say? You do not even wish to repent?
Oh, I could repent, my lord. Repent that I've trusted too many. Repent my so-called friends. Repent the years I've lived and loved. But as for that rubbish, I'd go to the stake before I admitted a word of it.
Let us hear what her accomplices have to say.
Oh, sure. Ask them about the hairy dogs and the bursting testicles and the black...
Denise, what have you to say?
It is true. I didn't often go to Mass. I'm sorry, Alice.
What are you saying? Speak up.
It is true that we made the powders and ointments that are spoken of.
Order!
It's true that we gathered with the candles and at night did practice spells and incantations.
Oh, this is not herself speaking.
And it's true that we gathered all kinds of herbs and the remains of the dead, that we consorted with all manner of persons in the shape and form of the devil.
They made her learn this by heart.
Quiet! Let her finish.
There was a night, the owls did talk.
We are listening. Continue.
Oh, be careful, Bishop. She'd forget her lines.
Oh, no, I cannot forget. There was the scraping of claws and whimpering, and we opened the door, and he was standing there.
Yes.
Oh, God save us. Tall and big and dark, and his clothes were black, and so was his face. Robin, he said. Robin.
She is out of her mind, my lords. This woman has been tortured and deprived of sleep and the light of day. She's been hypnotized so that her tongue is not her own.
We have heard enough from you, Kittler. This woman shows no marks of torture. Have you been ill-treated?
Why, no, my lord.
Can you tell us more?
Yes. Oh, yes. When we had made candles of the grease of men's flesh, we lit a great fire. And this fire that we lit was kindled with a brazen plate as in the days of the old kings. And we walked round the smoke of it in the way of the sun. For who lights a fire in this manner has the greatest power. They can bring good milk to cattle. They can fly in the sky from Cashel to Cruachan and away to the fields of Antrim. They can have the arranging of the stars and the ordering of the seasons. They are gifted with the eyes of hawks and all the knowledge of the salmon. And they can lie in the black silken bed of the night of Ireland and listen to the mouths of the dead. And there is then a great wind which cannot be heard, and all of the dead can be seen in the streets of the living.
She really is a witch. She is condemned out of her own mouth. I have no hesitation in pronouncing sentence. She must be taken from here and burned. Give her some food and drink. The blood of toads, the worms of dogs, whatever usually takes her fancy.
I think we could do with a short recess.
We must hear the boy. I was right. It wasn't all malicious tales. They plotted the return of ancient magic.
Yes. William Outlaw, you are the son of Alice Kittler. What have you to say?
I confess.
No.
I confess to them all.
Oh, my son, what are you saying?
Sorry, Mother. I confirm everything that has been said.
You have nothing to add?
Only to plead mercy, my lord. Being not of an age, I was not able to prevent these terrible things.
He has no idea what he's saying. He's only a child.
He is your child, Kittler. Out of the mouth of your own child are you condemned.
He is, I understand, more than 21 years of age. We cannot therefore call him a child. You are fully aware of the consequences of your statement.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, William, what have they done?
Be quiet. And you have made this confession freely and without any coercion?
Freely, my lord.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
I'm sorry, Mother. I have to speak the truth.
The truth? God help us. The whole thing has been fixed and rigged, and that's not the William I know.
Get her out.
They broke into the house and put those horrible things in the chest, and have driven my mother mad.
Get her out of here. Alice Kittler, you are condemned by your friend and your son. We are convinced by their testimonies. You are found guilty of witchcraft and soothsaying, of necromancy, and of the practice of heresy. Seeking to preserve your freedom to practice these terrible arts, you are unlawfully imprisoned to the Bishop of Ossory. You will be confined until it pleases us to have you burned at the stake, and may the Lord have mercy on your black soul. Have you anything to say?
I'll say only this, my lord. We live in times when the bright day is suddenly night, when all the smiles of friends are wreaths, and delicate men, too weak to strike a blow, can poison the very air we breathe. Take me out of here, so one of you, before I choke.
The hearing is at an end.
Nobody can doubt me now. Far better than I had hoped.
It was strange. That woman was in some kind of trance, as if it were not herself that was speaking.
It was the devil himself who spoke.
Ah, yes. The wind in the ash trees, eh?
Oh, God, I'm hungry. I could eat a horse.
Steady now, Darcy. We don't eat horses here, against the religion, you know. Oh, sorry, Bishop. You're not really going to burn that lad, are you?
Of course. He has confessed.
Yes. But while he lives, nobody could ever say that his mother was falsely accused. He would be the living proof.
All three of them must die. The devils must be cast out. There can be no compromises.
Quite so, but from the point of view of administration and the law, the heresy has been defined. The law has been stated, and that is all we need. There's no real need to execute the boy. The burning of those women will be enough.
Yes, indeed. And you will enjoy that, won't you, Bishop?
How dare you, sir? I have done all this for the church. I will not stay to hear a word more.
You shouldn't do it, Hugh.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. He takes more delight in this than is natural.
Tell me, why do you want to save the boy?
When the bishop has had his sport and you have tied up all your documents and nice silk ribbons, I shall be left to pick up the pieces. Heresy is one thing, but the commerce of Kilkenny is another. Would you have all of this Stop them making the finest ale in Ireland? It could come to that if William Outlaw is not allowed to go about his business.
I see. I hadn't thought of that.
You bitch. You bitch. You silly bitch.
Oh, now, Alice, you've got it all wrong.
You're a bloody fool. Do you know that? A bloody fool.
Now, wait. I did all that on purpose. They wanted a confession, didn't they? They had to clear the book.
Oh, sure. I know what you're thinking. While there's me out there frizzling away, they'll be letting you off with a caution. Oh, whatever got into you? All that raving on about the mouths of the dead.
What are you talking about? I don't remember that.
No, and I shouldn't think you'd want to. That bloody jailer must have stuck something in your porridge. You were boning on there like a child in its sleep.
Alice, that jailer told me there was only the one way out, and he was right.
Oh, Jesus.
No, listen. They needed a conviction, and that's all. When Lord Hugh gets to them in private, he'll soon see us right.
You little fool. They have the wood piled up. And it's not the 1st of May or the eve of St. John, and they don't plan to burn an ox out there. It's you and me they'll have tied to the top.
Oh, no, Alice, that's just for show.
Oh, it'll be a show right enough. You and me in the leading parts, and that bloody fool son of mine to come on as an encore. Well, they'll be needing 3 fires. The least you can expect is a fire of your own. I tell you this, I have no intention of sharing one with you.
Please, Alice, it won't come to that.
What? After what you told them?
Please, my dear, I did it for the best. One of us had to say it.
You didn't have to put in all that raving stuff about lighting fires, though, now did you? Oh, why the hell didn't you listen to me? Tell them nothing, I said. Deny it all. Treat it all as a bad joke.
But I couldn't. I mean, who am I to say they're wrong? Just me, standing there.
Oh, just little you. Oh, yes. That's the trouble with all of you. You've all been trained too long to be a carpet for the men to walk upon. You've been trained to doubt your own mind.
No. I'll come clean, Alice. I thought on doing a deal. I thought if I told them what they wanted, they'd let me off.
And never mind me. My God, there's men being killed for less than that.
Stop, Alice, there's somebody coming.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh, it's madam. And excuse me now, is it? Have you not brought me fine clothes to die in?
It's your husband, madam.
Well, he didn't have to come for a start.
Alice.
What the hell got into you? Why did you let them mess about in that chest?
It was terrible, Alice. I was appalled.
Oh, sure. And you never stopped to think the so-called evidence was planted. Don't you remember the day we went to Kells and Basilia told you that someone had been in the house?
Oh, what's the use? It's done now. If he hadn't let them search, they would have got him too. They'd know the stuff was there and have him for concealing it.
Anyways, what brought you?
I need to know what you want done.
You can get us out of here.
Oh, Alice.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, things have changed. People who I thought would support us now look the other way.
Cowards.
No, they counterfied the church. I fear there is nothing can be done.
So you came to tell me that?
No. I want to know what to do about the business and so on.
You just have to carry on, won't you? You'll have to work a little harder. Without the Queen Bee, the drones will have to work. There's a credit due from Noel of Limerick, and there's a payment... a payment for some cloth from Wexford. You know all that anyway. Oh, here. Take a kiss from me.
Oh.
And God save you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. And you too, Petronella. But there is nothing I can do.
Oh, God, you're right. Will you let him out?
Very well. Mind the gate, sir.
There never was anything he could do. He wouldn't know one end of these accounts from another.
There's no doubt he wasn't a patch on any of the others.
The others, God save us. Do you think they'd have been any better? They all walked in my shadow.
Even William's father?
Oh, no, maybe not. He was a man who wasn't afraid of a woman, nor of a man for that matter. Oh, fear is the terrible thing. That's why the two of us are here at all. It's not witches they'll be burning out there. It's women. Women who dare to stand out of line and be themselves.
Here's another visitor, my ladies.
Oh, what kind of comedy is this to bring him here?
It was Lord Hugh's orders.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, the joker in the pack, eh?
Can you leave us? Do you have to stay?
I suppose it won't do no harm, so.
Oh, sir, is it now? We eat a hearty breakfast of civilities now. In the ante-room of death, he gives us all a strange respect.
You look well on it, William.
They're treating me very well. Lord Hugh came to see me. He let Basilia come too.
Oh, the poor thing. How is she?
Brave. She came in that new dress she'd made herself. They're looking after her very well. Lord Hugh was seeing to that.
Well, thank God for that. Do you hear that?
I hear nothing but you talking to a man who betrayed his mother.
Oh, please. Look, don't you understand? I had to. It's what they told me to do. Lord Hugh told me. He said it was the only way.
Ah, and I did the right thing too. Do you see that, Alice?
I see nothing but these walls and those iron bars. And they tell me you've both been tricked into making false confessions.
No, Alice, no. You'll see he'll find some way to put off the executions. And that Lord Darcy can't stay here forever.
Haven't you just seen John? Did he offer any hope?
It'll be up to the Lord of Kilkenny in the end.
When the King in England commands, he is the Lord of nothing.
But the King will listen when he hears what'll happen here if our business collapses. And sure to God it will if it's left to that bloody old fool John Lepore.
You leave him out of it.
Oh, yes. That's what you've always said. Nothing to do with me. I'm only your son. You don't remember any of it the way it was for me. You take my father now. He was hardly cold in the ground, and that Adam LeBlanc was all over you. And there was no place for me except to be kicked and cuffed by him when you weren't looking. Well, he didn't last too long, thank God, and for a while I had some peace and you took some notice of me. But then along comes old Richard de Val, and you'd be giggling together and making jokes. And the moment I came in the room, the laughing would stop and you'd stand apart like monuments. And he'd give me money to go away. And you were glad. Well, when he died, I was glad. Do you know that? I was glad. And I thought that maybe then I'd get a chance. But oh no, you had to get yourself entangled all over again.
So now you don't care a damn what happens to me?
Of course I care. Do you think I want to see you burned? If there's any deal to be made, I'll make it. If it saves my life, or her life, and yours, then I'll do it, so I will.
Ah, and when you've made this deal of yours, what kind of a life is it going to be?
Don't ask me that. You got me this life I have, and I mean to use it. And if I have to mortgage it with a lie or two, I'll pay the interest gladly.
Oh, William, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Please don't. Jailer! Please don't cry. Open the gate, will you? Look after yourselves. Both of you. I'll grovel to the Pope himself. I promise. Good luck now.
He's a good lad. He'll see to it surely. Somebody'll fix it.
Oh, somebody'll fix it all right.
Oh, Alice, that's not your style. You're not cut out to be the holy martyr.
Oh, God, I wish it were that easy.
Easy? There's nothing easy about being a martyr.
Of course it's easy. Martyrs have a lovely time of it, dying for a cause they know to be right.
Well, that's us for sure. We know we are right. Do we now?
Whether we live or die, we're condemned forever. I mean, if I'd ever greased a broomstick and flown above the housetops, or if I'd ever had those 3 great hairy black dogs, at least I could say I was dying for a cause. But no, the only crime you could get me for is that I'm a woman who didn't look after her son too well. But that's for you and me. As far as that world out there is concerned, we no longer exist.
What do you mean? We don't exist.
We have become creatures of their mad imagination. We're the rubbish pit where other people's guilt is tipped. We're not women anymore. We're some legend they will tell on winter nights to frighten children. Even if we got out of here alive, the rest of our lives would be lived in the shadows. Either way, we shall not exist.
Darcy! Darcy! I've just seen the bishop.
Good. We have agreed that if William Outlaw will undertake public penance, admitting all is false, denying nothing, we can suspend the sentence. I've taken advice, and it seems quite proper that we should do this.
That's excellent. But I have just seen the bishop.
So you said?
Yes, but I think you should see for yourself. I must say, I have to admit I've had my doubts, but really...
Whatever's the matter? Is he sick?
Some would say he is very sick. He is lying over there on the grass beside the tower.
Perhaps he needs the rest. It's been a tiring business.
He is lying on his face, and his back is ripped open. What? He has been beating himself with a chain.
A chain? I've heard them doing it with a whip.
Well, I'm not at all versed in this kind of thing, and I find it quite preposterous.
Oh, come now.
When they burn tomorrow, Darcy, you can head back to Dublin and forget all about us. But I shall be left here with a cleric of unsound mind.
It is a form of penitence.
Penitence?
Yes.
It will be so regarded here. You may take my own reaction as fairly typical. If it gets out that he indulges in that practice, I can tell you that a good few people will start thinking twice about the prosecution of Alice Kittler and her friend.
Where did you say?
Over there, beside the tower. I'll show you.
I realize you may not have come across it here, but it really is quite a common practice. Oh, I see. He is bleeding rather badly.
Look at the chain.
Your Grace. Your Grace.
You... How dare you?
You will catch a cold like that. And you've lost much blood.
We have sinned. We have all sinned.
Look, can I help you? You can't just lie there.
I shall lie where I choose. It is the purification. Such pain is necessary.
He can't stay there.
Well, I can't move him. You must cordon the area off. Have no man enter.
He's mad.
I shall make a report when I get back to Dublin.
And in the meantime, 2 women are going to die largely because of him. I tell you, I have a nasty conscience.
He was the appointed instrument. He was acting on prior instructions.
Then this charge was a formality and the evidence fake.
2 of them confessed. The law is clear on such a point.
Then the better a law, the better it is broken.
You don't understand. These debts are necessary. They will teach the people of Ireland a lesson.
Oh, that's a very grand thought. But if it's only a lesson we're teaching, do we have to burn the 2 of them? Would not one be enough?
The one who has confessed was not the prime target.
Yet William confessed, and you have agreed that he can be released.
Yeah.
Would it not be possible to consider the same terms for Petronilla? Couldn't she also make public penance?
Well, it's later in the day, but it's certainly worth the consideration.
You will think of it.
I will do what I can. I will go consult my clerks.
And tomorrow only 1 shall burn.
I have said nothing. I shall do what I can, but I haven't much time.
God go with you.
If he will do it, oh, God, if he will do it, then I have only one black hen to make fly the coop.
Milady. What? Oh, get off. Get away from me, you monster.
No, milady, it's not me. It's his lordship. Lord Hugh's here. He wants to see you.
Oh, a new twist to an old custom. The rights of the lord of the manor. Bring him in.
No, you're to get up and dress, but quick.
Oh, is it dawn?
It's not far off.
Oh, trust him to wake me from the last sleep I'll have.
He's waiting, milady.
Oh, will you stop fussing? Where is he?
He's out there. This way.
Good morning, Alice.
Hardly a good one, Lord Hugh.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You may leave us. Go back to bed. I see that you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good night. Good morning.
You flatter me, Lord Hugh. I didn't expect such last-minute attention.
I want you to put on these clothes.
Well, I thought what I had on now would burn well enough. Whatever's that? The habit of a nun? Oh, my lord, your pleasures are strangely taken.
Pleasure? I take no pleasure in any of this.
Then, Hugh, just what is your game?
Oh, for God's sake, hurry, woman. Put this on. It's your only chance. I have money, and outside the gates a horseman waits with 2 horses.
You're setting me free. Oh, here, give me that.
I'm getting you out. To be free is another thing. Go to Wexford, there take ship to Bristol. Go to those friends of yours in Warwick.
But why?
I've known it all along that the charge was false, and I've come to the conclusion that man is mad.
Oh, he's mad right enough. He's a kind of poison that only the very holy bigots can breed. Oh, this is a capacious garment.
I think they tie a knot in that.
Oh, just here, you mean?
Yes, that looks right.
Well, now, see me, eh?
Quite becoming. Now remember, speak as little as you can.
Ah, the vow of silence, eh?
Don't joke. From this moment on, Alice Kittler does not exist.
Oh, but what about Petronella?
I think we have it settled.
But she confessed. You can't get her out of that.
We got William out.
Look, it's my fault she's in here at all.
It starts with you, yes. For you're the one that stood out. But she didn't have to be there at Kell. She could have stood back if she'd wanted.
But she didn't. She was a good friend. Oh, God, I hope to hell you're right.
I reckon you're the only one they want to see burnt. Now, please. One more thing.
What?
A kiss.
Oh. Shh. All this time, and I never knew. Ah, you're a devil. Here. Oh, that was nice. You must come and see me in Warwick.
I cannot leave here.
Ah, don't be too sure. You've just made a down payment. A declaration of interest.
Look, we've got to hurry.
Oh, you know, my pride demands I stay. Here's me, the Grand Witch of all Kilkenny, with all these powers to conjure up the dead and consort with creatures of the night, and there's that pile of wood set up like a stage, and there's me slinking away from it like a black cat in the dark. You know, we all like to think we do a different deal and be the heroes of our age, but when the choice is life or death, the flesh is very strong. I always said I'd go to England and learn to become an old lady. I'd like to say goodbye to Petronella.
No, please, there isn't time.
But if I go, they'll need to kill her.
Leave that to me. Now, swiftly, up by those stairs. You will find the door open into the courtyard.
I expected some cry for mercy.
Some indication of her guilt. She made no sound at all.
Oh, it's as well she said nothing. In any case, we have a deposition.
Yes, but I should have liked some sign.
Did you expect to see devils rising from the smoke?
I would have liked to have seen more indications from the body. The hair was interesting, wasn't it? It shot up in the flames. A godly sight. Godly.
I would still like to know just how the other one escaped.
Yes, it's an utter mystery. I've checked with the jailer and he can't understand it at all.
That man is not to be trusted. No man of that sort is to be trusted.
But he was your man, Bishop. He tells me she was there when he locked them up last night, and in the morning she was gone. Do you know what I heard? They say that out on the road to Kells this morning, there was seen a very large black dog.
That woman had more than black dogs for friends, my lord. Their army is legion, and we shall not give up the fight. Whatever form that woman takes, she must be found.
I have sent out parties to hunt the roads and woods. She will not get far.
She must be pursued to the end of the earth. And I will see the gut taken out of her and burned before her living eyes. I will do more...
Bishop, let us for the moment consider our achievements rather than our failures. We have defined the heresy, and a lesson has been taught. We shall underline this with the act of public penance by the boy. Whether that woman lives or dies, it will be his testimony that will be remembered.
It is not enough. That woman's ashes do not lie in Kilkenny.
But you have got most of what you wanted.
But you can never get the whole of anything here. There's always something gets away. That's Ireland for you. Oh, my God, that's Ireland. There is always in this country a concealed turning in the straightest road.
Oh, be content. You got the most of it.
The most of it. I hate it. Only the most of it. What's it going to be? What are they going to say in the years long after this day? I can hear it now. They'll say that Alice Kittler was a witch, and then they'll say... But wait now. She didn't burn, did she? It was only her friend they burned.
Oh, they'll say worse than that. They'll say she got off because she wasn't Irish and her friend was.
You seem to find that funny. Did I not say that the worst thing here is that you never get the whole of it? Don't you see that it matters?
Oh, I see that it matters to you. But then that is part of what might be called a continuing difference of opinion. I'll give you a toast, Bishop, which you would never hear in England. The whole of it is never perfect, for there was never here a tale that didn't have two endings, and never a man who didn't do two right things for the wrong reason.
Lord Hugh!
Wait. And never a woman who didn't say two things at the same time, and both of them right.
You want me to drink to that?
Why not? Why ever not? For it's not every day we burn a witch, and she only half of the one that got away.
98 and 14, 3 and 11. No, 12. Yes.
William?
Yes, what is it?
I'm going to bed, love. Now, don't be long.
Did you shut the door? Did you bolt it?
Of course I did. Look, love, it's all over now. You don't have to worry.
Sure, I know. But till there's word of her death, I'll not give up listening for the sound of heavy boots in the street. Oh, they got rid of that bishop, all right. But any day they could change their minds and come tumbling in on us.
But, William, we agreed. We'll have to live with it.
Sure we have to live with it. They will live with it long after we're dead and gone.
Are you coming to bed?
I will so. The town is quiet enough. It's certainly not the same without Alice Kittler. Oh, God. Didn't she lead them all a dance?
In Alice of Kilkenny by Ian Rodger, the part of Alice Kittler was played by Patricia Leventon, William Outlaw, Brian Merry, Basilia, Engel Grechen, and Petronilla by Valerie Lilly. Father Glynn was played by Louis Ralston. Bishop of Ossory, Jonathan Scott, Hewler Dispenser, Dennis Hawthorne, John Lepore, Harry Webster, Lord Darcy, Kevin Flood, and the jailer, Joe McPartland. The play was directed in Belfast by Robert Cooper.
Saturday Night Theatre begins at 8:30 in a minute's time. This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Network in Germany.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barry Foster and Derek Bond in Torment, a radio play by Philip Levine. Torment.
Oh, Flora, have you seen Ralph?
He went out, Mrs. Ellinger.
Did he say where?
No, never does these days. He used to be such a sociable creature. Now I'm lucky if he says hello or good morning. Oh, young people.
You haven't forgotten Mr. Ellinger and I will be out this evening.
No, he did mention something about it last night. It's your anniversary, I gather.
Yes, we're driving into Norwich for the evening.
Oh, that should be nice.
Oh, nothing spectacular, just dinner at the Star Hotel. How long ago did Ralph leave?
Oh, must be at least half an hour. He drove up towards the cliffs.
Oh?
From what I hear, he's always up there.
About the evening meal, you better lay on something cold for Ralph in case he's late.
Yes, that's what I had in mind.
Oh, Brenda, my feet are killing me.
Oh, me too. Ooh. Oh, I think I've got a blister on my heel.
I wish we'd have stopped at Great Yarmouth.
Oh, don't blame me, Daff. You were the one who wanted to hike to Cromer.
How far is it on to the next place? Have you got the map?
Yeah. Oh, it's Wintersley. Oh, that's about 5 miles.
Oh, I'd give anything for a lift.
Oh, it looks as though your prayers have been answered. There's a car coming down the cliff road.
It's a bit tatty, isn't it?
Well, thank heavens for small mercy.
I will, if it stops.
Oh, there's a young bloke driving. Nice looking, too.
I wonder if he prefers blondes or redheads.
He can take his choice. If we can't make him stop, we ought to give up. Now, just you watch this.
Hey! Hello?
Hello. Are you going as far as Wintersley?
What do you want?
Oh, a lift to Wintersley, if you could manage it. We'd be ever so grateful.
Well,
Well, there's only the two of us, me and my friend. Oh, here she is now.
What? No. No, I'm sorry, I can't.
What? But it's not very far.
Let go of the door.
Oh,
what happened, Brenda?
I don't know. He took one look at you and slammed the door. Do you know him?
No, I've never seen him before. He was a bit het up, wasn't he?
Het up? I'd say he was round the bend.
Excuse me.
Yes?
There's a police station around here somewhere, isn't there?
In there, turning opposite.
Yeah.
On the other side of the road. Oh, well, you might say thank you, young man.
Oh, Constable Bartley.
Huh?
Have you filed away those charge sheets?
Oh, just done the last of them, Sergeant.
Now, what about that accident at Hemsby? Has the cyclist been in?
Oh, yes, I got a statement.
Can I...
It was a pedestrian's fault. Little doubt about that.
Yes, I thought as much. Oh, look, there's someone at the counter. See what they want, look.
Yes, sir. Afternoon, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I want... I'd like... Look, is there a senior officer I could talk to?
What's it about exactly, sir?
I'm sorry, it's difficult to explain. I'd like to talk to a senior officer, if I may.
Oh, well, just hang on, will you?
Yes.
Here, son.
Yep.
That young bloke wants to talk to a senior officer. Will you handle it?
Oh, what's he want?
No, he won't say.
Oh, all right. Let me have that cyclist statement as soon as you can, will you?
Yes, son.
Now, sir, what can I do for you?
Now, look, this isn't easy. I've come to give myself up.
Oh? And for what, may I ask?
Well, I don't know how to... Well, you see, it all happened nearly a year ago. I killed someone. A girl.
You did what?
I killed a girl.
How do you mean? By accident?
No.
Well, where is she?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I threw her body into the sea.
Whereabouts?
Off the cliffs, a few miles from here.
Ah, I see.
Well... What do I do? Just stand here? Aren't you going to take me into custody?
For the moment, just come round this side the counter, will you? And through here. That's the way. Now, just wait in there, will you? I'll be with you in a minute.
Did he say he killed a girl, son?
Don't bother me now, Bartley.
Ah, must be off his head. I read about cases like that in the Police Gazette.
Just get on with that report, there's a good lad.
Ah, yes, son.
Hello? CID office? Is Inspector Hadley there? Sergeant Lumsden here. Oh, get him for me, would you? It's important.
Here's a statement, son.
Drop it in the tray. That's it. Hello? Inspector Hadley? I'm sorry to trouble you, sir, but I got a young bloke down here in the interview room. He marched in here not 5 minutes ago and, well, prepare yourself for a shock. He says he killed a girl. Yes, you heard right. A girl. No, about a year ago. Well, I wouldn't have thought so, sir. He is a bit on edge, but I wouldn't have said he was a nutcase. Fine, sir. I'll do that right away. Bartley, let's have a statement for him.
Yeah, sir.
Ah. Oh, Inspector Hadley should be down in a sec.
Oh.
Yes, it's all right, son. If you want to smoke, go ahead.
Like one?
No, not for me, thanks. So far I managed to lay off. Just grab a chair, will you? That's the way. That's it. Now, first, let's have your name.
Ralph Ellinger.
You mind spelling that?
E-L-L-I-N-G-E-R.
G-E-R, I got it. Ellinger. Now, your age?
22.
Occupation?
I'm doing nothing at the moment. I was a student. Law.
Law. I see. Oh, hello, Inspector.
Sergeant.
Now, that's as far as I got with the statement, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Should I buzz off, sir?
No. I'd like you to stay, if you will.
Very good, sir.
Ralph Ellinger.
Yes.
Well, now, what's all this about, Mr. Ellinger?
Well, I've already made a statement to the sergeant.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like you to repeat it for my benefit.
About a year ago, I killed a girl. I've come to give myself up.
You've left it a little late, haven't you?
Well, does that make any difference? I'm here now. Oh, my head, it's splitting.
Oh. Would you like some water?
No, thanks. I'm all right.
Oh. Well, sit down, will you, Mr. Ellinger? Now then, this girl you say you killed, who was she? Local girl?
No.
Well, what was her name?
Her name?
Yes, her name.
Peggy.
Peggy who?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I'd only just met her. I picked her up one night in the car.
Where?
On the road from Norwich.
Is it a habit of yours to pick up girls late at night?
No, of course not.
Well, if she wasn't a local girl, where did she come from?
Ireland.
Ireland?
Yes, she'd come over here to work during the summer.
Where?
Oh, some hotel, the Queen's in Yarmouth.
See, you've got that, Sergeant.
Sir.
What was she doing on the Norwich Road?
Hitchhiking from Liverpool. Well, Yarmouth was a little out of my way, but I said I'd give her a lift.
Go on.
Well, we stopped off at a pub for a drink, and we got quite pally. A couple of gins, and you'd thought we'd known each other for years. After we left the pub, we chatted for a bit. And then a few miles from Yarmouth, she let me kiss her. Then, well, I really can't explain it. I had my arms around her, but I couldn't let her go. She became frightened and started to struggle, and the next thing I remember, my hands were around her throat, and I felt my fingers tightening. Well, I knew what I was doing, but for some reason I couldn't stop. And suddenly she was quite still, and I knew she was dead. I must have sat there for about an hour. And then I drove up to the other side of Winsersley and threw her body over the cliffs. I watched the newspapers like a hawk, but there wasn't a word. At first I tried to push it into the back of my mind and pretend it didn't happen, that it was a bad dream.
Are you sure it wasn't?
Of course I'm sure. For heaven's sake. I killed that girl. Look, there's no doubt in my mind. I killed her, believe me. For a time I thought I could live with it, but now I can't sleep or work, and it's become unbearable. The girl's face never leaves me.
Describe her.
Oh, green eyes, pretty red hair, a gentle voice. Sweet kid, 19, 20, no more.
Well, this could be a very serious matter. You realize that, don't you, Mr. Ellinger?
Of course, but I had to come here. I don't care what happens to me.
Well, for the moment, just let's stick to the facts, shall we? When did this happen exactly?
It was at the end of June last year, the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
I came down from Cambridge for the summer vac, and when I got home, the house was empty. My father was abroad.
What on? Business?
No, on holiday with my stepmother.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a bit depressed, to tell the truth. So I drove into Norwich for the evening. I took in a film. Then I picked up this girl on the way back.
What part of Ireland did she come from?
What? She didn't say.
Well, what did you talk about?
Oh, all sorts of things. She'd left home and had no intention of going back. She was hoping to settle down here.
Now, how was she dressed?
A light coat with large buttons down the front.
Any hat?
No hat. And, oh, well, everything else seems pretty hazy.
Well, just stay where you are, Mr. Ellinger, will you?
What?
I'll be back with you in a moment.
Oh, all right.
Sergeant.
Sir?
Tell me, Sergeant.
Sir?
Have there been any reports of a girl's body being washed up in the past year?
Well, no, sir. Not to my knowledge. In fact, I'm pretty sure there aren't. What do you make of him, sir? You think he is a nutcase?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. He's a bit nervy, but he's rational.
Yes.
But whether he's all there or not, well, we shall have to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you to check the missing persons list and the police gazette for a description of this girl.
Sir.
Then call the headquarters at Norwich. I'll take the boy's written statement.
Right, sir.
Now, Mr. Ellinger, I'll have to go over that again if you don't mind. So I shall need your signed statement. You can dictate it to me and I'll write it down. But first, let's have your address.
Hillside House.
Hillside House.
Riders Lane.
Riders Lane.
Wintersley.
Winters.
Miss Sanford? Miss Sanford?
Yes?
Hello, don't you recognize me? I'm Frank Ellinger, Ralph's father.
Oh, hello.
Well, we only met once, briefly. Where are you off to?
The library. I work there.
Can I give you a lift?
Oh, no, I couldn't think of bothering you.
Oh, it's no bother. Climb in. It's somewhere on the right, isn't it?
The fourth. I could have walked. It's no distance at all.
Too late now. Have you seen Ralph lately?
No.
Not for some time.
Your father's in timber, isn't he?
Yes.
Sound. Well, I must tell Ralph I've seen you.
No, please don't do that.
Well, why not?
I'd rather you didn't. If you could drop me on the next corner, that'll do fine.
Right you are.
Thank you, Mr. Ellinger.
My pleasure. Hello, darling.
Frank, you managed to get off early.
Well, a promise is a promise.
Have you got there?
Where?
Come on, show me.
Oh, this. Oh, just a little something for you.
Darling, I can't imagine what it is.
I hope you can't.
Frank, a necklace. It must have cost you the earth.
Very nearly. But I don't grudge a penny.
You're a nice, kind man.
Oh, and I want to see it on.
Not over this dress. Wait till I've changed.
Oh, come on, over to the mirror. Here, let me.
Watch my hair. I had it set specially for tonight.
There.
It's beautiful. Quite beautiful, Frank.
So I've had something engraved on the clasp.
Oh, what does it say?
Just a happy 10th.
Did you think I'd forgotten how many?
No, but after the 5th, one's inclined to lose count.
Fool. Now wait, I've got something for you, too.
Oh, Ruth, you shouldn't.
Which means if I hadn't, you'd have been furious.
I can't even begin to guess.
Well?
Cufflinks.
What's wrong? Don't you like them?
Yes, of course.
Then what is it? Now, don't tell me you've a pair exactly like them.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Ralph gave me a similar pair this morning.
Ralph?
Yes, you two should have consulted each other.
But I told him I was thinking of buying you cufflinks.
Oh, did you? Well, it was obviously a misunderstanding. Oh, not to worry. I'm sure they'll change them.
That's not the point.
Now, forget it, darling. I'll take them back first thing. Oh, by the way, do you know who I bumped into as I left the jeweller's? Carol Sanford.
Carol Sanford? The girl Ralph was friendly with?
Yes, I offered her a lift. She was rather reluctant for some reason, but I turned on the old charm. I may be wrong, but I think the poor girl was quite embarrassed to see me.
Why?
I don't know. When I mentioned Ralph's name, she was, how shall we say, decidedly cool. She and Ralph must have had a tiff or something.
That doesn't surprise me.
What does that mean?
Well, let's face it, darling, that boy of yours isn't the easiest person to get along with. I know, I've tried.
You're always dropping hints about Ralph. What does he do? Is he rude to you?
I wish he were, then at least I'd feel some contact. He's just...
Just what?
Indifferent. Oh. Honestly, if I happen to find myself in the same room as he is, he has the happy knack of making me feel I'm not there.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. Believe me, Frank. And lately it's got worse.
In what way?
I don't know.
Well, look, I know he's not the easiest person to reach, but after all, the boy's been unwell. He's had a breakdown.
But that was months ago. I'd have thought he'd have recovered by now.
Well, I had another chat with Dr. Medway. These things take time.
But if only he'd make an effort. Take a holiday, go abroad somewhere. All he does is lock himself into his room or wander off on his own.
Oh, young people are like that at his age. He'll sort himself out in time. Now, how about a drink? What do you have?
The usual.
Oh, come on, snap out of it. I say, is Flora taken to the bottle?
What?
Well, this decanter was full at the weekend.
Flora's teetotal.
Ralph?
Well, I hate to carry tales.
Where is he? Upstairs?
No, he's not in. He went out soon after lunch.
Yes, I believe it was somewhere along here, Inspector.
All right, driver. Pull up.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Ellinger, I want you to show me exactly where you picked this girl up.
It was about here. I'm pretty sure of it. I remember I was 20 or 30 yards past the junction leading to Wroxham.
She stood on this verge, you say, and waved you down?
Yes.
Well, was it dark at the time?
It was after 10, it must have been.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't miss her as you turned off toward Wintersley.
Well, there aren't any cat's eyes on this road. I had my headlights full on.
Which road did you take to Yarmouth?
The A417.
And this pub you stopped at, what was it called?
The 3 Crowns. That's a couple of miles further on.
Do you drop in there regularly?
No, it was the first and last time.
All right. Back in the car. That pub's our next port of call. Can you recall who served you, Mr. Ellinger?
Oh, yes. The man with the paunch behind the bar.
All right. Let's go up to the counter.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
I'm a police officer.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
This young gentleman with me. Have you ever seen him before?
I can't say that I have.
No, don't rush it. Take your time. This is very important.
See here. What's this all about?
That's not your worry. Now, do you recognize him?
Let me see. No. No, I don't.
I was with a young girl, Irish. She had red hair and wore a light coat.
How long ago was this?
About a year.
A year? Good grief. That's going back a bit. Do you know how many customers I get in here every day? Hundreds. Almost every other car stops here.
I dare say. But do try and remember.
What time did you come in?
About 10:15.
Oh, that's our busiest spell. At that time, I can't tell one face from t'other. If you'd have dropped in last night, I wouldn't remember you.
Oh, come along, Mr. Ellinger.
Really?
Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to you for your help.
That's all right.
This is the place, Inspector. I parked the car at the top of the cliff road, and then I carried her body over to the edge.
Here, you say?
Yes. It was very windy that night. I had a job to keep my balance.
Was the tide in or out?
Oh, I can't be sure. It was pretty dark. It was in, I think.
All right, Mr. Ellinger. Well, we'll try that hotel in Yarmouth.
Do come in, gentlemen.
Oh, my credentials, Mr. Carstairs.
Yes, of course.
This is Mr. Ellinger.
How do you do? Will you take a seat?
No, thanks. We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Carstairs. We're trying to trace a girl.
Girl?
Yes, we've very little to go on, but we believe she was coming to work here.
When exactly?
Last June.
Well, if she did come, we can soon trace her. I'll check my files. Oh, what's the girl's name?
Peggy. We've no surname.
Oh, well, frankly, every other kitchen maid's called Peggy. No, she was Irish. Around 20, with red hair and green eyes. It sounds like one of a dozen who've worked here in recent years. I tell you the truth, most of our farm labour's Italian these days. They come over by the boatload. No, I'm sorry, I've no correspondence with an Irish girl at the time you mentioned. But she told me she was coming here. Oh, probably on the off chance. We're always short of staff, and if she'd come, we'd certainly have taken her on. I'm afraid I've got no record of her.
She was about 22, 23. You got that? Red hair, green eyes, wearing a light coat with large buttons down the front. No, there's no photograph. You don't have to tell me that, look. I know it's not much to go on, but it's all we got. Well, she come by Liverpool, someone might have seen her. Lorry driver, maybe. Well, keep in touch, boy. Oh, hello, Inspector. I just been out to Norwich, and I also checked with Liverpool.
Well?
You were right. She wouldn't need no passport to travel from Northern Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
And by boat, there'd be no record. It's just like buying a railway ticket.
Well, what about missing persons?
I checked while I was on headquarters.
Oh.
No one of that description on the list. And the only bodies washed up during the past year were two elderly people, both identified.
Yeah.
How do you fare, sir?
Well, no luck at the pub or the hotel.
Well, I suppose 'tis a bit dicey after a year, but it does seem odd that no one's reported her missing. Her family, I mean.
Well, that depends. If she left home, they probably wouldn't give it a second thought.
Yes. I suppose there's no chance that our young friend in there is pulling our legs?
I won't pretend, Sergeant, that thought had crossed my mind.
Well, you know what some of those college chaps are like, sir. Anything for a lark.
I know that only too well. No, don't get up, Mr. Ellinger. Oh, no. You care for a smoke?
No, not just now, thanks.
Oh, maybe I won't either. Mr. Ellinger, I know Wintersley's just a small town, but believe me, we're pretty busy here. And although we seem like country yokels, we don't take kindly to tomfoolery or practical jokes.
I don't quite
Oh,
see
just
what-
let me finish, will you? I was young myself once, and I know the sort of pranks that students get up to.
Pranks?
I remember painting a statue bright yellow, and for months I was the hero of the school.
No, I assure you, Inspector.
Well, whatever your reason, you've wasted my entire afternoon and put my staff to a great deal of trouble. Now, the truth is, we have no trace of this girl. In fact, no reason to believe that she ever existed. Now, if you care to retract this statement, apologize and give me your assurance that it won't happen again, you can leave here without further ado.
But I tell you, I did kill this girl.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well,
There's usually a motive.
I told you, it was on a sudden impulse. There's nothing more than that.
Oh, come now, Mr. Ellinger. You look an intelligent chap to me. I'm sure you know when a joke's gone far enough.
I swear to you, this is not a joke.
Mr. Ellinger, you realize if you persist in this story, I shall have to notify your family. This could be serious for them as well as for you.
Well, of course I realize that.
And you still insist that you killed this girl?
Yes.
Very well. Then you leave me no alternative.
Frank,
Would
you sit me up?
Just a minute. Where's a towel?
Here you are.
Oh, thanks. You look stunning.
You look frightful.
Give me a chance. Spot of brilliantine, a touch of aftershave, and I'll be a different man.
Oh, I shan't like that at all.
There. Smell that.
Irresistible.
Me or the aftershave?
I'm still waiting to be zipped up.
Turn round. Zip. There you are.
Thank you. Now do hurry up or we shall be late.
Oh, no, there's no hurry. They serve till about 11.
I'm not waiting for my dinner till 11. In an hour I shall be famished.
Then ask Flora to fix you a sandwich.
Really?
Where's my tie?
Here. No, let me. I'm an expert.
Is, Ralph back yet?
I haven't seen him.
Oh, well, I thought we'd all have a drink together.
There we are.
Oh, thanks.
He's probably gone to a cinema. I've arranged with Flora to leave him something cold. Your jacket?
Ah, tar. Now, let's make sure I've got everything. Watch, handkerchief, wallet.
Don't forget that, whatever you do.
Yes, come in.
Sorry to bother you, sir.
Yes, what is it, Flora?
There's an inspector on the telephone. He asked to speak to you.
Inspector? Oh, don't tell me there's a burglary at the office. Shan't be a moment, Ruth. Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes. Yes, I see. Well, what's the trouble exactly? And can't you be more specific? Look, I'm just on my way out. Oh, very well, I'll be down. Goodbye.
What is it, darling?
Believe it or not, Ralph's down at the police station.
What's happened?
Oh, Lord only knows. Another car accident, I expect.
Oh, no.
He couldn't have chosen a better night, could he? Oh, Flora.
Yes, sir?
Ring the Star Hotel in Norwich, would you? I've booked a table. Tell them we may be a little late.
This girl's coat, Mr. Ellinger. I'd like you to describe it again, if you would.
But, Inspector, how many times do I have to...
Please, Mr. Ellinger. The coat.
It was loose-fitting with large buttons down the front.
What color?
Green.
But you described it as a light coat in your first statement.
I meant the buttons were green. The coat was fawn or grey. I can't be sure.
So I gather. Now, the pub you visited was the Three Crowns at Pooley?
No, Wroxham.
And she was going to work at the Queen at Cromer?
Yes. No, Yarmouth. Oh, look, I'm tired and you're confusing me.
Yes, I'm becoming a little confused myself.
Don't you believe anything I say?
I'm trying, Mr. Ellinger. Believe me, I'm trying. Yes?
He's arrived, sir.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Your father's here.
So?
You still sticking to this statement?
I am.
Oh, very well, sir. Just remain here for a moment. Mr. Frank Ellinger?
Yes?
Inspector, Hadley, CID.
Oh, how are you? This is my wife.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs.
How do you
Ellinger?
do?
Well, please to come through, won't you?
Thank you.
Well, now, what's this boy of mine been up to?
Well, sir, I think you'd better read this statement.
Thank you.
It was entirely voluntary. I took down the details, but the boy signed it, as you can see.
You say Ralph made this statement?
Yes, in the presence of my sergeant and me.
May I, please?
It's ludicrous. You're surely not taking it seriously?
Well, sir, I can hardly dismiss it. In fact, I've already made some preliminary inquiries.
And?
Well, so far, I must admit there's no evidence to support this.
Yes, I can promise you there won't be.
Oh?
Oh, we should have contacted me sooner, Inspector. It would probably have saved you a great deal of time and trouble. You see, about 6 months ago, my son had a serious nervous breakdown.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yes, I'm afraid he overdid things up at the university.
Now, who's been treating him, sir?
Dr. Medway. I can let you have his address.
Well, now, that does throw a different light on the matter.
I thought it might.
Not that I could have charged him, sir. There's not a prima facie case. On this evidence, I couldn't hold him even if I'd wanted to, providing, of course, he's not a danger to himself or others.
This hasn't got to the press, has it?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I've my business to think of. Where is the boy?
Next door. This way, sir.
Now, don't worry, Ruth, don't worry. Everything will be all right.
Your father's here, Mr. Ellinger.
Hello, Ralph. We've come to take you home.
You've what?
We've come to take you home. Now, everything's arranged. You're not to worry.
No, but I've made a statement.
Yes, we know all about that, but you're not to worry about a thing.
No, but I killed this girl.
Now try and look at this intelligently, Ralph. You've been ill.
The sooner we get you home, the sooner we can straighten things out.
There's nothing to straighten out. Look, you've been wondering why I didn't go back to Cambridge. Well, this was the reason. The breakdown was an excuse.
Yes, we'll talk about it later.
No, but
you can't stay here. The police have no jurisdiction to hold you.
Is that right, Inspector?
Yes, it is.
But I've confessed, haven't I? I mean, you've got it there in black and white. I've told you how I killed her, when and where. What more do you want?
I'm afraid I can't argue with you, sir.
You think I imagined it all, or that I'm off my head?
No one's suggesting that, Ralph. But you need help. Don't you see that?
It's the truth. It may be unpalatable, but I can't help that.
Now, come along, Ralph.
I should, if I were you, sir.
My car's parked outside.
I can find my own way, thanks.
Believe me, Ellinger, you've really nothing to worry about.
All the same, Denton, I thought you ought to know about it.
I'm glad you came. But remember, I'm a solicitor, not a criminal lawyer. Though from what you've told me, I'm quite sure the police won't proceed further. I should just forget about it if I were you.
But how can I? He still insists he killed this girl.
Have you consulted a doctor?
Yes, I was on Medway's doorstep first thing.
And what did he have to say?
Well, he's one of these GPs of the old school. He seems confused as I am. Mumbled something about a sedative, and finally suggested I call in someone else.
A psychiatrist?
Yes.
Well, that's exactly what you ought to do. Look, there's a chap who's given evidence for us on several occasions. Rooney's his name. Very reliable. I'll get you his address. But in the first instance, I should get Medway to write him.
Yes, Flora?
The gentleman's arrived, sir.
Show him in, Flora.
Oh, this way, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Rooney, how do you do?
How are you?
Frank Ellinger.
Sorry I couldn't get here before today. It's not my usual practice.
No, it was good of you to come.
It's a very attractive house you have here.
You like it? Yes, I bought it when I remarried. We've been here 10 years. My business is in Norwich, but I prefer to live a little way out.
I envy you. I'm surrounded by industry. Oh. But as most of my patients are executives, I mustn't complain.
No. Would you like to get rid of your coat?
Oh, thanks.
I should drop it over the back of the chair.
Here?
Yes. Can I offer you a drink?
Not for me, thank you. But you go ahead. I gather you, from Dr. Medway's letter, you've had a spot of trouble.
That's putting it mildly. It's been like living on the edge of a volcano. I've tried talking some sense into the boy, but he won't budge. And Dr. Medway thought it would be a good idea to call someone in.
And do you? Think it's a good idea?
Well, since you ask, frankly, no. After all, it's...
I know. Better a fracture or an ulcer in the family than mental illness, eh?
Well, since you put it like that...
What exactly is it you want me to do?
Well, I'm not sure. See the boy, I suppose. Talk to him. Find some reason for his fantastic behavior.
And treat him?
Naturally.
So there's little doubt in your mind that he is mentally ill?
I wouldn't put it quite so strongly as that. He's got some bee in his bonnet, that's all.
But bees come in many varieties.
Well, what I mean is he doesn't seem off his head to me. He's under some strain or another, but let's face it, who isn't today?
True.
He's probably got what you chaps call neurosis, don't you think?
I rarely diagnose at second hand.
Well, I don't think he's insane.
But that would be more acceptable than having a murderer in the family.
Acceptable's hardly the word. Preferable, perhaps. But then his whole story is a complete fabrication, so why discuss it? It's caused me a great deal of embarrassment, I can tell you that. And I'm anxious to get to the bottom of it.
Psychiatry to the rescue, eh? You know, Mr. Ellinger, daily I'm consulted by counsel, sometimes by the defense, sometimes by the prosecution, often about the same case. Both want solutions, but always the one that suits them. There's a check, if you can oblige. The way out, if you can't. A great many doors are closed behind me. I'm afraid I can't tailor my diagnosis to save you embarrassment. But if you want the truth, then perhaps I can help.
That is all I want.
Then I'll see your boy. Does he know you've consulted me?
I did mention it, casually.
What did he say?
Nothing, he just smiled. Won't be plain sailing.
Never is. Now, I'd like to make a few notes on his background, if you'll bear with me.
Yes, no, of course.
Right. Now, Ralph's age is...
22.
And his general health?
Until his breakdown, excellent.
Any complaints of headaches, throat trouble, any other aches and pains?
No, not as far as I know.
Any history of insanity in the family?
Certainly not.
Good. Now, if I remember rightly, Dr. Medway mentioned he had been up at Cambridge.
Yes, studying law.
How did he get on?
Very well, above average, I believe.
Mm-hmm. As a child, was he very imaginative?
Not unduly so, no.
This is your second marriage?
Yes, his mother died when he was 11.
How did he take his mother's death?
He was away at school at the time. I didn't see him till after the funeral. He seemed to take it very well.
How soon after did you remarry?
Is that relevant?
If it wasn't, I shouldn't have asked.
6 months.
Did you talk to him about it?
We had a chat. He seemed unconcerned. He was more interested in a new fishing rod.
Uh-huh. How does he get on with his stepmother?
Well enough. Ralph's never been what I'd call demonstrative.
And with you?
Not too badly. To tell you the truth, he's a bit on the arty side, if you know what I mean. He wanders around with his head in the clouds. Half the time I don't know what he's talking about.
Has he any girlfriends?
Yes, he had one.
What sort of a girl?
Nice sort of girl. Works in the local library. Her name's Carol Sanford.
Mm-hmm. Sanford.
Yes, that fizzled out some time ago. Don't ask me why.
When did you first notice any change in his behavior?
Well, now I come to think of it. About a year ago. And just after my wife and I got back from abroad. He'd shut himself away in his room, wouldn't talk to anyone, and started helping himself to my drink.
I take it he's never been in trouble with the police before?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. I've just got back. I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Oh, this is Dr. Rooney, my wife.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Ellinger.
I only came in to remind you that we're dining with the Frosts.
Ah, yes.
Also, I've managed to get 2 seats for the concert.
Ah, splendid. Well, Dr. Rooney, you will want to see Ralph, I expect.
If I may.
He's in his room. I'll take you up.
Oh, forgive me, I did not.
Please, one moment.
I see we have the same taste, Mr. Ellinger. Bartok, I've the Philharmonic recording.
Really, I don't care for it myself.
Well, that divan looks very comfortable. I'm Dr. Rooney, by the way.
Yes, the trick cyclist. Interpreter of dreams, repressions, obsessions, and phallic symbols.
I'm flattered. I've never looked on myself as anything more than a good listener.
Then if I know my father, you've already earned your fee. I'm sure he's given you the complete picture.
If he had, I shouldn't be here.
Oh, and you'll find me a fascinating case. An unstable personality abounding in complexes and delusions.
You look pretty stable to me.
Ah, naughty. You should know better, Doctor. Never judge a book by its cover. I mean, to look at me, you'd never believe I killed a charming, helpless girl, would you? That these hands had squeezed the life out of her without rhyme or reason. No, of course not. Well, don't worry, Doctor. You're in good company. 'Tis odd, though, isn't it? We spend millions on the detection of crime, but confess. Offer yourself on a plate. And the truth isn't enough. They want evidence, witnesses. And if you can't produce them, They sentence you to live with it.
You'll be surprised at the number of people who daily confess to crimes they've never committed. 2 or 3 of them arrive in my consulting room every week. If the laws of evidence weren't there to protect them, they'd spend half their lives in jail.
Suppose one of your patients were guilty.
I've yet to meet one. They're usually people who are frustrated, rejected. Some need the limelight and publicity. Others seek punishment to allay certain guilt feelings.
Thanks for the lecture. Sorry I can't fit into one of your pigeonholes.
Do you smoke?
On occasions, like a chimney.
Do help yourself.
Yes, thanks. This is one of them.
Now, Mr. Ellinger.
Ralph, please. Informality will help establish transference, don't you think?
Well, Ralph, I'd like to ask you a question, if I may.
Whether I object or not, you'll ask it, so go ahead.
Now, supposing I was to tell you that 2 or 3 years ago I'd killed someone, and now I'd come along to confess, what would you say?
I'd wonder how you managed to hold out that long. I only lasted a year.
Why didn't you confess right away?
What a question. Because I was afraid. Afraid of being found out, caught, punished. It's only natural, isn't it?
Yes.
I wasn't insane. I knew I'd killed the girl. I knew I'd done wrong. I didn't relish the thought of ending up with a rope round my neck.
Then why this sudden change of heart?
Oh, because there are things that go on inside of one that I never knew about. Call it conscience, call it what you like. You know, it's ironic. I was a law student of all things. Well, I found I couldn't attend a lecture without being reminded of what I'd done. Couldn't see a girl in the street without thinking of her, the feeling of her body suddenly going limp. Her eyes, the wind against my face as I dropped her body over the cliff. And then the sudden fear when I found...
Yes, go on.
When I found...
What is it, Ralph?
Oh, good God! How could I have forgotten that?
Forgotten what, Ralph?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
What's the trouble?
It's my jacket you're sitting on. Do you mind?
But where are you off to?
So, I imagined it all, did I? We'll see.
Where are you going?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Ralph, what are you doing down here?
I'm going out.
Where to?
That's my business.
Ralph, I'm talking to you.
You let go of my arm.
Have you seen Dr. Rooney?
Yes, I've seen him.
What is it, Frank? What's happened?
God knows. Rooney, what's going on?
I don't know.
Ralph, would you mind telling me where you're going?
If you must know, to the police.
For God's sake, haven't you caused enough trouble? What are you going to do now?
Tell them about the handbag.
Handbag? What handbag?
The girl's. The one I killed. I found it in the car the following day.
Where is it?
I threw it in the marsh along the Norwich Road.
Sergeant, I'd like a word with you.
Coming, sir.
I hope you don't object to my presence, Inspector.
Why should I, Mr. Ellinger?
Oh, blast. My right foot's a soaking. There must be a leak in my boot.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Ellinger.
Yes, of course.
How's it going, Lumsden?
No luck so far. We've covered the North Marsh for about half a mile, not a sausage.
What's the bottom like?
Pretty muddy.
Hmm. How far out have you been?
About 50 yards, and that's a great deal further than anyone could throw a handbag.
Have you found anything?
Yep, the usual. Bicycle frames, a few wheels, and an old brass bedstead. I'm thinking of going into the old iron business.
Not a bad idea. Here, I say.
Huh?
Whose kids are those?
Oh, I don't know. Probably from that cottage across the marsh, I should think.
Better give them a shout. Isn't safe for them to be playing around here.
Right, sir.
And you and the lads had better work down the south side.
Oh, bless, the boys will love that. Hey, you kids, out of it. Go on. It's dangerous to play here, look.
Inspector, you don't really expect to find anything, do you?
I'm sorry, sir, but having received this information, it's my duty to act on it.
Yes, I appreciate that, but the boy's obviously unwell. Today it's a handbag in the marsh. Tomorrow he'll come up with some other cotton bull story.
Right, go, come on. No, not a big stone as that. This one, yes.
Not once. You get stuck in that marsh and you'll find yourselves in real trouble.
Well, what are all those men doing out there, mister? Are you coppers?
Never you mind. Now go on.
gone out?
No, ma'am. He's in the study.
Thank you. It's all right, Ralph. You don't have to hide that bottle behind your back. If you want a drink, you're welcome to it.
I don't know why I bother. It doesn't help.
Then why do you?
It's thirst quenching.
I wish I could understand you. You've everything a boy could want.
Is that so?
Yet you carry a chip on your shoulder the size of a house.
God, you talk in cliches, don't you?
What is it you want, Ralph?
From you, nothing.
From anybody. You walk around with a face as long as a week.
Here we go again.
You imagine I'm something of a fool, don't you? Well, I'm not.
I love people who ask you a question and then answer it themselves.
Oh, I know you've never liked me. There's no need to pretend. You look on me as something of an intruder, don't you?
I've never really thought about it.
Then it's about time you started thinking. What can you hope to achieve by this story?
I'm not with you.
What do you hope to gain by it? Can't you see what it's doing to your father? Is it some way of hitting back at him?
Oh, for God's sake.
Don't turn your back on me. You know what I'm talking about.
Do I?
The truth is, you resent the attention he pays to me. You always have, ever since I came into the house. Don't deny it. I've noticed the way you look at me.
You're way off the beam. I couldn't care less about you.
I don't believe a word. You're jealous. I don't have to be a psychiatrist to see that.
You and Rooney would make a fine pair. Well, won't you join me, Mother?
Ralph, please listen to me. You know very well you never killed that girl. Your statement's a lie from beginning to end. There's no bag. There never was a bag. Now, why don't you admit it? Admit it.
They're back.
What?
I heard a car door.
Oh. It's your father's.
I knew it. They've found the bag.
Frank, what's happened?
Ralph, come here. Put down that glass and come here. Don't let me have to ask you again.
Well, let's hear the glad tidings.
They didn't find anything.
What?
The police didn't find any bag.
Oh, but I took them down there. I showed them where I threw it.
They've had a dozen men there the entire day. They've searched for half a mile either side of the road. They didn't find anything.
Well, perhaps I made a mistake. It was dark when I threw it out, and the car was moving.
You're ill. You realize that, don't you? What you believe is the truth is just a figment of your imagination. Try and understand.
No, I tell you, I threw her bag into the marsh.
Ralph, if this goes on, sooner or later it'll get into the press. You want that to happen?
All you can think about is the press and your business. It's never occurred to you that I might be telling the truth. No. Well, let me repeat it once again. I killed that girl. Is that clear? I killed her. Not from spite or malice or any reason that I know, but I killed her, and I'll prove it to you. Somehow I'll prove it to you.
Mr. Gray?
Oh, that's me.
I'm Inspector Hadley. I've driven over from Wintersley. I won't keep you a moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're the chap who called by yesterday when I was out.
That's right, yes.
My wife did mention something. It was my market day. Oh, I'm sorry I've given you an extra journey.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, these dreaded kids. Here, stop that noise, will you? If you want to play, go into the yard.
It's got my ball.
Well, there's half a dozen others in the shed. Now go on, round the back, both on you. Ah, little devils.
Your kids? Mm-hmm. I saw them playing in the marsh yesterday. It's pretty treacherous out there, though.
Oh, I shouldn't worry about them. It's been their playground since they were so high. Now, what's it you want to see me about?
Oh, just a routine call. We were led to understand that a woman's bag was thrown into the marsh a short distance from here.
Handbag?
Yes. A light plastic affair with broad stitching and a shoulder strap. I wondered if either you or your wife had seen anything like it floating around.
When was it thrown there, do you know?
Well, some time back. Last year, in fact.
No, I haven't come across it. I'm sure my wife had mentioned it if she had.
Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Thank you for your help again, Mr. Gray.
I've been looking all over for you, sir. I'd almost given up.
I called back to see Mr. Gray, without much success.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, well, now, what's your problem, Lumsden?
Well, sir, I got a friend of yours outside.
Oh? Who?
Young Ellinger.
Oh, no. Not again.
Yup. Should I send him packing or get on the blower to his father?
No. Let's have him in.
Sir. Inspector, see you, Mr. Ellinger. Go on in.
All right, Sergeant.
Sir.
It was good of you to see me, Inspector.
Oh, what is it this time, Mr. Ellinger?
Look, I'm sorry about the bag. I know you've been put to a great deal of trouble.
That's the understatement of the year.
But it is somewhere in the marsh, believe me. I might have thrown it further on. You see, I was travelling at about 30 miles an hour.
Mr. Ellinger, just take a look at this map, will you? There are thousands of acres of marshland between here and Norwich, and it'd take my men a month of Sundays to cover that area.
Yes.
Now, look here, son. Why don't you go home like a good boy? You know, I'm getting just a little tired of you, Mr. Ellinger.
Do you know where I've been for the last couple of hours?
No, do tell me.
Down to the seafront.
Oh, I wish I could have joined you. Instead, I've been gallivanting around the countryside, and to no avail.
Look, I'm sorry you couldn't find the bag.
Not half as sorry as I am.
But maybe this will convince you.
What is it?
It's one of her buttons, off her coat.
Where'd you get this?
I found it on the beach, among the rocks below the cliff.
Oh? How do I know that?
What?
How do I know you found this button on the beach?
Because I'm telling you.
But you've told me so many things, haven't you?
But it's off her coat, I'm sure of it, and I swear to you I found it at the foot of the cliff.
Well, even if you had, what would it prove?
I don't understand.
Did anyone else see the girl in the coat?
Well, in the pub.
They don't remember you. Besides, these buttons are manufactured in the 100,000. Oh, for goodness sake, man, use your head. But you think I'm being unreasonable, don't you? But my job isn't to prove a man guilty or innocent. As a law student, you should know that in a capital charge, I merely submit a report to the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes, I do know that.
And only then can I make an arrest. Now, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? I ask you. You see, I suppose you think that I've been neglectful, don't you? Well, believe me, I haven't. I've been in touch with Liverpool, circulated your description of the girl, checked with missing persons both here and in Ireland. I've even spoken to the hydrographic section of the Admiralty to check the tides last year. They said it was possible that a body might have been carried toward the coast of Germany. So, the Yard have even spoken to Interpol, without any success, I might add. I've checked with everyone who could have been of the slightest help. Well, you'll agree that we've been pretty thorough, eh?
Yes.
But you haven't produced a single witness or an item of evidence to substantiate any part of your story. Can you blame me for being skeptical? No, I haven't come across many murderers in my time, but the few I have met have been very anxious not to be caught. Well, doesn't your behavior strike you as rather odd?
You don't realize what's going on inside me.
Well, that's hardly my province. But if you want my candid opinion, son, you need a rest. Now, you go away for a spell. But whatever you do, I don't want to see you here again. And for your father's sake, stay out of trouble.
Oh, Miss Haynes, I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. I'm working on the Mansfield estimate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellinger, but it's Mr. Ryder from the Gazette. He said it was very urgent.
Frank, forgive me for barging in like this.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. All right, Miss Haynes.
Yes, sir.
I was going to telephone, but on second thoughts I decided to make it a personal call.
Pull up a chair.
No, I haven't time for a cosy chat. We go to press today. Now, let me come straight to the point and then get the hell away out of here.
What's up with you?
I, found your boy waiting in my office when I got back from lunch.
Oh, yes?
He spilled me a fantastic story. Well, frankly, it made my hair stand on end.
How about a girl, an Irish girl?
Oh, yes, you know about it?
Yes, I certainly do. It's been going on for some time now. I've had to call in a psychiatrist.
Oh, I thought as much. Yeah, I remember you telling me he hadn't been well.
Nothing's leaked out, has it?
No, of course not. There's no question of publication.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Bill.
Oh, don't thank me, please. Look, if there's anything I can do...
Not just now.
No. Well, I'd better get back to the office. Give my love to Ruth.
Yes, I will. Oh, Miss Haynes.
Yes, Mr. Ellinger.
Call this number, will you, and get Dr. Rooney on the line.
I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but I was delayed at the hospital.
Well, Dr. Rooney, I had a call from the inspector. Ralph's been down to the police station again.
When was this?
Before lunch. This time about a button he said he'd found on the beach. I'm surprised Hadley didn't put him under lock and key.
The boy's not certifiable, at least not in my opinion.
You might change your mind when you hear the rest. He then called in at the offices of the Gazette. It's a good job the editor's a friend of mine, I can tell you, or his confession might have been splashed across the front page. You'd hardly describe that as normal behaviour, would you?
I know it's distressing for you.
Distressing, good God.
Look, I'd like Ralph to be at my consulting room tomorrow morning.
Why?
I think it might be an idea to exclude the possibility of any physical abnormality. Say 11:30.
I'll do what I can, but I'll probably need a team of wild horses.
I'll relieve you of that jacket, Ralph, then onto the couch.
Leave my shoes on?
Yes, that's all right. When I've done this encephalogram, my nurse will take a blood sample, and then I want you to go across to the hospital for an X-ray.
It must be costing my father a packet.
You talk as though he keeps you short.
Oh, heaven forbid, no, he's generous, more than generous.
Then why don't you like him?
Did I say that?
Just raise your head a little. Now, don't worry about these wires. They won't give you a shock or anything.
It's an odd gadget. I feel as though I'm about to be launched into space.
Yeah, I'm almost through. There. Now, I shall ask you to do one or two things. Just do them, but don't talk.
You're asking a lot.
Ready?
Yes.
Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. Now, close your eyes. Open them. Now, close them again. Fine, that's all.
Can I open them?
Yes, but no, stay where you are. Just let me get rid of this paraphernalia. Tell me, what do you do in your spare time?
Oh, books, music.
No friends?
I find it difficult enough to contend with myself.
Your father mentioned a girl you were friendly with, a Miss Sanford.
Oh, did he?
What was she like?
Oh, upper crust intellectual. Pretty.
Sounds promising.
Yes. Well, if you're through, where do I go for this blood test?
Yes, sir. Could I help you?
Yes, I wonder if you could tell me where I can find Miss Sanford.
Oh, she's about somewhere. Oh, she's with the trolley. Over there by the fine arts section.
Oh, thank you. Miss Sanford?
Yes?
Oh, forgive me. My name is Dr. Rooney.
Oh, if it's the medical section you want, it's just on the other side of the gangway.
No, this is a personal matter.
Oh?
I really shouldn't be bothering you. Please carry on.
What is it you want to see me about?
I believe you know a young man called Ralph Ellinger.
I did.
He happens to be a patient of mine.
Oh, is he ill?
Well, he's not exactly ill.
I think I understand. You're a psychiatrist, aren't you?
You don't seem very surprised.
I'm not.
May I ask why?
Must I talk about it? I'd rather not.
Might help.
All right. What is it you want to know?
When did you stop seeing Ralph?
6 or 7 months ago.
You know I expect that he had a breakdown.
Yes, I did hear something about it. Oh, but it wasn't on my account, I promise you. As a matter of fact, I wrote to him when I heard, but he never replied.
You knew him well, though.
Very. At one time we were... Oh, that was all over a long time ago.
What went wrong exactly?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. For some unaccountable reason, he became remote, detached. He began to drink. He'd let me down, and when we did meet, we did nothing but quarrel.
About what?
Oh, anything, everything.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever mention a girl called Peggy to you?
Peggy? Peggy who?
An Irish girl. That's all I know about her.
No, he never mentioned her to me. Who is she?
I'm not sure myself at the moment. Now, what I'm going to ask you may seem a little odd. Was he ever violent towards you in any way?
Who, Ralph?
Now, this is very important, Miss Sanford. Was he ever aggressive towards you?
Good heavens, no. Why'd you ask? Oh, what's happened?
Oh, nothing for you to worry about. Now, about his behaviour. To your knowledge, did he ever avoid certain places?
It's odd you should ask me that. We used to go for walks along the cliffs, and then suddenly he refused to go up there.
Did he say why?
No, he wouldn't give any reason. I can't tell you why, but at times he frightened me.
Shh! Miss Tretter's most disturbing.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I haven't been much help, Dr. Rooney.
On the contrary, I'm very grateful.
Goodbye, Miss Sanford.
Goodbye.
Oh, Frank, I'm glad you're back early.
Why, has Rooney arrived?
No, but there is someone waiting to see you. A Mr. Preedy.
Preedy? I don't know any Preedy.
Well, if you'd rather not see him...
No, all right. Ask Flora to whip up some tea, will you?
Yes, of course.
Ah, Mr. Ellinger? Mr. Frank Ellinger?
Yes?
I am Joseph Preedy, of the Preedy Investigation Bureau, Charnley Street, Norwich. My card.
Yes, Mr. Preedy?
You will understand, sir, that it is not usual for a member of my profession to betray a client's confidence. But, on the other hand, there are occasions when one has to draw the line. If you know what I mean, sir.
I don't at the moment, but do go on.
Well, let me put it like this, sir. There are times when I am asked to do something which may appear a trifle odd. Oh, you'd be amazed at the number of crackpots who wind up in front of my desk. Watch my neighbour's wife or trace my ginger Tom.
Yes, I'd be grateful if you'd be a little more precise, Mr. Preedy.
Of course. A young man by the name of Ralph Ellinger arrived in my office this afternoon.
My son, you say?
So I have since ascertained. He asked me to assist him in an investigation, the investigation of a murder.
Oh.
Now, sir, it is not the first time I have been approached on such matters. The Preedy Investigation Bureau has a reputation...
Yes, quite, but do please keep to the point.
Well, sir, you can imagine my surprise when your son stated he had committed the murder. I was a trifle shaken, to say the least. And you do see the quandary I was in, don't you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Without offence, it was obviously a case of non-compos mentis, so I felt it my duty to follow him, sir, and this I did.
Yes, I'm more than grateful to you, Mr. Preedy. You're quite right, my son is unwell. It was good of you to let me know of this incident. Please do send me a bill to cover any out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, that is most kind of you, sir. Oh, most kind of you indeed.
Well, from the X-rays, Mr. Ellinger, there's certainly no disease of the central nervous system.
Somehow it would have been a relief if there was. At least we'd have put our finger on it.
Are you sure you won't have any tea, Doctor?
No, thank you, Mrs. Ellinger. The encephalogram was normal, and so were the blood tests. I've no doubt the boy's physically sound.
What about his mental condition?
Well, he's intelligent, well-orientated. His memory's a little hazy, but then there are no symptoms of mental disease.
Look, Doctor, do you know what that boy did this afternoon? He visited a private detective in Norwich to help him investigate. He's obviously unbalanced.
I wouldn't have described him in that way.
Well, how would you describe him?
He's not specifically sick, but greatly disturbed. From the few talks I've had with him and the tests I've carried out, I'd say he was emotionally immature.
That's a little vague, isn't it?
To put it bluntly, he hasn't grown up.
He's grown up enough to go and lie to the police.
I'd call that childish. On occasions, he has a slight withdrawal from reality, but then so do we all. When we daydream, for example.
Oh, this is all so much mumbo-jumbo. Can you clear this condition up? That's what I want to know.
In time, yes.
How long?
I'm not a contractor. I can't give you a delivery date. Psychoanalysis is a lengthy process. Weeks, months, years in some cases.
I thought there were drugs you could use.
There are. Pentothal, methadone. But it's a drastic, painful way.
Surely this calls for drastic action. My position's intolerable, don't you see that?
If it'll help to get at the truth.
But even if I use a drug, there's no guarantees.
But surely it's worth a try.
Very well, providing the boy agrees.
Where shall I go, Doctor, on the divan?
Yes, I think you'll be comfortable there. But jacket off, sleeve up.
Sure. You know, the last time I had an injection was at school. There were about 50 of us. By the time they got to me, the needle was blunt. I hope that one's nice and sharp.
As a needle.
I can't bear syringes.
I'll turn your head the other way if you prefer.
What are you giving me?
A little pentothal.
To eliminate deception and reveal the truth, eh?
Now, that's somewhat exaggerated. Let's say it lowers the barriers and helps one relive certain experiences.
So you still think I'm lying?
Have I ever said you were? Now, just hold your arm still. This won't hurt. Now, just put on this lamp. Draw the curtains. Now, don't you fidget. You lie still.
Did I tell you I'd thought of suicide?
No.
Oh, well, I had. Often. But I hadn't the guts. I don't know how I walked into that police station. You know, Doctor, this may interest you. Before I left the university, I was writing a thesis on crime and society. And do you know what I think? People want their pound of flesh providing it's not from the family circle. Morality's so convenient, isn't it? How long does this stuff take to work?
Oh, not long. A minute or so. If you like to move your feet over, I'm just caught on the edge of the divan.
Oh, do. Make yourself at home.
How are you feeling?
Oh, pleasant. Very pleasant indeed. It's nice. Yeah, I feel as though I've had half a dozen gins. The room's beginning to spin a bit.
No. Lie back and relax.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Wicked. Wicked.
What is it, Ralph? What are you thinking about?
That girl. Peggy. The one I killed.
Did you kill her, Ralph?
Oh, God, why doesn't anyone believe that? Of course. I killed her. We were sitting there, in the car. The windows were all misted up. I had my arm around her. And suddenly she looked older. I felt a kind of resentment stirring in me, and I couldn't remember what I was doing there, but it was as though I'd arranged it all. My head was aching. I felt I couldn't go on the way things were, and I had to be rid of her.
Who?
The girl. Then I got my hands around her throat and held them there, tight. I'd show her. Yes, I'd show her. Go on. Struggle, you bitch! Struggle! Hey, for all the good it'll do you. Why, oh, the pleasure of it. If only you knew. And then her face began to turn blue, and her eyes went all bloodshot, and she stopped struggling, and there was some blood trickling down her lip onto my hand. I wiped it on her coat.
No, this simply didn't happen, did it, Ralph?
It did. Was it the thing I imagined? That drive to the cliff. I was so afraid. I could hardly grip the wheel. But she was lighter than I thought, and she seemed to float through the air as I dropped her over the edge. Then I drove back here. My father was abroad having a grand time with his beloved Ruth. And I found some whiskey and drank the lot and fell asleep. Right here. Next day, I had a terrible shock. Found the bag.
Whose bag?
The girl's. In the car. Had a broad stitching round the edge and a long shoulder strap. And I knew it was hers when I saw the initial. It was a large gilt M.
M?
Mm-hmm. I hid it in the cubbyhole, and then later I threw it in the marsh. And all this time, and I still, I can still hear her voice and smell her perfume. And won't I ever be rid of her? Doctor, you must help me. Now, please help me. I can't suffer it anymore.
No. All right, old chap. Now, just take it easy. Now, give me some tablets. Just hang on, I'll get you a little water. Now, take these. They'll make you feel a lot better.
Thanks.
That's the way. Now, I'll leave you a couple more. I shall take them about 9:30. Now, just lie back try and sleep.
Well, has he had the injection, Doctor?
Yes.
How is he?
Fair. Could we go into your study?
Yes, of course. Come along this way. Well, what happened?
The same story, only this time more detailed. You know, it's odd. Most people with delusions are inclined to deviate, embellish, distort. Yet
Well, you surely can't believe there's any truth in his story.
Sometimes it's difficult to separate what's true from fantasy. But either way, I think I understand his motive.
You do?
Yes. This murder he describes indicates hatred against someone or some situation. In this case, I believe that someone is your wife.
Ruth.
Well, there's nothing novel in that. The substitution of one person for another often happens in a criminal act.
But Ruth, what has she ever done to him?
Nothing deliberately. But in his mind, she may have deprived him of your love and companionship.
Can't be serious. Ralph doesn't care a damn about me.
A child hasn't been born who doesn't care about his mother or father. At the time of your marriage, the boy felt rejected.
Oh, this is just psychiatric jargon.
You think so, do you? Tell me, how much time have you given the boy in the past 10 years?
Well, I'm not exactly idle. My business doesn't run itself, you know.
Yes, but you've time for parties, theatres, holidays.
Yes, so do thousands of other couples. They don't all drag their kids around with them. Why should he suddenly go off the rails?
Why are some people accident-prone and others not? You can't generalize. The boy needed you. Emotionally, you gave him nothing. His hostility had to have an outlet. If you saw Ralph's statement, you'll notice the similarity between the girl he described and your wife.
But murder? For heaven's sake.
It may sound absurd, but the seeds of violence can't grow in a vacuum. They need a nourishing soil. It's usually found in the family. The boy craved for emotional security. You didn't give him that.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand a word you're talking about. I've given the boy a good home, and Ruth's done everything to fill his mother's place. But he hasn't made the slightest effort. You ask me, he started this cock and bull story to cause trouble. To create a rift. Why else should he go to the police?
The pressure of guilt, perhaps?
Pressure of guilt, my foot. I don't believe a word of it.
Under pentothal, he described the girl's bag in detail.
But there is no bag. The police couldn't find it.
Ralph mentioned the initial M.
M?
He said it was in gilt lettering.
So?
Well, doesn't that strike you as odd?
Yes, it does, considering he told us the girl's name was Peggy.
Exactly. Peggy is a diminutive of Margaret.
Margaret?
Yeah. Now, if he was lying, why embroider it in such detail? In fact, why mention the initial at all?
He has a more colourful imagination than you give him credit for.
Perhaps.
Look, Doctor, the boy has his failings, but to my knowledge, he's never lifted a finger to harm anyone. Can you honestly believe he'd kill a helpless young girl in cold blood?
I don't know, Mr. Ellinger. I wasn't there. But we all have primitive impulses that constantly seek relief. And no one is incapable of murder, believe me.
But there's no evidence, nothing. What he said under pentothal would hardly be admissible. There's no case to answer.
I agree, but whatever you or I believe, try and understand that he's burdened with an insufferable guilt. And this can be more painful than an open wound, and far worse than anything the law can inflict.
If only he'd go away for a while. Take a rest, abroad. Wouldn't that help?
Travel alone?
Well, he's not a child, is he?
No, of course not. Well, perhaps it might be an idea for him to get away from here for a while.
From me, you mean, don't you?
It's his source of conflict. There's little point in aggravating it. Going abroad might be one solution, I suppose.
Well, will you talk to him? He might listen to you.
I'll try. I'll call by again in the morning.
Thank you. Goodbye, Doctor.
Ellinger.
Hello?
Dr. Rooney?
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you so late, Doctor. It's Ralph Ellinger here.
Oh, yes, Ralph. What's the trouble?
Yes, I've just woken up. Now, I don't know whether it was the drug, the tablets, or what, but I've just remembered something else, something important.
Yes, what is it?
Well, the morning after it happened, I gave a friend of mine a lift. You remember the girl my father spoke about, Carol Sanford.
Yes, go on.
Well, I didn't find the bag in the car till the afternoon. It dropped between the seat and the door. So, she must have seen it as she climbed into the car, I'm sure of it.
Now, I think you'll agree it's a little late to start another investigation. Let's talk about it in the morning.
No, but Doctor, this is important.
It'll keep. Now, have you taken the other tablets I gave you?
No, not yet.
Well, take them right away, and I'll see you first thing in the morning. Good night.
Yeah, but
174. 174.
Wintersley 174.
Carol,
Who's that?
it's Ralph. Ralph Ellinger.
Ralph. Oh, how are you?
Yes, fine. Look, I want to talk to you. It's very important.
Well, what is it?
No, not over the phone. Could you possibly meet me somewhere?
What, tonight? But I'm in bed.
But I must see you right away.
I'm sorry, Ralph. It's terribly late and I've a busy day ahead of me.
Carol, I must speak to
Then
you.
sometime tomorrow, perhaps. Good night.
No, Carol. Carol.
Who's that? Ralph!
Shh. Keep your voice down.
Ralph, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry, but I had to see you.
Are you out of your mind? My father's room's across the hall.
Please, Carol, this won't take long, but I must talk to you.
Pass me my housecoat, quickly.
Listen, I only want to...
Quiet a minute.
What's wrong?
I thought I heard someone in the hallway. It's all right. Now, what do you want?
Well, it's difficult. Look, Carol, I need your help.
Couldn't it wait till tomorrow?
No, please. You probably won't believe what I'm going to tell you, but last year when I came down for the summer vac, I killed a girl.
You killed a girl?
Strangled, murdered, call it what you like. Then I threw her body into the sea, and there's no trace of her, nothing.
Oh, Ralph, you are ill, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Look, why don't you sit down and rest for a moment? I'll telephone your father.
No.
Oh. Well, can I get you anything? A drink, perhaps?
Will you stop treating me like a sick creature or something? What I told you is the truth. Oh, well, can't I make anyone understand? My father calls in a psychiatrist. Questions, but no one listens. Even the police.
Police?
Yes, I made a full confession. But what I need is evidence. A single witness might make all the difference.
But I can't help you, Ralph.
You can. You can if only you'll think back. I know you'll remember.
Remember what?
I gave you a lift the morning after it happened. Now, the girl's bag was in the car, lodged between the seat and the door. You must have seen it as you climbed in.
I don't remember.
No. It was a light plastic bag with heavy stitching and a strap.
No, I don't remember any bag.
Carol, think carefully, please.
No, if I'd seen a bag, I'm sure I'd have remembered it.
There was an initial on the bag, too, the letter M.
I'm sorry, Ralph.
But you're not trying.
Please, Ralph, you're hurting my arm.
Think, for God's sake, think.
Please leave go of me. Thank you.
Carol, don't you understand? You're my last chance. If you don't help me, there's nothing I can do.
But I didn't see the bag. Now, Ralph, please go.
No.
You're ill, Ralph. You need help, don't you see that? You didn't kill that girl. I know you. You couldn't hurt anyone.
Couldn't I?
No, I don't believe you could.
So I imagined it all. It's all in my mind, eh?
You're not a murderer, Ralph. You couldn't be.
No. We'll see. We'll see.
Ralph, what are you doing? Keep away from it. Ralph, please.
Go. I can't do it. Oh, forgive me.
It's all right, Ralph. Just lie down. There.
I'm coming.
Mr. Ellinger's expecting me.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on in, won't you?
Ah, Inspector Hadley. In here, if you will.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I believe you've met my wife.
Oh, yes, sir. Good morning, Mrs. Ellinger.
It's hardly that, is it?
No, I suppose not. But that boy's lucky. I saw Mr. Sandford again this morning. He could prosecute for trespass and the girl for assault, but they'd rather not.
Why have you come, then?
Oh, forgetting the Sandfords for a moment. In view of all that's happened, I'm of two minds whether or not to apply to have him remanded for a medical report.
Is that necessary? Haven't we had enough trouble already? Look, Dr. Rooney's with him now. He's suggested that he gets away from here for a while.
Oh, he has he? Well, I don't know whether I would advise that, sir.
But everything's arranged. He's packed. The train leaves in 15 minutes, and I've got his plane tickets.
Well, I don't want to hold him up, but I think I ought to have a word with Dr. Rooney first.
Oh, he'll be down in a minute. Won't you take a seat?
Thank you.
Look, I'm sure you'll agree a few months in the sun and Ralph will be as right as rain.
All packed, Ralph?
Very nearly, Doctor.
What have you got there?
Gin. You disapprove?
I doubt if my saying yes will stop you.
You know, I've a feeling I shan't see this room again.
Now, that's nonsense, and you know it.
Is it? Tell me, Dr. Rooney, what conclusion did you reach, finally?
Conclusion?
Don't hedge.
The criterion of murder is malice aforethought. I can't believe that you would ever kill anyone deliberately in cold blood.
But did I kill the girl, or didn't I?
Now, listen to me, Ralph. From when we're so high, we all have dreams and memories that alarm and torment us.
I'm not a child anymore. This memory is real.
The dividing line between reality and fantasy is a very thin one.
Round and round and round. Don't you ever say yes or no to a question?
When I know the answer.
You're stumped. After all those tests and cosy chats we had, that doesn't say much for your noble profession, does it? I'm sorry. At least you listened. Oh, God, if they'd only charged me. It would have been so much easier. It's worse to punish yourself, isn't it? There's just no limit to one's own cruelty. I'm already building a dungeon inside myself.
In time, you'll come to terms with it, Ralph.
Oh, you're wrong, Doctor. I never shall.
I must have a word with your father. I'll see you before you go.
Dr. Rooney, this is Inspector Hadley.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
I said you thought it would be all right for Ralph to leave.
Is that correct, sir? Is he quite normal?
What's normal?
Well, you know what I mean, sir. I'd hate a repeat of last night's little episode.
I don't think that's very likely, do you, Doctor?
Well, sir, what's your verdict?
I don't think you've grounds to confine the boy, but I am of the opinion it would be to his advantage to leave here.
I see. Very well, Mr. Ellinger. He can go.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I'm very grateful for all you've done. I don't think I need to say more.
Well, that's all right, sir. I've a lad of my own. These things can happen in any family. And but that boy's lucky he has a father like you.
Oh, Ralph, come on down.
Well, goodbye, sir, and goodbye, Mrs. Ellinger.
Goodbye, Inspector.
All ready, are we, Ralph?
More or less.
Well, now, don't go off without your ticket, will you?
Oh, no.
I think this should see you through for a couple of months.
What?
Well, go on, take it. Just wire me if you need any more. Now, I'll get the car round.
Oh, no, don't bother. I can drive myself to the
Oh,
station.
no bother, I insist.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Ralph. You know where you can reach me, if you need to.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Ralph. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye.
You know, Ralph, this is really an ideal time of year for a holiday. I wish I could leave the business and join you, believe me. Well, you'll know how things are.
Yeah, of course.
Still, you have a good time. Which reminds me, there's a little place about 10 miles south of Dijon called Nuit Saint-Georges. It's a marvelous hotel there. You listening to me, Ralph?
What? Oh, yes.
What are you looking at? Oh, those kids on the marshland. You'd think their parents would know better than let them play there. Still, as I was saying, there's this wonderful little hotel. Your mother and I stayed there when we were first married. I haven't been back there since, but they're bound to remember me. Why don't you go down there? Food's excellent, and I promise you'll be comfortable.
Pete, that policeman said we're not to play here.
Why? We're not doing any harm?
No, come on. We better go back and clean the yard.
Here, wait a minute. There's something down there in the water.
Where?
There, look.
Oh, it's only an old bag. Oh, look, careful. It's all covered in mud.
There's a gold letter on it. M.
Where? That's not gold.
Oh, look, you've made me drop it. It sunk right to the bottom.
So what? Who cares about it anyway? It's only an old bag. Come on, let's go.
I'll beat you back to the farm.
In Torment, by Philip Levine, the part of Ralph Ellinger was played by Barry Foster and Dr. Rooney by Derek Bond. Frank Ellinger by Rolf Lefevre, Ruth Ellinger by Barbara Bolton, Inspector Hadley, Philip Morant, Sergeant Lumsden and Mr. Preedy, Peter Claughton, Flora, Priscilla Benson, Publican, Arthur Gomez, Mr. Ryder and Mr. Carstairs, Will Layton, Mr. Denton, Godfrey Kenton, Carol Sanford, Dorrit Wells, Constable Barclay, Michael Spice, Brenda, Patricia Bendall, Daphne, Patricia Cree, David, Terry Raven, and Pete, Jeremy Ranchev. The recorded production was by Robin Midgley. You can hear a repeat of this programme in Afternoon Theatre on Monday the 7th of May from 3 until 4:30 p.m.
Now, until the news at 10 o'clock, here's a gramophone record of Walter Gieseking playing the Jeu d'eau of Ravel. Now, the news follows in a few moments after the chimes of Big Ben for 10 o'clock.
If you can tear your eyes from my rose garden, young man, I've got something else for you to look at. Here.
Piece of plastic.
Look at this card through it.
Eh?
What do you see?
Breaks up the light. It's a sort of prism.
Quite still, Dickon. Hold the card quite still.
Numbers. 3, 7, 4, 2, 9, 1.
A map reference. The prism, if I may.
There you go.
Now look at the card again.
It's just a jumble of numbers. Hundreds of them. So, that's it.
Yes, that's it. Is it safe enough? Safe enough for the basis of a partnership?
Perhaps, Matheson.
Only perhaps. With this bit of plastic, I can import any drugs I like in absolute secrecy. You'd be running a sales network that would never suffer for lack of goods.
So, the number the prism decoded?
Is the point at which the commodity will arrive. It is the link between the source and myself.
Neat, Matheson. Safe.
A reaction I would expect from a person I think well of. Let's go to the house, Dickon, and seal a safe, lucrative partnership. The rose garden can be admired another time.
Jammy one, Ray. Cute straight into the pocket. You've been practicing on the sly.
Yeah. I don't want to play billiards anymore, nurse.
Marty, Ray. The name's Marty.
Is it? I forgot. It's easier to call everybody in this place nurse.
You don't like it, do you?
Like hospital. No, I don't like it. It's not doing me any good.
Well, give it time.
They all say that. Time. I keep coming back. When I watch my girl, they'd never come back. I'd just sit at the table, drink a pint of beer, and watch her. Then the insects will go away.
There's nothing there, Ray.
Your eyesight isn't good enough, that's all. Look at my hands, Marty. Go on, look at them. See them? The lines of my skin. Insects. Hundreds of tiny insects. They've got little legs like hairs. See them? Eh?
Right.
All over my hands. Won't go away. This place doesn't do them any good. My girl did. She made them go away.
What girl?
Just a girl.
What's her name?
No. No. If I tell you her name, you'll try and pick her up. Take her away from me.
Don't be stupid.
Have you got a girl?
Well, I had, once.
I've got a girl. She can make these insects go away. Do you think the doctors would let me go and see her?
I doubt it, but you can ask.
If I saw her, they'd go right away. They'd never come back. They eat, you know. Eat the sweat off my hands and turn it into poison so that I can't touch my food. Did you know that, Marty?
Yeah. Have a cigarette.
Thanks. I wonder what my girl's doing now.
Sitting with her feet up listening to her stereo if she's got any sense.
No. My girl will be working.
Well, at this time of night?
She's beautiful. People go to see her. She works at a nightclub, an expensive nightclub.
Oh?
Mr. Nikos. He looks after her.
I'll wring Nikos's damn neck when I see him in the morning. That pig he's palmed me off with tonight. Oh, damn this zip. Oh, that's got it. Oh, he's a long time in the bathroom. Michael, or whatever you're calling yourself, have you finished in there? Michael! Oh, what the hell? What are you doing in there? Michael? Oh, say something, for heaven's sake. Oh, it's not locked. Michael, for... Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Nikos! Nikos!
Good party, Mr. Christolos. Good party. A party that makes money for Nikos Christolos is always a good one, Jacob. Quality market. Law of supply and demand.
Nikos!
What the hell? Amnesia, start us, Jacob. Oh, my gosh. Get lawyers to calm them down.
Nikos!
Get back in that room. Get in there, Julie. What do you mean by shouting my name over the heads of my guests?
Over there, Nikos.
Answer me.
Over there, in the bathroom.
You disgrace me. My clients dislike coarseness, whatever else they... Oh, God, no.
I heard the glass smash.
He's dead.
Beautiful roses, Dickon, don't you think?
Matheson, you can't persuade me I was brought all the way down here at this time of the morning to discuss your roses.
Can't I?
Come on. I know you don't like giving bad news. Touch of the bureaucrat, eh?
Things have gone a little wrong. Holt has failed to turn up. He was due to arrive at 3 this morning, carrying the link for the coming delivery, and he has failed to turn up.
How? Could he be late?
Holt is never late. Something's happened to him.
Happened to him? I'll lay my hands on him. Something damn well will happen to him.
Ah, Dickon, please. That sort of approach will get us nowhere. I know Holt. He is reliable. Whatever it is won't be his fault. I can guarantee that. There's no point in making wild threats.
Oh, really? Well, sometimes the direct approach works wonders.
You run a distribution ring, Dickon. There you might be right. But I run a business where such actions tend to be counterproductive. Anyway, I'm afraid the situation is more serious than it appears.
Ah. Oh, I know that without the link we'll have to miss this delivery. Count of 10,000 loss. I don't want that any more than you do. The link itself's totally innocuous.
True. An anonymous, many-faced prism.
It's gone perfectly since we first started working together. 2 identical cards. One here, one in Cuba. Each card covered with numbers from 0 to 9. To be photographed through a prism which singles out a map reference number.
It's a good system.
Until the prism goes missing on its way from Cuba. I mean, you aren't going to decode the reference numbers with the bottom of a milk bottle.
That is just the point, Dickon.
Look, unless you've developed a sudden brotherly love for Holt, I don't see what you're worried about. I don't want to lose 10,000, but it won't break us.
It isn't heroin this time.
Not? What do you mean, not heroin?
The Cubans have a charming name for it. A charming name for an expensive commodity. They call it stardust.
Oh, very pretty. What is it when it's at home?
A lysergic acid and methaqualone derivative.
Oh, that'd blow a few skulls.
It would, if we could get hold of it. There's a big advantage to it over straight LSD. The stuff is physically addictive, and the build-up to dependency is remarkably fast.
Why the hell's it called stardust?
2 reasons. Firstly, it comes in the form of a crystalline yellow powder, almost yellow ochre. In the right light, it looks like golden caster sugar. 1 grain is sufficient to give a very pleasant time, I believe.
You said 2 reasons, Matheson.
The refinement is such that it can be carried in minute quantities that are easily concealed. Also, dogs don't respond to it.
Yes, yes.
We are going to have a £10 drop to be bulked up with 500 pounds of pure glucose for final sale. The second reason it's called stardust is because we pay 50,000 for a pound weight of pure concentrate.
50,000 a pound?
$500,000 for the drop.
And we've paid it?
What kind of a businessman do you take me for, Dickon? We've paid half only. The other half is payable on collection. Collection, mark you, not delivery.
Am I supposed to feel happy about that? $250,000 instead of half? It's a fantastic deal, Matheson. Bigger than anything. Hell, we'll never be able to absorb the loss. The entire connection will dry up for lack of funds.
True.
True? Is that all you can say? Is that what I tell my pushers? Matheson, you know right, no bloody right at all to invest that amount of money without consulting me. Look, I came into a partnership. Equal shares, equal responsibility.
Equal but different responsibility, Dickon. I'm sorry, but it was a business decision. My end of the partnership.
Oh, that's rich. That's business. Matheson, you've just lost $250,000 that we can't possibly recoup.
Who says we've lost it?
You said it yourself in so many words. We've no link. Without the link, we don't know the map reference for the drop area. Oh, God. They could put it ashore anywhere in the country. Some little rowing boat punts out from a Cuban freighter off the coast of Devon or Cornwall and dumps a package in an isolated cove. And what for, eh? Huh? Food for sheep? Think of it, Matheson. A flock of sheep blown out of their minds on our stardust because your damn system's broken down.
Our system, Dickon. A good one, a safe one.
Oh, yes, great. We've no one we can contact for a new link. No names, no addresses. Your marvellous system sealed at both ends and the middle as well. Don't believe you even know who manufactures the stuff, do you?
Quite right, I don't. It was that very safety that attracted you to the system in the first place, Dickon.
So safe it's finally swallowed $250,000 without trace.
Not irrevocably.
Really? I suppose you're going to whistle it back.
Holt, dead or alive, is somewhere. And with him is the link. We have 2 weeks, Dickon, before the goods come into the country.
And where exactly do we start looking?
The city clubs. Holt was a man of aberrant tastes. The upmarket strip reviews and call girl chains. Someone will have seen him.
Where do I come in?
I've got contacts of my own, but your network should have some leads among that circle. Use them, Dickon.
Oh, I'll use my pushers. Don't worry about that.
And, Dickon, your recklessness. Keep it in check.
Look, Matheson, if recklessness will lead me to that prism, then I'll use recklessness.
And sometime it will be the death of you. Such a beautiful rose, that one. Such delicate blooms. The bee knows what is good for him.
I just can't believe.
You'd like a drink, Julie?
Please.
Come in.
Done what you said, Mr. Christos.
No, thanks, Jacko. The clients?
All gone. Mr. Marios is locking up the club.
Good. Good, that's all.
Sir?
What have you done with him?
It was a heart attack. Jacko and Marios traced him and took him down the fire escape. In a few hours' time, maybe already, he will be found by the police in some alley.
Oh, God, it's all so...
Distasteful. You drink, it will do you good.
Oh, thanks.
I cannot afford to have police here. Cannot afford to have questions and investigations. We supply a demand that is on the wrong side of the law. Holt's body would give rise to endless inquiries.
Holt, that was his name.
Michael Holt, some minor civil servant type who drank too much, ate too much, and gave himself a bad heart. Oh, just unfortunate he had to have his coronary here.
You don't even care.
Do you?
I...
Julie, you don't even know what you think about this life.
He was obscene lying there, naked, gasping for breath. A great white slug.
I let the people sleep with you because of the health of their wallets, not their bodies.
Oh, I know.
Yet you don't adjust to it. You come to me, said you wanted work that paid well, and you got it.
It wasn't that...
Yes, you knew what it meant when you came to the club. Even before you set foot over the door, you knew. Private parties with available girls, strip shows.
I knew, but
you don't accept. That's the problem, isn't it? I don't know why I bother. Any other girl, I would show her the door. But you...
For me, it's the end of the road.
You dream.
Once I had something to dream about. Front cover of the top fashion magazines. What every young model dreams about. And I might have made it.
So?
It all went wrong. Oh, can you pour me another drink while I wash my face?
Give me your glass. Scotch?
No, it doesn't matter. Oh, I feel sick. Oh, damn it. Where's the towel? Oh, what's that?
What's the matter? Found something.
Bit of plastic, cut like a diamond.
Let's see. Oh, some executive toy. Holtz, maybe.
He undressed in the bathroom. They always undress in there if they don't want you to see them. He'd reason enough the way he poured me. Oh, it looked disgusting.
All men are odd. All men have their ways.
Like the one who follows me. The one who walks like a spider and stares at me if I pass him at the club entrance.
Oh, Ray. He's been put in hospital. He won't bother you anymore.
He terrifies me. Curled at the table, watching me, peering at me, and then staring at his own hands.
Ray is sick. He sees insects on his hands. He's hung about the club for years, and if it wasn't for his brother, who is a good customer and a free spender, I would have sent him packing long ago.
Money talks.
For me, it has a loud voice.
Damn. Playing by yourself, Marty?
Who's that? Oh, Ray. Yeah, well, this way I never lose. Anyway, what are you doing up at this hour? It's gone midnight.
Can't sleep.
Those little bugs getting up your nose. Make yourself a cup of tea.
You like night duty?
I like the money. Mind yourself. And I like the peace and quiet.
What was your girl like?
Missed. At this rate, I'm going to lose.
Marty, your girl, was she...
Well, what's with all the questions?
I wondered. That's all. Nurses ask me questions.
I'm not keen on questions, Ray. The past's the past, as far as I'm concerned. Digging never does any good, okay?
Okay, nurse.
Oh, look, I didn't mean to offend you.
My girl's nice. She likes me.
Oh, bully for you. If she's waiting for you, she must do.
She'll wait, Marty. I know she'll wait.
You find Ray so bad, so disturbing?
Oh, he frightens me. Maybe he shouldn't, but Nikos, he stands for everything I hate about this place. Distorted, grotesque, unreal. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking like this.
You're shaken. Here, your drink.
Yes.
You said it all went wrong. Tell me.
I'd rather not.
You're talking, Julie. You're talking because you want to talk. Tell me. It was a man?
Martin. His name was Martin. God, this is ridiculous. It was almost 2 years ago.
A boyfriend?
I lived with him. There was something that clicked between us. He really pushed me. Helped me to get contracts, photographic sessions.
He knew people?
No, just enthusiasm. 6 months after we moved into the flat, it all started to go wrong. I came back one evening to find him flat on the floor with the stereo full up. He was as high as a kite. We had a laugh about it that time. He was just sniffing it then.
Sniffing? No, I don't...
Heroin.
Oh.
It was a bit later he started mainlining. I don't know why. Well, that's one of the worst things. I just don't know why.
Go on.
I suppose I should have left him. He began to lose weight, couldn't work anymore. I'd shoved food down his throat when he wasn't hungry. But there was still a hell of a lot left that was really him. In between getting spaced out, he'd managed to get a night's work in a bar or something and turn up afterwards with a huge bunch of flowers. Oh, it wasn't an apology, just him. Just the way he was.
How long was he like that?
3 months, 4, can't remember properly. There was a time when he kept saying he'd get himself registered as an addict, but it never came to anything. Then, one day I came back after a photo session, and he was on the kitchen floor. There was blood everywhere. I thought he'd hit an artery with the syringe. A friend told me of the chances, and it's a killer. But it wasn't this time. I must have been just in time. When I pulled the needle out, the bleeding stopped. And then I just waited for 6, 7, 8 hours until he came round.
You didn't send for a doctor?
I didn't do a thing. I didn't even clean up the mess. When he saw the place, realized what he'd done, what I'd found, he just shut himself off. For 2 days, he hardly said a word. Then I woke up one morning and found an empty flat and a note. Just 4 words. Not fair on you. That's what he'd written.
And now?
He'll be dead.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have told you. Sob story. The reason why I'm here. Nothing mattered anymore.
There's nothing I can say.
Don't try.
But I'll give you my plastic diamond.
Holt's diamond?
Mine. Found in the bathroom in my club. And I give it to you.
Fond memories from a corpse. I'll keep it like a St. Christopher. My luck can only get better.
Oh, God. What a hell of a time. Hello.
Dickon, it's Matheson here.
Matheson? What's up? You any idea of the time?
Dickon?
Now, look, Dickon.
Hang on a minute.
This is important.
What time is it?
Just a minute, Matheson. Move your backside next door, Susan.
Mm?
Move!
Hey! Freeze without the bedclothes.
There's a dressing gown on the floor. You're not that good to look at.
But what do you mean?
Just scab.
Pig!
Silly bloody bitch. Hello, Matheson?
Can I assume you're alone now?
Sometimes I wonder about my taste.
It concerns Holt.
Has he turned up? I found nothing my end.
In a manner of speaking, yes, he has turned up. Very cold and very dead.
The link?
My contacts have checked with the police, who find him in an alley. There's nothing on him.
Damn.
But he was seen 2 hours before the estimated time of death.
Go on.
The Acropolis Club, Soho. The owner is a Greek, Nikos Christolos. But go easy. A friend wanting to find out the circumstances of death.
Yes, yes.
Be sure and contact me if you come up with anything.
I will, Matheson. I will. God, that man will worry himself into an ulcer.
What man?
Just shove off, will you?
Dickon, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. I just want to get up and get some things done, right?
Well, last night, you were saying
Last night, my dear Susan, was last night.
You...
Now, don't start to get all upset.
I stayed the night with you because of what you said, because I wanted to. I wouldn't sleep with anyone.
And you'll spare a lot of men a great deal of heartache and regret.
Dickon!
Just don't be here when I come back, right?
You bastard! Bastard!
You think it's all passed off, Mr. Christolos? Reporting the paper seemed non-committal enough.
I think the less we talk about it, the better, Jacko. Just keep on cleaning those glasses.
Yes, Mr. Christolos.
The report said the police were pursuing inquiries. Bodies found in alleyways are bound to give rise to suspicion, no matter how natural the cause of death.
I just wondered.
Well, don't.
Getting ready for another day?
Julie, you shouldn't be here.
Where should I be then? Pacing up and down my flat and wearing a hole in the carpet?
I gave you the rest of the week off.
And I decided I don't want it. Morning, Jacko.
Morning, miss. Wine?
I'll make it 2. Dry white. One day you say you hate the job, 2 days later you can't stay away. I suppose you know what's best for you.
Unless you're making claims, Nikos, I think I do.
No claims.
Here's your drinks.
Thanks. Oh, it's all beginning to take on the sensation of some nightmare I can only half remember.
Forget it.
I talked my head off to you, didn't I? What about Martin?
You said something.
Tactful. Oh, yesterday in the flat I just dwelt on it, so I thought better back here earning an honest penny under some strange man than continue to wear a track in my carpet.
There's something to be said for that.
Mr. Christolos, someone's just come in.
Yes. Know him?
Nah.
Are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Mr. Christolos. You know where I could find him?
I am he. And you?
Dickon.
Well, Dickon, we are not open, I'm afraid.
So I gather. It's not a drink or a girl I want, Mr. Christolos. I'm making inquiries.
Police?
No, bereaved relative, actually.
Really?
May I?
Eh? Yes, sit down. Jacko, another wine, please.
Oh, I don't know. It's one of this place makes a profit.
Conscientious barman.
All my staff are conscientious. It's a quality I require of them. You were saying?
A cousin of mine's just died.
I am sorry.
It wasn't entirely unexpected. Had a bad heart. The police found him collapsed in an alley not far from here.
So?
He was seen here a few hours before his death, Mr. Christolos.
I don't see...
Maybe someone followed him.
Deacon, no doubt you feel you are being very tactful, but you are looking for something. I would be happier if you came out with it. Should I know this relative?
His name was Holt. Michael Holt. Perhaps the lady. She looks anxious.
You're not the only one with troubles.
I just wondered.
Michael Holt, you say? I'm afraid I cannot help you. It's true he was a member, but the last time I saw him was about 2 weeks ago.
I see.
But should I hear anything?
Well, it doesn't matter. My friend was probably mistaken.
Your friend?
Just a friend, Mr. Christolos. Just a friend. Thanks for the wine.
Any time. Jacko, find out what you can on him.
For all the good it'll do, Mr. Christolos.
Who was he?
I don't know. But he found out what he wanted.
Oh, I'm scared, Nikos.
Clear the glasses up and help Jacko restock the bottles.
It was my fault, wasn't it? That he found out.
Next time I tell you to have days off, Julie. You have them, understand. Worn-out carpets are easy to replace.
I'm positive, Madison. The girl jumped like I'd stuck a pin in her backside.
Where are you now, Dickon?
Telephone kiosk just across from the club.
Not entirely discreet of you.
It's all right. There's no one about. You wanted me to let you know, and that's just what I'm doing.
And you're too damned close to that club, Dickon. I want you away from there right away. I'll handle the rest.
Stop panicking, Madison.
There's a difference between panic and discretion. I have contacts...
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I can sort this one out on my own.
No, Dickon.
Give me till tomorrow morning.
Dickon, I've warned you.
I've never let you down in all the times we've been working together, Madison. Right now, there's $250,000 lying about. I'm going in to get it.
Dickon.
You'd better close the door, Marty. We'll have half the hospital in here. Right, now, when did you notice him missing?
On the way back to the ward. I'm sorry, Mulligan. If I'd been anywhere near a phone, I'd have rung.
I'll never mind that now. Can you remember exactly where?
Oh, yeah, the other side of the cricket pitch.
Damn, that gives him a clear run across the field to the railway station. Just a minute. Hello, nursing officer. Cooper Ward, charge nurse Mulligan here. I have to report a patient missing. Ray Stevens, schizophrenic, under section.
It was my own bloody fault. I should have kept him beside me and let the other patients tag along.
Yes, that's the one. Yes, I'm doing the forms now. They'll be down with you in about 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that's giving them something to do.
So daft.
Happens to everyone, Marty. You always feel a bit of a fool afterwards. Wouldn't happen if we had enough staff. At least Ray's harmless enough. Hasn't raped his maiden aunt or anything.
You'll put the wind up a few old ladies on the way, asking them to have a look at his insects.
Oh, they'll get over it. Now, any idea where he might go?
There's his brother.
Oh, he'll just post him back to us. Anyone else?
No other relatives. Well, there's his girlfriend, though.
Oh, the one he keeps rabbiting on about. Did you ever find out her name?
You must be joking. He thinks I'll snap her up.
Hardly likely. Ah, well, hand me over one of those forms and I'll start pen pushing. Let's just cross our fingers he aims for his brother. Now, not that I'm one to pervert the course of true romance, but I just prefer Ray to be back on the ward before I go off duty. Now, what was he wearing?
I'm away, Nikos.
Go carefully, Julie.
My little bit of good luck plastic is safe in my pocket. Bye. Oh, it's rain. Oh, no, never mind.
Julie, I came to see you.
Go away, go away. Nikos!
Julie, don't. I've come to see you.
Go away, just go away.
Julie, my hands.
Nikos, it's him.
What is it?
I want her to see my hands. Joking me.
You stay away, see? You're leaving the girls alone. Go on, clear out.
I only want to see my Julie. The hospital let me go. He said if Julie can make the insects go, then I should be with her. Please, Nikos.
Get him away from me, Nikos.
Ray, now, just go away.
But...
Now.
Yes. Yes, I'll go. I'll go.
Thank heavens you had.
Scream loud enough to bring the roof down.
Yes, damn it, I am. He's scared. I don't understand. I don't want to understand.
Julie, calm down.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Did he hurt you?
No. He scared me, that's all. He just suddenly came out of the dark, spoke in my ear.
He's gone now. Will you be safe enough? Do you want me to walk with you?
I'll be all right. You've got things to do back at the club. Anyway, the taxi rank's just round the corner and Sammy will be there.
Sammy?
At this time of night, I always end up with the same cabbie. Well, don't look at me like that. I'll be fine. Just keep that madman away from me.
I don't understand the hospital discharging him. His brother said something about him being under section.
He can be under a bus for all I care.
Yeah, under section. He cannot discharge himself.
Please, Nikos. Just keep him away from me.
I'll do my best. Will you be all right?
Stop fussing. Okay, so my knees are shaking like nothing on earth. But it's just a reaction. I'll be fine.
Sure.
Honestly. I'll see you in the morning.
If you're okay. See you then.
See you. What?
Who the hell's Ray then, huh? Just shut up. My hand stays where it is until I'm ready to listen. Now, Michael Holt. That name means quite a lot to you, doesn't it? Are you going to talk? The prison, Julie. Where is it?
Prison? What?
Let me remind you.
No! Oh, no, don't.
Not many men would care to sleep with a woman who's had her face all cut up.
Oh, please, don't.
The prison?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. That one's under the hairline. It won't show. The next one, Holt's piece of plastic. I want it.
Plastic? Oh, God, why didn't you say it?
Where is it?
Here, it's in my pocket.
Oh, that's a clever girl.
Take it, just take it, and please leave me, please.
Hey, you're hurting me, mister. You're interfering. Hurting, you're hurting. Hey, got it. I've got it, Julie. Give it back.
Let him have it, Ray, for God's sake, let him have it.
Mad bloody stay there. Julie! Look, Julie, come back! Julie, I've got it! I've got it, Julie! Hell, my mouth. It must look bloody lovely. A mess. What a hell of a mess.
Where to now, Gup?
On to the end of the dual carriageway and then left. You must be Sammy, yes?
Dead right. Julie there, I run her home almost every evening.
Thank you for waiting for us while they stitched her up.
What ain't nothing. How is she?
Sleeping.
Eyes closed, Nikos, that's all. Oh, cold.
Shock, more than likely, miss. I'll turn the heater up.
Where are we going?
Back to my flat.
Nikos, it's not necessary.
It's decided. There is a spare bed. You sleep there.
Okay.
Julie, What exactly happened?
I don't know. He's all so confused. That man, Dickon, he wanted the prison.
Prison?
Well, that's what he called it anyway.
Oh.
He said, I couldn't think. I was so frightened when he grabbed me, I just couldn't think. And then when he brought out that
Dickon
knife...
has it now, this prison?
I don't know. Ray ran after me. I said I could have it back, but... I don't know.
Please God he has. Then he will leave us alone. You think...
Because I...
Oh, I'm sorry. And I should never have asked. It can wait until the morning. The doctor, what did he say?
There shouldn't be any mark. If there is, it'll be covered by my hair.
Good.
When Dickon did it, he said it wouldn't show. But the next one...
This time you take days off. You stay at my flat and take days off.
Oh, no, Nikos. I don't want to be alone. I'd prefer to be at the club. I can't work not looking like this, but I'd prefer to be with people.
Okay, very well. What happened to Ray?
That spidery chap, Gov? Well, I shoot him off when Julie there fell in the can. He's about as aggressive as a moth.
I doubt if Dickon feels that way about him.
Dickon was cutting up his Julie. Oh, why the hell does he have to attach himself to me?
It is perhaps as well he did. For tonight.
There you are. One expensive flat.
Thank you, Sammy.
Nikos, are you sure?
Sure of what?
That you want to put me up for the night? I mean...
Julie, I never mix business with pleasure. There's a spare bed. I am fond of you, but I don't see myself taking Martin's place.
Thanks.
Ow.
Stay still. You'll get a mouthful of cotton wool, Dickon.
Stings.
Antiseptic. There.
You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Susan? Taking it out on me for this morning?
Yes. Finished. You won't die.
Bitch. Why are you still here? I told you I didn't want to see you when I came back.
I decided not to go.
What the hell explanation is that supposed to be?
None. It's a all.
Marvellous.
What happened, Dickon? You come back here with a mouth like raw meat and nothing's supposed to have happened.
Look, Susan. I don't like you. I don't want you here. Only thing you're any use for is bed. So just don't ask me any more questions, right?
Things are improving.
Hey?
Oh, this morning I was a recipe for heartache and regret. Now I'm good looking up.
For heaven's sakes, do something useful and pour me a scotch.
Okay. You, always carry one of these?
What?
A flick knife.
Give it here.
What are you up to, Dickon?
I told you, Susan, no questions.
I might be able to help.
Yes, you might help. Just get out of here. Leave me alone. I wanted you for one night, and now I don't want you anymore. Just get out!
No, Dickon. I'm not going.
So, seeing it's got rough, I thought you'd want to know, Mr. Murchison.
You did right. How's the girl?
Frightened. 6 stitches.
He can't be trusted, not anymore. Was there any mention made of the police?
Don't seem to have been involved as far as I know, Gov. Mr. Crispus won't bring 'em in. He sails too close to the wind for that.
No thanks to Dickon.
Look, Mr. Matheson, I don't think he's got the prison. I saw something in that nut's hand when I shoved him off. It glittered, sort of. If I'd known, I could have nailed it.
Well, it's too damned late to worry about that now. It's far more important to put a stop to Dickon. Get him down here. I don't care how you do it, just get him here. He's played me about once too often.
Righto, Gov.
And, Sammy, you're a good pair of eyes.
Dickon, please, don't drink any more.
Just pass over the bottle.
Why don't you come to bed? It's almost dawn.
That's all you care about, Susan. All you care.
But you won't tell me.
I've blown it. I've had it and blown it. Can't you understand that much? It was in my hand. And that bloody nutter took it away. $250,000, Susan.
I haven't a clue what you're talking about. Look.
Don't. Just don't.
It'll sort itself out. These things do.
My God. Listen to it. Not this one. This one's going to go straight up like a skyrocket.
Dickon.
Oh, hell. Just forget it. What's $250,000 anyway, eh, Susan? What is it anyway?
I still want you.
You still... Oh, yeah. You still want me, eh? Mustn't forget. Come here, then.
Maybe I could go on a diet.
What? Take all this padding away?
But you said...
I said. Just leave it.
No privacy in this world
Hey.
at all, is
No.
there?
What?
Stay where you are, Dickon. You too, miss.
He's got a gun.
Who are you?
The name is Sammy. And Matheson wants you.
Atchison? What the devil's all this drama for then, eh, Sammy? Whatever your name is. Why don't you just contact me on the phone?
Maybe he doesn't trust you anymore.
Doesn't trust? For goodness sake, put that gun away. Talk some sense.
The car's outside. Come on. You too, miss. Well, it's very pretty, but I think you'd better pull your jumper down. It's cold going around like that.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I don't know how much she knows, Dickon, do I?
She knows nothing.
Well, we'll let Mr. Matheson decide on that. Now move, if you'd be so kind.
What's going to happen, Dickon?
You'd stick your head under a steam hammer to see how fast it came down, wouldn't you, Susan?
I saw my girl, Marty.
Congratulations. But I wish you'd tell us when you were going for a stroll. We spent all evening searching the hospital grounds, and the police were looking for
I
you.
went to see my girl. The doctor said...
The doctor said nothing, Ray. You were the one who... Oh, never mind.
I think the young policeman will get into trouble.
What are you muttering about?
A young constable at the station. The sergeant shouted at him, said I was just a tramp, but I didn't hit anybody, and I only hit him because he was hurting my girl.
Well, you haven't been thumping policemen, Ray.
No, not policeman. Him. The one who had a knife. My girl.
I wish you'd give this girl a name.
Gave me something, Marty. Look. She gave me this.
What in the world?
It's funny, when I look at my hand through it, the insects disappear. Splinters up the light and makes them disappear.
Is Ray showing you his prism, Marty?
Prismatic miracle cure by the sound of things. Stamp them out by the thousand and we'd have schizophrenia solved overnight, Mido.
It's what's called symptomatic medicine.
See? Doctors were right. If I saw my girl, the insects would disappear. So she gives me this and they go away.
A little chip of plastic.
But she gave it to him, Marty. Perhaps she keeps a stock of them.
Didn't you sleep well, Julie? You're staring at that coffee cup as though it might reveal the future.
I'm worried, Nikos.
About last night. Try and put it out of your mind. That piece of plastic has gone. He won't come looking for it again. At least, not to you.
That Dickon wanted it badly. I don't know why, but...
And you haven't got it anymore. I don't know why I ever gave it to you in the first place.
Fond memories of a corpse, remember?
Could I ever forget? What is getting at you?
He heard that madman calling me his girl.
So?
Well, don't you see? He'll connect us.
And what if he does?
He might try to use me to... Oh, I don't know. It's just a feeling. A horrible feeling. I'm alone, Nikos. So alone.
We all are in some way or another.
I need Martin. Suddenly, I need him so much.
Julie, Martin is dead.
I know.
The outfit ran off with it.
I see. Quite a catalogue of disasters.
Look, Matheson,
Quite a catalogue of disasters, when I'd specifically asked you to do nothing.
I suppose doing nothing would have given us the link.
You ignored my orders, Dickon. You went wading in exactly as I feared you might. I'm running a business, not a gangster mob. A business that requires tactics and a modicum of applied intelligence. It takes no intelligence to wield a flick knife.
I nearly had the wretched thing. Matheson, you're talking to me as though I've No investment in that fragment of plastic. That $250,000, that £10 weight of stardust is half mine.
There, Dickon, you are under misapprehension.
What did you say?
You, Dickon, are a pusher, nothing less but nothing more. You rely on me. I do not rely on you. Do I make myself clear? You have a ring of pushers, covering the entire southeast, but there are other outlets, other rings. You follow me?
I do, and I don't like it.
The truth is rarely pleasant, especially to people like you.
You?
Roses are beautiful things, Dickon, but they have thorns. When you grasp a rose, you must be careful.
When I took your offer of a partnership...
You grasped a handful of thorns. Are they beginning to prick? Uncomfortable, isn't it?
What are you trying to tell me, Matheson?
Your place in the order of things.
Sammy, the gun, was that part of it?
No. What Sammy did was no joke. No psychological trick. I don't trust you anymore.
I see.
You are incredibly stupid, Dickon. For an intelligent person, so incredibly stupid at times. You acted against my word. You took a flick knife to a girl and left her with 6 stitches. Hadn't it ever occurred to you that they might not have known what they had? That if they'd been approached in a civilized way, they would have handed it over like lambs?
Of course it had. But we might have been too late. They could have got rid of it.
And so you will count a slight chance like that greater than the positive risks of reckless stupidity?
Don't talk to me like that, Matheson.
The girl who came with you, how much does she know?
Nothing.
And Sammy is with her now. He will encourage her to tell all she knows in his own inimitable fashion. Sammy is a good man. He hates violence. I put him several places above you in order of importance and reliability.
Who is he? As far as I'm concerned, he's sprung up from nowhere.
Sammy is a taxi driver. By coincidence, he takes Julie home from the club almost every night. That's why I am so angry with you. Last night, after your phone call, he was under instructions from me to ask of Julie one simple, innocuous question. According to her reply, which he would have conveyed to me, I would have known exactly who had the link. As that reply, it transpires, would have singled out herself, Sammy would have acted tonight. But for you, it would have been painless, simple, and businesslike. Now, the link is in the hands of Ray, and Ray has returned whence he came.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
A psychiatric hospital. Under section. He can't discharge himself, so don't wait at the gates.
What now?
What happens next, Dickon, if you value your health, is not your concern.
He treated me like a child.
Dickon.
Like a kid. Would you believe it, Susan, would you?
Sammy said that...
Sammy, to hell with Sammy. This morning I was a partner in a big business. Tonight I'm supposed to be a tiny cog in some great machine. Well, he can't do it. He damn well can't do it.
Please, Dickon.
For Christ's sake. Where's the scotch?
Over there.
Damn the man. You want one?
Please. Sammy said you did something wrong.
If acting while Matheson sits on his backside is wrong, then yes.
Sammy said that
I'll give it a rest, Susan. I don't want to hear. I just don't want to hear. That man preached to me. Stood himself in the pulpit and preached to me. And without me, he'd be nothing. Half my money, use of my network. Without me, he could have half a ton of the stuff. It might as well be sugar.
Stuff? I don't follow, Dickon.
Stardust, Susan. Golden, crystalline, mind-blowing stardust.
Drugs?
Oh, my God, she's got it. At last, Susan has hit the jackpot. Pinned the tail on the donkey, rung the bell.
Stop it, Dickon.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Susan. You're out of your depth. Way out of your depth. If I'd never picked you up.
I'm glad that you did.
Glad? What's going on in your mind, for heaven's sake?
I'm just glad. That's all.
Never in a million years.
I care, Dickon.
Look, Susan, I don't want you to care. Can't you get that into your head?
But I do. I can't help it.
What's the betting someone said that just before the charge of the Light Brigade? Oh, it's all so damn stupid. You care. Well, help me then. Did Sammy say what hospital Ray went to?
I think he mentioned...
Just the name. One word even.
Well, it sounded like Millwheel, Millhouse, or something.
Millhouse?
Yes.
Millhouse Psychiatric Hospital?
Might be.
That diary over there.
This one?
Yeah, chuck it over. Thanks. Now, Marty Burt. Yes. Millhouse Hospital.
What are you up to?
Matheson tried to pluck me like one of his precious roses. Well, he's got a nasty shock coming to him.
Dickon, don't. He's too strong for you.
Never say that to me, Susan. Never!
Millhouse Hospital?
I believe you have a Marty Birch on your staff. I want to contact him.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Dickon, come here.
Why is it?
Outside at the corner of the road. A parked taxi.
So what?
It looks like Sammy at the wheel. I can't...
Close the curtains. Close them!
If you say so.
Matheson's leaving nothing to chance.
He's watching us.
He'll be buzzing tonight. Come on, come on.
Cooper Ward, student nurse Birch speaking.
Well now, doesn't that sound quaint, Marty?
Who the hell?
Dickon, Marty. You remember me? You remember Dickon?
Yes. Yes, I remember you.
What do you want from me, Dickon? After all this time? What are you hoping for?
Your help, Marty, that's all.
You take a hell of a lot for granted.
Only your cooperation, Marty, nothing more.
Including secrecy? I mean...
Apart from the birds in the river, we're alone.
And that girl over there?
Susan's with me.
Oh, I see. Changed your tastes in the past few years.
We all change. You change.
So?
Got a nice job now. Training for qualifications and all that jazz. SRN, isn't it?
RMN. Registered mental nurse.
Nut nurse. Nice job. Good prospects. No chance of ploughing the old furrow.
What's this leading up to?
Let's walk. Don't worry about looking back. She'll follow us. You got a flat, yes? First thing is Susan and myself are moving in. Mine is becoming a little uncomfortable. Too close to the oven.
Who's chasing you, Dickon?
People.
I don't want you moving in. Neither you nor your girl. I've broken with you. That's all past. Finished with. There's no way you can bring it back. I didn't go through hell for nothing.
Just take it as read, Marty. We're moving in.
No. You stay out of my life.
Don't be objectionable, Marty boy. Else I'll set Ray on you.
Ray? How the hell do you know?
Ways and means. He's in Millhouse Hospital, isn't he?
I'm...
Sorry. Unethical question. But, Marty, you're going to have to be a little unethical. Just a little. Ray has something I want. A prism.
What's it to you?
Maybe I just collect them, like stamps.
He says his girl gave it to him. He says it makes the insects go away.
My heart bleeds. I want it, Marty.
And if I say no...
What chance would a proven ex-heroin addict have of staying on in a psychiatric hospital? All those drugs and things.
Bastard.
Come on, Marty. Yes or no?
Why won't you leave me alone?
Say yes. It's easier. Susan!
Someday you'll come up against it, Dickon.
No chance. Not if you're the one who's planning on putting me there.
There's no one about, Dickon.
Susan, I'd like you to meet my old friend, Marty.
Hello.
He's not feeling himself. A bit peaky. Come on, Marty. We'll give you a lift back to your flat. Our bags are in the car.
You really were sure of yourself.
Sure of one thing. The people who haul themselves up by their bootstraps are going to make sure they keep off the bottom. Come on, Marty boy. It'll be just like old times.
Dickon told me you and him got on well together.
Did he indeed? Your faith in Dickon is touching in the extreme.
I like him. That's all.
Oh, then God help you.
Julie, is that you? Julie?
Nikos? Did I waken you?
No. Yes, I wasn't sleeping very well.
I couldn't sleep. I got up to make a cup of tea.
Oh, it sounds good. Are the stitches hurting?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Itch a bit, that's all. Like a cup?
Yes.
Won't be a minute. You seem worried.
Oh, thinking.
Then we're a miserable pair. Sugar?
No. You think also?
It's what kept me awake.
Dickon? The prism? Ray?
No to all three.
Martin, then. It must be Martin.
Yes. It must be Martin. Here, your tea. And you?
A phone call.
You didn't say.
I have been putting off telling you. You were right in what you said at breakfast this morning, the feeling it wasn't over.
Mm-hmm.
I had a phone call from a man who calls himself Matheson. He wants you to see Ray.
No.
He wants you to see him and get the prism.
I can't. I won't.
Julie.
No.
I told him it was out of the question. He said he could bring pressure.
Pressure?
Nothing more definite, but whatever the pressure is, I doubt if it will be against you. He sounded a businessman.
No. It's a nightmare. First Dickon, now this man Matheson. Why? Why, for God's sake? Why did that fat slug have to die in a club?
Oh, Julie, I don't know if Dickon and Matheson worked together. He avoided answering my question, wouldn't say yes or no.
Does it matter?
Maybe. Matheson has time. 7 days he gave me. In 7 days, you could disappear. I can play it along. You could leave the club.
But I don't want to.
It would be good if you left. Both because of Matheson and for yourself. Martin is a corpse on your back.
That sounds horrible.
Julie, he's pinning you here. A dead weight on your back that's a ready excuse for the present. You need never pull yourself away from what you have become.
You can say that. A pimp say that.
I say it because I have become fond of you, Julie. Julie, stay with me for the rest of the night.
Never mix business with pleasure?
You throw my words in my face. Here, come to bed.
And Matheson?
I will take care of Matheson.
Oh, Nicholas.
Don't cry, Julie.
What the hell are you up to?
Tidying, that's all. And getting us some coffee.
Oh, feel free.
Well, the place is in a bit of a state.
Is it? Really? Well, thanks for telling me. I'm on night duty at the moment. And, you know, when you come back after a 10-hour shift, you don't feel much like running around with a vacuum cleaner or dusting a picture rail.
Well, you won't mind if I do it, then.
Well, I don't have much choice.
1 or 2 sugars.
Oh, for God's sake, will you leave me alone to make my own coffee? You only came barging in here, hand in hand with Dickon, and squatted down like a couple of old friends.
But
I don't want you here, Susan. That's being blunt about it. I wish to hell you'd both get out.
Marty.
I wish to God Dickon had never phoned me, never heard of me, never seen me. Okay? Just leave me in peace, will you?
Something up?
Marty's upset because I decided to tidy the place up.
Doesn't sound very grateful of him.
Should I feel grateful?
It's an offer of a helping hand, Marty boy.
And one I can do without. Understand? I don't want this place taken over. I don't want things put where I can't find them. And if that stupid bitch of yours...
What did you say?
Don't hassle me, Dickon!
You don't say things like that about Sue. Got me? Right?
Well, just remember, it's my flat. And the pair of you are here only because I've got no choice.
Dickon, there's some coffee here if you want it.
Hey? Thanks.
If you told me that if you told me that we weren't wanted here...
Well, I didn't. Wouldn't have made any difference anyway. We got to stay.
Well, it would have to me. I wouldn't have...
What?
Why won't you tell me things?
You want to be with me, Susan, huh? You want that, don't you? Well, that's me. That's part of me. Gonna have to put up with it. That's the way I am.
And I'm supposed to sit around waiting to patch you up when you come home.
I'm sorry, but...
Why?
Because the world isn't made up of people as fastidious as Matheson. Look. See that? See that knife on the table? I always carry it. You asked me about it before. Well, it's an insurance. An insurance against people finding out what I know. And a way of finding out what they know. If you know nothing, you don't get touched, see?
I see.
Can you trust me that far? Can you trust me?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Good.
Dickon,
Things will sort themselves out.
I only wanted to say that...
Yeah, okay. What's the time?
Time? 6:30, but...
Marty should be moving. He's got a job to do for me.
Dickon?
Marty!
Love you.
Well, let's hope they stay sound asleep. See you in the morning, Marty. Right, Mario. Good night. Night. Get to the world, just like Mulligan said. Should be in his locker. At last. Let's try the cupboard. Nothing, damn it, nothing. Where the hell can he keep that prism? Just keep sleeping, Ray. Just... Of course. The pillow. Under the pillow. Gently does it. Easy. I can just... lift that bed. That's my little plastic bed. And out with you. Put it back, Marty. What? Put it back. What are you talking about? I haven't... You liar! Ray, you took me. I want it. You're stealing. For heaven's sake. I said you were lying. Said you were... Oh, all right. All right. I only wanted to borrow it. No one borrows it, Marty. No one. Only my girl. Only she can have it. You hear me, Marty? Oh, sure, Ray. I hear you.
You couldn't get it. You couldn't get a piece of plastic off a madman?
Ray may be mad, Dickon, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. He's schizophrenic. There's a hell of a difference. I can't just go up to him and demand that prism. He nearly strangled me last night.
Don't make me cry, Marty. All I want to know is what you're going to do about it.
I don't know. I'm tired, Dickon. I've been on duty all night and I'm tired.
Well, did he give you any clue?
I don't know.
Come on. While your eyes were popping out of your head, he must have said something.
It was all bits and pieces. About his girl. But he's always talking about his girl.
What was it?
Oh, that she was the only one he'd trust with it. Something like that.
That's it. Oh, that's it. You caught something after all, Marty boy.
Don't see how that's...
I know that girl. I know her. And I can get her to pick up the prism.
You know Ray's girl?
I know her, all right. Susan!
And you think she'll do it for you?
Yeah, with a little persuasion.
What's up?
The Acropolis, Susan. I want you to phone up and find out if they're having a private party tonight.
Private party?
Yeah, Nikos runs parties at £100 a head with girls thrown in.
Okay. Bit expensive for you, isn't it?
Tell him you want a ticket for a Marty Birch.
You what?
I'd go myself, Marty, but I don't think I get a very warm welcome. You'll find a tart called Julie there. Tell her she has to get that prism off Ray and hold it at the club safe until she hears more.
You think she'll agree?
Yeah. If she doesn't agree, just remind her she'll get cut up so bad that scar at the hairline will be nothing but nothing.
You know you shouldn't be here, Julie.
Nikos, we've been through all that. I'm not going to stay muffled up like a delicate invalid.
So I gather. But you understand my conditions?
Yes, grandfather.
You're not available. You're an attractive woman to be looked at, conversed with, and nothing more.
You know, for a pimp, you're acting very strangely.
And for a call girl, you've never acted anything else but strangely.
Touché.
But you understand?
Yes, I'll be a good girl and prop the bar up with Jacko here.
So, life's got its bright moments after all.
All right, Julie. Just make sure she does as she's told, Jacko.
Oh, he's turning into a right father figure.
Still, staying with him, then?
Yes, and you can stop looking at me like that.
Like what? Scotch?
Thanks.
Well, a few new faces in here tonight.
Can't say I've noticed.
Yeah, one coming in now.
Where?
Yeah, over there, just collared Nikos, talking to him.
Oh, yes, I can see. Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be it.
What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
What is it that interests you so much about this Julie, Mr...
Marty Birch, Mr. Christolos. I've just heard about her.
She's not available.
No, you don't understand. I don't want to...
Martin! It is Martin.
This man, Julie,
Julie?
Oh,
Julie, what's wrong?
nothing, Nikos. It's Martin, that's all. Just Martin. I can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
It's been 2 years, Julie.
Why didn't you look for me?
What? After what I'd done?
It didn't matter.
It did. You know it did.
Not anymore. Oh, I've missed you so much. I thought you were dead. Was it bad?
It wasn't easy. They admitted me to hospital. I'd finally got myself registered and was getting just about enough heroin to tide me over. And then it was hospital. Hallucinations. Oh, bloody menagerie of hallucinations. They cut the supply off. I had other stuff. Stuff they gave me to damp it down, but I still saw it. It was... Oh, God, it was...
How long?
Forever. Don't know. Week, 2 weeks, 3... time didn't mean anything. It was just like in a dream. You think you're never going to wake up.
And then?
And then... slowly came out of it. Sometime later I was back in the land of the living, putting on weight.
Cured?
Like an alcoholic's cured. One sniff, one spike, and I'll be back again. I'll be walking on eggshells for the rest of my life. Always frightened that something, someone... And you?
A call girl, more or less.
I know.
You don't...
No, I don't mind. I've got no right to mind what you are. As long as I don't get charged for tonight.
Oh, Martin. Martin, you fool. When I saw you in the club talking with Nikos, I was afraid to believe. I was afraid.
Darling. Your head hurts.
Oh, it's nothing. Stitches under my hair, see?
Stitches? Yes, I see. I'd forgotten.
Forgotten? But...
Nothing.
Martin, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong, nothing.
That's not true. You look... Martin, tell me. Tell me.
Does the name Dickin mean anything to you?
Dickin? What is this, for heaven's sake? Dickin was the person who... He gave me this scar. What are
Julie,
you...
I didn't come to the club by accident. Dickin sent me. Julie, where are you going?
To fetch Nikos.
It's 4 in the morning.
He'll come. Martin, for 6 months we lived together. We let ourselves be destroyed while we did nothing. Well, not this time. It's not going to happen this time. I'm not going to let it.
You're not telling all, Martin. Not all. This threat of Dickens is not just one of it, losing your job or being marked out. It's more than that, isn't it?
Yes, Nikos.
So I'm right.
I've been on both sides of the fence. Both a patient and a nurse. I know too much.
What do you mean?
Julie, I can't.
You must.
Please, Julie. On what I've told you, darling, will you do it? Will you see Ray and get that prism?
I'm frightened of him, Martin. Frightened. Can't you understand that?
Ray wouldn't hurt you.
Martin, things are not that simple. Dickon is not the only one who wants Julie to collect this plastic bauble. There's Matheson as well. We're caught on both sides.
But
Look, I know you are frightened, Julie is also scared, terrified of Ray. If you want her to get this prism, you'll have to tell her the nature of your fear.
But what about this Matheson?
Stop it. Why, Nikos? Why are you suddenly so keen for me to go to that hospital? You said you'd protect me from Matheson, for heaven's sake. Why not Dickon? Why not him as well?
Maybe I could, but Martin, I cannot protect Martin from himself.
Oh, for God's sake, stop talking in riddles.
Tell her.
I can't.
For heaven's sake, what is it?
Oh, God. What he says is right, Julie. It isn't simply that I lose my job if Dickon spreads the word. Well, there's more to it than that.
Go on.
I've nursed drug addicts. It's difficult and soul-destroying, because of the addicts themselves. Have you ever asked yourself why out of the hundreds of thousands who play around with drugs, only a small percentage really get hooked?
Hundreds of times, Martin. Hundreds of times since you left me.
It's in them already. It's in what they haven't got. When we were together, Julie, my whole damned existence centred on you. And in the end, when you were making it, I felt useless, pointless. I'd nothing to focus on inside. And heroin took over. Look, don't misunderstand me. It was nothing you did. It was what I lacked. What I'll always lack. I've seen too many mirrors of myself in the past 18 months not to recognise that. If I lose my job, I'll lose what little self-respect I've dredged up, and I'll be back to square one in 3 months' time. Nikos knows it. I know it. And Dickon, when he made his threat, he knew it as well.
Well, how did Dickon ever find out?
I pushed for him. I needed the stuff. Got it from his network, couldn't pay, and then pushed for him, for a fix.
You were that much involved and couldn't tell me?
I was lost in a world of my own. Only coming out of it long enough to give you a bunch of flowers and write you a note.
Julie, you must see Ray. You must get the prism to Dickon. If you do not, you will lose Martin for good. You will have a real corpse on your back. And that is far more important than a face cut into 100 ribbons. And it's something you cannot run away from.
And Matheson?
Oh, I'll see what I can do with Matheson.
Martin? Martin, when can you arrange for me to see Ray?
So you're caught in a vice, Mr. Nikos Christolos. No wonder you wanted to see me so urgently.
Not myself. Julie and Martin. They are the sacrificial lambs, Matheson.
You too. You had planned on playing me for time.
Maybe.
Oh, there's little maybe about it. I can guess at your style, Christolos, and I can promise you that had you tried these tactics, your Acropolis Club would have fallen around your ears.
That is a matter for conjecture. As it is.
As it is, events have overtaken us both. Are you appealing to me to give up that little piece of plastic?
I'm asking you to consider the results of us handing it to you rather than to Dickon.
Very diplomatic. Do you like my rose garden, Mr. Christolos?
It's very attractive.
Yes, this garden is the one thing I really love. But to preserve it, I have to destroy pests. Destroying pests, however, is not simply a matter of spraying wildly with DDT, Mr. Christolos. DDT kills indiscriminately, destroys many beautiful things, beetles, honeybees. Oh, no, I pride myself in using selective washes. It's the end that matters, and the end, for me, is healthy environment where nature continues to live. Yes, your problem. If this Julie succeeds in retrieving the link, then let it go to Dickon. In the end, to be of any use to him, it must come to me. And if there are strings attached, well, I shall take care of the strings. Good day.
Put the billiard cue down, Ray. I've brought your girl to see you.
You what? Julie.
Hello?
Let me look at you, Julie.
She was how you were.
Oh, me? Fine. The insects don't bother me so much. Martin and the other nurses, they're beginning to straighten things out.
Oh?
A man did...
There'll be no mark, Ray.
Oh, good. Good. I think a lot about you, Julie. You make things better. Last time I saw you, when you gave me that piece of plastic.
I didn't...
But you did. Look, here it is. I ran after you with it, and you waved your arms to say I could keep it, remember? And now, when I look through it, the insects disappear. I don't need it so much now. The insects are going away.
I need it back, Ray.
What? You want it?
I want it because...
Marty tried to steal it.
Ray,
You don't have to explain, Marty. Julie wants it back.
Sorry.
Here. You have it. The insects don't come so often.
Thanks.
Julie, may I kiss you?
Ray.
Oh. My girl. You'll come and visit me again sometime?
Yes. Sometime.
Marty, what I said was true. If you knew her name, you would take her from me. Goodbye, Julie.
Ray. Goodbye.
Matheson here.
Dickon here.
Ah, the elusive Dickon. It seems you've been trying to avoid me. Sammy's had his work cut out tracking you down.
Well, you can call him off. I can see him from here, and I'm not in the mood.
You always were an aggressive person. Is there any particular reason why you should have your hackles up now?
Yes, Matheson. I have the link.
I see. Perhaps I underestimated you.
Too right.
When can I expect you to bring it round?
No game.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. You sat on me once too often, Matheson. I didn't like it, and I still don't. I want 300,000 for the link.
What?
Now, don't go and burst a blood vessel on me. I want my money.
I think, Dickon, that I'll reserve my final agonies for a much more worthy cause than you. You're a fool.
I'm just a lowly pusher, nothing more. 300,000, you get the link and a list of my ring contacts. You're buying out your erstwhile partner.
I find your self-valuation a trifle high.
You'll make a fair profit when the Stardust finally sells.
And if I don't buy?
Plastic melts very easily. You'll carry a hell of a straight loss. Take it or leave it, Matheson.
Where and when?
Neutral ground. The Acropolis Club tonight, with Nikos Christolos presiding.
Now, look, Dickon.
I don't want to hear. So easy, Susan. So damned easy.
What have you done?
Sold out. Lock, stock and barrel. £300,000.
300?
A clinch, a walk-through.
You mean that Matheson has actually accepted?
Yes, that's just what I mean. We've won. We bloody well won.
Oh, God. Dickon, what have you done? What have you done?
Well, Mr. Matheson, any luck?
I don't like telephones, Sammy. There's too much missing. No expressions, no looks. Everything's paired to a basic yes or no. An unsatisfactory form of communication as far as discussion is concerned. Dickon is intransigent. His mind is fixed on winning the highest stakes. It's gone beyond luck, I'm afraid. Ah, fine, fine day. I had hoped that what I hinted to Mr. Christolos would not be necessary. Foolish of me. You've got your feet on the ground, Sammy. What would you suggest?
Is it suggestion or confirmation you're looking for, Gov?
Your opinion. You understand that I've made up my mind, but you're a man who doesn't believe in politics, doesn't believe in vaguely wandering round problems while hoping they'll go away. What would you do?
When we was in Borneo...
Oh, spare me the army reminiscences, Sammy.
I was just going to say that we had a golden rule.
Hmm?
If a goot took a pot at you, never hang about, go straight in and take him out, fast and hard, zap.
A golden rule. So simple. A regrettable philosophy, but so simple. What would you recommend?
Oh, I don't recommend nothing. Ain't for me to say.
When I started this, When I started this, it was a business, nothing more. I like money. I have a distaste for endless hours of work. There are people who depend on me, Sammy. Did you know that? Depend. Dickon was admirable as a partner, admirable. I've no real regrets in having used him. If he'd listened to me, done what he was asked. That buxom little girl of his, Susan?
Head over heels. Nice kid. She never knew nothing. Probably still got her head in the clouds, a bit stupid.
Naive. There's a difference.
She don't really figure.
No. No, not really. There'd be no point. Ironic creatures, bees, self-doomed. In destroying another, they invariably destroy themselves. So, what do you think, Sammy?
If some goop takes a pot at you.
Yes. Yes.
Martin, don't look so worried. After tonight, it'll be all over.
Will it?
You know it will.
Maybe. Doesn't seem possible.
What is it? You can tell me.
A few weeks ago, I thought it was finished.
But now it is. Almost.
Then Dickon rang up.
Oh, we don't have to go to the club tonight. I mean, the exchange doesn't need us there.
I'd like to be there. See it through to the end. But, well, this time round the end seems too easy.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop depressing yourself. It's time to go. Come on.
Nobody's been hurt. It isn't right.
God, how can you say that? Nobody hurt. You, me, and Ray.
Not badly enough. Not... I know the setup. I know it too damn well. When the knives come out, they come out so fast and so sudden that no one sees them.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Nothing, really. Feeling lonely, I suppose. The past rattling round in my head, making itself felt.
The past is for forgetting.
I'll always carry it around. A bit of it. You know that.
Yes. But, Martin, I'm with you now.
You were with me 2 years ago. Didn't stop it then.
2 years ago, you hadn't met Ray. 2 years ago, you might have been afraid of Ray like I was. It's the unknown, the things you don't understand that frighten, that really frighten. You know why now. You told Nikos, you told me why it happened, why you went over the top. Those people you nursed in the hospital.
Reflections of myself?
Yes.
Just don't let me forget, Julie. Just don't let me forget those reflections. I need them just as much as I need you. I really, really need them.
Dickon, half my clothes. We're leaving most of our things behind.
That's right. Travelling light, the only way.
But...
It's all tied up.
I know, but what...
Passport, and that's it. Ready?
Oh, I think so.
I want to be early at that club. I want to see Matheson's face as he walks through the door.
Oh, Dickon.
Hey, what's up?
I'm still scared.
There's no need.
Hmm?
No need. You know, I don't know how you've done it.
Done what?
Talk me into loving you. Come on, move your backside.
Another drink, Mr. Dickon, while we wait.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll tell you straight, I do not like you being here. I only want this thing to be finished.
I hope there isn't any arsenic in this scotch. Oh, Marty, I never thanked you. Not saying anything then.
Why should he?
Oh, old time's sake.
Pig.
Never mind him, Julie. Susan, you know the trouble with business deals? They always cause a bit of friction, no matter how you arrange them.
You call this business?
It's as straight as yours, Mr. Christelos.
Ah, Susan has you there.
Stupid bitch.
What was that?
You heard.
Yes. And it's a damn sight better than being a whore.
Enough! That is enough. There will be no more talking.
Mr. Matheson. So, the great businessman, the great rose grower.
You're drunk, Dickon.
I'm celebrating. Let's have the money.
Impatient as ever. In the case. Check it.
No, I'll do just that while Nikos gets the link.
It's in the safe.
Susan, check this with me.
You have the list of contacts.
Here, in the back of this diary.
Your precious piece of plastic.
Now, hold on. Yeah, it seems straight.
If I promise money, the amount is always correct. The link, if you please, Mr. Christolos.
You're welcome to it.
Here we are. Nice and tight. Wouldn't want to line the gutter with it. The stardust is all yours, Matheson. Come on, Susan. We've finished here. Good night, my kind friends. Sleep well.
Mr. Christolos, might I impose on you for a drink? I have to wait for a few moments.
You may, Matheson, but I want you to understand that you stink only slightly less than Dickon.
What next, Dickon?
The airport. We'll buy tickets at the desk.
But the money...
Ireland first, then the continent. We've done it, Susan. We've done it.
It was too easy.
Luck of the devil, that's me.
And Matheson?
Forget it, Susan. Forget Matheson. Just look for a taxi.
There's one.
Come on! Your fare's waiting!
Dickon, that taxi.
Damn, he hasn't seen.
The driver, it's...
What the hell?
Get back! Dickon! Oh, God. Dickon.
He's dead, miss.
You've killed him. You've killed my Dickon.
Well, he stepped out, miss. There weren't nothing I could do.
Stepped out. You mounted the pavement. You meant to.
Well, ain't nobody to vouch for that, miss. The street's empty. See for yourself.
You killed my Dickon, Sammy.
I'll take this case, miss. He won't be needing it now, will he?
Dickon.
I heard something, Martin, a scream.
You think so?
Julie was right. What the hell's going on?
You've almost finished your drink.
Thank you, but I won't be requiring another, Mr. Christolos.
Sammy.
Evening, miss. The case, Mr. Matheson. I'm afraid the girl's in a bit of a state. Shock like.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Christolos?
Go down and look after her, Jacko.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God, I feel sick.
Martin, Julie, I think you should go.
Will I see you again?
Perhaps. But not to work.
No.
Come on, Julie. Let's go.
Julie.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
But we all are, Nikos. All of us.
Excuse me, Mr. Christolos.
Yes?
If I could use your phone, I have to report an accident to the police.
Splinterlight was written by D. Gregory Lyons. Matheson was played by Gerald Cross and Dickon by Peter Marinka. Nigel Graham played Nikos and Sandra Clark Julie. Marty was played by John Bull and Ray by Peter Craze. Eric Allen played Jacko and Mulligan. Susan was played by Elizabeth Revel and Sammy by Michael Ripper. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Michael Rolfe.
Afternoon Theatre.
See how they're carrying him. He's unconscious. This is dreadful. With His Majesty present.
Retinue, what the devil has happened to Strauss?
There's Hirsch on the platform.
Your Imperial Majesties, Your Gracious Highness, Your Excellency the Ambassador, Reverend Lordships, ladies and gentlemen, Herr Johann Strauss has suffered a slight indisposition. He begs the permission of Your Majesties for the dancing to continue. The orchestra will be conducted by Herr Reichmann. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Careful. Yes, sir, yes. Carry him gently.
Yes, sir.
Herr Hirsch, His Majesty has placed me at your disposal. I am the court physician. Oh, I am most grateful, Doctor.
In here, Herr Hirsch?
Yes, into the anteroom. And open the window.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I am sorry, Doctor. Should we?
Yes, by all means. Well, Hirsch, so Johann has overdone it at last.
No, not now, Wiest. I'm busy. Just go in, Doctor. I shall follow in a moment.
I shall examine Herr Strauss. Can I just slip in and see you?
I prefer not.
Oh, come. I'm a good friend of his.
Yes, and we appreciate the support you have given him in your articles. But as his manager, I think...
I think that European tour was too much for him. It would have killed a lion.
Johann is stronger than a lion. The tour was necessary. First he conquered Vienna, now he has conquered Europe. Wiest, I must go in now.
Of course. Give him my regards. May I write at this table?
Oh, yes. Please. Sergeant.
Sir.
See that this gentleman has all he needs, and post yourself outside this door. Admit no one. No one. You understand?
No one, sir. September the 9th, 1838. Herr Johann Strauss, the genius to whose music all Vienna and all Europe whirl, collapsed tonight while conducting one of his own compositions at the ball given by His Excellency, the Russian ambassador for His Imperial Majesty, our Emperor.
This way, Mother.
I wonder if the children will be all right.
I told Joseph he was in charge. Sergeant?
What is it, young man?
Johann, you should be more respectful.
Mother, leave everything to me. Sergeant, they told me Herr Johann Strauss was here.
That's right. And this isn't the time for autographs.
Kindly admit us, Sergeant.
No one is admitted. That's my orders. No one.
You will admit me, I think.
Oh, and who may you be, sonny boy?
Herr Johann Strauss, Jr. And this, Frau Anna Strauss, my mother.
The doctor gave him laudanum, Frau Strauss. He's sleeping now.
How is he?
Serious. Internal bleeding due to overwork. Well, what can you expect?
I told him. I wrote to him. 72 concerts in England, 86 in France. All his nights traveling over housing. He has burned himself out.
I couldn't stop him. I swear I tried. There's a demon in that man, Frau Strauss.
Herr Hirsch.
Yes, what is it, Sergeant?
May I have a word with you, sir?
But does Herr Wiest want something?
The journalist, sir. No, sir, he's gone.
What is it, then?
Well, can't I have a word with you, sir? Outside.
No. Young Johann, may I leave you and your mother in charge?
Of course, Herr Hirsch.
I shall not be long.
She's outside, sir. Oh, this lady insists on seeing Herr Strauss.
Yes, all right, Sergeant. Just go down to the end of the corridor. You can stop people there.
Right, sir.
I am surprised, Fräulein.
Are you? Why?
You come here openly.
He comes to me fairly openly.
There are proprieties, Fräulein Amelia.
Which all Vienna laughs at. Tell Johann I'm here.
He is asleep.
Let me in. I will wait by his bed.
His wife is in there.
I see. Can't you get rid of her? I'll disappear for a few minutes.
No, please keep your voice down. Do you want her to hear you?
Why shouldn't she? Don't tell me she doesn't know about me.
His wife and son are with him.
The woman he loves is at the door.
The woman he loves? His amusement?
I shall tell him what you said. If you value your job
here... Do not
here...
threaten me, Fräulein Amelia. I have done everything for that man, and he knows it. His life is a chaos, a fury. He rushes through the world like a comet, and I keep order. I arrange everything. I make his life possible. What have you done for him?
Really? A man of your age does not know. Ask Johann.
Oh.
I know which of us he would give up first. He would give up his family for me.
He is not mad.
When a man wants a woman, he is mad.
You should know about men.
That is enough. Get rid of that other woman and see that I am admitted. I shall do him more good than her.
If you do not leave here at once, I shall have you removed.
Here, you forget yourself.
Oh, no. A man, his wife, and his son are in that room. Outside is his tuppenny mistress. Good night, Fräulein Emilia.
That's right. Come in, children. Say good morning to your father.
Good morning, Papa. Johann has gone to school.
Good morning, children. Already, has he?
Yes, Papa.
Well, he's too old for kisses and sweets.
I like sweets, Papa.
Yes, so did I at your age. But I seldom got 'em. I was poor. A poor man's son. Not like you children. You remember that.
Yes, Papa.
Now, have you said your prayers?
Yes.
Had your breakfast?
Yes, Papa.
Have they, Anna?
Yes, Johann.
Good. Now, show me your hands. All nice and clean. Right. Here's your chocolate. Now, you're not to eat it till Mama says you can.
He's in the salon with the children, Frau Friedrich.
Ah, come in, Hirsch.
Oh, good morning, Johann.
Just the daily family rights. Children, what do you say?
Good morning, Herr.
Good.
Morning, children.
Off you go to school, then. Eddie will go to Mama. Now, be off now. And remember your manners.
Good morning, Papa. Good morning, Herr.
It makes me sad and it makes me happy. Sad because I have no children. Happy because you are so happy with yours.
Yes, I am happy with them.
Yes, they have been a great comfort to you.
What else have I had these 2 years?
Your dear wife has
My God.
been a...
2 years. It doesn't seem possible. 2 years since I collapsed at the Russian ball.
Your illness is cured.
Well, what sort of a life have I had? Cooped up in this apartment with a woman and 5 children.
But now, thanks to your patience, you can resume that life. I have contracts.
Isn't it ridiculous? A man of 36 laid low in this manner. 6 months flat on a bed. 2 years cooped up listening to the women gossiping in the yard.
Oh, Johann.
36, Count Friedrich. And let me tell you, once I'm back at the treadmill, I shall be ill again. And again, I shall not make old bones.
Oh, if only you would take it easy.
No, how can I take it easier? I play like the devil. They all say, Johann Strauss plays like the devil. My bull flashes, my body sways in a frenzy like a gypsy.
That was all right at the beginning. But now you are famous.
That isn't why I'm famous. It's what they want. It's what they will have. Or they'll throw me over.
Oh, never.
Ah, you're a loyal friend, Karl Friedrich. Loyal and true. But the multitude? They eat me. They suck my blood. They crunch my bones. They must go on, and I must go on, giving them their excitement, giving them myself, until there is nothing of me left. Now, how is the money, my royal treasurer?
It is getting low. But with these new contracts...
Getting low? I'm at the height of my fame. I've toured Europe, given hundreds of concerts at unprecedented fees. Where is the money all of a sudden? Well, now, come on, Hirsch. You know how it comes and how it goes. Where is all the money?
I do not control all your expenditure.
All my expenditure? Living indoors for 2 years?
Well, not all the time. You do have... You have started going out again every morning.
Well, of course I go out. I'm on my feet. The doctor said a gentle walk.
The doctor said a gentle walk.
And... Now, come on, we're old friends. Out with it.
You don't go for a gentle walk. You go...
No, don't say it. I don't want to quarrel with you, Hirsch. Not with you.
Oh, be frank, he says, out with it. And the money... I mustn't say where the money goes. To whom the money goes.
Now, Hirsch, do not provoke me. You stick to business. Leave my private life to me.
Very good. There are the contracts. I will come back for them tomorrow.
Now, wait. I'll come with you. I'm going out myself. I should get a cab at the corner.
For a gentle walk? Huh? Auf Wiedersehen, Anna.
No coffee, Karl? Auf Wiedersehen. When will you be back, Johann?
I don't know. Late. Don't keep lunch for me.
A gentle walk. Oh, Johann.
Violin? Who's playing a violin? In my apartment? It can't be. Where? The boy's bedroom? Yes. It is the boy's bedroom. Back from school already?
Yes, Father.
No homework?
I'm going to do it afterwards.
Afterwards? In the meantime, I find you playing the fiddle in front of a mirror. Where did you get the fiddle?
I bought it.
Now, you know my rule. No musical instruments for the children. And you bought it? With what money, may I ask?
My own.
And pray, where did you get your own money?
I give piano lessons.
What? You little scoundrel? Against my better judgment, I let you take piano lessons at school.
You said I could if I got good reports.
I let you play because I want you to be a gentleman. Gentlemen play the piano. It's a social accomplishment. But fiddlers, ruffians, gypsies, vagabonds, that is not what I plan for my son.
I want to be a musician.
Do you think I suffered and worked and slaved for my sons to be musicians? You have never known poverty. That's your trouble. I was born to it. I had no school at your age. I worked, a bookbinder. I can still smell the glue. My sons will not smell of glue.
But, Father, I love music.
I came up from the gutter, and you will not go back there. You will be a merchant. Your brother Joseph will go to university and then to the army.
I don't want to be a merchant.
You will be what I say. Now, don't you answer me back. A boy obeys God, and then the emperor, and then his father. Telling me you don't want to be a merchant. Here, give me that fiddle.
Father.
Give it to me. So, I do not leave knives or pistols or other dangerous objects lying about in my home.
What are you doing with it?
I'm going to put it where it's safe. Where you will not get at it, in my desk, under lock and key.
Father, please.
You will not be a musician. A musician is a nobody. He is not admitted to good society. He starves.
You are a musician?
I am Johann Strauss.
I want to be like you, Father. That's all I want. To be just like you.
You will. My boy, there is only one Johann Strauss. Now go back to your homework. La 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 dum dum. La 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 dum dum. Anna?
Johann, may I talk to you?
When I'm working?
I won't keep you long.
For 15 years, I've drummed into you not to interrupt me when I'm working. Now, my dear, I have to go back to work. I must have new waltzes. I must have new waltzes.
Johann hasn't eaten a proper meal since yesterday.
So he sulks.
He'll make himself ill.
Now, just let me get this into my head. He'll just make himself hungry, then he'll eat again.
It isn't right. It isn't right. I said it's not right, Johann. The boy must have his chance.
Oh, yes, of course he must. He's at the foolish age. What does a boy know at 15? It's up to his father to save him from folly. I shall give him a good future as a merchant.
Give him back his fiddle.
No.
He works hard giving those piano lessons. 68 kreutzers a lesson.
If I remember, my dear, it was your idea that he should learn the piano. And that's where all the trouble started.
Trouble? Playing the piano?
You knew where it would lead. And it was against my wishes. Now, leave me, my dear. Hirsch tells me we have not all that much money.
That is not my fault.
Never mind whose fault it is. I must earn some more.
I've been a good wife.
Yes.
I've economized. And your new earnings will go where all my economies have gone.
Anna, leave me alone now.
On that bitch's back.
Anna, you talk like a peasant.
An innkeeper's daughter.
You don't have to bring that up.
But I'm not ashamed of it, are you? Your father kept an alehouse, too, only his was common and dirty and cheap.
I've raised us both up, Anna, into another world. A world in which it seems you are not at home.
It made me a good housekeeper, didn't it? Which you're glad of. That's all I am to you now, your housekeeper.
Oh.
A nursemaid to the 5 children I bore you. For everything else, you go to her.
Anna, I have work to do.
I scrimp and save.
I cannot waste time arguing.
You poured out money so that Fräulein Amelia can set the fashions in Vienna. A common little milliner.
Don't abuse somebody you don't know.
But I do know her. I know all about her. The women tell stories about her in every shop. You bought her a new diamond brooch this week, didn't you? Come on, didn't you? Aren't the women right?
And I have to work. I cannot stand this.
Nor can I. Imagine me walking into a shop. The gossip suddenly stops. Just whispering, women looking at me. How do you think I feel?
Anna, I'm an artist. Don't meddle with what you don't understand.
It's out in the open now. You can't send me back into the kitchen.
You don't know who you're married to. You don't know me. You never did.
And she does.
Yes, she does. Don't push me too far, Anna. Just let me work in peace.
Not till you let me live in peace.
You want my money? I'll give it to you.
I don't want money. I want my husband.
If you don't come to your senses, you'll lose your husband.
Will I? Where will you go?
Where I can work in peace. There's music in my head, and you're killing it.
You are killing me.
All right. All right. Anna, will you kindly pack a valise for me with a few clean shirts? Anna.
But the thing is, I've given him 2 clean shirts every day. The frill's all beautifully pressed. Now he wants me to give him some more clean shirts so that he can go to his mistress.
So that I can go where I can work. My work comes first.
Before your family?
Before everything, Anna. There's only one Johann Strauss. I'll send for my things later.
Johann, don't leave me. Don't leave your children.
You forced me to. Anna, it's no use barring the way.
I won't make trouble. I won't say any more. I promise you could work in peace. I won't say any more.
I married too young. I was 20. You were pregnant. I wanted to do the right thing.
Johann? Johann, my child, it's Mother.
Go away, please.
Unlock the door.
I'll come out later. Just leave me alone now.
I have something for you.
I don't want anything. You've got my violin. Mother, oh, thank you. Mother, this isn't my violin.
It's a new one.
Where did it come from?
I bought it for you, so that you may become a great musician.
But, Mama, what will Father say?
Johann, come here. There. I just wanted to put my arm around you. I'm so unhappy.
Why?
You're a big boy. I must tell you, you'll all have to know anyhow. Your father has gone away.
Away? On a tour?
He hasn't gone on tour. He's gone to that other woman.
I see.
You know all about it.
The boys at school don't let me forget.
You're the man of the house now.
I'll look after you.
I know you will. And you'll become a great musician. Oh, thank God I've kept some savings. I will spend every crutch of them if need be to give you what your father never had, a musical education.
Oh, Mother.
He had to teach himself. You will be taught by the finest master in Vienna, my friend Herr Drexler.
The cathedral organist.
Oh, a wonderful man. You'll study with him, and you'll become famous. Famous. Oh, my darling, Vienna is going to learn that there is another Johann Strauss. One who loves me.
Well, eh? You're a handsome young man, Johann, eh? 19. I remember your father at that age.
Yes. I remember him every time I look at my son.
Come in.
Herr Johann Strauss has arrived, Herr Hirsch.
Well, show him straight in.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Hirsch. Anna, how are you?
Keeping well, Johann. And you?
Oh, as you see me, very well. And you, Johann?
Quite well, Father.
So Joseph starts at the university?
Yes, next term, Father.
Good, good, good. He has a good head on him. How are Eddie and the girls?
They send their love.
But you, Johann, your news is not so good. Expelled from the commercial college.
Oh, they are too strict, those people.
Bursting into song in the middle of a lesson. You call expulsion too strict? But you are working hard for that savings bank post now, Johann.
Well, yes, Father, I'm studying very hard.
Good, I'm paying that tutor a shocking fee. So, yes?
It's a painful duty. It is 4 years now since your separation. The legal deed of separation has been approved and lies here before me. Anna, Johann, before you sign, may I not plead for a reconciliation?
The door of my home has always been open to its master.
Johann.
Oh, what's the use? Give me the pen.
Will you sign here, Anna?
There.
The separation is now confirmed.
The terms, read them. I want them to be clearly understood.
Anna to continue to receive an allowance of 500 gulden on the first day of each month.
Agreed.
It is not enough, Father.
I agree to it.
It is further agreed that none of this sum be spent on the musical education of your son.
Is that understood?
I will spend none of your money on the musical education of my son.
I'm still their father. I'm resolved that they should become good citizens. If my wife allows any of these 3 boys to become a musician, the agreement is broken and her allowance is forfeit.
Excellent, Johann, excellent.
Thank you. I've been practicing that mass you wrote, Herr Drexler.
How nice. And I played to Herr Hoffmann the score you composed for my choir.
Oh.
The only true music is religious music. Music comes from God, and we must offer it to God. Herr Hoffmann tells everyone that you are the finest pupil in composition that he's ever had.
Tells everyone? But it was understood
all right, that your studies are secret. We do not want your mother to lose her separation allowance, do we?
Herr Drexler, I cannot allow you to reflect on my father's...
Johann, I have been your mother's friend from childhood. I know. But you're a good boy to defend your father.
Well, he's a great man.
From whom your secret is safe. By everyone, I meant the colleagues of our musical circle at the cathedral. A very elderly and discreet gentleman, Johann, like myself.
Yes, Herr Drexler.
Now, continue.
your music now. It is a spring morning.
You were so young.
So are you.
You make me young. Well, do you enjoy your drive in the park?
I saw your son.
My son?
Your son, Johann.
You didn't say...
Oh, don't worry. I didn't speak to him. What a feast that would have been for the gossips. He was just walking and dreaming.
Dreaming?
Dreaming. I drove right past. He didn't see me. He's the only man in the park who didn't look at me. He wouldn't have seen me if I'd been naked.
Emilia, don't be immodest.
My dear, there is a time and a place for immodesty. He looked just like you do when you're composing. Perhaps he is composing.
He's studying bookkeeping.
He's very handsome.
Oh, yes, he's a good-looking boy.
I said handsome.
All right, handsome. He takes after me.
Oh, what a lucky girl to hold that slim, young body.
Emilia, I do not like immodesty.
You're jealous.
I have my principles.
Darling, the man who left his wife and 5 children talks about his principles.
I left to preserve my independence.
You left because I know when and how to be immodest.
Emilia.
You left all those children whom you loved, whom you still love. After 4 years, I know. You still miss them, don't you? You left them all for me.
Emilia, come and kiss me.
For my white young... Oh, I mustn't be immodest. Not in the daytime.
Emilia.
What's this?
Emilia.
Hide and seek.
Emilia.
Can't catch me.
Emilia.
Oh, a prisoner.
I shall not let you go.
But you shall buy me a new dress. I saw a beautiful dress this morning.
Everything. Everything. You love me? You still love me?
What does that tell you?
Emilia. Emilia. Emilia.
Is that young Herr Strauss at the organ, Virgil?
Yes, Herr Drexler. Shall I...
No, don't disturb him. I shall just stay back here, please.
Very well.
But what is this? This is not Bach. A waltz. I might have known.
Herr Drexler. Herr Drexler, revered master, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry.
You are sorry?
I was trying to play the fugue, but my fingers, well, they just kept on slipping.
Perhaps the Almighty likes waltzes too. Johann, you are a Strauss. Run away and write waltzes. It's your destiny.
I have read your letter carefully, Johann. I gave it a lot of thought, and I decided we better talk it over man to man.
Thank you, Father.
You say here you want to apply for a license to perform music in public.
Yes, Father.
To support your mother.
To give her all I think she should have.
You have defied me.
Oh, I meant no disrespect.
You have defied me, so has your mother. 4 years of secret backstairs, underhand deception.
Well, Father, it's not wrong to study.
You studied music.
Well, it's my vocation.
And you say that's not defiance? All right, you studied music against my wishes, and now you come crawling to me to help you.
I only want to...
You only want my letter of consent, without which you're helpless. Because you are under 21, and the magistrates very properly insist on the father's consent. In other words, my boy, for 2 more years, you are still my son, and I still say no music.
Father, I do respect you, and I don't want to go against you, But I owe it to my mother to follow my chosen path.
Against my wishes?
Father, please don't blame Mother.
She egged you on?
Well, she couldn't have stopped me.
And what would you have done if she had tried? Run away from home? You tell me you love her so much you would have deserted her?
Please don't stop her allowance.
But she has broken the agreement?
She hasn't. She saved up the money herself.
Out of her housekeeping, which I have always paid her.
She wears old dresses, old hats, not like that.
Now, you be quiet.
Oh, Father, I don't want to quarrel. More than anything else in the world, I want your...
My money?
Your blessing.
Oh, my son, I'm not quite the monster you take me for.
I know.
In spite of your loving words, your mother broke an agreement. She has no claim on me. But I shall not stop her allowance.
Oh, thank you, Father.
No, don't thank me. Go to the magistrates. Make a fool of yourself. And then be a good boy and go back to your bookkeeping.
Court of Magistrates of the City of Vienna is in session.
Proceed with the first case.
Application for a license to make music for entertainment in public resorts with an orchestra of from 12 to 15 persons. Herr Johann Strauss.
Herr Johann Strauss?
Junior.
Oh. Yes. Age?
19.
Father's letter of consent?
None received.
Indeed? Now, why is this, Herr Strauss Jr.?
Your Honor, I wish to make my own way without leaning upon my father's reputation.
Does he approve?
Well, I've informed him, Your Honor. Has he entered any objection?
No communication received, Your Honor. But I have here several testimonials in support of the application.
Pass them up, will you?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Now, let me see. Oh, from the headmaster of the Chesterton High School. That's right. An extremely modest, well-educated youth. What's this? Oh, from the parish priest. There's a dutiful boy who is the support of his mother and family. Yes, but why does he have to support the family of the famous Herr Strauss?
If you remember, Your Honor, the father and mother are separated.
Yes. Yes, a very serious and responsible young man, it seems. And, oh, yes, I see you have a letter from Herr Drexler. I do not approve of the applicant's preference for light music. But to keep him from it is as unnatural and cruel as to keep a fish from the stream. Have you anything to add, Herr Strauss?
Oh, Your Honor, I have been trained in classical and religious music. I shall include serious music in my programs for the moral elevation of my audiences.
I wonder if our Viennese want moral elevation. Well, gentlemen, what do you say to this application?
I want to make an announcement. Herr Conductor!
Sit down. Tell that boy to sit down.
I have work for you.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
What do you mean, who are you? Gentlemen, your attention, please. I've often been told that when one wants to find good musicians who are temporarily disengaged, one should go to the inn zur Stadt Belgrade. So, here I am.
Here I am, he says.
Who the hell are you? Oh, my name is Johann Strauss.
Do you hear that?
And mine is Emperor Napoleon.
Johann Strauss. Junior. Junior? I have a music license and I'm going to give a public concert.
Is your old man backing you?
No.
No?
Why not?
Oh, never mind that. Now, I want players.
What are you paying?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We're professionals. Nothing in advance. But we'll all share the profits.
Go back to school.
Gentlemen, at least take a chance. You're not working. What can you lose?
What can't we lose? That's more like it.
I'll tell you, young man. Reputation.
Quite right.
Reputation, that's it.
We're good players. We only serve under good conductors like your father.
Yes, that's right. He means something.
I see.
You're wet behind the ears. You want to play being your daddy? Play at home. Conduct your little brothers and sisters, not us. We've reputations to protect.
Yes, Herr Conductor, may I borrow your violin, please?
Very well. Let's see what you can do.
Your violin, Herr Conductor. And you want to know if I can conduct? Gentlemen, are you ready? From the middle.
Little Strauss is not bad.
It's a miracle.
Handsome duck.
Gentlemen! Who will take a chance with me?
Amelia. Back so soon from the shops? Nothing to buy?
I bought the newspaper. I thought this announcement might interest you. Herr Johann Strauss, son, will present a concert on Tuesday, October the 15th at Domeyer's Garden Restaurant opposite the park of Schönbrunn.
The little fool.
Oh, it's a concert, a boyish experiment.
In the most elegant part of the city. It's a challenge.
You mustn't exaggerate.
Johann, there are posters all over Vienna, posters taller than a man. People are crowded round them, and all the posters say, Johann Strauss, son, S-O-N, in big letters.
Oh, here she's right, my dear. The people know there's only one Johann Strauss.
Oh, you don't know how they're talking. One Johann Strauss. And there's a headline here, The Battle of the Strausses.
The Battle of the Strausses?
You could have stopped this, Johann.
He will fail.
They will go in crowds.
When he was 3 years old, he put his hand on the stove and he was burnt. He never touched the stove again.
You're still too soft.
He's my son.
He is your rival.
They won't go. They won't go. The people won't be so fickle.
He'll go in crowds. And if he's good...
But if you're a boy, what can he be?
He is a Strauss.
And if I thought that... if that were really to be...
Oh, Johann, it would all be settled if you embraced the boy.
If my own son were to set up against me, I hope I would not live to see that day. Karl Friedrich, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to lie down.
You have upset him.
His son has upset him. My family's like a millstone around his neck. I told him to stop the allowance.
He loves them too much for that.
You hate me, don't you, Hirsch?
I don't hate anyone, Fräulein Emilia. I'm only a talented bookkeeper who happens to love music. And first of all, the music of Johann Strauss.
You love his family, too.
His family are his family.
And I?
You give him much that he needs. I am grateful to you. Do not count me an enemy.
Can I count you as a friend?
He loves you. Yes, as a friend.
Then be his friend now. Defend him.
Defend him?
Against this challenge, against this attack, against his son.
How can I do that? The concert takes place. Perhaps, as Johann says, it will be a failure. And
it must be a failure.
Well, that's as God wishes.
It's as you wish. Oh, Hirsch, don't be naive. Everyone knows that musicians hire claques to applaud them.
Ah, the ruffians, yes. Nobody is. They clap whoever pays them. Johann has never needed such people.
They'll clap for money. They'll boo for money.
Fräulein Emilia, you want me to hire ruffians to ruin this boy? I love him, too. He's Johann's son.
If you are not my friend, you are my enemy, Hirsch. You will regret it.
You have threatened me before, Fräulein Emilia. You have not turned my friend against me.
You saw him just now. Depressed, anxious, too miserable to work.
Yes, but he would never agree.
He must never know.
What?
You were doing this for me. I have my score against that family, too.
My answer is no.
Very well. You are bringing suffering on your friend.
Through his son?
No, through me.
Oh.
I like to have my own way. I can transport that man to heaven or hell. If you do not obey me, Hirsch, I shall make his life a hell.
Oh, I believe you would.
A hell, Hirsch.
Oh, no. Very well, Fräulein Emilia. I will choose the lesser evil. I am helpless.
Have your money ready, ladies and gentlemen. 50 kreutzers, standing only.
Program. Just keep pushing, my dear. We must get in.
50 kreutzers, standing only. Have the right change ready, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God, they are pouring in like a torrent. They are not even paying their money. Box office, sell some of the tickets at least. Oh, it's an inferno out there, Frostrom.
It's wonderful. It's for my son.
Yes, the whole of Vienna is pouring westward.
Inside they're packed like herrings, and outside they stand like a besieging mob. The police can't move them. They want to stand outside and listen.
Of course. They want to hear my boy.
Anna, you must excuse me, please.
Carl Friedrich, won't you share my box?
No, Anna. I have people to see. Yes.
We should have a lot more with a crowd like this.
Yes, all right. Now go away. No, stay here. Just behind me.
Do we start as soon as he comes on?
Yes. No. Wait until I cough.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program begins with a waltz of my own composition, Die Gunstwerbe. then.
Right. Throw my men out!
Be quiet.
I'm not even the end of the umbrella!
Be quiet, fool. Can't you see? I'm listening to the music.
Ah, what a night. Oh, Herr Wiest, why are you standing at the back? You know we always keep a box for you.
It's safer here, mein Herr. Am I going to be crushed to death in that mob?
You're going to write about this concert.
Could a critic dare to ignore an event like this?
The boy's good.
You know, he's not as good as his father, but he's better than his father was at the same age.
Inherited genius.
Yes. And be truly said of the son of Strauss that he came to earth as a waltz.
Anna. Can't believe you came.
At the risk of being trampled to death. Are they never going to let it go?
19 encores. Never has it been known.
No.
Not even his father had 19 encores.
Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude... Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to pay a tribute to the greatest man I know, my father. To my very dear father, the incomparable Johann Strauss. I dedicate this performance of his most beautiful waltz, Die Lorelei Rheinklange.
Forgive the intrusion. There is someone to see you.
No, later,
No,
please.
it is urgent, Herr Hirsch. He is in my office. I won't come with you.
Johann, so you couldn't keep away, huh?
Father is a father. A son is a son. He played my waltz, eh?
You didn't hear his introduction. He said, the greatest man I know, my very dear father, the incomparable Johann Strauss.
You're crying.
So, wipe your cheek, Johann. Don't be ashamed.
Listen to that applause.
History.
My son.
The son of a genius.
Father. Johann? My boy, what does this mean? They're still calling for you?
Oh, let them yell. I'll go back. I haven't seen Mother yet. The manager told me you were here.
And you left a cheering audience? No, Johann, you must learn to be professional. I could have waited. I'm a professional, too.
What did you think of it, Father? Be honest.
Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Now, mind you, if I were you when I come to the end of the period...
Yes.
Oh, no, here's whoever it is. Get rid of them.
I will.
I have business with my son. Johann, family business.
Yes.
Oh, some woman after a lock of your hair, I suppose. I keep a black poodle to supply the demands.
Please, Johann. We can't send Herr Wiest away.
Wiest, now come in, Wiest.
Good evening.
Now, tell us what the press thinks of my son.
Good evening, Father Strauss. Good morning, son Strauss.
Yes,
Johann.
we're leaving.
Father.
Doorman? Doorman? I have a cab waiting. Call for my cab.
Johann, please go back.
Doorman, hurry.
Strauss's cab.
Johann, history has been made. For better or for worse, you were in each other's arms there.
Now, come on, Niels.
Just because a foolish man makes a foolish remark.
That foolish man is the most influential music critic in Vienna.
Oh, my old friend, there's room for 2 Strausses.
Good evening, Father Strauss. In other words, my day is done. Good morning, son Strauss. In other words, he takes my place. That is what my son has done to me.
Joseph, you mustn't go out.
Mother, I've got to.
Your son's out God knows where. You can't leave me alone with the children. They're shooting across the path. Listen, the soldiers could break in any time.
The Emperor's butchers. Mother, the best way to protect you is to defeat them.
You're a baby.
I'm a student and a man. All my comrades are at the barricades. Mother, this is a revolution.
Revolution in Vienna is mad. Joseph, you don't have to be mad like the others.
It's all over Europe, Mother. In every country, they're rising up for democracy. This is 1848, the year of years.
All I know is you're my son, and I don't want to lose you.
I'll look after myself. I'll be back, I will, with a bottle of wine to drink to our victory.
All right, lads. Get some rest while you can.
Our comrades are fighting on the barricades. Why don't we join them?
We're waiting to find out where reinforcements are needed.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why do we need to wait?
You do as you're told. You can't win a revolution without discipline.
Hey, look who's here.
Huh? Oh, it's young Strauss. Hey, Strauss, what do you got there? Case of pistols?
No, my fiddle.
Well, we don't want waltzes now. Here's Strauss. You with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Then you'll have to learn musket music. Hang on, we'll try and get your gun.
Oh, I know my own kind of music better. Are you the reinforcements?
First Workers' Battalion from Zavering. All at the ready.
Get to the barricade, Amelia. Help Strasser at once.
Now then, young Strauss, you falling in with us?
I'll take the lead if I may. Brothers, do you know the hymn of the Great French Revolution?
For democracy, lads, the Marseillaise! To the barricades! Forward! March!
Why don't you go to bed, Teresa?
I'm rather frightened. They say those foreign soldiers are breaking into houses and behaving badly.
Eddie and Nellie are asleep. Nothing will happen here.
Well, Johann and Joseph aren't back.
They'll be all right. Come, Teresa, get some sleep. Shall I sing you your old lullaby?
Mama, your children aren't babies any longer.
I wish to God they were. Good night, Teresa. Don't be frightened.
Good night, Mama.
Joseph.
Don't light the lamp, Mother.
Oh, Joseph. Oh, my child.
Oh, Mother. They're after me. Can't you hear them? Polish dragoons. They're madmen.
The firing has died down. Isn't the fighting over?
The fighting's over. We've been crushed.
Oh, my dear God.
Open up! Open up!
They're coming in here.
Open!
Where can I hide? Mama, look at my hands.
Oh, black.
Gunpowder. They're shooting every man with gunpowder burns on his hands.
In the bedroom, quickly.
But my gun. I've got my gun here.
In the bedroom. Teresa. Teresa.
Mama!
Not a sound. Not a sound from any of you. He was going to come back with a bottle of wine. Oh, my God, what will they do to the girls?
Search all the apartments.
The gun. And the stove.
Open! Open in the name of the Emperor! Open or we fire!
Oh, thank God. I'm coming. What do you want?
We're looking for traitors. Why did you not open?
I was not dressed.
Why the darkness?
We were asleep. Lieutenant, you will wake my children.
The apartment will be searched for rebels.
Please, I beg.
Lieutenant!
Johann!
Not a word, Mother. Do as I say.
Look at his hands.
Sir. No powder burns, Lieutenant, I assure you. Here's my fiddle. I've been playing it.
Remain where you are while the apartment is searched.
Lieutenant, you will remain where you are. Allow me to open the window. You are not an Austrian, Lieutenant.
21st Polish Dragoons. Look here,
I'm a loyal servant of the Emperor, as are all his foreign troops. You took part in the military parade last month.
I asked the questions here.
Listen to the music. His Majesty's Imperial Guard is marching through the city to demonstrate that the revolution is crushed. And you know the music they're marching to?
Yes, it's Strauss's Radetzky March.
And you're now standing in the presence of Herr Strauss's wife.
Frau Strauss. Madame, I didn't know. At night, How can one know?
In Vienna, Lieutenant, an officer usually removes his cap in the presence of a lady.
Dear lady, your pardon.
Herr Johann Strauss is a staunch supporter of the Emperor. I'm his son. The porter will confirm these facts if you wish.
If I had known.
Since you're so busy, I shall not detain you.
No. Your servant, dear lady, your servant, mein Herr. Outside, man!
Johann. Oh, my blessed Johann. How did you know Joseph was hiding here?
I didn't, but there's soot on your fingers from the chimney stove. Well, Johann, they've beaten us, so you're safe.
Johann's back too. Teresa, keep quiet till those terrible men have gone away.
To think it would end like this. Keep away from the window, Joseph. They've sabred women in the streets, hung workmen in batches. The students and the professional men are honored with bullets. Listen to the firing squads. And his music drowns their cries. I'll never forget this. Never. His music mocks at us. He wrote their marching song. Our own father. Our enemy.
There you are, Johann. Another great success, huh? You're the toast of the English court.
You think so?
No, but of course. Queen Victoria thinks you are a wonder among musicians, and the ladies of the court, huh? They fawn on you.
Well, some of the ladies, perhaps. And tonight, a lot of the ladies were not there.
No, but the reception was packed.
It appears that half the aristocrats here are liberal.
Liberal aristocrats? Only in England could such a thing happen.
None of the liberal aristocrats accepted their invitations. They didn't want to meet me.
Oh, nonsense.
Yes. I never thought I'd have to run away from Vienna.
What, run away? That's silly talk. It was time for another European tour.
The audience in Vienna booed me.
No, some of them. An element only. Johann, aren't you feeling well?
My head aches again.
I'll send for a doctor.
Oh, he'll give me a bottle of something. The one yesterday gave me a bottle of something. The one in Brussels gave me a bottle of something. My head aches, my limbs ache, but I'm ill in the heart, Count Friedrich. I'm 45 and I feel like an old man.
Oh, nonsense. Your greatest achievements are yet to come.
Are they? Perhaps my day is done. It has seemed so on this tour. Oh, politics. Politics. All of a sudden, politics ruined my life. I know nothing about it. I don't want to know anything about it. Music, that's all I care about.
Naturally, you're an artist, Johann. What should you know about politics?
Democracy. Am I against the people? I've been making the people happy all my life. I want to go on making them happy.
You will, Johann, you will.
I am from the people. When I was a baby, I played on the sanded floor of a tavern among the spittle of workmen and soldiers. And because I succeed, because the emperor shakes my hand, you know, that's why they're against me.
I know.
It's ridiculous because I wrote music for the emperor, but I write music for everyone, everyone.
Yes.
I simply don't understand.
How is your head, Johann? Would you like another spoonful of laudanum? Hmm?
Yes. Another spoonful.
Well, here you are. Johann, You're a magician. You have only to wave the bow of your fiddle and the spell is cast. You will conquer them again in Vienna. You will conquer them in Prague. And here in London. Oh, the devils.
And here in London, a stone through the window. I only care about music. I only care about music. I only care about music.
Johann.
I only care
Johann.
about... I only
Johann, come here.
care about...
Lie down, please. Lie down here. Careful now. Where is the valet?
I only care about...
Valet!
I only
Valet!
care about music.
Are you still composing, Johann?
I'm doing my accounts, Joseph. I think I spend as much time at it as I do writing music.
Penalty of success. You're the man in demand.
Yes. If only I had someone like Hirsch. What with conducting every evening and composing all night.
Mostly on your shirt cuffs and mother's tablecloths, I gather.
Inspiration, old boy. Luckily, it never dries up.
Luckily, you have an adoring mother and 2 loving sisters.
And the best of brothers. Hey, where are you off to? Joseph, no more revolutionary plotting.
Oh, no, that's all over. Just a harmless student evening.
Joseph, why not come in with me?
Will you?
Yes, I'm overwhelmed with work. I need a partner. Who better than my own brother?
To do your accounts?
No, to conduct, to compose.
Compose?
Yes, why not one more Strauss to dazzle the public?
Well, why not 2 more? There's young Eddie.
Oh, give him time. No, but this is serious, Joseph.
You want me to be a musician? Father wanted me to be an officer, and I...
All right, you want to make toys, I know.
I want to be an inventor. I'll never be an officer. I don't want to kill people or be killed. I want to be useful to mankind. It's what I fought in the revolution for, only this is a better way.
You're a good fella. You really are.
I must be off now.
Well, enjoy yourself. Only, Joseph.
Yes?
Don't be too sure of your career. You're a Strauss. Music will claim you yet.
Perhaps. Don't work too late.
Johann, has Joseph gone out?
Just to a social evening.
Oh, I had supper ready. Well, I expect you're hungry.
Oh, later, Mother. I'm rather busy.
Just a bowl of potato soup on a tray. I'll put it down here.
Thank you.
And a little bread.
Thank you.
And a little veal cutlet with salad.
You're determined to feed me.
Don't let the soup get cold.
Oh, that's very good.
Johann, did you know your father was back in Vienna? They say he's not well.
Yes?
Did you know?
Yes.
You didn't tell me?
What has that man to do with us?
Is it serious?
Is what serious?
Is he very ill?
I don't know.
You could have found out.
Mother, I'm very, very busy.
I'm worried.
Well, not about him.
I'm worried. I can't help it.
Mother, we've been a happy family for 10 years without...
9.
9. We stopped taking his money long ago. I make a wonderful living. I give you everything you want.
Too much. You treat me like a queen.
Then stop worrying.
That you can't tell me to do.
For pity's sake, what do you want?
I don't know. I'm worried. I don't know.
He's not your husband anymore.
He is my husband.
9 years separated.
That doesn't count for much, Johann. We were married for 16 years.
Do you mean to tell me that
what?
If that door were to open and he were to stand there with his bag of clothes and say, Anna, I've come home, you'd...
I'd lay the table and bring him some soup and a veal cutlet and a salad.
It's utterly beyond me.
Of course it is. You're still very young. How can you know what a woman feels about? Would you like some more soup?
No.
Will you go to see him?
Mother.
You're the oldest son.
I have broken with him.
If you don't, then I shall have to. It will be hard to face that woman, but I can do it. Oh. Come in. This is an unexpected pleasure.
I've called to see my father, Fraulein.
Come in. I'm afraid Jan is out.
I was told that he was ill.
Well, he has made a good recovery. I do look after him, you know. It was only strain, emotional exhaustion. He's to conduct again next week.
I'm glad. Please give him the good wishes of the family.
But, well, he's only gone out for a short walk in the park. It's doctor's orders. I'm sure it'll do him good to see you.
Perhaps not.
Now, let us wait and see. Come. Come into the salon. I want to talk to the celebrated Johann Strauss. A glass of liqueur?
No, thank you.
Oh, unbend, Herr Strauss. I'm not the Scarlet Woman. I'm simply one more feminine admirer of your adorable music, your brilliant success, and your fascinating eyes. At last, I amuse you.
You certainly have an eye for the coming man, as you did when you met my father.
Now, monsieur, are you going to say cruel things?
I only came here to see how my father was.
Well, if you really cared about him, you shouldn't hate me. I've given him some good years. I've borne him children.
So I've heard.
Cold voice again. I only want to be friends, Herr Strauss. I'll tell you the truth. I've been very anxious.
What about?
And about my future. I have children to bring up. Never gave it a thought till Johann was ill. Man in his prime. And then, well, I thought, what if I was ever left on my own? With the children?
But how does this concern me?
You are his oldest son. If anything should happen
Fräulein, I did not come here to discuss that eventuality.
It must be Johann.
Emilio? Emilio?
In here, my darling. You have a visitor.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Well, I'll leave you now.
You can stay.
No, I'll leave the gentlemen to their business.
I heard you'd not been well.
I'm feeling better. These cursed headaches now and then. Is all well at home?
Yes.
When I saw you there, I thought for a moment it might be bad news.
No. I only looked in to see how you were.
That's very good of you. I'm not too bad.
Good. I'll be on my way then. Don't overwork, Father. Well, I'll say goodbye.
Johann, are you in a hurry?
No.
Sit down for a while.
Oh,
No, go on, put your hat down. I won't steal it. Will you have a liqueur?
Thank you.
Peach brandy, isn't it?
Yes.
I used to give it to you in a little thumbnail glass. You must stand a little more now, can't you? Yeah?
Thank you. Your health.
Your health.
Well,
I won't keep you, but I just wondered what was the latest with the boys. Now I don't pay their school bills. I don't hear anymore.
Joseph has graduated in engineering. He invents things. And Eddie, at 14, has ideas of being a diplomat.
That's good.
Mind you, I think it's because he imagines women can't resist a diplomat.
All the same, it's a good career.
Oh, I think they'll both end up with the orchestra.
And the girls?
Oh, well-accomplished young ladies.
Oh, it's easy with the girls. A good marriage, that's that. You can tell them they won't be without dowries.
They are provided for.
The father always provides the dowry. Now, don't grudge me that.
Very well.
You're still the idol of the dance halls,
Oh, I keep busy.
I like your latest piece.
The polka.
It's nice. Nice, very nice. Melody is your strong point.
That's kind of you.
But your big weakness is anemia.
Anemia?
Wishy-washy. Namby-pamby. Now, you compose like a gentleman. I compose like a stallion. You need more fire, boy. More fire, more from here, more from the guts, the earth, the cruelty, the lust. Now, here, listen to this. I give you gypsy blood. Where is it, boy?
No. Oh, no. Oh, dear God.
It's not the first time you've snapped a bow, not the way you play.
My bow.
Snapped.
That's all superstition.
I'm finished. I'm finished.
Father.
How's your mother?
I wondered if you'd ask about her.
Well, it's been a long time. You've grown separate lives now. She has you.
And you have the lady who received me here.
I have no one.
She shared your life, born you children.
I have no one. Emilia, oh, she knows all about money, dresses, hats, dances, parties. She knows nothing about a man like me.
You once said that about Mother.
Yes, I did.
And you left her for this illusion?
Emilia? Yes, she has been an illusion. Perhaps it wasn't for her.
Were there other women?
People. Millions. All waltzing. They want more music and more. I write more waltzes and more. I don't know how to live at such a tempo. My brain is disordered. I clutch at this, at that to keep me going, and nothing helps. I bartered my life for music, and I'm killing myself.
Then rest.
My rival tells me to rest.
You can still worry about a rival.
But my demon still rages.
The demon of music or of jealousy?
Both. I can't help it.
I'd better go now.
Come again.
If you wish it.
I do.
Tell the men to be very careful with the chairs, Porter. They're valuable.
Yes, ma'am. I was that surprised when they carried him in.
Don't dawdle. Help me to roll this curtain.
You're right, ma'am. Well, only Monday morning, I said, here's Strauss is his old self again. See his jaunty walk. And then, 2 hours later, they carry him in like a dead man.
He collapsed.
Oh, I am sorry that I am. A very generous man. Well, yes, I'll take the curtains, ma'am.
Emilia!
Oh, Herr Strauss is calling you, ma'am.
I'm not deaf. Get a move on.
Emilia!
Well, perhaps I ought to fetch the doctor.
The doctor can do nothing more.
But...
Oh, well, don't gape at me. Help the men downstairs with the stuff. Then come into the bedroom. There are 2 more cases in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Emilia.
You must rest, darling.
Oh, my skull is splitting. Why have they taken the carpet? The noise hurts my head.
Close your eyes. Rest.
Why are you in your hat and cloak? Where are you going?
Just taking the children to their grandmother. Your illness is infectious.
Why are they moving the furniture?
Disinfection, my dear.
They're taking it out of the house. I heard the men shouting in the courtyard.
Don't ask questions. Rest.
Emilia.
Johann, you mustn't hold my wrist. It's infectious.
I'm done for. It's gone to the brain, hasn't it? Hasn't it?
Johann, let go my wrist.
Don't leave me.
Let go! I'm sorry, Johann. What would happen to me if I caught something? Lost my looks.
Stay with me.
There's nothing I can do. There comes a time when you have to think of yourself, think of the living.
Can I come in, ma'am?
Oh, take the case and get out.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, what am I to live on? How am I to keep my children?
I've poured a fortune into your lap.
I like buying things. You know that? Can't you think of me for a change? I'm nobody when you've gone. A mistress. Every stick and coin would go to your legal family. I can't hope from anything from them. I could tell the way your dear son spoke to me when he came here.
Already, ma'am?
Yes. Yes, I'm coming.
Emilia?
You're not going to leave him, ma'am? Well, not like that.
No. No, of course not. Here. Give me your pencil. Take this note. See? It is delivered. Just don't understand, Johann. Didn't you find out more?
Well, a porter brought the note. I told Nellie to ask him in, but when she went to the door, he was gone.
Just come at once, nothing else?
No.
It was in her writing?
Well, I suppose so.
I shall be polite to her. He must be unwell again. At least she sent a note.
This is the door, Mother. It's not locked.
God in heaven.
Nothing but bare boards.
Even the curtains. Johann, what does it mean? The kitchen's empty, too. They ran away and played us some trick. Why? Why should they?
Mother. The bedroom.
Holy Mary, Mother of God.
Father. She's left nothing but the bed he lies upon.
Johann. It's Anna. I'm here. It's all right, darling. Anna's here. Can you open your eyes? Try to open your eyes. Yes. Yes, Johann. Yes, my love. Johann, it's Anna. He's gone.
All right, Mama. Cry, Mama. Cry.
Did you hear?
Forgive. It's only now to forgive. He was only a man, Mama. Weak, tormented, in the dark.
Yes. Yes.
But he was a great man.
And you are a great man.
He used to say, there was only one Johann Strauss. I wouldn't be surprised if one day people will play a Strauss waltz and they won't even know whether it was by the father or the son.
In Father and Son by Alexander Barron, Edward Burnham played Johann Strauss the father and Martin Jarvis, Johann Strauss the son. Margaret Robertson was Anna Strauss and Gudrun Ure, Amelia. Johann the son, as a boy, was played by Robert Efford, Teresa by Alexa Romanus, and Joseph by Christopher Bidmead. Hirsch was played by John Justin, Wiest, a critic, by Rolf Lefevre, the doctor, David Brierley, the sergeant, Harold Cascott, the magistrate, Victor Lucas, the concert manager, Frank Henderson, and a ruffian, Bernard Brown. Members of the cast played the many other parts. The violin, piano, and organ were played by Jack Rothstein, Wilfred Parry, and William Davis. Father and Son was produced by David Geary.
A Piece of Cake, adapted for radio by Josephine Bruce, from the novel by Charles Anthony. Marpleton is an unspoilt little village on the Hampshire coast, between Lymington and Christchurch, looking south towards the Needles, which gleam when the sun catches the three great razorbacks against the sky. In his retirement from the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Peter Wilson, RN, has found a home in this country backwater for himself, his wife Margaret, his daughter Elizabeth, and his factotum, leading able seaman Tego Strip, also ex-RN. Marpleton, as Peter says, is one of those places where the elephants come to die, if they can afford it. A Piece of Cake.
Oh, morning, Matt.
Oh, dear, she's left her gym shoes out. Dirty, too.
Oh, I'll give him a quick clean-up, ma'am.
Yes, do.
Liz, darling, turn off that thing and come down to breakfast. It's nearly 8 and the bus goes at 9, you know.
Really? Hello, you puss. Here's your milk.
2 eggs each I don't for Miss Liz and the Commander, ma'am.
Oh, God. Oh, thank heavens they're laying well. The hens, I mean.
Oh, yes, they wind up his less for their own pleasure. Commander's down feeding of them now. Shall I fetch him in?
Oh, yes, do, please, Strip.
Liz!
Sorry, Mother. My suitcase wouldn't zip. Oh. Where's Pa? Oh, he'll be in a minute. Start, do. Mm-hmm. Now, here's your coffee. There's not too much time. Thanks. Oh, morning, you puss. 4 letters for Pa. Lucky doll. Yes. Only one looks openable, though. Bills, you mean? Oh, Lord. Not to worry, darling. Toast. He's going up about a job on Monday. Oh, grand. Oh, that reminds me. You're going over to the Kemp's drink party tonight, aren't you? Consolation for your going back to school. Well, give my love to Natalie Kemp and to Larry Kemp. I think he's rather cool. Do you, Liz? Yes, he's quite cool, I agree. Well, even though he is middle-aged, he's got something.
Talking about me?
Naturally, Peter. Coffee now.
Oh, thanks. Well, those'll keep. Oh, blast. Liz, darling, I can't drive you to the bus. Carrington's ringing me at 9. Says be sure to be here. He won't be at his office today.
Oh, Pa! I'll drive you instead. Right.
Goodbye, my dearest you puss. Now be good, and don't have kittens till the Christmas halls. Oh, Pa, darling, goodbye. Fabulous holidays. Oh, good luck on Monday.
Bless you, Liz. Don't murder Mademoiselle Labouche this term. They don't like it in the best schools.
I'll try to restrain myself for your sake. Bye, Pa, darling. See you.
Good term, Liz, darling. Bye.
A light, sir?
Ah, thanks.
Oh, we'll be missing Miss Liz.
Yes, we shall.
Still, Christmas be along for you known.
Yes, so it will. Yes, Strip, it will.
Commander Wilson's residence? Oh, yes, sir, he's here. Hold on a minute. He may be in his study. Oh, no, here he is. Commander Carrington, sir.
Study my foot. Thanks, Strip. Hello? Oh, Carrington, hello. Oh. Yes, I see, it's off. No, of course, naturally. I see. Yes, well, I was coming up anyway. Oh, you do? Right, I'll ring you Monday. Can do. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, some more coffee, sir.
Thanks, Strip.
Well, sir, I'll go and get some taters in.
Right. Oh, damn.
She's off, darling. Just caught it. Oh, dear. I do hate these parties.
Know.
What about Carrington? Has he run?
Yes, but no go. This one. New line.
Oh.
But I'm seeing him on Monday anyway.
Oh, God. And you sent her love. Well, tonight, gins with Larry and Natalie, yes? It'll help. I can wear my little black number with the cultured pearls.
Yes, rather, darling. Keeping up with the Kemps. Oh, Dad is showing us over the yacht on Sunday, don't forget, at Hurst.
Well, here's Pomona.
By Jove, you've got something here, Rocky fella. She's a beauty. And a fast beauty at that. What, 18 knots or so, isn't she?
Oh, good heavens, no. 13, perhaps, at a pinch. Well, that's a good deal faster than most. She's diesel, of course.
Come and have a look round. I do envy you both, Natalie. You won't have to for long, we hope.
Well, this way, ladies and gents, and mind your heads, please. She steers easily, and she'll turn on her heel if you want her to.
Very tidy job, sir. Very tidy.
Glad you approve, Strip. You and the commander are the experts. Come on, Margaret, I want you to see the saloon. Natalie, it's lovely. So cozy, armchairs and everything. I love the duck egg blue. And your chintz is all your own work.
Yes, she spared me nothing but the best.
I say.
Then further aft, owner's cabin and bath.
Very swish. All the comforts of home.
And up far there's the galley.
Oh, and the cooker, too. That's what sold it to me.
I can't afford to take her out often, of course, but we might once before I sell her. You like to come?
I'll see if I can hold you to that.
Where would we go?
Oh, anywhere you like. There's plenty of fuel. Take you over the other side if the weather holds.
Done.
Look, I've got a few charts here. Perhaps you'd like to take a glance. Here you are.
Oh, Admiralty chart, I see.
Yeah. Look, Flamanville to Saint-Marcouf. That shows Barfleur. Cherbourg there in the middle. Anyway. There's Barfleur and Saint-Vaast over on the east of the peninsula. Aumonville here to the west of Cherbourg.
Yes, I see. Almost due south of this coast.
Yeah. You know, I always thought Aumonville would be a good place to do a bit of racketeering from if one were interested in defrauding the revenue.
Smuggling?
I thought you yachtsmen fluttered your eyelashes and came all over queer if anyone so much as mentioned such a thing as smuggling.
Good heavens, man, I'm not thinking of trying it. But it's the nearest place from this part of the world. Just where we are now, in fact. As you said, almost due south of the Gulf lies. Just about 60 miles.
I expect there must have been a lot of smuggling around about in the old days. Yes, in the old days there must.
course, nowadays, with a fast boat, it'd be an easy run in the dark.
Oh, but no one can get away with it nowadays, except by a colossal fluke.
Yes.
Well, who's for the shop?
Well, the wind's getting up a bit.
Oh, yes, it is getting a bit chilly.
Poor old Pomona. It's a shame to have to keep her here. Well, we'll take her on one last little farewell trip. How about tomorrow?
Sorry, got to go to London.
Hello, Peter. What are you doing in these parts?
Going for a drink at my club. Join me?
Fine. As a matter of fact, you're just the fellow I wanted to see.
Oh? Well, come in, do. Here are a couple of chairs. Now, what'll you have?
Pink gin, please.
2 pink gins.
Sir. You know, I was thinking of ringing you tonight. How about the bread line?
Denuded of crust.
I was just talking about you.
Oh?
Well, I'll tell you. This chap, Bryce Jones.
Who?
Bryce Jones. I ran across him in Cornwall last summer. Very nicely placed. Large Bentley, expensive-looking wife. I ran into him again today.
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you, Collins.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I told Bryce Jones I was ploughing the field and scattering, and he said, what a pity we hadn't met up again before I got bogged down, so to speak.
Oh, yes.
And it appears he's looking for a really trustworthy type. That's me, Peter. Or you. Ex-officer type, to help him with his show. Says the possibilities are unlimited for the right chap. Thousands, if you play it right. Expense sheets and all.
It sounds too good to be true, but where do I come in?
Well, I'm too involved myself, as you know. So it occurred to me, what about old Peter, just up his street? So I mentioned your name, and he's interested. Just the type, he thinks.
Well, I don't know much about his line of business. Would I qualify?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. He just wants a few details of your life and loves to date. That is, if you like the idea.
My dear Larry, I'd take anything on at this moment. Doorman at a nightclub, if necessary. Can I see him today?
No, not today. He's off to Paris this afternoon, but I'll send him your dossier and say Wilson is willing. That'll be it. No worry, it's on.
Your order, sir?
2 double pink gins, please, Collins.
Very good, sir.
More coffee, ma'am?
Oh, yes, please, Drew. A letter from Liz, Peter. She says Mademoiselle Labouche has grown a beard and will we send 2 rolling stones. Here, you read it.
Thanks. Dear Liz.
Coffee, sir, and the other post.
Oh, thanks. Put it there, will you?
Now, Peter, this Bryce Jones, it sounds a bit fishy to me. Bentleys and whatnot, expensive-looking wife. I shouldn't set too much store on it, darling. I'm sure Larry has any number of slick friends.
No, but...
Still, you never know. It's high time your luck turned.
Oh, true.
And this is just the sort of way things do bob up. Would we have to move, do you think?
No, that's the great beauty of it. I'd be able to do it all from here. Oh, not a car, probably, but that's expenses. That's the way to live nowadays, on an expense sheet. So Larry says.
Couldn't put me on it, I suppose.
Well, of course, darling. From now on, you're an overhead, and a highly presentable one, too. Very overhead.
So long as I'm not an overdraft.
Commander Wilson here. Oh, Mr. Bryce Jones, yes. Oh, would you not like to... Oh, I see. Of course. Certainly, of course I can. You'll send them before you go to the States. Fine, then I'll work them over. Of course, for Paris and Brussels. Right, I'll work on them. See you when you get back. I'll expect that, then. Yes. Fine. Goodbye.
Oh, Peter. Perhaps this is it at last, do you think?
I think so.
Oh, come in, Peter.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Larry's up in town on some mysterious business of his. I ought to have told you, but perhaps then you wouldn't have come.
Why not?
Oh, yes, why not? Larry's worried about Pomona. The buyer's fallen through, probably.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, since you're here, what about a drink? You must have something.
You know I never can resist a drink.
Pig. Here you are.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As a matter of fact, I did really want to have a word with you on your own, Peter.
Well, that's nice. What word?
I'm serious. To start with, how goes it with Bryce Jones?
Oh, on the whole, fine. He's in the States for a week or so, but I've got stuff to do for him already. No salary yet, but that's due any day now.
Oh, good. Because I just wanted to warn you. Don't go getting mixed up with any of Larry's wildcat schemes, Peter. I mean it.
But he has...
Larry's burnt himself badly once or twice. I should know. Leave us to our gardening and you stick to your advertising. We'll all be happier then.
Has Larry got something brewing then?
I don't know. But then even I never know with him. And I'm too fond of you not to say this just in case. You know I am, don't you, Peter?
It's decent of you, Natalie.
I don't know about that. Does the gypsy's warning rate a reward? Like this?
Natalie.
Larry!
What fun. I suppose I should chuck you out, Peter. But I'm not risking any damage. Just go, will you? And don't bother to come back.
Larry. Natalie.
For God's sake, Larry, take that silly green hat off and explain what you mean by pouncing in like this. You must have seen Peter's car. I don't like being spied on.
You'd better go, Peter. It wouldn't take me half a minute to turn you into a jam omelette. One of these days I will, when it suits me. Now go away and keep away.
I'm extremely sorry, Larry. It's inadequate, but that's all I can say. Good night, Natalie.
Don't go. Let's try and be sensible about this. There's no need for all this drama.
No.
Get out!
Goodbye, Natalie. I beg your pardon, Larry. Both of you.
Peter, here you are.
Yo-ho. Letters.
Coffee, darling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Bank.
Perhaps something's been paid in.
No, afraid not.
Hmm?
Well, now for Bryce Jones. Good.
Oh, not good?
Not. Bryce Jones, full of apologies, but he's been talking things over with his principals in Paris. They've decided it's not quite the time for expanding their activities. Will, of course, contact me if things improve.
Oh, Peter.
Well, of course, I was a fool to pin my faith to a man I've never even met. And it seemed so absolutely on. I've banked on it.
I know, darling.
I'm worried about Strip. He won't go. But how can we pay him? Oh, I'll have to get a job on the roads. It pays quite well, they tell me.
With me on the streets, all our problems will be solved. Larry Kemp? Hello. Yes, we're just back. Yes, he's here. Peter, it's Larry.
Yes? No. This evening. Oh, Natalie's away. Oh, no. Sorry. Well, yes, if you really mean it. All right, see you then.
Well, what goes?
Larry wants a chat. His buyers finally let him down about Pomona. Natalie's away. I'd better go over, I suppose.
It seems to be the mutual let-down day. Yes, you go along and comfort him, darling. Perhaps he may have a slant on Bryce Jones.
Ah, he might at that. Au revoir, darling.
Look here, Peter. I'm in a hell of a mess.
Oh, who isn't?
Oh, things are coming to the boil, Peter. I shall want some help.
Well, go ahead.
Drink?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You may have wondered when I rang you this morning, but Pomona's sale falling through. Well, one moment I had 15,000, and the next day I'm all. And nothing else negotiable at the moment. Now, I've got to have some cash to tide me over, so I'm thinking of using her for a little free trade.
Oh, smuggling, in other words.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers. How do you propose to go about it?
Well, I shall run Pomona over to France and back here in the dark. We shan't get nabbed. She'll be back in her moorings before dawn. Now,
before you go on, Larry, I am not playing at smugglers. I'm still supposed to be a naval officer. I've got to go broke like a little gent, hearts of oak and all that sort of thing. You know what I mean.
I'm dead serious about this, Peter. Look here. Now, here's Hurst and the dear old shingle bank to Westford.
Yeah?
You know the place. Now, all we have to do is to bring the dinghy in and unload into the car. So someone would just have to be there at the crucial moment, that's all.
And that someone is me.
Oh, no. I want you in the Pomona. No, there'll be someone to load us the goods at Aumonville, which is the perfect spot for the job. It's a nice, secluded little cove. Deep water right up to the rocks at high tide.
Well, what is it you're thinking of bringing over? If it's booze, it's going to be damn bulky and heavy to handle.
You've got booze on the brain. Oh, no. Now, the cargo I'm interested in is nice and handy. What's more, it should bring in a cool 20,000 or so profit.
20,000? Oh, what's it all about? Uranium or drugs?
Watches, dear boy. Lovely gold watches. 1,000 in each suitcase. 200 to a tray.
Good Lord, who's big brother in this? The bird who's going to provide the goods and dispose of them.
Well, let's call him the chief, shall we?
Not in Chicago, laddie, yet.
What name would you prefer?
Oh, I don't give a brass farthing. Call him Snodgrass if he's so coy. I once knew a parson of that name. Very upright character.
This chap is perfectly normal, like you and me. He's a bit unorthodox, perhaps, but in the money. Well, here's to Snodgrass, then.
It's sheer madness, Larry.
Look, wait a minute. After all, playing hide-and-seek with the customs has always been a comparatively gentlemanly kind of game on a small scale. Tiny chip off the revenue, a tiny piece of cake for us. Or have you got cold feet? Too cold to think of home comforts?
Oh, of course not. No. I'm on, laddie. I've got to be.
That's what I thought, good man.
But Margaret must not know. She'd have kittens.
Well, you could resurrect Bryce Jones. He telephoned me and you were here.
Could be. That, laddie, a piece of cake. Seed cake, as far as I'm concerned.
You haven't been sleeping at all well lately, Peter. You're worried about something, aren't you?
Oh, no, not really. Just the delay over Bryce Jones.
But he's come up with some cash, after all. I did think he might be a bit of a phony, but I hope now, for both our sakes, I'm wrong.
Oh, it seems like it. He wants me to go over to Paris to meet his principals.
Oh, God, when?
Well, he's going to let me know. And send the funds for expenses.
No, I just hope it's soon, so you really know where you are and stop this high-tension stuff. Oh, I know. It's been a ghastly year for you, darling.
Oh, for you too, Margaret. I do realize that, you know.
I know, darling. But I'm okay so long as you are, always.
Hello? Oh, Lanny. Yes? Yes, sure. I'll come right away.
Have a drink.
Thank you.
As I said, complications. Snodgrass is out. He's ill. So I'm afraid it'll have to be you to collect in Paris and take the stuff to Cherbourg. You and Strip. 2 heavy cases.
What? But good Lord.
It's the only answer you don't.
It will not be us. I can't let Strip in for this lark in case anything went wrong. And anyway, who's going to take my place in Pomona?
That's all lined up.
Oh? Who's the new member of the club?
As a matter of fact, Peter, dear, it's me.
You infernal twister, Larry. You have had me for a mug between you, haven't you? Now, look, about Strip...
Strip will have gone off by the time you get back. Urgent message from Cornwall. A relative seriously ill. I had a quiet word with him yesterday.
Yesterday? Then you knew then?
Well, we thought it better to let Strip in on it, knowing what your views might be. He's delighted. Anything you're concerned in, you know. You see?
Oh, I see. Yes, I see.
And you can't get in touch with him. I've given him some cash. He'll be on your plane.
Blast you, Larry. But, Margaret...
Oh, Mrs. Plum will go over and stay with her while Strip's away.
You have got me nicely ditched, haven't you?
Well, I'm glad you see sense. Now, cash. Snodgrass has sent it. 100 should see you safely through, I think. And here's your plane reservation. Now, you pick up the bags in Paris. Here's the left luggage ticket. Very valuable document. Gare de Lyon. Might cause a lot of trouble in the wrong hands. Now, you'll have to go tomorrow. Can't let the cases be left in the left luggage a minute longer than necessary. And get to Cherbourg as soon as you can, will you? I've booked a room at the De la Mer Hotel.
Oh, you couple of crooks.
We'll come over the following night. ETA, 11 o'clock.
I'll have to switch Bryce Jones to Cherbourg for Margaret's benefit, damn you. Fortunately, she thinks him a bit funny in his ways already.
Well, that's that. Jolly good luck to us all.
Here's to crime.
Yes. I shall now return and tell me lies to Margaret. And I wish both of you a thoroughly sleepless night. Ah, Gare de Lyon. That was quick. We'll ask the taxi to wait. Come on, Strip. 2 cases. Voici les billets.
Ainsi, monsieur, de 250 francs.
Oh, je vois. Voilà, 500 francs.
Merci, monsieur, mille remerciements. Voilà les 2 valises. Oh, mon Dieu, sont assez lourdes, vous savez.
Oui, elles sont. Here, strip. Merci mille fois.
De quoi, monsieur?
You take one, I'll take the other.
Yes.
Saint-Lazare, et vite.
Saint-Lazare, et vite. Oui, monsieur.
Large smell of garlic. No gendarme on the scent, I think?
No, sir, not that I can see.
Blue car just behind us. Seems to be tagging on rather.
No reason he should, really.
No, only... Oh, I think we'll make it with a few minutes in hand.
Mastering morceau. Very quick, him. 15 francs. Merci, monsieur.
Yes, and mercy to you. Come on, Strip. Le 5 o'clock, 5 heures p.m., Cherbourg.
Par là, monsieur.
Merci. Strip, was that blue car behind us?
Yes, sir. I think he were.
Come on. That's it. Thanks, Strip. Oh, just made it. We'll stick here, Strip, and have our consommation à l'anglais.
Yes, sir. Well, here we are. Sherry, sandwiches and boiled eggs, coffee in the thermos, and a half of rum. Thought that might come in helpful.
Good man, Strip. Let's have it. Let's look at the cliffs of Aumobile. One of these railway photographs is of the Cap de la Hague.
Oh, will the weather keep up, sir?
Who's this chap? Looks like James Cagney.
Oh, wandering up and down. Yeah, he has been. I've seen him. Yeah.
I wonder.
This place not taken?
No, I don't think so. Let's have another sandwich, Strip.
Yes, sir. Been a bit peckish myself.
If you eat here, I will leave my papers to reserve my seat. Yes? While I go to the dining car.
By all means. Strip, he was staring at the reflection of our suitcases. He is following us.
He's a nasty-looking piece of work, I do say.
You know what I think? He's no detective. He's Snodgrass. Come to keep his eye on us. Nasty, pale green eyes, too, like peeled grapes. Of course he wouldn't trust us to play fair. Ill, my foot. It's Snodgrass, or one of his minions.
You've got the right of it, sir. This way he gets his job done for him. No risk to himself, like, but sees to it we're playing the game with him.
Well, exactly. Rather ingenious. I'll give Mr. Kemp a piece of my mind when I see him next. He must have known.
Retour pour Cherbourg. Arrête prochain, Caen, Saint-Louis, Leclerc, 45 pour Caen et Cherbourg.
Vous me permettez, monsieur?
Ah, mademoiselle, permettez-moi vos bagages.
Merci bien, monsieur. Merci bien.
Quite a lolly. I prefer to Snodgrass.
She got that.
Si, monsieur. I speak English. Vous êtes anglais, hein?
Yes. Nous allons passer quelques jours à Cherbourg. Nous avons... We're on a business visit, mademoiselle. Madame.
Oh, business, eh? I hope you will be very successful and have good weather.
Yes. Merci. Bit cold at present.
You stay in an hotel in Cherbourg, monsieur?
Yes, Hotel de Casino.
Ah, oui, le casino. C'est bon.
Oh, bon.
I hope you will like Cherbourg. Myself, I am from Perpignan. I find the people up here not so sympathetic.
Oh, well, why do you come here, then? Is your husband perhaps in the Navy?
You're very nearly right. He is a radio operator in the merchant marine. His ship has been at Le Havre. So now I pay a visit to my parents at Cherbourg. My father is Capitaine de Douane there, Captain of Customs.
Sorry, sir. Rum went down the wrong way.
Perhaps I alarmed your friend.
Oh, no, Mum, no. Just a rum go, that's all it were.
My papa will not be on duty when he meets the train. He will not search your cases.
Cherbourg. Here we are. Let me help you with your case.
Thank you. Merci mille fois. Oh, ma parapluie. It is caught under your case.
Yeah, Mum.
Thank you so much. Yours looks heavy to move.
Books, you know, books.
Mm-hmm.
Traveling in Bibles and religious works, solid weight.
Yes, bien sûr. The good books. There is Papa. Papa, par ici. Au revoir, monsieur. Perhaps we can give you a lift to the casino.
No. No. Very kind of you. We have to meet a chap. I mean, he's meeting us. I mean, mustn't keep you. Do hope to see you again. Au revoir, madame.
À tout à l'heure, alors.
She would have to be the daughter of the customs man. And as you said, Strip, quite a lolly. But I hope we don't see her again. Oh, no porters. Well, let's hump these and find a taxi.
Bagage, monsieur. Ça y est. Vous désirez?
Hôtel de la Mer, s'il vous plaît. Snodgrass, or wherever he is, didn't come back?
No, sir. Oh, maybe he isn't Snodgrass. Saw him pass, though. Look this way, then he dodged off to the car park after the French lady.
Did he now? Car behind us. That's him, I think. Well, anyway, that should have thrown him. Yes, he's gone past the turning, thank goodness. It's a gully little pub, I must say. As gay as a morgue. Tourism, bar, buffet froid. Oh, it's cold enough without that. Oh, shades of the Hotel de Casino, eh, Strip?
Just so, sir. Shades is right.
Carte franc, monsieur. Yes, of course. Voilà. Et pour vous.
Bien, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur.
Reservations pour Wilson?
Monsieur Wilson. Je regarde les fiches. Fill in these cards, please, monsieur, and bring them back, will you, please. Merci. Les clés.
Oh, bien
It is
sûr.
here. It is this door here. Garçon, numéro 28. Portez le bagage.
Oui, monsieur.
What a little home from home.
Yes, sir.
Well, here we are, aren't we? You take that bed strip. You better get a kip. We must be up early.
What did you say, sir?
I said we must make an early start. Lock the cases in the wardrobe and give me the key.
Yes, sir.
I'll set the alarm for 6:30. If we shall ever hear it above this din. Oh, well, Dante's Inferno, oh, Lord. Strip. Show a leg.
Huh?
We've got to get to Omonville and get the lay of the land. Tonight's the night. Or tomorrow. Or should be.
Weather's not too bad.
Suitcases all right. The ones, I mean.
Oh, all safely stowed, sir. In the wardrobe. And locked.
Right, I'll take the key. Now get the fodder. We may need some time to recce at Aumonville.
Yes, sir.
Strip. There's a gendarme. KP, blue overcoat, pistol and all. Wait.
Ah, bonjour, Monsieur Wilson.
Nothing for it. Come on.
The copper's going.
J'espère. I hope you have slept well, you and your friend.
Oh, comme ci, comme ça, as you say. Have you some trouble?
Oh.
The gendarme.
He collects these, les fiches. Registration form. Mm-hmm. They have nothing else to do at the sous-prefecture. It is out of season, you see.
Yes, I see. Yeah, come on, Strip. Pretty nippy.
Bit of a nor'easter, sir. Still, 'tis a clear sky.
Yes, well, we'll make for the inner harbor. There's a bridge there, and we should find a bus for Aumonville. Police station. And the customs offices will pass by on the other side, I think.
Do look healthier on t'other bank, and no mistake, sir.
Ah, here's the weather forecast on this board. Temps clair. Yes. Sea beautiful but unagitated. Wind 15 knots. Yes, but weather slowly worsening.
Oh, that ain't so good.
High tide 13:55 hours. Must try to get Larry, Mr. Kemp, over tonight.
Oh, ain't that the bus stop, sir? Oh, but no buses.
Oh, there's a taxi on the rank. We'll ask him. Excusez-moi. À quelle heure vont les autobus vers Aumonville? Aumonville.
Vous êtes anglais, non?
Ah oui.
There are only two a day, monsieur.
Thank you very
One
One into Cherbourg in the morning, one back to Aumonville in the evening. In the summer it is different, but now she will have to take a taxi.
Yes. Combien alors?
20 francs, monsieur. And for waiting, 5 francs the hour.
Right, must do. Expensive, but it can't be helped. Time is of the essence.
What's he charging, sir?
About £2 to £3. Double that if we have to do it twice.
But, look, Mr. Kemp, give me a tenner, like. There's that to fall back on, sir.
Strip, your... Oh, this chap's another sterling mass.
Le pont tournant was blown up by the Allemands. They have destroyed everything not already bombed.
You must have had a terrible time here in Cherbourg.
But yes, it was terrible. Boom, boom. Oh, my wife, she could not stand it. All the time. Boom, boom. At what, monsieur? L'Arsenal de Cherbourg.
L'Arsenal de... Ah, the dockyard. Yes, I see. Je vois. The sea looks calm.
Today, yes. Not always. And the current's very strong. If you walk along the path further along, you will see for yourself. When you dismount, it is the Sentier des Douaniers.
The customs officer's path.
There used to be contrabandier. I just say smuggling. Not now, of course. When there's other things to do.
Oh, of course. Strip, I think we'll get off now and sniff out any customs lookouts.
Good thing to take it down.
Alors, we will stop, please.
Yes, monsieur. This is Graville.
Here, mon brave. Take this for now. Fine day, we'll hike. And have another trip with you tomorrow, maybe?
Merci bien, monsieur, merci bien. Follow that lane down there. À demain.
Well, now for the customs path. And Aumonville at last.
Seems pretty quiet, like. It's gone like a death in some parts.
I hope that dog sleeps well at night. Rather an abusive type.
Well, maybe there's another way up out of Aumonville, sir.
I should think. We must try and find one. Maybe back of the farm we'd hit the Beaumont Road. Écouleville. Nice little village.
Signpost there says La Plage. That do mean the beach, don't it?
Yes. To the right. Come on. Seems to be more dogs than inhabitants. Mind. Here's an electrified fence to keep the cattle in.
Oh, I don't think to run into it now. Good thing you spotted it, sir.
Down this goat track. here's Mr. Kemp's cove. Well, it looks ideal.
Aye. Deep water right in the way it looks.
Natural breakwater, those rocks. Pomona will be able to nose right in.
Barbed wire. And there'll be a pillbox there, too.
Old defense stuff. I hope the beach hasn't any unexploded mines.
Look, we could get the cases that there ledge of rocks are not touching the beach. Further to seaward.
Good, Strip. Yes, and no need to use the dinghy. And look, that concrete bunker there. Nearly covered with brambles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let's have a look. Below ground level, good. Pretty dark. Nothing but dry bracken in it.
Good cover for the cases, sir, maybe.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Pretty strong flood tide. Those boats are having quite a fight of it.
Mr. Kemp will have to be bang on time.
Yes. Now, if there's a coast guard up at Aumonville Fort, he's got a pretty good view of this cove. You have to be very careful with the torch.
Well, those rocks there would be fair cover on the breakwater.
Let's hope. Where's the Bass Brefort? I can't see it.
Sir?
The Brefort buoy.
Oh.
Mr. Kemp's got to get a good range on it if he's not going to pile up on the reefs coming in. Ah, there it is. Oh, thank heaven for that.
The fort, sir, would it be manned? Radar, so on?
I don't know, in peacetime. I'd certainly rather it wasn't precisely there. Look, there's a cafe open on the front. We'll have a drink, and I'll put a call through to Mr. Kemp, if they've a phone here. Deux calvados, s'il vous plaît, madame.
Bien sûr, monsieur.
Je puis téléphone?
Mais certainement, monsieur, si vous voulez.
Merci bien. Hello. This is Aumonville 035. I want to make a phone call to England. Yes. Pill. Pill. It's near Southampton. Yes, number 118.
Hello? Bill 118.
Larry, Peter.
What's up, Peter? You're early on it?
Look, can't you make it any sooner? Tonight, lovely this end.
What's the panic?
There are other reasons.
Well, can't we stick to the original arrangement? Forecast's good enough.
Not this end. You'd be a damn fool, I mean it.
Right, if you insist. I have to get cracking. That all?
No change. Not to bother with the pram, though. We can handle the baby without it. Get me? Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Sir, think we ought to be getting back.
What? Oh, yes, I see. Well, I must pay for our drinks.
Monsieur, but of course, we have met somewhere on the train, was it? Not from Paris. This is my friend Marcel.
Oh, enchanté, monsieur.
Oh, delighted. Yes, I remember. But didn't you get out on the way?
Just to take a little walk. That was all.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Here in the summer, you know, there are many English yachts, but in winter, no one comes.
Perhaps monsieur is on holiday. Perhaps here is a warmer climate than England.
My friend and I have some business in Cherbourg, but not until tomorrow, I think. So we are taking a little look at the country. The weather is so good, I must say.
It seems to have improved.
Ça fait 5 francs, monsieur. Avec le calvados. 8 francs, 20 centimes, monsieur.
Voila, 100, 100. I've just been telephoning my wife. She's, ill.
Oh, too bad. But she will be coming over here, I think I heard you say on the phone.
Oh, yes, I hope so. To Paris, if the weather keeps fine. The, baby is not a good sailor.
Ah, pauvre Pepe.
Yes, well, we must be off. Strip?
Yes, sir.
Goodbye. They are on our track, damn it.
Looks flipping like it, sir. See, there's the same blue car.
They've been on to us from the moment we left the Gare de Lyon. James Kegney kept the eye on us while Marcel drove to Cherbourg.
Cripes, they've stowed their car right alongside the door.
Yes, but they certainly don't seem like customs men. We've got to dodge them anyway. No panic, but PDQ. Thank heaven here's a lorry. They can't see us from the cafe. Monsieur, vous allez à Cherbourg?
Oui, monsieur. Pouvez-vous nous prendre dans votre voiture?
Volontiers. Pas d'autre place.
Ça ne fait rien. We are... Nous sommes pressés.
Entrez, si vous aimez tant les poissons.
If we like fish. Pooh, what a stink. Mind, you're sitting on some conger eels or something.
So I mean... Hey, you don't come out of the cafe, sir. That's funny.
No. Of course. They're checking up on my phone call. Ye gods, what an ass I am. Now, they've got Larry's address in England. They'll have got mine from the police, our registration cards from the hotel.
Fred, it looks like it, sir.
They must be customs men. Now what are we going to do?
Oh, maybe they're bound, sir. Look more like spivs to me. That way they mayn't have tracked us to the hotel yet.
Maybe not. I must phone Mr. Kemp again the minute we arrive and put him wise. We may have to chuck the whole thing.
Oh, do seem a pity, sir. Having got this far.
Yes, but if they are customs, Pomona mustn't be within 5 miles of the French coast, or the Kemps will be for it and we'll all be in the soup. I must reach him before he leaves Bill.
That'll be almost any minute now, sir. Just past 2 o'clock.
Blast it. Merci bien. Et voilà pour vous.
Ah, ça n'a par exemple de plaisir.
Kindly so. Now.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Oh, monsieur et dame.
I hope you have recovered from the train journey. Papa, these are the English gentlemen who traveled with me that I have told you about.
Monsieur. Fancy meeting you here.
Yes. I hardly expected to see you emerge from such a conveyance. Whew, what a fishy smell.
I hope you are being successful with your business here in Cherbourg. We do not have many English visitors in the winter. Are you concerned with fish, monsieur?
No. No. We found we can't, after all, do our business till tomorrow. So we took a walk along the coast, as it was so fine, and went rather too far, didn't we, Strip?
Great deal too far.
And there were no cars, so we returned with the fish, and quite near our hotel.
We are just waiting for the bridge. They are doing the Touet, that ship over there.
Ah, I see. Warping her out of the Bassin de Commerce, of course.
I am on my way back to my office, the douane.
Oh, yes. Interesting work, yours.
Look, we can cross now. The bridge is down.
Yes, come on, Strip.
I hope you found your hotel comfortable. A bit empty, I expect, at this time of the year. But it is good, le casino.
But the casino is this side, monsieur. You do not need to cross.
We went, after all, to the Hotel de la Mer. It was less expensive.
Oh, I see. Not so convenient, though, for men of business. Unless it is fish.
No, just for a night or so, not too bad. Mm-hmm. Well, we go this way. I hope we shall meet again.
We shall look out for you, monsieur. We shall look out for you with the fish, n'est-ce pas?
Yes. Au revoir, madame.
I shall send you a large bottle of eau de Cologne to the Hotel de la Mer. Au revoir, monsieur.
Oh, I hope not. Though she is a lolly.
Maybe it is a good thing she is a customs officer's daughter.
Aha, you may have something there, my dear Strip.
Monsieur, there were 2 gentlemen here this morning after Monsieur had left.
Oh? Did they want me?
They told me some friends of theirs, Englishmen, had arrived in Cherbourg last night, but they did not know at which hotel they were staying. They thought it might be here. They asked to see the register.
Oh, yes?
I did not like their manner, so I did not show it to them. I asked them the name of their friends.
Did they tell you?
No, monsieur, they did not. They became angry. And I was forced to ask them to leave and to go to the police if they wanted information. And I thought it best to tell you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, very strange. I can't think who they can have been. Perhaps if they call again, you will be
equally discreet?
They will not call again, monsieur. You may depend on that.
Ah, you are evidently most efficient.
Monsieur.
I find we shall have to leave this evening. May I have the bill?
Do you wish to catch the train for Paris? It goes about 5.
No. We shall not be leaving till later. Would you be good enough to send up some cold food for us and some beer while we pack? We have a business call to make en route.
But certainly, monsieur. Voila your bill. To include this buffet foie.
Merci. Voila. And this for yourself. This for yourself.
Merci infiniment, monsieur.
We've got to get a smart move on. I've paid the bill. Food coming up. Suitcases intact?
Oh, yes, sir, I think so. Use the key.
Yes. All correct. Plus smell of mothballs.
What may be your plan, sir?
Well, no answer from Pill. They've started. So?
We go full steam ahead.
Well, must, I think. So we're moving to the Hotel Casino. Cagney and Marcel have been inquiring here. The clerk turfed them out.
Oh, nosy frogs.
Somehow they know quite a lot. They want those cases.
Well, murder has been done for less. £30,000, Bennett?
Possibly more. No, they don't love the customs either. They've got on to Operation Snodgrass somehow.
Maybe. That's why he's ill, sir.
Good heavens, Strip, you may be right. Although, no. Then Snodgrass would have signaled Mr. Kemp to that effect when they made the change of plan. Good Lord, I wonder.
Getting dark, sir. Pomone will be setting out.
Pretty near. Though there's an hour's difference in time, of course. As soon as it is dark, we'll get a cab, dump our own stuff at the Casino Hotel, and take the cases on down to Aumonville. Entrez.
Your tray, sir. I bring it myself.
Merci.
I wish to tell you, I observed one of those not-so-nice gentlemen outside in the street just now. I hope there will be no trouble.
Well, if there is, I shall certainly call the police.
This I have already done, monsieur. That is to say, I have informed them of the existence of these types. The hotel does not wish any trouble, you understand.
Yes, that was very wise. Now, will you please order a taxi? We shall be right down.
Bien, monsieur, in a few minutes. Merci, monsieur.
Blast. Cagney's outside, but we've got to make it. They've got the car, I expect. Turn off the light strip and have a look.
There's a car parked just down the street, sir. About 50 yards. Looks like it. Yes, it be, sure enough.
Here. Unpack my razor blades. And, here's a nice thick tumbler. That'll do. Sorry, Hotel de la Mer, but it's a nice slicing weapon, and more than paid for. Now, wrap the food in this paper. We'll take it with us.
They're tired, sir. You're going
get
to...
in the taxi with our cases. I'll try and dodge past their car, do the back tires, and then join you. Then, Hotel Casino.
Right, sir. Okay, sir?
Got both his back tires through to the bone, I think.
No, sir. He's following us.
Oh, damn. Plus vite, je suis en retard. Get down, he's shooting.
No, sir. No, his tire's gone. Devil of a bang. Oh, that's done him. He swung right over and stopped.
Oh, thank goodness. It'll take him at least 10 minutes to change his tires. Gives us a breather at any rate. I feel almost sorry for the blighter. It was Marcel alone, no sign of Cagney. No one tailing us now, unless they're disguised as two nuns in a minicar.
Oh, we passed the Douarn. Oh, Lolly's pal wouldn't have to think us fishy now. If he knew what we got in them bags.
Not half, he wouldn't. Attendez quelques minutes, puis nous allons vers Aumonville. Have you a room with 2 beds just for one night, medium price?
Yes, monsieur, we have rooms.
Ah, bon.
If you will please to sign the registration.
I've got a taxi. All right.
Your passport, please.
I haven't time now. It's in my bag here. I'll give it to you later when I get back.
Bien, monsieur. Voilà your key.
Merci.
Numero 58 on the 3rd floor. I will send your bag up.
Thank you. À bientôt. Keep still a minute. Can't see a thing. Drizzling, too. Oh, charming. Daren't use the torch. Visibility nil. Listen. No. Nothing but the wind.
What's that, sir?
Lord, it's the control of the electric fence. They've forgotten to turn it off. No sign of life. Come on. 20 past 10 by my watch. Mr. Kemp will still be about 15 miles out. Oh, this darned case weighs a ton. How about yours?
The same, sir. Crikey, what's that, sir?
Ha! Put up a couple of goats. Never thought it'd take a goat to make my heart beat like a tom-tom.
Here's the air raid shelter, sir.
Yes. Now, come on, let's get the cases in. Oh, gosh, I'm soaked, aren't you? Pull this bracken away. We'll stow them under here. Now, shove the bracken back. That's it. Now, oh, blast, that bracken's sharp. I've cut my finger. Now, left a bit, down the track to the rocks.
We're in an angle here. Womanville Fort won't see a signal.
No, and Larry will. Clear north and east. Well, anyway, whoever's onto us, we're free of the cases. We're just a couple of insane bird watchers, if we're asked.
Nearly at 11 o'clock, sir.
Well, I'll start signaling now.
Tide's getting high, sir. Just about full high tide.
What was that?
Oh, nothing, sir. I don't think it... Oh, sea's getting up.
What the hell can have happened? I've been signaling for an age.
Maybe Mr. Kemp can't see, sir, through this rain.
Oh, the battery's failing. Oh, damn. He'll have missed the tide for tonight. Now what? Can't lug these things back to Cherbourg. It'd look too odd.
Oh, leave the cases, sir. They're hidden safe enough and all this bracken. Mr. Kemp can't manage the trip tonight, as you say, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, Strip. It's the only thing to do. Try again tomorrow night. I'll phone from the casino to Pill. But I'll be obliged if you'll tell me how we get back to Cherbourg now. 4 flat feet, I suppose. Oh, dear, Mr. Kemp. Oh, come on. Faut souffrir pour être belle.
Sir?
Oh, I said we're a couple of fools.
Oh, yes, sir.
Stop. Freeze. Do you see that?
Heard a footstep. Another goat.
Goats don't smoke. Footsteps been smoking a French cigarette. Now, quiet. Quick, away from our hideout. Up to the electric fence. Put on your gloves. He's right into the electric fence. Quick, it's Marcel, all right. Thank heaven, there's his car in the lane. Let's hope he's left the ignition key. He has begun. Silly little spiv. Wanted a quick getaway, but we've got it thanks to him. Oh, pauvre bébé. Oui?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Natalie. Where were you?
Thank heavens. We couldn't think how on earth to get hold of you.
What the hell went wrong?
Look, darling, go easy. We couldn't make it. Trouble was Pomona's heart. It'll be all right now. What about you?
On the rocks, literally. Think that out. You've got to come. I can't wait another night.
Really, Peter, someone might be listening.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. Can you or can't you? Now, my number's Cherbourg 093. Have you got that? Hotel to Casino 093.
Ring you if we can't. Otherwise, yes.
Now, you look for a change, Natalie. Someone's wise this end. You'll have to be damn quick. Tonight. Definitely. Or else. Did you understand about the pram?
Yes, darling. Brilliant.
Yeah, deep water we're in, aren't we? Tell Larry I'm not staying if you don't come, and that's that.
Clothes dry, sir. Could do with a press. Was that the pill on the phone?
It was. Yes, they do look a bit corrugated, don't they? However, yes, tonight it is, unless they ring. Oh, confound it, I hope we weren't bugged. Mrs. Kemp says they had engine trouble and couldn't let us know. Okay. Tonight. I wonder. Entrez.
May I come in?
Madame, yes, do. Of course, come in.
Monsieur, I have something to tell you. You will be in trouble if you stay here in Cherbourg.
I don't understand. What sort of trouble?
I shouldn't be here. I should not tell you, but you and your friend were nice to me and well.
Oh, we did nothing for you, but do sit down, won't you?
No, thank you. I must not stay. But it is Papa. He is very angry, furious. He say if he could lay hands on the man who did it...
I don't understand.
No. He said that someone, he think it was you, stole his car last night.
What?
You know, out at Éculville.
What sort of a car? I'm sorry, I'm not a thief. Why me?
Because, monsieur, when he found his car this morning by the avant-port, there was in it an English glove with a blood stain on it. Your finger is wounded, I see.
I did not steal a car, and I have not lost a glove. So you see, it must have been somebody else.
Please forgive me, monsieur. You must not tell anyone I have spoken to you, please. Papa is already very angry about the stoppage.
Stoppage? Stoppage? What of?
The douanier, monsieur. They refuse to work. They hit.
They hit. Ah, strike. Yes, the customs men. Do they, by Jove?
That is why he's out there himself last night. Then someone take his car. He is...
Very, very angry. Well, I don't blame him. The strike must be very difficult for him, too.
Yes, monsieur. That is why I warned you.
Well, I'm very grateful to you. I wish I knew why your father thought it was me, though. Does he know my name?
No, monsieur.
Ah.
But I do.
Yo?
I asked them downstairs. Now must go. I've been too long already.
And what's your name?
It is Jacqueline, monsieur.
Uh-huh.
Why do you ask?
Well, because since I saw you in the train, since I didn't know your name, I've called you Lolly.
I heard you say this. I thought it means sweetie.
Oh, it does, of course, but no, it's short for Lollobrigida, the Italian actress. You look like her. She is very beautiful.
Oh, and do you often call people by the names of film stars, then?
Oh, only very special people. Anything the matter, Strip?
No, sir. Not at all. A bit of a cold.
What is your first name, monsieur?
Peter. Pierre.
Goodbye, then, Pierre. And bonne chance.
Au revoir et merci, Jacqueline. And what do you mean by making a noise like a maladjusted siphon, Strip?
Begging your pardon, sir. We're that Lollobrigida line and James Cagney. Special people.
Yes, I know, but Lolly is a little briquette. All the same, I pleased her.
Ah, you did. Pleased her no end.
You see what must have happened? That little brute Marcel pinched Papa's car when we made off in his. I dropped my blood-stained glove accidentally in that car. Dear Marcel finds it and plants it back in Papa's car. Oh, dear, clever Marcel.
Want to get a bit of his own back, seemingly.
And certainly has. Now, we may run into quite a reception committee at Aumonville if Cagney and Marcel are still on our trail.
Seems to me they got their noses close to the ground, them two. Still, all they do know is how the customs officer were down there last night. Marcel taking his car and leaving it where he did. Oh, it may frighten them off. Leastway, it's still too late, sir.
Well, anyway, Papa will be on his own. No minions to spread a net. That's one ray of light. Talking of which, we must shade the signal torch better. Daren't risk anyone spotting it except from seaward. Now then, yes. Give me my hat and nail scissors.
Oh, sir. Mrs. Wilson give you that for your birthday special.
I know, Strip. There. Cut in the center of the crown. Torch. See? Now pull the base through from the inside. You see? Splendid screen. Plus the sweatband, too.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, if ever you do tell her, she'll say that all that died in a good cause.
Now, we'll get hold of old Boom Boom. He seems to be pretty well the only taxi on tap, and we can trust him.
Au moment, monsieur.
Alors, voilà, 30 francs. Wait, please. We may be some time. We shall return by midnight, I hope.
Merci bien, monsieur. I will wait.
No one. Yet. Give me the torch. Yeah. Case is here, thank God. That blasted Alsatian.
It's just about 11, sir, by my watch. Mona should be sighting in.
Yeah, should be. Here, take this case. Shh. What's that?
Another of they goats, sir, most like.
Mm-hmm. Quiet as we can, down to the rocks. Give me the torch. Now my hat. Now pray Pomona's there, and Mr. Kemp's got his eyes skinned.
Oh, that's fine, sir. No light showing through your hat this side at all.
Oh, come on, Pomona.
Come on, Pomona. My gosh, she's here, I do believe.
I can just see her. Thank the Lord Almighty, I'll wave her in.
Careful, sir. I've got her in the beam.
Ahoy there, Peter.
Put that damn boat hook away and chuck me a line.
Here, catch this.
Right, now mind Pomona doesn't bump a hole in herself.
Light showing, sir. Coming down this way.
Blast. Here, take the damn cases. Get them on board. We've been spotted. Get going, for God's sake.
You too, Peter. Things are going on up there. Jump. Quick, you ass. You too, Strip. Jump.
All that's damnable. You'll have to put us back. Well, me, anyway.
You crazy? Not with all your social contacts barking on the shore.
But, Larry, don't you see? Our passports and return tickets are in the hotel. Oh, all sorts of things. They'll go to the police if I don't turn up. They've got our address, registration slips, and Papa has my odd glove. Bloodstain.
Look, I don't know a thing about Papa or your bloodstained glove. Hope your tiny hand ain't frozen.
Oh, very funny.
But we must sort this out in slow time.
You were rather mugs to leave your passports and so on.
We were expecting to go back, remember?
Yes, Peter, dear. Well, that's the least of our worries at the moment.
Well, you'll have to ring them up and explain as soon as possible, of course. But we can't run you in there again, or anywhere else on this coast. Make up your mind about that. We may be kind of not popular just now.
Yes, make up your mind to that.
Strip, be a lamb and go and make some tea and have some yourself.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right away.
Peter, take over for a bit. I've got to get these two cases stowed right now. Steer north 14 east.
North 14 east.
Yeah, watch out for any trouble.
Yeah. Your husband is a crafty old fox.
Yes, darling. And I am a crafty vixen.
Too true. And you both know I can't damn well turn round and go back.
None of us can now.
Way for Boy and La Platte. About 3 miles offshore now. No signs of pursuit yet.
Sea's getting up a bit. Oh, dear, I so love it when it's calm.
Well, cargo stowed, and I defy anyone to find him. Oh, there she goes. You seen anything, Sister Anne?
Not so far. Nothing but the La Platte lights. Yeah, it's pretty murky. How about getting a fix before we lose the lights?
Oh, you and your fixes. We'll be picking up St. Catherine's in a couple of hours. Now, what we want from you is an account of your stewardship. What was all that commotion on the beach, for heaven's sake? What's been eating your hat? Mice?
Très sweet.
Oh, damn funny. While you two have been sitting around at home, Strip and I have been doing your dirty work. You and your blasted Snodgrass. Pretty little fairy tale. He wasn't going to risk his skin, oh no, nor either of you. We've had one hell of a time.
Come below and have a nice hot tea and rum and tell us all your troubles. Strip can keep lookout. He'll have had some tea. Come on, Peter and Larry.
Strip, go up and keep a lookout. There's a good chap. Here are my glasses.
Yes, sir.
Here, Peter, drink up.
Well, Peter?
Well, Kemp's. Listen, somebody followed us right from Paris to Cherbourg.
To think your pickup lolly should be the custom man's child. Poor Peter. She was just a douanier's daughter, but her love was duty-free. Better not tell Margaret.
There are quite a number of things I shan't be telling Margaret, thanks very much. But what she's thinking now, God knows.
You seem to have stirred up quite a beehive. I wonder who the hell those two spibs really were.
Well, they may have been Snodgrass's stooges, making sure the stuff got away and on the right boat.
You know damn well they weren't. And I may as well tell you now, Snodgrass is out of it. No longer concerned, poor chap.
What the Was he backed right out, do you mean, or what?
Or what is right, Peter? He's dead.
How do you know?
I saw it in the paper, Tuesday. Gave me quite a turn.
Oh, why the hell didn't you tell me on the phone?
My dear chap, what difference would it have made? Only rattled you? And we couldn't leave you stranded with the loot and no means of getting it away.
My God. Then he was dead before Cagney and Marcel got to Cherbourg. Well, how would... Who are they?
Oh, wrong guys who somehow got wind of the operation. Swiss, most likely. I'm pretty sure Bryce Jones never employed anyone like them in this sort of racket.
Bryce Jones? He was Snodgrass. What a dolt. I might have guessed all along. You damn twister, Larry.
You have spilled the beans, my precious.
Oh, well, what's the odds now? Bryce Jones, Snodgrass. Under either name, he's just as dead.
Well, where do we go from here? You're mad not to ditch the stuff. I need the cash as much as you do, but you can't possibly dispose of it without him.
I'll do nothing of the sort. There's a fortune there. I can make my contacts slowly. My dear chap, instead of a couple of thousand, we've got 30. Probably much more. Think of it. It's...
A piece of cake, of course. Don't say it. I think you are a fool, Larry. The scheme might have worked with Snodgrass dealing with a side of life he knew. But now... Besides, I think they've bumped him off. Cagney and Co. I think they were in his racket, but they wanted the lot for themselves. Now they'll come and get it. They know where we live. Your troubles are just starting.
Summed up like a judge, but a bad one.
No, you know, Larry, I do think Peter's got something there.
Fiddlesticks. They'd never risk it.
Oh, do stop whinnying, darling. Obviously, several people were on Peter's tail. Short of advertising, he couldn't have got himself better publicity. And to crown it all, he goes and leaves the cases down in the shelter for 24 hours. Don't tell me they couldn't have made off with them if they'd wanted to.
If you'd clocked in on time instead of a day late, we should have been in the clear and no one any the wiser. Now look at us. No passports, they're locked in our bag with our clothes, and I bet every revenue cutter in the channel's out.
There is only one, and I happen to know she's laid up in Southampton.
Sir.
Oh, yes, Strip?
Sir, it's a small craft out there to starboard. Lights bearing down is pretty fast. Don't like the look of her.
I'll be on deck in a jiffy. Take her, will you, Nat?
Okay.
Give me the glasses, Strip.
Over to starboard, sir. See?
Yeah. Might be a launch or an MTB. We better get under his stern.
Come round to starboard, Nat. Right round, and ease her down a bit.
Lights perhaps 2 or 3 miles on our port quarter.
That'll do for a bit. Let's have another look at her.
Glasses?
Oh, thank you.
I don't feel as calm as you are. Probably by now we're not only suspected of smuggling, but murder as well. B.J. dead in a French hotel. Oh, come on, laddie. Ditching stations. It isn't worth the risk, damn it. If this chap's got radar, we've had it.
Here, Peter. Take this knife, go aft, and get off that strip of canvas over Pomona's name. Cut it adrift. It's lashed to a pair of staples each side of the counter. Now, hurry.
She'll be getting closer, sir. Only about a mile off now.
He's still showing her port light. I can't be too sure. She's a motorboat. Well, she might be. Look, Strip. There are 2 oil lamps in the wheelhouse. Light them and have them ready. If this chap comes much closer, I'll show them. We'll pretend the other lights are fused. We'll say we're on passage.
Canvas off.
Good. And tell Nat to get some speed on.
Right.
What the blazes are you playing at, Natalie?
Complete cutout, that's what.
Here, let me look. Oh, blast. Of all the cockeyed things to happen now, fuel.
I thought you said we'd plenty.
Well, so we have. One service tank's out of commission and the other must be dry. I'll have to pump her up from the reserve.
I'll go back on deck.
Yes, do. And if he hails us, say we're going up channel to Shoreham or somewhere, but our engine's died. And we do not, repeat not, require help. Got those lamps fixed, Strip?
Yes, sir.
Good. Have them at the ready. Not to show unless he hails.
Come up on deck, Strip.
Oh, got a rare bit of roll on.
God send he gets the damned engines going. The chap's not crossed our stern. About 20 degrees on our port quarter. Can see his wheelhouse now. Heading towards us, almost in line with the needles. He must have radar. Strip.
Yes, sir.
Go and tell Mr. Kemp he's coming our way. Tell him to forget about the engines and drop the stuff over the side.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank God. Well done, Larry. Jolly good.
What's he doing, Peter? How far away?
He's sheared off, thank goodness.
Ah, that's a lucky break. Wonder who the devil he was. Now we must really step on it.
Panic over. Full speed ahead. Past the elbow, boy. No sign of the pilot vessel that I can see. All quiet so far. No boats at all.
Fine. Still got an hour or so of darkness.
We've done it.
Don't gloat too soon.
Now, as soon as we're in, Peter, you'll have to get ashore and get through to that hotel of yours before they start any nonsense.
You're dead right. But I can't go back to my house not looking like this and at this hour. Think of my explanations to Margaret. But I must phone that hotel.
No. You better do it at my place.
Right.
Really not a night for boating of any kind.
Here, Natalie, catch my hand and jump.
Thanks, Peter. Land at last. Marvelous.
Here are the cases. Nat will show you where to stir them at pill. She'll fetch me and strip later on.
Right. Up this bank, Natalie. That's it.
Really home. Oh, lock the front door.
The cases are covered with oil and smell like it.
Wouldn't need a Holmes, would it? Oh, look. Here's our glory hole. We'll shove the cases out of sight.
In you go, my oily dears. Just where were they in Pomona? In the bilges?
Oh, for God's sake, give me a cigarette. Oh, French one. Oh, well. As a matter of fact, he hid them in one of the gravity tanks. That's why the poor dolt ran out of fuel. One tank had a full side. Quite cunning, really.
Oh, very.
But, of course, now the cases smell.
Oh, they certainly do.
Oh, Lord, I'm tired. Nothing else to be done now. I'm going up to get a bit of sleep. You make yourself at home in the drawing room. In other circumstances, I'd ask you to tuck me up, darling, but, well, we're neither of us at our best, are we?
I do so agree.
Thank you, darling. When I go and collect Larry and Strip, I'll drop you off near home. Strip arriving later at your place separately will be best.
Yes, Margaret might think it a strange coincidence if Strip and I arrive on the doorstep together, me from Paris and he from Hartland Point.
Exactly. Oh, dear, isn't life difficult?
Can be. Oh, well.
Oh, well. Good morning, darling.
Good morning, Natalie. Oh, what the... Heavens, it's 8 a.m. Oh, must be Larry. Hello, Larry, that you?
Peter!
Margaret!
What on earth are you doing there? I've been so worried. I thought I'd ring Natalie in case Larry knew it.
Oh, my God, that would happen. Now what? Oh, I'm a coward, that's what. Go and brew some coffee, that's what.
Peter, what is all this, darling? I've been worried to death. You look ghastly. Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all. I'm always spending the night on other people's sofas. Sleep better that way.
Where are the others? Where's Natalie?
Asleep upstairs, I imagine. I haven't been sleeping with her, if that's what you mean.
Give me a cigarette, will you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I don't think I know what I'm saying. Things have been piling up on me, rather. Look, you'd better hear the whole story.
Please. Very French cigarette?
Yes, very French. Well, it's not an easy story to tell.
All of you crazy. You must promise me, darling, you'll have nothing more to do with it. Tell them you don't want the money. Tell them now, and come along home, darling, straight away.
Well, so now you know, Margaret. It's cold in here. I'll see if I can do something about the fire.
Now, don't worry on our account, Natalie. We can't stop now. Peter's out of this racket from now on.
So I gathered your precious Peter's contaminated. But now I'm afraid he'll have to go on playing till everything's sorted out. Larry and he will just have to get the stuff away from here, and the sooner the better.
What can you do with it? You should have thrown them all in the sea.
Peter did think of it, but, Hello? Oh, Larry. Oh, right, I'll try, but... Okay. Yes, I'll come right away. Yes. Oh, what a man. He wants us to come and help him clean up, will you, Peter?
No, he will not. Come along, darling.
Well, surely he's had time to do all that, with Strip helping him.
He's found a nasty great scrape along the bow, from the rocks, I suppose.
Well, he can manage without Peter. No, I mean it. You must do your own camouflage. And by the way, please drop Strip off at Marpleton before you do anything else. I need him.
Off you go then, Peter. Run along home with Mother.
I'll give him a hand. I must, Margaret.
Oh, no, we won't need you. Run along now. I'll drop your Strip. This way out, dear friend.
That's you, Margaret?
No, sir, it's me. Mrs. Kemp just dropped me off at the crossroads. She gone back for Mr. Kemp.
Oh, Lord, I've been asleep for over an hour. Where on earth has Mrs. Wilson got to? She went to the shops. Shouldn't take her all this time.
Oh, her probably got nobbled by one of the old gossips at the post office, shouldn't wonder.
I'm sorry I didn't get back to Pomona. Mrs. Wilson wouldn't have it. She knows the lot, Strip, and she does not approve, I may tell you. We are somewhat in the doghouse. Me more than you, of course. Yeah, I shouldn't have let you in for it.
Oh, couldn't have stopped me, sir, not if you was in it. Mrs. Wilson know that.
Well, go and get yourself some grub, Strip, and then have a kip.
Thank you, sir, I will. Get the paint off my hands first. Do a quick paint job over Pomona's bottom. Nasty scrape she had.
Hey, so Mrs. Kemp told me.
Mr. Kemp, you didn't want to risk no questions asked along of that.
No. Margaret, I wondered where you'd got to.
Oh, so sorry, darling. You know how it is. I met Mrs. Plum, and then old Colonel Winthrop, and... Oh, Strip, welcome back. I gather you had rather more excitement at your aunt's funeral than you expected.
Yes, and, yeah, I did that.
Yes, well, I must ask you about it sometime.
Yes, and,
well, you'll get us some coffee, Strip. You must be worn out with all that grief.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Peter?
No. Larry, yes?
Guess who's here? Your friend Cagney.
Cagney? Good Lord, is he being tough?
Just now, yes. Listen, where are those confounded cases?
Well, Natalie knows.
Well, this chap was here when I got back. Wanted to come to an agreement. Knew we couldn't handle the stuff. How about 50-50? I told him to go to hell.
Tactful.
Then he produced a gun. There was nothing for it but to show him around. But they're not there. Someone has taken them and replaced the camouflage. Look, did you or did you not come back after Natalie left? If so, what the hell are you playing at?
I did not. Haven't been near your beastly place. As if I should without telling you. More likely it's Cagney's boyfriend, Marcel. Tell him you'd better chase him up. Tell him if he ever darkens your doors again, you'll put the dicks onto him about Bryce Jones.
Oh, no use. He can equally well pin that one on us. You particularly. You see?
Yes, I do see. I'll ring you back. Margaret, you did it. You're guilty all over. I saw you going bright pink.
Well, I just felt I had to get rid of them for everyone's sake. I knew no one was at Pill, so I just nipped in and got them from where you said. And I couldn't think where to dump them.
For heaven's sake, where did you put them?
Well, just inside the vicar's back gate.
What?
If he finds them, he'll get the reward. And he does so need it for the Black Watch beetle in the roof.
For crying out loud, Margaret, don't you see? He'll go straight to the police.
Well, but they won't know.
Our fingerprints are all over those cases. If Cagney splits, you gather he's there, right now, at Pill, and we were questioned, well, we're well and truly for it.
Peter, oh dear, I am sorry. I
must get them back, if they're still there. Now, look, you stay here. Don't answer the phone. The police won't come yet, even if... But if they do, don't know a thing. Strip, get in the car, quick.
Sir.
Got to pay a little call on the vicar.
Why, the vicar, sir, this time of week.
Put this 10-bob note in this envelope for the restoration fund. Alibi in case we run into him. Mrs. Wilson's put the cases inside his back gate.
Oh, I see, sir. I see indeed.
We've got to get them back, if they're there. Thank the Lord we've got them safely into the house. No one saw you?
No, sir. Except the vicar.
What?
I give him the envelope, sir. He hadn't noticed the cases. Oh, and he seemed very gratified, like said he hoped to see you in church Sunday.
Well, I certainly hope he does, too. Now, I'll have to ring Mr. Kemp at once. Help him out with Cagney. Put the cases under the stairs, Strip, while I get on the phone.
What the... This is really a pleasure, Mr. Wilson. Yes, this is a gun. Shut the door, Mr. Wilson, please.
Margaret.
Stay where you are, Mr. Wilson.
I think I should, Peter.
Oh, do stop being so over-dramatic.
Shut up, darling.
Do not fool with me. Where are those cases?
What cases?
You are making me angry. I will count to 5 and then... 1, 2...
Now, look here. He's bluffing, Larry.
3. I am not bluffing.
Well, if they're anywhere, they're in our car outside. As far as I'm concerned, you can have them with my blessing. But I'll go and see if you like.
Good, and no funny business. Ah, this gentleman I have seen before. He will be so kind as to fetch the cases.
Sir, what?
Yes, go, please, Strip. Nothing for it.
Yes, you'd better. He means it.
You're a prize mug, Larry. What did you bring Cagney here for? Where's your car?
He made me drive here in his damn car. It's round at the back. He's a persuasive type, you know, with his little gun and all. Cunning brute, too.
That will do.
Brute was the word.
Here's the cases, sir.
Ah, please, stand over there. All of you. I have you covered, so do not move from there. I will just look to see what you may have stolen. I have the keys.
I'll bet you have.
Do not move, I say. No.
Diablo! Oh, Peter! Rack and rubble stones.
Marcel, in the shelter.
That's it, sir.
Oh, you dirty swine, you dirty double-crossing. What have you done with them? Where are they? I want to know, you dirty cheating...
Oh, do stop waving that gun about.
I know well now who plays this little joke. He will not play another.
Well, definitely your friend, Marcel, I should think.
Yes, that Marcel. Next time, Mr. Wilson, that you have valuables in your custody, I suggest you be more careful.
Well, I'll be damned. May I call you a taxi?
No, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have my own car. The time...
That's a very nice watch you're wearing.
Is it not? One word of warning to you all. If you hear of any further developments, you will be well advised to keep your mouth shut. You understand? Goodbye. I have a little appointment to make with Marcel.
Pauvre bébé.
What is that well-known saying? Crime doesn't pay.
Commander, sir. Miss Liz, she's home.
Oh, really? Darling. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Liz.
Darling. Mother. You seem in a bit of a mess around here. All this bracken, what's been happening? Has you puss had kittens?
No, darling, but we have.
Oh, big joke? No, just a little one.
About a piece of cake.
Running round the woodland, if you chance to find little barrel floating ton, all full of brandy wine, don't you shout, you come and look, you're yours to buy your fare. But the bridge will back again and then don't get you made.
A Piece of Cake was adapted for radio by Josephine Bruce from the novel by Charles Anthony. The part of Peter was played by Noel Johnson, Margaret by Gudrun Ure, Elizabeth Pauline Letts, Strip Alan Haynes, Larry Kemp Frederick Treves, Natalie Ann Murray, Cagney Heron Carvick, Marcel Anthony Vickers, Lolly Martina Main, her father Geoffrey Winkett, Boom Boom Alexander John. The play was produced by David Thompson.
Excuse me, are there any porters? Excuse me, where are the taxis? Excuse me? Is that the zoo? Driver, is that the zoo?
Pardon?
I take it that's the zoo we're passing.
It isn't Nelson's column.
This is my first visit to London.
Nancy.
My first real visit, I mean. Oh, I've had the odd day here, and we used to come up from school to the hockey internationals at Wembley. Long time ago, of course. But I don't know my way round.
Up on holiday, are you?
No, I've got a job here starting tomorrow. And I'm going to share a flat in Belsize Park.
Oh, yes.
The house is called The Rope Walk. Do you know it?
The Rope Walk, a new play for radio by Alan Downer and Jill Hine.
The what?
The Rope Walk. Do you know it?
Can't say I do.
But it's a nice area.
Depends what you mean by nice.
Well, pleasant.
A bit mixed.
Oh.
Get a lot of floaters up there. Birds of passage, all comings and goings. Sunday drivers! Ruddy amateurs.
There is a lot of traffic, isn't there?
You ought to see it during the week.
But you would say Belsize Park was quite pleasant.
You'll be able to see for yourself in a couple of minutes.
Oh. Tracy, love, would you be an angel?
Grief, you're not still in bed.
Oh, go away. I like my Sunday lions.
Yes, so do I, but mine don't go on till 4 p.m.
You didn't get in at 7 this morning.
Must have been some party. Well, do you mind if I take the Observer?
Help yourself. Just leave me the lurid ones.
Don't you think you ought to be making a move, though, love?
Why, I'm not going out till 6.
I thought you said you were going to be in tonight.
Did I? Well, I'm not.
Now you tell me.
Any objections?
I'm seeing Peter.
So?
Well, it means we'll have to leave What's-It on her own.
Oh, crumbs, I've forgotten her.
Well, I suppose it's all right. As long as we're here when she arrives, but not in bed, Trace. Come along, love. Up, come on, up.
Well, I'm waiting for the bathroom.
Yes, don't tell me. Fred Scruff.
How did you guess? Whatever time of the day or night I decide to have a bath, he beats me to it.
I can't imagine what he does in there. Anything but wash, judging by his appearance.
Chuck cigarette ends down the loo for a start.
He is the dregs.
When you think of all the dishy men who might have had the back room. Remember what's his name? The one in the TV series who was here when we first came? I look forward to running into him in the bathroom.
Yes, you made a point of it, I seem to remember.
Till he left his duck in the bath.
His what?
His sponge bag, then. Remember the things he had in it? Remember? What are you doing?
What does it look like? Trying to clear some space for Heather Thing. God, Trace, if you put any more on this chair, its back will fall off.
I wouldn't mind if it was just the bathroom. Sharing with Scruff, it's the phone that really needles me.
Yes, I must say it is a bit inhibiting talking to Peter with Scruff about 5 inches away. Do you really want these, darling?
What are they?
Raves, honeys, private eyes, Playboy.
Oh, keep that. It's borrowed. It'd be super if we didn't have to have a third bird, really.
Well, if you'd stick a job for more than 10 minutes, perhaps we wouldn't have to.
Well, I'm a temp.
How temporary can you get?
Well, that last place really was the end. I mean, they all knitted through the lunch hour. It's okay for you. You're doing something you enjoy.
Up to a point.
You've got a jolly cushy setup at Denton and Hobbs. Decent salary, plenty of perks, and Peter on the premises. What more do you want? You're not still thinking about going down among those meth drinkers.
I'd just like to be more, I don't know, more involved with people.
Well, grief, personnel is people, isn't it? Do you think you'll marry him? You share a car. You might as well share the lot. Officially, I mean. Think how ecstatic Mum and Dad'd be.
Things are fine as they are, thank you.
If you chucked your job, they'd be different.
In some ways.
You won't be with him all day for a start.
Oh, look, Trace, you don't just stay in a rut because it's convenient.
It is, though, isn't it?
Yes, very. Well, so's living near a tube station and being stock size.
Got a match?
I wouldn't like one, love. With any luck, Scruff will be out of the bathroom by now.
Well, if he isn't, I'm bashing the door down, so wait for it. much longer, did you say?
5 minutes or so.
You said that a quarter of an hour ago.
Some people.
Hello. What are you doing there?
Oh, hi, Rusty.
You had a bath?
Just for a change. If you were any sort of landlord, you'd have put one in our flat.
Yeah, double the rent. Good idea. I'll have a word with Grandad about it.
Grandad.
Well, I've got to call him something. You're still coming tonight, aren't you?
If I ever get in that bathroom.
You don't have to be clean for a protest rally.
The only thing I feel like protesting about right now is him. Out with Fred Scruff.
You sound like the Hickeys.
Another cool breeze blowing from the basement.
Hot air, more like. Him up there, lowering the tone of the neighbourhood, undesirable element.
Oh, they disapprove of everyone.
Mind you, he did roll in this morning with a black eye.
Really?
Yeah, real shiner.
Well, he'd get another if he doesn't buck up.
Oh, hello, one of your numerous admirers, I suppose.
Well, they're mostly away this weekend. That's why I'm going on this rally thing with you.
Oh, thanks.
Hello? That's right. Who? Oh, him. Yes, he is. At least he's in the bath. Quite sure. Shall I get him? Oh, I'd be only too glad to. Oh. All right. Just that? Okay. Charming. Couldn't think who Mr. Pascoe was for a minute. Hey!
No.
That was for you.
What?
The phone.
Oh.
Someone called Mac.
What did he want?
Just said he'd ring back. He wouldn't give any details. I think it was urgent, though. Did you get that?
Yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it. Sounded like Mac the Knife.
It probably was.
No, really. Oh, hell, I think I'll skip the bath. Seemed quite a pleasurable thought about 20 minutes ago.
Well, don't forget, 5:45.
What?
We have to leave. The gang are meeting in the square at 6:15.
Okay, give me a yell.
Oh, by the way, has the new girl arrived yet?
No. Was that what you were coming up for? To give her the once-over? Potential model for our little Picasso?
Well, you never know. She might not give me the brush off.
I believe some people are cradle snatchers.
Oh.
Going to your studio, Rupert?
No, out for some fags.
Well, see you later, baby.
Change of a fiver? Is that the smallest you've got?
I'm afraid so.
Well, I can't change it.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Not even if you include a half-crown tip?
Not even then.
Well, if you don't mind hanging on a moment, I'll ring the front doorbell and see if either of my flatmates can help out.
Why don't you ask him?
Who?
Chap down there in the area.
Where?
Down the basement. Putting stuff in the dustbin, see?
Oh, I could try.
The meter's still running, you know. Another few minutes, you can give me the fiver and call it quits.
Oh. Excuse me.
Hello?
Excuse me, but are you the caretaker?
I am not.
Oh. Oh, you're Mr. Vaughan, then.
No, Hickey's the name, Mr. Stanley Hickey.
I'm Heather Benfield. I'm going to be a neighbour of yours.
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering if you could let me have change.
Oh, change, certainly. How much want you?
Of a £5 note.
A fiver? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean...
It's to pay for the taxi.
Well, look, I'll have a word with the missus. Just a tick. Alice! Alice!
Won't be a moment, driver.
You might guess, darling. It's all the same to me once I got the meter running.
Alice, pull yourself together.
Pull yourself together, pull yourself together. I can't go any faster. I've got to get my purse out of my bag, haven't I? Oh, and my hands are all sudsy.
The taxi's waiting.
Well, I can't help that, can I? Oh, how much did you say you wanted?
Change of a fiver.
You're joking. I haven't got that kind of money.
Well, how much have you got?
30 bob.
That's no good.
Well, tell him you haven't got it.
I can't do that, can I? I can't just say we ain't got it.
Why not?
Why not? Use your loaf.
Oh, who is it, anyway?
The new girl up at the top flat, I think. Anyway, she's got a pile of luggage.
Oh, let's have a look.
You can have a look after.
Oh, what's she like?
Never mind about what she looks like, but what about the money?
Well, I suppose I could take it out of me Christmas money.
Oh, yeah?
I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to take it out of there.
Where'd you keep it?
That's none of your business, Stanley. You just turn your back. Go on. I'm not having you using my savings for beer money.
I ain't touched it for a week.
How much longer's he gonna be then? He's got up another bob, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't apologise, darling. It's you's paying.
I've got it. I've got it.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm awfully grateful.
Always happy to oblige. I'm afraid it's all in sixpences, though. I hope you don't mind. Look,
No, that'll be lovely.
well, look, the missus put them in a paper bag. Careful. Now, you don't want them rolling all over the pavement.
Thank you.
200. Want to check it?
No, I'll trust you. Now then, driver, you can turn off your meter and we'll start counting.
Tracy?
Yes?
Oh, it is you.
Who else?
What on earth?
That was a quick bath.
Oh, I decided not to bother. What are you doing?
Cutting sandwiches.
Sandwiches?
Yes, that's right. Nearly finished. Your timing is excellent, as usual.
Whatever for?
To eat?
Yes, but I mean, what's in them?
Do you mind? Some are pate and some are cucumber.
Cucumber?
If you want to make yourself useful, Trace, you could start cutting the crusts off that pile of bread there.
Cutting the crusts off?
Tracy.
I'm sorry, but what's it all in aid of? I mean, you're usually so anti this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
The cucumber sandwich kick, bourgeoisie, middle-class gentility. Call it what you like. Only last night you were spouting on about it.
About sandwiches?
No, but you said there was more integrity in one deadbeat than round all the bridge tables of Belgravia. Or words to that effect.
Well, we've got to give Heather some sort of welcome.
Ah.
Well, we have, haven't we? Be fair. I mean, what with both of us going out this evening. I mean, I know she's not exactly a friend or anything, but one has to show willing.
Does one?
Trace, it is her first night here after all.
So you've decided to feel guilty?
No.
If you have, you can always entertain Peter here this evening. À toi. You might even fit in a few hands of bridge.
It's the top bell. You ring that one, they'll soon be down.
Thank you.
Did you want somebody?
I was just going to ring the top bell.
Oh, you're the new girl, are you?
Yes, Heather Benfield.
Well, Lynn and Trace are expecting you. I should go on up.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Rusty Vaughan, by the way. Your landlord, officially.
Oh.
You know, I own the place. Well, nice to meet you.
Mr. Vaughan! Mr. Vaughan!
Oh, Lord, trouble. Wonder what's wrong now. Excuse me. Why don't you just go on up? God, blimey, you've got enough luggage. Yes, Mr. Hickey, what can I do for you? Go on up, Heather, please. Don't be shy.
A word in your ear, Sonny, about this geezer you've got on the first floor back. Let's face it, he's got to go, hasn't he? Well, it's either him or us, and he's trouble, isn't he?
Miss Livingston, I presume.
Oh. Hello.
Look as though you've been deserted by your bearers.
Yes.
You don't want to be put off by the hairy chest. I've just been performing my ablutions.
Oh, I see.
Don't want to take notice of the eye either. It's a battle scar.
He looks very sore.
Like having an eye full of gravel. Ever had a shiner, have you?
No.
No, I didn't think you would have.
I'm Heather Benfield.
Oh, yeah? Going to the top floor, are you?
I'm going to be living there. Is it much further?
Next landing.
I shouldn't have brought so many cases.
How many did you bring?
3 big ones and lots of odds and ends.
Haven't made much progress, then, have you? I'll give you a hand.
Oh.
I won't take no for an answer.
I wasn't going to say no.
Oh.
I'd be most grateful.
Where's the rest of your stuff? Down by the front door?
I'm afraid so.
Right.
It's very kind of you.
Forget it.
I haven't been doing awfully well since I arrived in London.
I know what you mean.
Well, taxi drivers and things.
Well, we better get started, haven't we?
Well, I think that's everything.
So, we can put our feet up, can we?
Yes.
Oh, no, just a sec.
What's the matter?
Better empty the WPB.
Why?
I don't know, it looks all gungy.
It's all right.
It's full of tissues and things.
Well, that's what it's for.
All the same. You've tidied everything else so beautifully, it's a pity to spoil the picture. Anyway, I suppose I ought to make some contribution to the joint effort.
It's a pretty funny contribution.
Just as well to have one eccentric in the family. I'll go. Coming. Oh,
Hello?
what do you want?
That's what I call a friendly welcome.
You can't have come to apologize for keeping me out of the bathroom.
You're right.
Hmm?
I haven't. Being the only member of the working class is handy, I offer to carry up the ladies' cases.
What lady? Oh, drat it.
The lady whose carrier bag has just come apart down there.
I'm sorry,
hasn't been my day.
I'll come down.
I'll take the cases through, shall I? Yes. Yes, I will.
Is that you, Heather? Come on in. I was just putting the kettle... Oh.
I'm taking these through. They belong to your new flatmate. Where's she sleep?
Look, I'd rather you didn't. Would you just put them down there? Please.
Okay.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Got it nice in here, haven't you? Nicer than my place, anyway. Don't worry, I wasn't thinking of stuffing. Walnut cake.
Yes.
And sandwiches. Bean counted, are they?
No.
I'll have one then. Tasty. They don't go very far, though, do they? Not for a fellow who's been lugging cases.
Help yourself.
Thank you.
Where are the others?
On the stairs somewhere. You needn't worry, they won't be long.
Who's worried?
You, scared to death.
Look, I would rather you left some of the sandwiches.
I'm not invited to tea, then?
It's hardly your environment.
True.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Yes, you did.
You wanted me to say it.
Ah.
Look, I don't know why you always set out to create situations.
Do I?
Yes. You do nothing but make trouble in this house. You just don't belong here. I can't think why the Vaughans don't ask you to leave.
They'll have to throw me out.
Precisely.
Precisely what?
Look, please, don't eat any more of those.
Last one.
Will you go?
Like it, do you? The eyes? Adds a bit of a cavalier touch, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, come on, now. I bet it would have been all right if I got it on the playing fields of Eton. It's the Soho connotation that offends you.
If you want to get involved in drunken
Who
brawls,
said it was
that's your
drunken?
business. Do you ever come home sober?
You've been peeping through the curtains, or have you left your spy into those creepy gits in the basement?
Get out.
This is Heather, Lynn.
How'd you do?
Oh, hello.
The carrier bag burst on the stairs.
We haven't interrupted anything, have we?
No, of course not.
I was just leaving.
Well, thank you so much for helping with the cases. I don't know how I'd have managed without you.
Sixpenny tip will cover it.
Oh, got plenty of those.
He means it.
Oh. Here you are.
Thank you, Mum.
Don't mention it.
I'll be on my way then. Don't forget to warm the pot.
And what was all that about?
These sandwiches are lovely.
Sorry, there aren't more.
Oh, I've had plenty. The patty's super.
We get it from the delicatessen on the corner.
You probably noticed as you drove up, next to the off-licence.
No, I didn't really notice anything. I was too busy looking for change. It was awful. I only had a £5.
For the taxi?
Yes.
The cardinal crime.
But luckily the man in the basement changed it for me. Mr. Hickey, isn't it?
Stan and Alice, they're
Our controlled tenants.
who pay the minimum rent and make the maximum fuss. They never stop complaining to the Vaughans.
About what?
All the noise, the damp, the drains, everything.
Especially Fred Scruff. Mind you, I'm with them there.
Who?
The unsavoury individual who brought your cases up.
What about that? Fred Scruff playing the gent. He must fancy you, Heather.
Oh, I think he just saw I was stuck.
Well, you want to watch him, love?
Scruff's his name and Scruff's his nature.
Only it isn't. His real name, I mean. We just call him that. It's something Pasco. Another cup of tea?
Oh, thank you.
I'll get some more hot water.
I met Mr. Vaughan on the way in, briefly.
Oh, he's super.
I'd imagined a much older person.
Well, he must be 65.
65, but
He's retired anyway. He used to be a schoolmaster.
Then I must have got hold of the wrong end of the stick. This was someone about 17.
Oh, you mean Rusty. 17. He'd have a fit if he heard you. He's the Vaughan's grandson.
Oh, I see. He said he was the landlord, so
Well, he is really. His parents left him the house. They were killed in a car crash. But his grandparents run the joint.
Are you talking about Rusty?
He's at art school.
Yes, only he's never actually done anything there. They've been sitting in ever since he started.
Oh, you mean like Hornsey in Guildford?
Yes, sort of. You do take sugar, don't you?
Thanks. It's awfully nice of you to have laid all this on.
Oh, good heavens, that's nothing. After tea, I'll show you where everything is so you won't feel lost this evening. I should have told you before. I'm afraid we're both going out. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, of course not.
Only we each thought the other one was going to be in.
Breakdown in communications.
I'm awfully sorry. You'll be okay, though. Nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever does.
And the Vaughans will be in, I think.
Please don't worry about me. I'll be quite all right. Really. You're going out tonight, Rupert, dear?
Oh, please, Gran, do me a favour, not Rupert.
I'm afraid you're fighting a losing battle, Rusty.
Well, I do try to remember. But Rupert is such a fine name.
Oh, yeah, great. For teddy bears.
Rusty sounds just like a dog. Mildred Saunders had a cocker spaniel called Rusty. Do you remember, Oliver?
Yes.
That fits, poor thing.
Smelt, too. Going anywhere special, old chap?
Just out with some of the gang.
Somewhere exciting?
What I like about you is your subtlety.
Well, I feel so much happier if I know where you are.
Look, I'm not a kid. I can look after myself.
I'm sure you can, dear. But I still shan't rest easy unless I know.
Oh, okay, then I'm going on a rally.
What sort of a rally? A motor car rally?
No, the other kind, on foot.
You mean a protest rally?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, you're not going to get mixed up in one of those dreadful things.
Oh, it's all right, Gran. It's not Chicago.
Still, they can get very nasty, even in England. Look at Grosvenor Square that time. Those poor horses.
Yeah, I seem to remember the police came off pretty badly, too.
Yeah, okay, I agree. That was a hash-up. Well, the organisation went to pot, but this is strictly passive.
Yes, I know, Rusty, but there are always agitators out to make trouble.
But they're the minority.
Well, as long as you bear that in mind. Don't get carried away by them.
Oh, look, I've no intention of slugging policemen or anything else. I simply want to be there.
I just hate to think of you with all that rabble.
Most of that so-called rabble are just people like me who are fed up with politicians sitting on their backsides.
Rupert.
Well, bottoms, then. While half the world are having a go at each other.
Well, I really don't see what you can do about it. Why not spend an evening at home for once?
What, join the bandwagon, you mean? Turn a blind eye and let it all happen?
The lad's right, Sybil. Nothing changes without protest. I've been on a few in my time.
Oh, well, you will dress warmly now, won't you, dear? It's very nippy out.
Yes, Gran.
Wear your sheepskin jacket, and you'll need a scarf. It's one's neck that feels the cold so.
You shouldn't have made me have my hair cut then, should you?
If you knew how much nicer it looks now, you wouldn't say that.
Your scarf is in the hall, Rusty.
Thanks.
You won't be getting any supper, I suppose.
Well, not unless the ambassador asks us in.
Well, I'm not letting you out on an empty stomach.
Oh, but we had a joint for lunch.
All the same, I'm going to warm you up some soup.
But I'm off in a mo.
Not until you've had a nice hot bowl of soup.
Soup.
You have to make some compromises in life, old chap.
Tell me, Trace, are false eyelashes absolutely necessary? For a protest rally?
Well, you never know. I might get on telly. Or meet Terry Galley. He's rather dishy.
Too single-minded to notice you, lashes or not.
Anyway, I'd feel naked without them now. I don't know why you don't try them, Lynn.
I'm not the type.
They do wonders for you.
Thanks, very much.
I mean, they do for anyone. Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Heather.
How's the unpacking going? Oh, fine, thanks. I was just wondering about keys.
Oh, yes, of course. Hang on a moment.
Thought I might go out for a bit of a walk later. When you've gone, I mean. Find your way about? Well, yes, shops and things. Well, you can get everything you need round here. There's everything, tobacconist, soft-licence, laundrette, the lot, in fact. Sounds very convenient. Yes. Oh, hell's bells. Have you lost something? My hairpiece. Oh, let me see. I was in rather late last night, or rather this morning. I remember taking it off.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, thanks. Oh, I can't wear it like that. Oh, well, I don't suppose I will meet him. Tarek Alley.
Oh, Tracy, have you still got the spare keys?
Oh, crumbs, yes. Mine never did turn up, Must have dropped them somewhere.
Oh, you are the end?
Well, never mind. The Vaughans will have a spare set.
Yes. Heather, you better pop down there later, love. Oh, just as well to say hello to them anyway.
Of course.
Look, I would go down myself, only Peter will be here any second.
That's all right.
Now, you will help yourself to things in the fridge, won't you? There's plenty of eggs and sausages, and, we usually divide the food expenses equally, or we'll go into all that tomorrow.
Fine.
Tracy, ready when you are.
It's Rusty.
Be with you in a minute, kiddo.
And make yourself at home. You know how the television works.
Yes, thanks. There he is, punctual Peter, predictable as Monday morning.
Unlike some people.
What time will you be in?
Well...
Sometime between now and breakfast with luck. Oh. Well, I only wondered if you might...
You'd better expect us when you see us, love. Don't bother to wait up or anything, will you?
All right.
Bye. Goodbye then, Heather. See you when we see you.
Yes, have a nice time.
Yes, thank you.
Bye.
You gonna let it ring?
Oh, hello again. Oh, well, it won't be for me, will it?
Never know, do you? Might be Mummy.
All right. Hello? 017220042.
No need to say the old one.
It's for you.
Who is it?
I didn't ask.
Ask.
Who wants him, please? Somebody called Mac.
Give it you then. What do you want? I was in a bath. Out of where? You must be joking. Look, Mac, I guessed I was out of a job. Well, Elman, where can I go? Listen, Mac, let's get this straight. I'm not going.
Anything wrong?
Oh, you're still here, are you?
I didn't mean to.
Forget it.
Are you in trouble?
I don't know the meaning of the word.
I just thought
You'd like that, though, wouldn't you? If I was in trouble, you could patter back upstairs with that prim pair of dollies and break the good news. Pasco's gone too far this time. Not much longer before he's on his way. Well, let me tell you something. I like it, yeah. And...
Light. What's happened?
They've gone out, haven't they? It's what's known as a time switch. They give you about a minute to get up the stairs, and then bingo, you're in darkness.
Well, how do we put it on again?
Why, don't you like being alone in the dark with me?
It isn't that.
Isn't it? Fair play, you've got lovely manners. I bet you're a credit to the convent.
I never went to a convent.
You surprise me.
There must be a switch on this landing.
There is.
Well, where?
Beside you.
I can't see it.
Well, that's because the light's gone out. I better put it on for you. Stay where you are. Don't move. No? Give us your hand. That's it. Now. Voila. You can see for miles. Easy, isn't it? Now we're all right for another 50 seconds.
You can let my hand go now.
It's cold.
Been out for a walk.
Seeing the sights, eh? Belsize Castle, Tower of Maida Vale. It all happens here.
I just went round the block.
Lucky girl, and now you're talking to a complete stranger.
Don't you ever get tired of being unpleasant?
Ah, I can see the ladies upstairs been having a word in your ear, haven't they? Haven't they, eh?
They told me a bit about all the tenants.
What'd they say about me?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. That doesn't seem to be abundantly true.
Watch him. Is that what they said? Keep clear of him. He smokes and he drinks and he works in a nightclub. Is that what they said?
Roughly.
Yeah, well, they needn't worry about the last bit now anyway. I'm back in the ranks of the great unemployed.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Was that what the phone call was all about?
Yeah, more or less. So why don't you get back upstairs before the light goes out?
I've got my finger on the switch.
So you have. I used to like the nudes. That was my job. Strippers. Quite scientific in a way. You had to see the girls as three-dimensional, get the highlights in the right places, you know what I mean? Get the three little sequin stars to sparkle, eh?
Mr. Pascoe, you're not going to frighten me off with stories of nude ladies.
How about a drink?
Huh?
Probably something in the bottom of a bottle. Come on in, it's only a bed sit, but it's full of home comforts. You can't stand there with your finger on the switch all night.
It's not
Scared?
that. No.
Well, you needn't be, not of me. I'm a rogue, but I'm a lovable rogue. Or is that what you're afraid of?
Of course not.
You wouldn't be the only one. Ask Lynn.
What?
Nothing. You coming in then?
Well, I wanted to have an early night.
That can be arranged.
No, thank you. Some other night, perhaps. When you're not doing your best to make me dislike you.
Please?
Pardon?
Please. Just for a few minutes. Drink. Cup of tea, anything. Please.
It's okay, darling. Panic over. Had another packet of 20 in the bedroom.
Oh, good. Didn't think it was like you to run out.
Oh, change places.
What?
Usually sit in the tub chair.
It isn't compulsory, is it?
I just always think of it as Lynn's perch. I'll light you one. Oh, by the way, I managed to get those tickets for the Rachmaninoff.
Great. When for?
Friday week. It doesn't start till 8, so we'll be able to look in at the Nielsen's cocktail party.
Cocktail party?
Mm-hmm. Didn't I mention it?
No.
Sorry, I thought I had.
Oh.
Here.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, and we've been invited to dinner with Jean and Aubrey next Thursday. She rang this morning.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Mm-hmm. As long as they don't show us all those baby photographs again.
Surely the novelty will have worn off by now. Oh, no. Not that again.
I thought it was one of your favourites.
Yes, it was. But I've heard it so often. It's like Mother's treacle tart.
Like what?
When I was about 10, I was mad on treacle tart. And whenever I go down to Norwich, she still makes me one for a treat. Yeah, only I went off it about 12 years ago.
Well, why don't you tell her?
Don't want to hurt her feelings, I suppose.
Well, shall I put on something else then? You don't have to worry about my feelings.
No, leave it now.
Well, I can easily
No,
swap.
please, leave it.
Penny for them.
Says he, putting threepence in the cliché box.
Huh?
New Tracyism. Clichés are out at the rope walk at present.
That must make conversation pretty limited.
Takes more than that to limit Tracy.
Well, what were you thinking?
Nothing much. Only that this room is exactly the same as it was when you first asked me back here, 3 years ago?
No, I had it decorated last spring.
The same colour scheme.
You said you approved.
Yes, I do.
Well, then.
It isn't just that. It's the furniture, pictures, everything. All in the same places. Nothing altered.
Well, there's no point in reorganizing everything just for the hell of it. You've never complained before.
I'm not complaining now.
Well, if you've any brainwaves, I'm quite prepared
Look,
to...
I didn't mean... Oh, skip it. I was just stating a fact.
What's the matter, darling?
Nothing.
Something is.
No.
You seem rather touchy this evening.
I'm sorry. I know I'm being a drag. Perhaps I ought to go back to the tub chair and start again.
I think I know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my fault entirely. I've been meaning to do something about it for months.
About what?
Us. It's high time we got something organized, darling.
Organized.
Well, you know what I mean. 3 years is quite a time. In the normal way of things, we'd have got married long since. It's just that working together, seeing so much of each other, we haven't had the same frustrations as most couples. We've tended to let things drift.
And how?
Well, do I go down on one knee? Or would that count as a cliché?
I wouldn't advise it. Not now.
Huh?
I'm sorry, love. I guess I've just got an off night. I would rather not go into all that right now. Look, Pete, can't we go to a pub or something? It must be opening time by now.
There's no glasses.
Please don't apologise. Won't be the first time I've drunk beer out of a cup. Cheers.
Yakida. I've been meaning to get some.
Hmm?
Glasses for my visitors, not so that it stopped them coming in your mind. Why did you come in here?
You asked me.
What do you do for a living?
Me? Oh, I'm a secretary.
Shorthand typing, stuff like that.
That sort of thing, yes.
Takes brains, that does.
Wouldn't say that. Anybody could do it. A bit humdrum, I'm afraid. Especially compared to working in a nightclub.
I used to have a shop back in Wales. Electricians, light fittings, radio repair, you know. I like that. It was nice. There's nothing wrong with being humdrum.
Why did you come to London?
I ran away
What from?
from my wife.
Oh.
She ran away from me first.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It wasn't very tactful.
Aileen, her name was. Prettiest girl in the village. Green eyes, auburn hair, every boy in the valley after her, but she chose me. I thought I was lucky.
Mr. Pascoe, I don't...
You know why she went? Because I wasn't good enough for her. She didn't like my dirty hands. They left marks on her nice, clean furniture. Do you know my mum's definition of happiness?
No.
6 in your pocket and toffee apples 5. She didn't know how right she was. Living above your means. Doesn't sound very terrible, does it, when you say it like that? It was just a little business. I was doing okay, but it was small. I couldn't make it clear to her that it wasn't Marks and Spencer's. She had to have the best of everything. As soon as she saw it, she had to have it for herself, for the house, for the baby. She was always nicely turned out when she was single. And her dad off work with slick horses. Everybody wondered how she did it. I soon found out.
What did you do?
I put my hand in a till as long as I could. Worked all hours, then one night I got in late. I went to sleep on a sofa in my overalls. I left marks on her cushions, and she bawled me out about it. Well, I told her, I can't keep pace anymore. I'm in over my head. I'm beat. Next morning, she was gone. Gone off in search of respectability, all lovely and shining and new. Yeah, corruption can come in some pretty fancy cartons.
So you came to London?
Well, the business was bust. I had a house full of posh junk I hadn't paid for. Everything was mortgaged up to the hilt. So I raided the till for the last time and I hitched my way up here. Soho, strip joints, pimping, pot. Only one direction for Pascoe, down to the bottom. Tonight maybe I got there. You want some more?
No, thank you.
Well, I do. I want some more.
What will you do now? You'll have to go and look for a new job, won't you? Will you try the same sort of thing?
I don't know, that's my worry.
Couldn't you...
What?
Nothing.
Find me fascinating, don't you? Little Miss Wide-Eyes. You sit there like some candy floss fairy and all I get is questions, and just another mind to explore. That's it, isn't it? Find out what makes his tick. Lift the stone, watch the bugs all scuttle. Ah, I've seen people like you pulling her wings off flies. Why don't you go?
That wasn't what I was doing.
You determined to get your 6 worth, didn't you? Yeah. There, have it back. Go on, pick it up. Go on, pick it up. Right. Now we're square, aren't we? Heather. I'm sorry, please stay.
Are you sure you really want me to?
Yes, I want you to. Well, you're not taking much of a risk, are you? If I put a foot wrong and you scream, the avenging furies come down from upstairs, Bob's your uncle.
The avenging furies are out.
What?
They've gone out. As far as I know, there's nobody else in the house. But I can still leave whenever I want to.
I haven't locked the door yet. Have I?
Rusty!
Forces out!
Rusty!
Move not on!
Hey, Rusty, belt up a minute.
Oh, hi, Tracy. I thought I'd lost you.
Well, you're about to, mate.
What did you say?
I've had enough. My feet are like icicles and I've practically lost my voice.
You can't go now. Things are just hotting up.
You're joking. I'm freezing to death. Hey, watch that, Danny. You nearly had my eye out.
Yeah, watch it. Are you going home, then?
No, there's a party on somewhere. I've just met someone I knew the job before last. Why don't you come?
Oh, not likely. Move not arms! Forces out!
Well, if you want pneumonia and laryngitis, but I don't know what Granny will say.
Oh, shut up.
See you then, Charles.
Yeah, see you. Move not arms! Forces out! Move not arms!
I like this pub, you know. Always have. It's got atmosphere. Damn lucky to have a good local, really.
Yes.
Hey, you've gone off gin or something.
What?
You've hardly touched that.
Oh, no.
You did want gin, didn't you? I mean, you usually have it.
Yes, I know I do, but
Treacle tart again?
it might be nice to have something else occasionally.
Well, if you wanted something else, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask.
Oh, for crying out loud, you're not usually that reticent. You are a funny girl. I just don't understand you this evening. You turn up in a ruddy awful mood, you carp about everything. You say you want to go to the pub, so here we are. And now you just sit there with that glazed look in your eyes about as communicative as a brick wall.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Perhaps it'd be better if I went home.
Oh, no, that's just stupid, lover. Look, if you want another drink, I'll get you one.
No, but
Well, it's no trouble, I can see.
It isn't the gin, it's everything. Look, Pete, look, read this.
What's that?
It's a cutting from last Friday's Telegraph. There, where the mark is.
Welfare officer. Require for newly formed housing trust in East London.
It'd be so stimulating.
Main aspect of work will be building up relationships with tenants.
To be on the beginning of something.
Integration and other community
to be
activities.
really involved.
Male or female over 25, social diploma or degree.
I'd like to apply.
Oh, you're barking up that tree again, are you?
I mean it.
Look, I know it's been in the back of your mind for some time.
Yes,
Lynn,
well,
but
now
you
it's
must...
come to the fore. Well, I've got stale in my job at Denton's. You know I have. Personnel just isn't enough anymore. Shunting people from one department to another. Deciding if Mrs. X is more suitable for hosiery or hardware. I need a change.
And you think you'd be cut out for this?
I'd like to try. That or something like it.
I see. And are you suggesting this instead of marriage? Is that it?
I told him. Pascoe's trouble, I said. Outside the front door this afternoon. I turned round and I told him. But he's still wet behind the ears, isn't he? What does he know?
I don't like it, Stanley.
Eh?
He's still there, by the lamppost, that man.
Now, pull yourself together, Alice. It's just some yobbo with nothing better to do than hang about the streets. They're all the same.
But he's been there gone 10 minutes and he keeps looking over this way.
Well, he's probably looking at you, isn't he? Looking at you, looking at him.
Oh, I still don't like it.
He's not a darkie, is he?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, that's something.
But I'm sure he's up to no good all the same.
Well, if he acts suspicious, we know what to do, don't we?
What's that?
Dial 999, use your loaf, girl. That's what the police is paid for, isn't it? To protect the public. Now, sit down, pull yourself together, and let me resume what I was saying when you interrupted.
About him upstairs, you
Yeah,
mean?
it's about him upstairs. Now, the time's come for us to put our foot down. Well, it's in the interest of the whole neighbourhood, isn't it? It's people like him that drags Belsize Park down to the gutter.
I don't see as we can say more than we've said already.
Oh, we've just got to put it to him straight. Either he goes or we do.
Oh, Stanley, you'd never say that.
Well, you don't think they'd let us go in favour of him, do you? Use your loaf.
Well, he does pay more rent. I mean, us being controlled.
Look, the Vaughans are refined people, aren't they? Morals counts with them, not money. Now, I put it to you. Are we or are we not respectable and clean living tenants?
I should hope so.
And have we or have we not occupied this flat for 30 years?
31 now, isn't it?
Oh, don't let's quibble over details. The point is, no one in their senses is going to let us go, but him. Not only is he out all hours of the night, not only does he mix with undesirables, but he uses language that'll shock a bleeding navvy.
Yeah.
And that's my case. That's how I'm going to put it to the Vaughans tomorrow.
You could say that about the dustbins, too.
Eh?
How he leaves the lids off and don't wrap nothing in newspaper.
Yeah, good idea, yeah. I'll throw it in and all. What I'll say is this...
Oh, look, he's moving off now.
What?
The man outside.
Oh, what did I tell you? No cause to get hysterical?
Looks like he's going to the telephone box. Yeah.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's what he was doing there. Waiting to use the phone.
I must be going.
Yeah,
Thanks again for the drink.
my pleasure. Sorry I shouted at you.
I shouldn't have been so nosy. Night.
Night. Best of luck in the morning. In your new job.
Oh, don't remind me. Don't much like first days.
You'll be all right.
I'll tell you how it goes.
Will you?
Well, I should be passing your door.
Night now.
Phone?
You toddle off. It'll be for me. See you. Hello? Yes, it is. Oh, look, Mac, what is this? What? I'm not going to say anything. How can I call the police? I'm just a... Well, look, why can't you leave me be? Well, tell him I'm not going to be any trouble. I can't... Yeah. There's no need for that, Mac. Honest, Yeah, I know it's nothing personal.
Is that the same man? The one I spoke to?
Yeah. I thought you'd gone to bed.
What did he want?
He wants me out of this house, out of London. He wants me back where I came from. Or else.
And are you going?
No.
What can he do?
Hmm?
Oh, I mean, perhaps he's bluffing.
He's not bluffing.
He won't want trouble, will he? Perhaps he
Take a look out of the window.
Where?
The window in my room.
What are you doing?
I'll leave the key on the table.
Right.
What can you see?
Nothing. The alley's deserted. No, hang on. There's a man just up at the end there.
Just one?
That's all.
That'll be Mac. He rang from the box on the corner. He's not bluffing. He's just come round the back to prove it.
Looks ordinary enough.
They all look ordinary. Come away from the window.
It could be anybody. A postman, a bus driver.
It's him.
How can you be so sure you haven't even looked?
I don't need to look.
But you don't know.
Stop kidding yourself, Heather. It's not a game. You close your eyes and open them again, he'll still be there, and he means business. If you came to London for a look at life, you're getting a grandstand view.
Come on, mate. Shove forward.
I can't.
Of course you can. Push.
Isn't this getting a bit out of hand?
It's not a picnic, chum. It's a protest. Shove. That's it, mate. Go on.
I thought this was supposed to be non-violent.
It was, kid. Who's doing the provoking? It's those flaming fascists.
What?
The ones in blue helmets.
You can't altogether blame the police. I mean, look what's going on over there.
Well, they're interfering with our rights of free speech, aren't they? Hey!
We shouldn't resort to that, should we?
Look, chum, whose side are you on?
Isn't this one we're trying to stop?
Let go! We've got the cordon!
Yes, but...
Now, come on, everyone! Let's go!
At one stage, a crowd of youths broke through the cordon and got as far as the embassy steps.
Goodness.
However, police reinforcements were called in, and they were prevented from entering the embassy itself.
I don't see Rupert anywhere, do you?
There are several thousand
5
there.
policemen and 7 demonstrators were detained in hospital.
Dreadful.
And
Turn it
35
off, for
people were
heaven's
arrested.
sake.
All right.
Why couldn't he have gone to the cinema or somewhere nice?
I'd say the contemporary cinema was anything but nice.
Oh, you know what I mean. You should have put your foot down, Oliver.
I've dealt with enough boys to know that that's the surest way to make them defy you. Reasoned argument is one thing.
You didn't argue, did you? You as good as encouraged him.
Rust is a sensible lad. He's not the sort who's out to make trouble.
Don't tell me he's an idealist. You're always saying that.
It's healthy enough at his age.
Well, I'm quite sure that poor John and Betty wouldn't have liked him to be involved in something like this.
They'd have wanted him to be a normal 18-year-old. And protests and principles and putting the world to rights is part of that. Didn't we all dream of utopia at 18?
Dreams are one thing, and that kind of fiasco is quite another.
That fiasco, as you call it, was only caused by a small section. There's always a fanatical fringe.
I just hope that Rupert's all right.
Well, of course he is. If I know him, he's grabbing a hamburger on his way home.
I hope not. One never knows what they put in those things.
You know, there is such a thing as being overprotective. The lad's got to learn to stand on his own feet.
I still think you should have been more assertive. He's our responsibility now. If we give him his head entirely...
I'm not suggesting that we should, but I think we should trust him.
I do trust him. He's our grandson.
Well, then. Supposing you stop worrying. Let me get on with the book.
Rang off.
My God. What did you do?
Eh?
You must have done something or they wouldn't be after you like this.
Oh, this is nothing.
But why did they sack you?
Oh, I had too much to drink. I got a bit loud in front of the customers. They don't like that. It's not good for trade.
Is that when you got your...
Yeah, they roughed me up a bit. Chucked me out is the sort of thing that happens most nights at the club. It's nothing unusual. It's only last night it was my turn.
Then why are they still ringing up that Mac
Oh,
person?
give it a rest, can't you? I'm trying to think.
Is he still out there?
Well, of course he's still out there. He'd be watching the front door. Who do you think was ringing Father Christmas?
Let's call the police. What? Why don't we call the police? If you've not done anything criminal...
Car full of roses, that's all I need.
Have you done anything criminal?
Will you stop asking stupid questions? Yes, I've done something criminal. That's satisfying you. Now, shut up. I'm not going to run away.
You can't fight them on your own.
Well, I'll think of something, only I'm not leaving here.
Why not?
Because it's my home.
Oh,
That's what I said.
this isn't a home.
It's the only one I've got.
Stinks.
I'll live as I want to.
Like a rat in a coal.
Yes.
God knows it wouldn't be much if you looked after it, but the carpet, sheets, grease, everything. And you really need this poster, or is it just there to shut? You
leave my things alone.
The cups are cracked. Do you know what we do with cracked cups at home? We smash them. Smash them!
Hey, come here, you... Oh, put that down.
Take your filthy hands off me. I've said it. Filthy. Does it make you feel any happier? Does it make you feel suitably degraded? Because that's what you want, isn't it? You want decent people to dislike you.
What decent people? A cucumber sandwich brigade? You're getting decent confused with hygienic. For decent citizens, read peddlers of clean sin.
Is this any better? Is this dirt any better?
It's honest.
Oh, that's the last thing it is. The trouble with you is you don't know the difference between respectability and self-respect.
Words.
There's nothing for you here. There's nothing of you here. That man outside's doing you a favour. Why don't you grab it? Get out of it while you've got the chance.
I can't go back.
You don't have to go back. Go anywhere. It doesn't matter where. Just go. Tell them you're going. Please.
No.
Then I will. Yes? Yes, he is. Yes, I am. You're going to... Listen, there won't be any need for that. He's leaving. Hello? Hello? Why didn't you tell me?
So that they'd given me 10 minutes?
Yes.
Time's up, is it?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I tried to tell him you were ready to leave, but he rang off.
Was I ready to leave?
Weren't you?
Maybe.
He said he was sending for a friend.
And then what?
As soon as he gets here, they'll be coming in.
Excellent steak. How's this camping, darling?
Gorgeous.
Everything all right, sir?
First class, thank you.
Little more wine, madam?
Thank you.
Yeah, good idea of yours, Lynn, coming here.
Shirley Lewis recommended it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes. She lives round here somewhere, doesn't she?
Yes, Dolphin Square.
Ah. What's the new girl like, then?
Hmm?
The new girl.
Oh, she seems rather nice. I should think she'll fit in okay.
Tracy showing her the ropes, is she?
What?
Tonight, doing the hostess bit.
Oh, well, Tracy's gone on some protest rally with Rusty Vaughan. Protest rally, I ask you.
What? You mean she's on her own, the new girl?
Well, yes. I didn't mean it to happen that way, but you know what Tracy is. Didn't tell me she was going out till the 11th hour. Anyway, she didn't seem to mind, Heather.
Well, still, it does seem a bit, you know...
That's right. Make me feel guilty.
No, I only meant that...
That I should have stayed at home, played nursemaid.
Look, darling, I'm not trying to make anything of it.
Well, perhaps I should.
What?
I stayed at home. Probably have been better all round.
Oh, now, come on. Don't let's hark back to all that. I thought we'd agreed to salvage what we could of the evening. Let's drop the subject, shall we?
I don't know how you put up with me.
Could be because I love you.
Just sitting here like this. Surely there's something we can do.
Fancy a game of cards?
Where'd you keep your suitcase?
What?
Your suitcase. I take it you have got one.
Yeah, under the bed.
Right. Now, where are your things? Here?
Hold on.
Don't worry, I've seen dirty clothes before.
Oh, it's not that.
What then? You've not got much time.
You don't want to bother.
But the man outside will be here in a few minutes.
He's here already. Take a look for yourself.
Don't waste much time.
No.
He looks evil. Second one.
Yeah, Frank's a heavy.
He's going back round the front.
Heather, you're a nice kid. I know you want to be helpful, but it's time you got out of this.
Can't leave you now.
Well, I can't let you stay.
I don't see how you can stop me.
Oh, please. I didn't know it was going to turn out like this. I'd never let you get involved in the first place.
I'm not leaving.
Look, it's going to get nasty. Now go.
No.
Heather.
How can I go? I'm not being brave or anything. I'm scared silly, but I can't leave you to those blokes.
I'm not worth bothering about.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? But it's not true. You're the only one who's given a single thought for me since I got here.
Big deal.
You are. The others have all gone their merry ways if I'd never existed.
I needed you. I needed someone.
You need me more now.
I was lousy to you.
You asked me in for a glass of beer.
A cup. A crack cup, remember?
Lord, yes.
Well, the entertainment's over now. The beer's run out. It's time for the guests to go.
Turn the light off. Somewhere I'd feel safer with the light off.
All right, but we won't be fooling anybody.
I know.
Okay. Safer?
Much. Come and sit beside me. I often sit on the floor. It's snug in the dark, isn't it? That babe's in the wood. What is it?
It's the plumbing.
What?
Sunday night, bath night. Probably old Stan Hickey having his weekly tub. Beer turn next. It starts the pipes off in here.
I thought it was... Don't know what I thought it was.
Sometimes it sounds like an old man with a stick dragging a sack across the landing. Well, that's what it sounds like to me anyway. It scared me stiff the first time I heard it.
Seems funny to think of people having baths. So ordinary.
Oh, life goes on.
It's quiet, isn't it?
Mm.
Well, at least they've stopped ringing.
I doubt if they have.
What?
I took the phone off the hook.
Right, Constable, put him inside for the night. That should cool him off a bit.
Bloody police state, that's what it's coming to.
Next one, then.
Right, you there, with the red hair.
Yeah, okay, just coming.
Good luck, mate. Don't let them rough you up.
In here. Thanks. Good evening.
What's his charge?
Disturbing the peace, sir. He was one of the group rolling around P.C. Wallace when he was knocked down. He wasn't involved in the actual assault, though.
Look, officer, I want to make it plain that I was only trying to break it up.
You'll have plenty of time to say your piece in court tomorrow. Now, name?
Rusty, Rupert Vaughan.
Make up your mind.
Rupert Vaughan.
Address?
The Rope Walk, Belsize Park, NW3.
Rope Walk, NW3. Any means of identification?
Oh, crumbs.
Oh, come on, you must have something. Driving license, union card?
Well, just a moment, I looked through my wallet.
There's others waiting. We haven't got all night.
I'm sorry. Well, will this do, a library card?
Oh, intellectual, eh? That's good enough. Right then, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
What? Where?
Magistrates Court, Marlborough Street. And be there sharp.
Perhaps all we'll have to do is to sit it out till the morning. Nothing nasty could possibly happen on a Monday morning.
I wouldn't bank on it.
Perhaps they won't dare come in.
Let's go.
Don't go too near the window.
I won't.
Let's go. It's getting cold out here, Pascal. A friend's getting impatient. Want to get it over with. Let's go.
He's going up the alley again. He's watching from the corner. You know, putting the light out was a good idea. I think we've confused them.
They're not stupid.
They may not know there isn't a back entrance.
They'll have checked.
How do you know?
I know.
Why won't you let me ring for the police?
I can't.
Is what you did so awful?
There's no point in going into details.
Why not? An hour ago, you'd have been only too pleased to tell me the lot. Nastier the better, if only to turn me up.
I know.
Well, then was it so awful?
Listen, Heather, like I told you, I came to London with a fiver in my pocket and a vague ambition to end up in the gutter. The money went on beer the first weekend, a little dive just behind Piccadilly Circus. I was sitting over my last pint and this bloke comes in. He asks if I want a job. Someone had told him I was an electrician. He said what it was. I grabbed it.
Because you knew it'd be sleazy?
I knew there'd be rackets, of course. I knew it'd be rough, but I was happy to play along. That was my crime. I reckon people should be allowed to destroy themselves in their own way. If they hadn't got that right, what had they got? Well, last night, somehow, it just went too far. This little blonde girl, she's only a kid. On heroin. Gone. I couldn't take that.
What did you do?
I worked my way through the bar. All I succeeded in doing was drinking myself sober. Never seen myself so clearly before. Taffy Pasco, writ large, widescreen, Technicolor. I knew then I'd reached my limit. I couldn't go down any further. I couldn't go under. Not like her. I was the truth that took a bit of facing.
And that's when you got a bit loud?
Yeah. I stood up in the middle of the dance floor and spoke my mind. I told him what I thought of their racket.
What did you say?
I can't properly remember, darling. Must have been pretty powerful medicine. Anyway, I got back to Big Brother and he wants me out. Right out. You don't tinker about with a setup like that and get away with it, so that was the end of me. Or this is.
Not the way I see it.
Look, there's only one way out of this house. That's by the front door. One or other of them's going to be there.
That's not what I mean. Oh, why are you always so defeatist?
Well, I thought that was what you wanted, for me to run away. You're the one who was packing a suitcase, remember?
Oh, but there's a difference. Can't you see it? I want you to turn your back on something that's wrong for you. That girl last night, you saw it for yourself. You don't need me to tell you. It wouldn't be running away. I mean, what satisfaction have you got from it all? Something to shake up Belsize Park? A kick in the teeth for your wife? Is that it? I want you to go. Start again. Just don't get hurt on the way.
You really care what happens to me?
Yes, I do.
Can I kiss you? It was nice. Alice, taking a plunge.
It's vaguely reassuring, isn't it?
Vaguely.
Feet all right?
Yes, fine. Why?
Those aren't exactly hiking boots, and we have come a fair way.
No, it's nice to be out in the air. You know, that's one thing I miss in Belsize Park. No river.
Well, you've got Hampstead Pond.
Hardly the same as the Thames. Isn't it funny how different everything seems at night, lit up? I mean, look at Battersea Power Station.
Looks quite exotic by floodlight, doesn't it?
Yeah, instead of just a functional grey necessity with a lot of dirty smoke belching out. Oh, grief.
Looks as though he's had one over the 8.
Darn sight more than that, I'd say.
Poor blighter. Reeling about like a... Whoops, down he goes.
Oh, come on, let's cross over.
Well, that's great.
What?
Great. Coming from the would-be social worker.
Well, he's all right, isn't he? He's getting up again.
I can see you've got a real vacation now.
Look, just because I'm filthy old drunk...
And what the hell do you think you're going to come across in your housing trust or whatever?
I thought we'd dropped that subject for tonight.
Well, it seems to have resurrected itself, doesn't it? You better face it, Lynn. If you're going to be a welfare worker, that's exactly the sort of bloke you'll have to deal with. It won't be just a lot of nice old ladies who've fallen on hard times.
I know that.
Well, what are you going to do then? Shut the door every time something revolts you?
For heaven's sake.
Because believe me, a lot of things are going to. It's no use having a social conscience and a squeamish stomach.
My stomach is quite up to it.
Well, then perhaps it's something else that's missing. Compassion, for instance?
Well, I knew you'd try and talk me out of it.
You're dead right. And not entirely for selfish reasons either.
No?
No, surprisingly enough. Look, Lynn, if it's me you're running away from, you can run in plenty of directions. I just don't think social work's the right one.
Because of my lack of compassion.
Maybe I put that a bit strongly, I'm sorry. But you must admit you do have a habit of writing people off.
One drunk on a bad night isn't people.
Oh, I wasn't just thinking of him. What about Fred Scruff or whatever you call him?
Now, look, don't go and bring him into it.
Well, he's another, isn't he? He works in a strip club. He looks scruffy, so he's dismissed as a no-good.
Well, grief, what else is he?
I don't know. And I don't suppose you do either. That's what I mean. You label people without bothering to find out what makes them tick.
You think I should have had an intimate friendship with Scruff, then?
Who knows? Perhaps he needs a friend. And perhaps that girl, Heather, perhaps she could have done with a friend her first night in London. All I'm saying is
that I'm a selfish bitch who couldn't care less about anyone.
No, that you're like me and 99% of people. Social workers, well, good social workers anyway, are found in the remaining 1%, that's all. Well, now where are you going? Look, there's no need to...
It's all right. I'm not going to jump in the river. Take more than a few home truths to make me do that. I'm going to that phone box to ring Heather. At least that's a small step in the right direction. Happy now?
You've been long enough. You've been reading in there again, have you?
Just the cartoons?
Reading in the bath. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a limp newspaper.
I thought you'd finished with it.
Well, I haven't.
Well, I can't just lie there doing nothing, can I?
You should do what I do.
What?
Contemplate your navel.
Stanley.
What?
Really?
Ah, cut the cackle, Alice. Come on, pull yourself together. Come to bed. Flipping heck, you're like a little oven. You've been quietly simmering in there again, haven't you? It's unhealthy. I've warned you often enough, God knows.
I like my water hot.
Yeah, that's all very well, but I can't sleep next to a radiant heater. Gives me hot flushes.
Oh, put the light out. Sleep tight.
Yeah.
There's two of them out there now. I looked.
Yeah?
One of them in the front and one in the back.
What are they doing?
Just standing. One of them called something, but I didn't catch what it was. They've got no business to be loitering about all night, Stanley. You ought to do something about it.
Oh, I'm going to do something about it, all right. Don't you worry. I'm going to have a word with Mr. Vaughan first thing in the morning. That's what I'm going to do.
Well?
No answer.
Huh. Could be out of order.
It was all right earlier.
Perhaps she was ringing her parents.
What, at 20 to midnight?
Well, you can try again later if you're worried.
No. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to go home now.
That's up to you.
Well, it's no use pretending this evening's been a huge success. So we might as well call it a day. Go back and have a sociable cocoa with Heather?
If she's not asleep, fine.
I'm sorry, Peter. Oh, I seem to have spent half the evening apologizing. But I really am.
Come on. Let's get back to the car. If we can find it. You're pretty, you know that?
Thank you.
No, I mean it's honest. You've got a good face. Something in the eyes, I don't know. It's gentle.
Me? I practically broke up your room.
The cup?
And the poster.
It's nothing to do with being gentle. You don't have to be a weed to be gentle. It's just a quality, that's all. There's something you got inside you.
You were asking about my family.
I mean it. You're gentle.
My mother's a leading light in the WVS.
What?
You know, Meals on Wheels, that sort of thing.
Oh.
And Dad's an accountant.
Chartered?
Yes.
Huh?
Are you laughing at me?
No.
What is your name? I can't call you Mr. Pascoe. You know what the others call you?
Yeah.
But I can't very well call you that either.
I don't see why not.
It doesn't seem to fit anymore.
Fred Scruff. It'll do for the moment. Come here.
Well, I shouldn't, should I?
Come sit beside me.
Will it take two?
Oh, it hasn't bust yet. Come on.
Well?
I'm not all that bad, am I?
No.
Haven't had any complaints anyhow, not on this score. Come here. Your face is so soft.
Your heart's thumping. I can feel it.
And your breath.
Mm-hmm.
Milky and warm. Scented and sort of, I don't know, Christmas. Oh, Heather, I love you.
Darling.
I love you. Ah.
What's the matter?
Sweat and stale face powder. That's them on my measure. Cheap perfume.
What?
Yeah. The girls at the club, they were pretty amenable. You don't belong here. Oh, I want to... Empty packets.
In my handbag.
What?
There is some in my handbag.
You don't smoke? I thought you said you didn't.
I bought them at the station because I thought Lynn and Tracy might smoke. When I was expecting a nice social evening.
Can I...
Help yourself.
God, look at my hand shaking. I'm all thumbs.
You've got good hands.
Oh, they don't usually shake like this, huh? Or usually. Look, Heather.
Yes?
I'm not used to girls like you. I've forgotten what it's like to respect. If we... Is it the first time?
Does it matter?
No. I don't. I wouldn't want to...
You wouldn't be.
This room is so cheerless.
There are worse places for loving.
You don't know what it would mean for me. But for you...
I mean, if it were to make you whole again.
I do love you.
You don't, you know. Not really. I don't love you either. But need, yes. At this moment. For tonight. We're two frightened animals huddling together in the darkness, waiting for a footstep on the stairs, wanting comfort, reassurance.
I'll marry you, Heather.
Love, you're married already. Anyway, for me, I couldn't feel more bridal. Darling, poor darling.
Oh, fire!
You're right. Your face is bleeding.
It was a brick.
Glass, you're cut.
Oh, the gits. Did
did it, you? Are you all right?
All right, yes.
Your forehead is all...
Don't worry about me.
But you...
Never mind. Go now, quickly, while you've got the chance.
So that cut's deep. I'll ring for the doctor.
But now's your chance. You may not get another. Look, they're both out at the back of the house. I saw them. That means the front door's unguarded. Besides, the house will be in an uproar in a moment. They'll send for the police.
I can't leave you, not like this.
Darling, you must. It's all over now. It'll be all right. You mustn't stay.
What's going on here? Who's done that?
Please, hurry.
I'll come back for you.
Please.
I'll be back for you, I promise.
Yes, all right. But you mustn't let them catch you. You mustn't.
Okay. So long.
So long. So long. Mr. Pascal.
There's no need to creep.
Hello, Grandad.
Well, what time do you call this? Your grandmother's been worried stiff.
I was hoping you'd both be asleep.
Well, that's hardly likely, is it, knowing your gran? And it's no use presenting me with your profile, Rusty.
Eh?
What have you done to your head?
Oh, that?
Yes, that.
Well, I bumped it.
On the demonstration?
Well, things got out of hand.
I know. We saw it on television.
Oh, Lord.
Looked like the storming of the Bastille.
Yeah, it felt like it. Or a gigantic rugby scrum.
Mm. You're all right, though?
Yeah, I'm okay. Tired.
You want a cup of something?
No, I don't think I'll bother. Thanks for not going on at me. Well, I'll just pop in and make my peace with Gran, and then I'll hit the hay then.
Oh, she's not in there, Rusty.
Hmm?
She's upstairs, sitting with Heather Benfield.
With Heather? What for?
Well, you're not the only one to have seen violence this evening.
Eh?
Somebody heaved a couple of bricks through Pasco's window.
What?
Heather Benfield appears to have been in there at the time. She got cut about the hands and face. Nothing serious, but obviously distressing on her first night in a strange house.
Yeah, I'll say. Did you send for the doctor?
Oh, yes, she needed patching up. A few stitches. He gave her a mild sedative for good measure.
Blimey. What about Fred Scruff?
Oh, cleared off before the police arrived.
The police?
Well, of course, we had no alternative. And the Hickeys insisted, of course.
Oh.
They seem to have had something of a ringside seat.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Anyway, the police found them a mine of information. They're not long gone. The police, I mean.
What I don't get is how Heather came to be in Scruff's room.
Oh, could have been in the bathroom, I suppose. Heard the first brick arriving. Got there in time to get the worst of the second one. Police have taken the statement, of course. I didn't get the details.
Gosh, what a kick-off.
Yes. Poor girl. There isn't much we can do about it now.
What about Lynn and Tracy?
Oh, I thought Tracy was with you.
Not for long.
Well, they're both still out. Otherwise, your gran would have come down. I can't help thinking they've been a bit casual. Lynn especially. She might at least have made some effort to get in early. There are other things in life than having a good time.
Look, I've only just got in myself, Grandad, and I can't say I've been having a ball exactly.
Well, you are looking a bit ropey, you know. You sure you're all right?
Yeah.
Well, what happened? Who hit you?
Oh, it's a long story, Grandad. I'll tell you about it in the morning. Well, sometime. Good night.
Don't forget to look in on your grandmother for a moment. Put her mind at rest.
Okay.
Oh, and Rusty, you have my permission to present her with your profile. Just your head round the door. Right?
Lynn? Oh,
Hello, Heather.
I thought it was Lynn and Tracy.
I'm sure they won't be much longer.
No.
It was Gran and me. Talking. She was sitting up here keeping an eye on things. I felt it should really be my job, so I packed her off to bed.
You've cut your forehead.
Well, what about you?
Yes.
Right couple of wounded soldiers.
How did you get yours?
Sounds stupid, but I don't really know. I was all right one minute, and the next I was in the van with my head bleeding.
The van?
Black Maria.
Gosh.
Come up before the beak tomorrow morning. Only for goodness sake, don't say anything to my grandmother about it, or she'll have kittens on the spot.
I won't.
Poor old Heather.
I'm no worse off than you.
I know, but I knew what I was letting myself in for. Or at least I thought I did. Well, I knew it might get violent. When you go on things like that, you're prepared to get hurt, even if you don't lift a finger. Well, if you believe in something, it's a risk you have to take.
Yes.
Yeah, but not in your own front room, not in Belsize Park on a Sunday evening.
It could have happened anywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, well, this is a village.
What?
Oh, I know, that sounds grotesque coming from someone with 3 stitches in his head, but it is. Well, I suppose in a way, London's just a crowd of villages, all clustered together. A pub, school, church, post office, even a village idiot like Stan Hickey. Oh, it's an exaggeration, of course, but, well, you know what I mean. When people go on about the smoke, the great metropolis, the seat of government, they're not talking about Maida Vale, Swiss cottage. They're not talking about us. Yeah, the naughty square mile could just as easily be the North Pole for all we care. Oh, going on a bit now, aren't I? Righteous indignation's always been my strong suit. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I'll go back to bed now. Still feel a bit dopey.
Yeah, of course. Can I bring you anything?
Glass of milk, perhaps. There's plenty in the fridge.
Right. Well, you go back into bed then. Don't worry about me. I know my way around. After all, 'tis my house. Yeah, you know, the only difference between us and Chipping Norton is that we're more cosmopolitan. Come to think of it, there's hardly anybody living round here who could even call himself a Londoner. Sometimes wonder where they've all gone to. I mean, take this house. Well, there's us from Nottingham, girls from Norwich, Scruff from Wales, you. It's only the Hickeys who really belong. Rest of us are just interlopers. Try. Ah. Delicatessen's run by an Austrian Jew. Chap in the off-licence is a Geordie. And the old bloke who sells flowers from a pram every Saturday is called Seamus. Yeah, none of us are Londoners. It's just where we happen to be. And what we are rubs off, leaves its mark. It makes the place what it is. You know what I mean? Heather? Oh. Well, I'll be pushing off then.
Okay, Rusty.
Yeah, get a bit of shut-eye.
I'm all right. Night, then.
Night. And thank you, Rusty, for waiting up.
Oh, that's nothing. I didn't think she should be on her own.
No, she shouldn't have. Did Tracy say when she was likely to be in?
No, but she was with a crowd she knew.
Oh, that's all right, then.
See ya.
Yes.
Good night, Rusty. Well, what about that cup of cocoa?
That poor kid. What she must have...
I'll put the milk on.
Well, go on, then. Why don't you say it?
What?
You were right, weren't you? If I wasn't so damn self-absorbed, none of this need have happened.
Let's have the big mug, shall we?
I'll get that. Well, for what it's worth, I've chucked in any thoughts I had about social work. I would have been great, wouldn't I? Don't even notice what's happening under my own nose.
Who does? You could still get another job in personnel, you know, Lynn. Away from Denton's, I mean, if you want to change.
Oh, what's the point? It'd be much the same. And who would I have lunch with?
You're shivering.
Just hold me. I suppose she'll leave, Heather.
You mustn't blame yourself entirely, love.
Who else can I blame? The milk, it'll boil over. You know, I think I might get myself a car, Pete. Just a second-hand one.
Never for, we don't need two.
Well, it seems ridiculous, you always having to pick me up and chauffeur me about.
I don't mind, no, I don't. It's quite unnecessary for you to run one as well. And if we're getting married... Okay, if that's what you want.
Yes, it is. For the moment.
Look, it was quite pure, I promise you. Can I have the toast? I slept on a sofa in South Ken, tout seul. Cross my heart.
I wasn't talking about that.
Well, you're making it sound as if it's my fault that Heather's got stitches. Wouldn't have made any difference if I'd come home the same time as you did.
We ditched her. She was our responsibility. Or mine.
Heck, it isn't as serious as all that, is it?
Serious enough to send the poor girl packing, I should think. I don't know what her parents are going to say.
Have you seen her since it happened?
No.
But you really think she'll go?
Well, what do you expect after that?
Hell's bells. And to think I missed it all.
Oh, Tracy, this is nothing to be flippant about. Look, it's 9:10. Pete will be here soon, and I'm relying on you to look after her while I'm at work. You'd better skip the agency.
I was going to.
Yes, we'll take her in a cup of tea at about, 10:30, and be kind to her, love.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Oh, hello, Heather. You're up already?
Hey, I've just been hearing all about your dramas.
Tracy.
Well?
How are you, love?
I like the plaster.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Did you manage to get any sleep after all that? Well, come and sit down. Tracy, get another cup.
Oh, no, thanks. I never have breakfast.
Well, sit down anyway.
Poor Heather, you look washed out. Was it dreadful?
Of course it was.
He got away. They didn't get him.
Who?
David. Fred Scruff.
Grief, was that his name?
Mr. Vaughan told me.
David Pascoe.
Where did he go then?
Didn't say. Doesn't matter. Little shop somewhere, perhaps. Light fittings, radio repairs, something like that.
Oh, you mean he's gone for good?
Yes.
You talked to him?
What was he like?
Yes. What was he like?
Gentle. I think I will have a cup of tea now.
Oh, good.
I suppose the buses are quite frequent.
To Euston, you mean?
You are going back, then?
Back?
Home.
Poor love, you really have been through it, haven't you?
No, I'm not going back. Well, I don't suppose last night was really typical.
No, not really.
That's typical.
Give him a wave, would you, love?
Okay.
Heather, we're going roughly in your direction. We could give you a lift.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course not. You're very welcome.
Hey, Peter, they're just coming. Buck up, you workers. He's double parked.
We're on our way. Oh, can we leave supper to you?
At your own risk. Will it be for 3? Yes? Oh, well, I suppose we'll all be in this evening.
The Rope Walk was written by Alan Downer and Jill Hyam. Heather Benfield was played by Patricia Gallimore and Fred Scruff by Anthony Hall. Lynn Dixon, Rosemary Franco, her sister Tracy, Linda Gardner. Mr. Vaughan was played by Lockwood West, Mrs. Vaughan, Joan Miller, and Rusty Vaughan by Barry McCarthy. Peter Tyson, Michael Spice, Stan Hickey, Leslie Dwyer, Alice Hickey, Hazel Coppen. The duty officer, Peter Williams, Constable, Peter Baldwin, and the taximan, Brian Haynes. The play was produced by Keith Williams.
Salt is Leaving by J.B. Priestley, dramatised for radio by Elizabeth Bradbury, with Frederick Treves as Dr. Salt. Salt is Leaving.
All right, Miss Culworth. One moment and I'll take some particulars. Now, your father's full name?
Edward James Culworth.
And the address?
The Bookshop, High Street, Hempton.
My sister works there.
And the last you saw him was yesterday lunchtime?
That's right. He took a telephone call in the office, then he went out. He looked very worried.
You don't know who the call was from?
No.
He went home, packed a small bag, took a few pounds.
And the last person to see him was this bus inspector at Hempton, who says he got onto the 1:40 bus to Burkton here.
Yes.
I see. Well, it could be anything, couldn't it? Gone to see relatives.
We've rung all our close relatives. He's not with any of them.
Well, Birkland's a big place. All sorts of things to do.
He's not like that.
Miss, it's only 24 hours. Isn't it a bit premature?
My feelings exactly, Sergeant, but...
Look, miss, all we can do is put out a general call with a description. And I'd rather do that tomorrow than today.
You think we're making a fuss about nothing?
Well, in the circumstances, your father being the sort of man you say he is, I don't think we come into the picture yet.
But why didn't he tell us anything?
Miss Culmouth, if he doesn't choose to tell you everything he does, that's his right. Not a police matter. Unless you've not told me everything.
We've told you all we know. And I'm not making a fuss. I know what sort of a man he is. I've got his shop on my hands. If he doesn't come back soon, I don't know what the hell to do.
Oh, come on now, Maggie, please, don't. Just calm down.
That's it, Mr. Culmouth.
Oh, leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now then, steady. You all right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'll take care of her, thank you. She's upset.
So I see. What was all that about, Sergeant Broadbent? Oh, hello, Dr. Salt. Oh, middle-aged man gone missing. Bookseller from Empton, name of Culbeth. Oh. You know the sort of thing. He'll turn up again when he's had enough of the bright lights. I didn't expect to see you, Doctor. I thought you'd left us.
Oh, not yet. I'm going very soon. I've already handed over my practice to Dr. Baldwin. He's a pleasant young fellow. Your wife will like him.
Oh,
but before I go, I want to talk to somebody about another missing person, a former patient of mine, young girl.
Important, is it, Dr. Salt?
Well, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. And I don't want one of your ordinary CID chaps. I want to go as high as possible, please.
I know you well enough, Dr. Salt. I'll try and get Superintendent Hurst to see you. But you better make it sound important.
Well, don't worry, I shan't need to pile it on. I suspect everything's been piled on already.
Dr. Salt, I think I've seen you in court, haven't I? Giving evidence, I mean, not in the dock. Do sit down.
Thank you.
And you can tell me what we can do for you, if it's our business.
It's not yours, Superintendent. It's somebody's. I've disposed of my practice here, and I'm leaving Berkson. I want to leave everything nice and tidy, but it's not.
No?
A patient of mine is missing. A young girl called Noreen Wilkes.
Noreen Wilkes? Can't say I know the name. Give me some particulars.
Age 19. Mother died a few years ago, sarcoma. Never mentioned her father. He probably cleared out and left them. Anyway, her mother died. She left home and lodged with a Mrs. Pearson. She's friendly with the daughter, an usherette at the Lyceum.
I see. What's the address?
45 Olton Street.
Yeah, that rings a bell. Hold on. Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Mrs. Pearson, 45 Olton Street. Haven't we had her in here?
She's been in a couple of times, sir. Half cut she was.
Ah, that's it, Sergeant. I've got it now. Not much wrong with my memory, Doctor. What sort of a girl would you say this Noreen Wilkes is?
Oh, what you'd expect from a bad background. Not vivacious, no real harm in her, but empty-headed, floppy, silly.
Ah, just another of these little fly-by-nights. We've had scores of them through here. It's all gin and impulsiveness and sex with them. Don't you waste your time asking about this Noreen Wilkes. She might have gone to Birmingham, London, anywhere. Now, if you'll excuse me, Doctor, I've got things to see to.
Sit down, Superintendent, and don't give me any more of that.
Now, look, Doctor.
I know just what goes on in Berkton. I ought to after 7 years of it. Now, listen. Noreen Wilkes seems to have been missing for about 3 weeks. She's suffering from a very unusual form of chronic nephritis.
Oh? What's that?
A kidney disease. Oh, if you want the medical details, you can have them. It's rather a speciality of mine, if an overworked GP can have a speciality.
I'll take your word for all that, Dr. Salt. But where's the urgency?
Well, I'd worked out a treatment for her. It just kept her going nicely. And I'd impressed it upon her if she went without treatment for several weeks, she'd soon be very ill indeed and might die. She knew this was serious, and she was frightened. And she gave me a solemn promise. She carried in her bag a note from me to any doctor she might report to, giving details of the treatment and asking him to get in touch with me.
And you've heard nothing?
No doctor, in or out of a hospital, has been in touch with me about her.
But in spite of her solemn promise, she may not have seen a doctor, just not bothered.
And by now she'd be in hospital or dead.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Ah, Sir Arnold.
I've just been having a word or two with the Chief Constable.
This is Dr. Salt, Sir Arnold Donington. Dr. Salt's worried about a patient of his, a girl called Noreen Wilkes, who seems to have disappeared. But I'm sure he won't mind if we...
Dr. Salt? We've met before, I think. In court, when I was on the bench. You gave some rather controversial evidence on behalf of that fellow Edwards.
Oh, yes, he was a sick man.
I seem to remember he was given a stiff sentence at the assizes afterwards.
And he's still a sick man, probably worse.
Well, society has to be protected.
Some of it's not worth protecting.
No doubt some of it isn't. You should try being an industrialist these days, Dr. Salt. We have to employ about 1,500 women and girls. They come and go as they please, say and do what they like, swear like troopers, or pack up and go if a foreman criticizes their work. No idea of order, responsibility, of trying to earn the wages we have to pay them. Perhaps the young woman you're inquiring about...
Noreen Wilkes.
Perhaps she was one of them.
Yes, she did work at United Fabrics for a time, I believe, Sir Arnold. Oh, please, do talk to the superintendent. I can wait.
I shan't be long, and you needn't go. Nothing private about this. It's the old Worsley place, Hurst. You're keeping an eye on it for us.
Nothing's happened up there, has it, sir?
Not to my knowledge. I haven't been near the place for months. You know, we bought it so we could turn it into an annex to the Fabrics Club. Well, the contractors are making a start very soon now. But over these last few days, I'd like your fellows to keep a particularly sharp eye on the place.
Haven't you got your own man up there? What's his name? Corrigan?
That's the point, Hurst. He's not working at the moment. As soon as the contractors start, they'll put in their own night watchman. There's nothing inside worth stealing, but there's lead on the roof.
And that's what the villains like, Sir Arnold.
Well, we don't want to lose it now. So tell your fellows to chase anyone out of the grounds. A dog would be useful.
Well, I'm afraid we couldn't justify that, sir.
No, oh, no. We people who keep the town going mustn't ask too much, must we? Oh, well, keep an eye on the place the next few days. That's all I ask.
We'll do that, Sir Arnold.
Excellent. Dr. Salt, I hope you find your patient, Dora Jilks.
Noreen Wilkes.
Good day to you both.
Good day, sir.
The Mr. Big of Berkton. Chairman, United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics. Chairman, Berkton Telegraph Publishing Company. Senior magistrate, other things too. Oh, Mr. Very Big of Berkton.
Sir Arnold can be stiff and sharp, but he's a fine man. I don't know anybody who's done more to make Berkton what it is today.
No doubt, but what's that?
Well,
don't tell me I've spent too much time at the wrong end of it. Actually, Donington didn't strike me as being stiff and sharp. In fact, he was extremely nervous.
Well, it's not a month since he lost his only son. The chief constable says it hit him very hard.
Ah, when a man's son commits suicide...
Dr. Salt, the verdict was accidental death, and it's not going to be anything else in this office. I know he was cleaning a gun at 5 in the morning, but it's still accidental death here. Now, have you got anything more to say to me about this girl?
She hasn't reported for treatment anywhere. She isn't in any hospital. And if she left Berkton, nobody seems to know when or how, and nobody cares. Now, where is she? You could begin by making a few inquiries.
We'll do that, of course. And we can do it better than you, Dr. Salt. We don't encourage amateur investigations.
Oh, I've never fancied myself as a detective.
Oh, glad to hear you say that, sir. I just had a feeling you might.
I have a feeling, too. A gloomy hunch. I can't help believing that Noreen Wilkes never left Berkton. And if she didn't, I think she's dead.
Ticket, please.
Hello, Peggy Pearson.
Dr. Salt, are you coming in? Everyone seems to like it this week.
I want to talk to you, Peggy.
Oh, it's awkward here.
I know, but it's important.
Oh, I'll bet it's about Noreen. Well, you stand by me while I take the tickets.
You were a friend of hers. She stayed at your house.
Oh, that was Mum. She wanted a lodger. Funny thing, we were great friends before, but then when she come to live with us, I hardly saw her. I was up when she was asleep, then she'd be out when I went to bed. She's not been working lately, been going to posh parties. Can I have your ticket, please?
Yeah.
Room up on the right.
Charlotte.
She'd come here and talk sometimes, in the cafe.
When did you talk to her last? Try and remember.
Sometime in the second week of September.
The last time she came to my surgery was the morning of September the 12th.
That's it, Mum's birthday. That night she went out and never came back.
Oh.
It was the day before she come here for the last time. Very excited, she had to talk to somebody. If you want to know where she is, Dr. Salt, I think I can tell you.
Go on, Peggy.
Well, she told me one of these posh party boys from the Fabrics Club she'd been around with was taking her to the south of France. After that, she thought he'd marry her. Mad about her, she said he was. Wouldn't tell me his name. I'm not part of all that. But if you want to know where she is, I think she's in the south of France, on a beach, drinking martinis.
No, Peggy, she isn't.
Well, how do you know that?
She hadn't a passport. I signed her application form for one on the morning of the 12th.
Oh, I expect she went to London with this chap and got it there.
She could have, Peggy, but I don't think she did. This Fabrics Club, is that where she used to go with her boyfriend?
I think so. But they went somewhere else as well. She was sleeping with him, I know that much. And I'll tell you something else, Doctor. She always said these party boys would never see 50 again, dirty old men. But this one was young, not much older than her. Money there, too, she said. But that's Noreen. Not much sense, but lucky. Lucky all the way.
I don't think so, Peggy. Only part of the way. Is there anything else you can tell me?
No. Nothing that has anything to do with this, anyway.
You're quite sure, Peggy?
Yes, quite sure.
Well, thank you, Peggy. I'm going to have a talk with your mother.
South of France, that's where she'll be. Can I have your tickets? There's 4 down on the front on the left.
It's all questions, isn't it? I had one of them plainclothes sergeants here this afternoon, taking an interest. About time.
Well, I think you can say I started that, Mrs. Pearson. What did you tell him?
Oh, what I told them before. They weren't interested then. Though, I admit, when I went to the station, I'd had a drink or two. No, I told this sergeant she'd gone out that evening, the 12th. I remember because it was my birthday. Oh, she was looking very smart. I'll say that for her.
Yes, but you expected her back.
Well, of course. She wouldn't have left Birkton without coming back for some of her things. Not even if he was going to buy her some clothes, whoever he was. I don't care what a girl is and what she's up to. She doesn't walk out and leave everything. Well, this, for instance.
A teddy bear?
Noreen told me she'd had it ever since she was 2. She'd never stir without it. Oh, Doctor, what's happened to her? I know Peggy thinks she's in France with her chap, but I don't. I just don't. 3 weeks and never a word. Where is she?
I don't know, Mrs. Pearson, but I'm going to find out, and I'm not leaving Birkton until I do.
Dr. Salt, eh?
What? Good. How did you get in?
Walked in.
Well, this isn't a surgery, and I'm not in practice now.
And I ain't ill.
Well, don't wear those damn silly dark glasses too often, or you'll ruin your eyesight. Good afternoon.
Hey, I want to talk to you. You're leaving Birkton, ain't you?
Soon. Why?
I've a friend who wants his flat right sharp.
Go away.
Look, 100 quid there, nice fivers, no tax, lovely money. Your friend says it's all yours if you walk out tonight.
All right, it's a bargain. I'll leave here tonight, and your friend books me a suite for a few days at the Queen's Hotel.
Oh, no, that's out.
I thought so. Now put your money away.
You think you're being clever, Dr. Salt, but you're not. You're being stupid. If you're leaving Birkton, you can't like it much.
No.
I like it, but I go with the right kind of people. You don't. You're stupid.
You've made your point.
No, just coming to it. Look, if I want you out of Birkton, it's only for your own good. You're not popular, you've been careless, you made enemies. And you're not working here anymore. You're not important to anybody. You're a redundant man. It can be a nasty experience.
Oh, yes. What are you proposing to do?
Nothing. I'm just warning you. After that, I mind my own business and you mind yours.
I am doing.
Look, clear out now and you can take this 100 quid with you. I'll see that everything's properly packed and put in store. There's a good train to the Smoke at 6:30 and half a dozen to Birmingham. That's if you like Birmingham.
I don't, and I don't like you. So, go away.
Hello, Alan Culworth.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Alan. Were you teaching?
No, it's all right. What's up, Maggie?
There's a letter in today's post for Father. The address is just Mr. Culworth, Bookshop, Hempton. And it's got Lyceum Cinema, Birkton on the envelope.
Well, have you opened it?
Yes, I'll read it to you. Dear Mr. Culworth, Dr. Salt came here to ask me about Noreen, and from what he said, I think I was wrong when I told you about her. And now there is trouble, so look out. But I'm in a hurry to write this, so can't explain. Yours truly, Peggy Pearson.
Who's Peggy Pearson?
I don't know, but it mentions trouble, Alan. Father's obviously involved in some way.
Yeah, well, it must have been written by someone who works at the Lyceum. I can't imagine Dad knowing anyone there.
Look, he must have gone to Birkton and talked to this Peggy about the girl called Noreen, and it must have been on Monday.
Have you called the police?
No. Alan, I think we ought to go to Birkton and find out who these people are.
Well, I can't. I'm teaching all afternoon. Look, go to the police, Maggie.
No. I'm going to find out for myself.
Don't be daft. Birkton isn't Hempton. It's a big city.
I'm the girl who used to work in London, remember? I'll manage, Alan.
Peggy Pearson? Yes, she's one of our usherettes.
I'd like to speak to her.
So would I. But I'm afraid you can't. She's not here.
Where is she?
I don't know. But we did have a bit of trouble yesterday. I don't want it to go any further, but some tough knocked her down. She was very shaken.
Why? How did it happen?
Oh, I don't know. I expect he was trying to get in without a ticket. A lot of jobs in Berkton these days, and we get them.
It wasn't someone she knew.
Well, she wouldn't say much about him. I wanted to call the police, but she wouldn't hear of it. Got quite hysterical. I sent her home by taxi, but I've not heard a word since.
I'm sorry, dear, she's not here. While I was out last night, her ladyship comes back from work, packs her suitcase, and leaves a note to say she's gone to Birmingham. I know no more than that. You say your father's missing?
Yes, that's why I need to find her, Mrs. Pearson.
Oh, well, I don't think she'd be with him. A man old enough to be her father.
No, I didn't mean that. I thought...
No, I think she went to get away from some trouble.
Does the name Noreen mean anything to you?
You don't know?
Of course I don't know. I just know that if I can't find Peggy, I ought to talk to Noreen.
You can't. She's been missing for the last 3 weeks.
Oh, no, are you sure?
Of course I am. She had a room here. She walked out one night and never came back. Dr. Salt knows all about it. He was Noreen's doctor. Ours as well.
Then I'll go and see Dr. Salt. Then if somebody tells me he's missing, I'll start screaming. I really am sorry to bother you, Dr. Salt, but I tried to find Peggy Pearson. She wasn't at the Lyceum. Apparently she rushed off to Birmingham last night.
Away from the trouble she mentions in his letter.
Does any of this make any sense to you?
Yes, most of it.
Thank goodness.
I can't tell you how your father comes to be involved, but you realise the central figure here is Noreen Wilkes.
She isn't to me. I only care about my father. Well, that's natural, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. But it may not be good enough. It's possible you may have to take an interest in Noreen Wilkes.
You think my father came to Berkton to ask about her?
Oh, we know he did. I seem to be missing. We might say Peggy Pearson is missing, too. And Noreen has been missing for the last 3 weeks. Too many people missing, don't you think, Miss Colbert?
I do. And you better call me Maggie.
Oh, certainly. Maggie.
Now, could you explain about this Noreen Wilkes?
Surely. But first, can you drink China tea without milk and sugar? I've only just made it.
I'd love some.
There you are.
What a beautiful bowl. Chinese too, isn't it?
Yes, I worked in the East until about 7 years ago. Went to Hong Kong right after I graduated. Then North Borneo, Penang, and Singapore.
Oh.
Let me move a few more books so that you can put it down.
This must have been a charming room before you began pulling yourself out of it. Can't help feeling that a woman must have had a hand in it originally.
My wife. She died 3 years ago, leukemia.
I'm sorry.
Do you like Berkton, Maggie?
Oh, I hardly know it. But I don't find it interesting. I spent 5 years in London, then I came back to Hempton.
Still small and attractive in spots.
That's just it. I can take Hempton, I can take London, but not a town like this. Too big and yet not big enough. Well, I imagine you don't care for it much. You're leaving.
Well, it was all right when there were two of us, but now, well, I've got rid of my practice and I'd like to get out as soon as I can. But I'm not going until I know what happened to Noreen Wilkes.
Was she somebody rather special for you, Dr. Salt?
Not a person, no, not at all. But she was important to me as a patient because she was suffering from a type of kidney disease I'm particularly interested in. I'd hit on a treatment that was keeping her going nicely. If she missed it for a couple of weeks, she'd soon run into a screaming hypertension, and after that, she'd be fighting for her life. And she's been missing now for 3 weeks.
I see. So what do you think?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think she's dead. Have some more tea, Maggie.
Thank you.
Who do you have with you at home?
My mother. I'm not going to tell her any of this. My brother Alan, several years older than me, not married, and lectures in physics at the university.
Clever?
Very clever in some ways. Idiotic in others. But I'll tell him everything. He might be a great help.
Would you like to leave it to him?
No.
Look, Maggie, you still have a choice. Either go home now and try to forget about Noreen Wilkes and me, or help me to find out what happened to her in the hope you might discover where your father is. I could do with some help.
Then that's settled.
Not quite. We may have to take the lid off Berkton. What we find inside might not be pleasant. Might even be dangerous.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, really. I've got to go and see a man. If you're going to help, you might learn something by coming with me. Hello, Buzzy. Let me introduce Miss Maggie Culworth. Mr. Buzzy Duffield.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Colworth. It's a great pleasure. It's a privilege. Now, Doctor, it's a treat to see you. It's lovely, it's lovely. Now, let me get you a drink, Miss Colworth.
Thank you. Gin and tonic, please.
A little whiskey for you, Doc?
Yes, please.
Now, it's 5-1. He's never told you what he done for my brother, Miss Colworth. Saved him when he was at death's doors. You know, Dr. Salt here could make rings round the lot if he wanted to.
I'm sure he could, Mr. Duffield.
Call him Buzzy.
Oh, you do that, Miss Colworth. Now, they tell me you're packing it in, Doc. A lot of people going to be sorry.
Oh, a few, only a few, Buzzy.
Yeah, you're dead right, of course. Most of them wouldn't notice if a wooden dummy was taking the temperatures. They're only wooden dummies themselves. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Buzzy, why do you have this window thing here along your office wall?
Oh, that's so I can see what's happening in the club. The dance floor's down there, you see. Oh. Any trouble, I can spot it. All right, Winston boy, what do you want?
It's Charlie, Mr. Duffield, on the blower from Northampton. Do you want to put him through?
No. What's he want?
He's got 85 transistors. They're jack jobs. He'll take 14 each, he says.
Not from we, he won't. Winston boy, they must be hotter than a baker's flu. Tell Charlie not to be ruddy stupid.
Yes, Mr. Duffield.
Hey, what about that one, I ask you? Winston Sandby. Born in our finest hour. So now, Doc, what's worrying you? What is it, Miss Colworth?
Well, it may be both of us, Buzzy. First of all, do you know an unpleasant young man with reddish hair, dark glasses and a leather jacket who thinks he's an American gangster?
I do. Ross. Come from Coventry, worked for me for a few weeks, but he got some wrong ideas. Proper villain. Been inside. Not giving you any trouble, is he, Doc?
Well, he might.
Well, now, look. I've got some hard boys working for me that could take him apart for a light workout. Oh, hark at me, Miss Colworth. You'd think it was Chicago or Detroit and young Winston out there was cleaning a Tommy gun. Me talking like that. Born and bred here in Berkton. Things have changed, all right. It was a decent little provincial town once.
So they tell me.
Wasn't so long ago, either. All of a sudden, though, we're big. We make shoes, we make hats, we make nylons. We've got United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics.
Stop there, please, Buzzy. At the Fabrics. They run a club, don't they?
Oh, they do, Doc. Won't have me in, though. Too common. I know about it, though. Ask me. I'll tell you.
Young girls from the town go there sometimes, don't they?
Oh, that's right. Party girls, these kids are. They feed them to the Belgian directors and the big buyers from the States and South America.
Buzzy, I met Sir Arnold Donington yesterday morning.
Oh,
I didn't like him, but I can't see him attending these parties.
What, him? He wouldn't admit they existed. He fines school kids £2 for necking. Oh, he's a blue nose if there ever was one.
Yes, yet he's the big boss at United Fabrics.
Oh, but the old Dolce Vita up there at the Fabrics Club is run by the sales director, Tommy Linsdale.
Oh, I see.
Likes the gay life, Tommy does. I know him. Used to bet with me now and then. Him and his fancy piece, they run the parties, you know. She finds the girls. He brought her here one night, slumming. A classy, handsome piece. And about as soft and tender as a sheet of high-duty alloy. Jill something her name was. Jill Frinton.
I know her. She comes in.
To the bookshop?
Yes, for novels in foreign languages.
For the buyers, I suppose.
My brother thinks she's fabulous.
But why the Fabrics Club, Doc? If you're thinking of living it up before you leave Berkton, you can have anything you want here. Buzzy's is all yours.
Oh, thanks, Buzzy, but I like a quiet life. Now, I'm asking questions because a young patient of mine is missing, Noreen Wilkes. She's not been heard of since September the 12th, and I think she went to a party at the Fabrics Club that night.
Noreen Wilkes?
Yeah.
I'll ask around. Some of my boys and girls might know something.
Thanks, Buzzy. Who do you think could be paying Russ?
Anybody who wouldn't want him to sweat for his money. Otherwise, you've got me. But Winston will ask around.
It might get rough in a day or two.
If it does, Doc, let me know. If Ross or anybody promises you trouble, tell him from me to expect a punch-up. But it ain't likely, is it?
Just what I was going to ask.
Oh, it's extremely likely. Somebody wants me to clear out of Berkton. Somebody doesn't want any questions about Noreen Wilkes. I'm serious, Buzzy. I might have to ask you for a little protection.
Then you've got it, Doc. But watch it. Berkton isn't a very nice town anymore. What's your next move?
Oh, I thought we might pay a call at the Fabrics Club. Do you know who runs it?
Oh, I do. A right dance called Donald Dews. On the company pay sheet as assistant personnel officer. They get away with murder, these big combines. He looks and sounds like a powder-puff twerp, but don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. He's as wired and crafty as they come. Now, I know Because a barman up there, Tony, used to work for me, and he's been back once or twice for a natter.
Anything else, Buzzy?
Oh, yes. Tony said there was a real hard case round there, a Yankee, on the admin side, but kept an eye on the club. Half a minute. Atchison, that's it.
Oh, thanks, Buzzy.
Well, Miss Colworth, pleased to have met you. Hope you find your father. You've got the right man to help you.
Dr. Salt, do you mind explaining exactly what connection you see between my father and this patient of yours?
Alan, there's no need.
Perhaps it's coincidence, but listen to this. Noreen Wilkes left her lodging on the evening of September the 12th, dressed for a party. She's not been heard of since. Early on the morning of the 13th, Derek Donington, only son of Sir Arnold Donington, head of United Anglo-Belgium Fabrics, shot himself. That might be a coincidence. It might be another coincidence when your father arrives on Monday, asks about Noreen, and disappears.
Yes, but
It might be another that the cinema usherette he talked to cleared out in a panic last night. It might be another that a young man who tried to hustle me out of Berkton also visited the cinema. Well, I don't know what happens in physics, Colworth, but in medicine, we don't like as many coincidences as that.
No,
Finally, while I don't suppose anything serious has happened to your father, I think Noreen Wilkes is dead.
Isn't that going much too far?
Possibly. Perhaps Noreen and your father are laughing their heads off somewhere.
I'm sure that isn't true.
So am I. I'm going to ask a few questions at the Fabrics Club. You're welcome to come with me. We might all find something out.
What happens when we get there?
I do the talking.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Quiet tonight?
Oh, it's early. Member?
My name's Salt, Dr. Salt.
Oh, yes.
Are you Tony?
No, Tony's left.
Oh, what a pity.
Most people don't think so. I took his place.
Oh, I don't really know Tony. He was mentioned to me by a friend.
Well, I can't serve you a drink unless you're a member.
Well, I don't want a drink.
Well, what do you want? Are these two with you?
Yes, they're friends of mine, Miss Colworth and Dr. Colworth from university. They're waiting for me. You see, I'd like to speak to the manager. Mr. Dews, isn't he?
Does he know you?
No, hardly anybody knows me.
I doubt if he'll see you.
Well, one of us could try if he's here.
Oh, he's here. In his office.
Well, perhaps if I knocked and asked nicely, Mr. Dews would...
He wouldn't like it. Oh, you're lucky. He's just coming out. Mr. Dews?
Yes?
This is Dr. Salt. He'd like a word with you.
Well, if you want to see me, here I am. Shall we sit down, or do you prefer to stand? But why don't we have a drink?
Well, I'm not a member.
Well, we do have to be strict, but I do run the club, and now you're my guest.
Obviously, I'm not alone. This is Miss Maggie Colworth, and this is Dr. Alan Colworth of the University of Hamptonshire. They live in Hampton, and believe it or not, they're trying to find their father, Mr.
Edward Colworth.
Really? Ought they to? I mean, is there something wrong with him? Oh, look, do sit down. At least we can have a quick little drink. Miss Colworth?
Oh, gin and tonic, please.
Scotch and water.
The same for me.
You heard that, George?
Yes, sir.
And the usual for me, Campari and vodka. Have you ever tried it?
I could never live up to it.
Now you're being satirical, Dr. Salt. But don't you like our bar, Mr. Colworth?
It's delightful.
We think so. And you should have seen it when I first took over 3 years ago. Like a miner's canteen. I nearly went out of my tiny mind. Oh, thank you, George. Well, cheers, dears.
Cheers.
Well, now, what can I do for you, Dr. Salt? Do you want to become a member? We do have 2 doctor members, but they're connected with the works.
Oh, who are they?
Dr. Bennett, you must know him.
Oh, yes, one of Berkton's bastions. And the other?
Dr. Lemmert. He's fairly new, quite young.
Yes, I've met him once or twice.
Well, now, I must tell you, and I know it's all very tedious and tiresome, that to join the club, you have to be proposed and seconded by 2 senior United Fabrics people. But then you must know some of them, Dr. Salt.
I'm afraid I don't. My practice was well below the executive level. However, I'm leaving Berkton.
Oh, lucky you. But how can I help you, then? There must be something.
Ah, there is, Mr. Dews. It's a little medical problem I ought to tackle before I leave Berkton. I'm trying to trace a patient of mine, a young girl called Noreen Wilkes, and I'm told she used to come here.
Yes, of course, I remember Noreen. Quite a pretty girl, though not very smart, not very bright. Rather common, really. But I haven't seen her for weeks.
Nobody seems to have seen her since September the 12th, Mr. Dews. But on that night, she came to a party here.
Did she? I can't remember. Oh, well, there's so much to-ing and fro-ing, as you can imagine. But we can soon find out.
Oh, how?
Everybody who isn't a member must be signed in. It's our strictest rule. And, of course, little Noreen isn't a member. So if she was here that night, she'll be in the book. George!
Sir?
Have you the book, or have I?
No, it's here. Going over.
Ah, the sacred book. Now, What date did you say, Dr. Salt?
September the 12th.
September 12th. Here it is. And as you quite rightly said, we had one of our dreadful parties that night. Look, all those impossible names. Customers, of course. Well, now... Well, I can't find a trace of little Noreen here. But do please check the list yourself.
Oh, thank you. No, Mr. Jews. Her name's not here.
Definitely not, is it? I'm so sorry, Doctor. Evidently Noreen hadn't been invited that night. And you do understand, don't you, that I've nothing whatever to do with all that. I'm simply a kind of slave who has to make sure that the people who are invited are provided with sickening amounts of food and drink. But Noreen wasn't there. Perhaps she'd run off with somebody. She always seemed a rather flighty little thing. Oh, Jill, darling, you're the very person we want.
Just a minute, Donald. Do you have a telephone message for me, George?
Oh, yes, Miss Frinton. Mr. Linsdale's secretary rang. She said Mr. Linsdale will be ringing you at home tonight from New York.
Thanks, George. Now, Donald, why am I the very person you want?
I'll explain in a moment, darling. But first, let me introduce Dr. Salt, Miss Jill Frinton.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Colworth. This is Jill...
We've met someone before, haven't we?
Yes, in our bookshop in Hampton. Oh, this is my brother, Alan.
You wouldn't remember me.
Yes, I do.
You see, Jill, darling, Dr. Salt's been inquiring about your little Noreen Wilkes.
And not mine. I'm not having that.
Oh, do be cooperative, dear. We're all trying to do our best to help Dr. Salt, and she was one of your assorted bits and pieces. And Dr. Salt says she's been missing since September the 12th, one of our party nights. But she didn't attend our party that night because her name's not in the precious book.
Yes, Miss Frinton. A dead end there, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry.
Miss Frinton, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to allow us to call on you later this evening, say about 9 o'clock. I promise not to take up too much of your time. It'd be a great favour.
If you think I can be of help, Dr. Salt, why, of course. I live at 6 Cadogan Mansions, on the Hampton Road. 9 o'clock, then.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the drink and your help, Mr. Jews. This flat. You have excellent taste, Miss Frinton.
Thank you. Look, do sit down, everybody. Miss Culworth, a drink?
Do you mind if I don't? I've had so much tonight and I'm not used to it.
I wish I weren't. Well, you men, whiskey?
Let me help you.
You're very kind, Miss Frinton. I'm so glad of the chance to talk.
I'd better warn you, though, you won't learn any more from me than you did from Donald Dews and George.
That's all right. I didn't do too badly out of them.
You surprise me.
Oh, when you've practiced medicine as long as I have, you learn to be observant. I'm afraid they were both a pair of clumsy idiots.
Oh, I'd love Donald Darling to hear you say that. He thinks he's so subtle.
An appalling performance. A man comes into a club bar, he's not a member, no one need bother about him. He inquires about a young girl, also not a member, a casual guest. And instead of saying, we don't know, we don't care, they serve drinks, produce the club book, and fall over themselves to be helpful. Why?
I suppose when you think about it...
It was a performance, Maggie, and it was terrible. Such clumsy liars. Now, let's see what really happened tonight in that bar. As soon as I said who I was, the barman had something to do. He had to press a bell with his foot. The bell rang in Jew's office to tell him I was there. I heard it. Jews needed that signal to telephone you, Miss Frinton. When he'd done that, he came into the bar. He had two things to do. Detain me until you came, and show me the guest book, to prove Noreen Wilkes hadn't gone to the party that night.
What's wrong with that?
He didn't need to show me the book. And of course, it wasn't the original page. It was a loose-leaf book. It all been neatly rewritten, one handwriting, one ink.
Yeah, but how does Miss Frinton come into it?
No doubt she'll tell us shortly. I think her job was to act as the beautiful clincher. If I seemed doubtful, it was her turn. Perhaps she'd invite me back here, encourage me to talk. That's her job. And that'd be the end of the Salt nuisance.
I've been a bit stupid about you, Salt.
You're not the only one, are you, dear?
Why did you introduce us so laboriously?
I want to see how they'd react. You see, I think your father went there too on Monday. Well, Miss Frinton, you going to bluff it out?
No, Dr. Salt. You win. But why start churning up everything? Why bother about that silly little bitch?
Noreen, she was my patient and she's missing. And she'll die soon, if she's not dead already. It's a matter of life and death, Miss Frinton. Something quite different from arranging parties and pimping for businessmen.
Oh.
I'm going to find out what happened to this girl if I had to turn Birkin upside down, inside out.
I think you're going too far.
You told me that when you found your father, Culworth. If you want to console Miss Frinton after I've left, that's up to you. But now I want the truth. Where is Noreen Wilkes?
Believe me, Dr. Salt, please believe me, I don't know. I'll tell you what I do know, even though I may be looking for a job in a few days. Get me a drink, please.
Whiskey?
Yes, a lot of soda. All right, this is the truth.
There you are.
Oh, thanks. Noreen Wilkes came to that party on the 12th with young Derek Donington. I didn't want her there. She didn't come to entertain the guests. She was having an affair with Derek. They just wanted to eat, drink, dance for a couple of hours, and then go off to make love somewhere. Don't ask me where they went. I haven't a clue. But I just wished she'd go away and stay away. I was afraid that Sir Arnold would get to know about it and blame me and the club. And another thing. I've never exchanged more than a dozen words with Sir Arnold Donington. He didn't like the look of me, and I didn't like the look of him. No wonder that poor little Derek was a bit wild and very silly. And that Erica still is.
Donington has a daughter, then?
Yes. 2 years older than Derek. And a pest. We're lucky she isn't here this minute. She has a lesy crush on me at the moment.
Yes. Let's get back to Noreen Wilkes and that party.
She and Derek left together. I know that because I saw them go, and it was a welcome sight. She may have been sober, but I'm sure he wasn't. Look, if I say any more, I may be tossing my job out of the window.
We can keep anything she says to ourselves, can't we, Dr. Salt?
You can. Probably I can. I imagine she won't be telling us very much.
That's not because I don't want to, Dr. Salt. It's because I really don't know anything. I can only guess. I think he took Noreen Wilkes home, his home, and that his father found them together and there was a terrible row. What happened then is anybody's guess. But I think that as soon as he knew what Derek had done, Sir Arnold got Noreen away somewhere. But he had to do that or there'd have been a hell of a scandal. Real sensational Sunday paper stuff. Drunken wild parties given by United Anglo-Belgian Fabrics. Working girls debauched to entertain foreign buyers.
You think Sir Arnold was terrified of a scandal? A big one that would involve him, his family and his firm?
Yes.
And he took steps at once to make sure there wouldn't be one. Noreen Wilkes had to disappear immediately. No questions had to be asked. The lid was firmly on. And that's where I come in, huh?
I was told last night that a nosy little doctor might be asking questions about Noreen Wilkes.
Sir Arnold told you that?
Sir Arnold wouldn't recognise my existence. No. Let's say a third party.
Oh. And did this third party have any more to say?
He said that Dr. Salt was leaving Birkton anyway. Perhaps a bit sooner than he thought. So if he did turn up at the club, all we had to do was to persuade him he was wasting his time.
And you fooled him all right, didn't you?
Look, don't you start crowing too soon. All Dr. Salt cares about is knowing what happened to Noreen Wilkes. Soon he may be just as tough with you people.
Who is the third party? Who gave you and Jews your instructions last night?
I can't tell you. I've gone as far as I dare.
In the circumstances, I think that's reasonable.
Oh, you would, Alan, wouldn't you?
Look, Dr. Salt, I can't afford to.
You can't afford not to. I talked to Superintendent Hurst yesterday. I know he does things for Sir Arnold, but within his limits he's an honest man. He already knows he must make inquiries about Noreen Wilkes. I'll have to tell him she went to that party on September the 12th, but I don't have to tell him how I found out. Unless you make me.
All right. You win again. It was Atchison.
Atchison?
Officially, he's public relations at UF. A troubleshooter, a cold, calculating type. I don't know him well. He doesn't often come to the club. You're not going to talk to him?
I am. Tonight, if possible.
Anyone home? Jill, darling? Oh, my God, it's a party. Who are all these people?
This is Dr. Salt.
So you're the Dr. Salt they all keep talking about?
Who keeps talking about me?
My father, for one. Heard him on the phone before I went out last night. Dr. Salting it like mad. I could do with another doctor. I'm tired of boring old Bennett.
I'm sorry, Miss Donington. It wouldn't be possible. And now, Miss Brinton, if you'll excuse us.
Of course.
I think I might stay on for a few minutes if Jill doesn't mind.
I should like that.
Oh, very well. Come along, Maggie. Good night, Miss Brinton.
See you later, then, Alan.
And who are you?
Alan Culworth, Erica Donington.
A solemn square, I'd say. Not bad looking.
Thank you.
Oh, you know me, Jill, darling. I couldn't care less. Can I help myself to a simply enormous gin and tonic?
If you haven't had too many already.
Oh, Jill, darling, they were all so filthy. I followed a girl into that loathsome Buzzies Club. The gin there is really very peculiar. I think old Buzz must make it himself. Now, this is quite different.
You're an idiot to go to that place.
I told you why I went. Only she turned out to be awful. A real untouchable. Now, Alan Culworth, I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
Oh, you must be wondering why Jill's being so rude to me. The reason is I'm in love with her and she's not in love with me.
I see.
Sit down and shut up, Erica.
No. I want to know what you're doing here, Alan Culworth. Trying to make Jill while Tommy Linsdale's away.
No, he isn't.
Oh, don't interrupt, darling. Aren't you attracted to Jill? Most men seem to be. Nothing the matter with you, is there?
Will you please stop this?
Just a man, darling.
Erica!
Oh, never mind. I'm going to the loo.
Well.
I'm sorry. Look, if you look as if you're staying on, she'll go quite soon. But if you go, God knows when I'll get rid of her. So do stay.
Yes, I'll stay.
Dr. Salt, Miss Culworth, what can I do for you?
Mr. Atchison, where is Noreen Wilkes?
I haven't the slightest idea.
You know who she is?
Oh, yes. I've seen her several times at the Fabrics Club.
Do you know she hasn't been seen or heard of since she attended that party of yours on September the 12th?
Oh, not my party. You mean one of the UF parties at the club? That's the sales director's pigeon, or, since he's away, his PA, Jill Frinton. But I understand that Noreen Wilkes didn't attend that particular party. Have you checked?
I did that earlier.
Well, didn't you find out that she hadn't been there that night?
No, I found she had.
You sure? I rang Hughes, and he said her name wasn't in the book.
Why did you ring him, Mr. Atchison? You're not responsible for the parties or for Noreen Wilkes.
I just told you I'm not.
Then why suddenly ring up Hughes to ask if she was there at a party 3 weeks ago?
Well, there's no mystery about that, Dr. Salt. It was a Fabrics Club party, and after all, I am in charge of UF Public Relations. I also happen to be very conscientious, all right?
I'm afraid not, no. On September the 12th, a girl goes or doesn't go to a party. Where do public relations come in?
Now you're forcing my hand, aren't you, Dr. Salt? I don't understand your interest in this, Miss Culworth.
We don't know where my father is either, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Salt thinks he might have called at your Fabrics Club on Monday, just as we did tonight. I mean, to ask about Noreen Wilkes.
Well, I'm sorry, but all this is quite new to me. I know nothing about your father or anybody called Culworth. I do honestly assure you.
Oh, I believe you. But what's in the hand I'm forcing? What have Noreen and that party to do with your public relations?
Okay, Dr. Salt. That party on September 12th was no ordinary club party. And for one very good reason. That was the night young Derek Donington had an accident cleaning a gun.
Accident?
All right, he shot himself. But don't try saying that in public or you'll run straight into trouble. Now, I work for Sir Arnold and I want to keep my job. The only son he had blew his brains out that night and he's jammed the lid on it. Well, I don't blame him and neither should you.
I'm not blaming anybody, Mr. Atchison. I'm merely asking one question. What became of Noreen Wilkes?
I don't know. And to tell you the truth, I don't care. Whatever arrangements Sir Arnold made, probably for her to clear out immediately, he didn't bring me into it. Now, I admit that's unusual. It's part of my job to attend to things for him, but, well, that's how it was. And I'm ready to swear any sort of oath you want that I know no more than you do about Noreen Wilkes.
All right. I believe you. Do you believe him, Maggie?
I don't want to, but I'm afraid I do.
Quite so. Just another question or two, Mr. Erickson. Now, I don't see Donington asking our friend Donald Hughes to fake his book.
No, Dr. Salt. I did.
I thought you did. But why?
I'd had my orders to discourage you.
I know that. But I still ask, why?
Oh, come off it, man. I've explained what happened that night. The boy's suicide was wrapped up and put away. Now, the last thing Sir Arnold wants is somebody like you going to the police and then around the town asking questions. And, of course, I agree with him. No questions, no scandal.
You've missed my point. I know that you and Donington are afraid of scandal, though I'm neither a reporter nor a policeman. But what is this scandal you're afraid of?
Don't ask me. I've told you all I know.
You mean I should ask Donington?
Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't listen to you. He wouldn't even admit his son died from anything but an accident. He'd threaten you with an action for slander.
Maggie, we ought to go. Right. Mr. Erickson, thank you for seeing us. I can't pretend to know what you're talking about. You seem to be protecting yourselves against a scandal that isn't there. You mustn't let something out, although there isn't anything. You're helping Donington to keep the lid firmly down on nothing. Well, I'll try to accept all that, though it may take some doing. If you'll just ask Donington one question on my behalf. Just this. Where is Noreen Wilkes? Good night. Tired, Maggie? Oh, it's getting late. I'll get you some tea.
Salt, what made you suspect my father went to the Fabrics Club?
Did you see the reaction of the barman and Jews when I so carefully mentioned you, Culworth? The barman went blank on it. Jews, who thinks he's a smart liar, thought he'd be cheeky with it. Really? And ought they to? I mean, is there anything wrong with him? It's all good for a giggle with the barman. We'll be gone. I believe your father went to the Fabrics Club straight from Peggy Pearson. That explains why these people are all on the alert. I didn't start this yesterday. Your father started on Monday. And then something happened.
To father?
Oh, yes. Oh, nothing so terrible, don't worry.
How do you know?
Well, someone like Hughes wouldn't dare to cover it up. It's too risky. But he does know something we don't know. It might make sense if we tried the United Fabrics doctors. Not Dr. Bennett, too old and respectable. The ambitious young Dr. Lemmett. If anything did happen on United Fabrics property, he's... Just let's say I've made it my affair, and I firmly believe it would be in your interest, Dr. Lemmett, to tell me what you know about it.
Oh, very well. He met with an accident, not far from the Fabrics Club, in the grounds of that large old empty house.
The old Worsley place?
Yes. Some concussion. I didn't like his heart. And as soon as he was conscious, he was obviously under great emotional strain. Complete rest, sedation, of course.
But no ambulance. I've checked with the ambulance service.
It saved time to make use of one of the company's vans.
It saved something, but not time. Where did you take him?
Where he's been having the best possible care.
Well, I didn't think he was tied up in a cellar, but I do want to know where he is.
He's under proper medical care, Dr. Salt. The company have accepted financial responsibility, even though he had no right to be wandering about those grounds. He's my patient, not yours, and I see no reason why I should tell you where he is, especially as he's made considerable progress during the last 2 days. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Just a minute, Lemmett. I won't press you to tell me where he is. I can soon find out, and I will, just as soon as I've cleared up a couple of other things. But when I do find Mr. Culworth, his daughter will be with me. And if there's been any hanky-panky, and I can tell it a mile off, you and your nursing home will be in a hell of a mess.
Now, look...
You didn't send for an ambulance. You haven't tried to notify anybody. You've now refused information demanded on behalf of the patient's family. So, if you give him one unnecessary shot of anything to keep him dopey and quiet, you and your associates are over your heads in trouble. I'll do you this favour, Dr. Lemmett. I'll find him myself, so you can tell Atchison and Donington it wasn't your fault. But try any funny business from now on, and you'll wish you'd never heard of United Anglo-Belgium Fabrics. Good morning.
I wanted to see you, Dr. Salt. Peggy's written.
Ah, where is she?
Staying with her aunt in Birmingham. She's trying for a job at a picture house. She daren't come back to Birkton because of that toff, the one who told her to keep her big mouth shut and slapped her face. She thinks it's to do with Noreen.
It is. But you can tell her from me that if she wants to come back, she can. Not this week, perhaps, but next. Now, about Noreen. Have you been through her things?
I haven't laid a finger on them, Doctor. Not a finger. Well, I've been expecting her back every day. There's 2 letters come for her since she left. I put them behind the tea caddy.
Oh, you must give me those letters, Mrs. Pearson. If they're what I think they are, and the police got hold of them, some very nice people I know might soon be very unhappy.
Yes, of course, Dr. Salt. Here they are.
Thank you. There's no use keeping them until she comes back. She isn't coming back.
Hello, Dr. Salt.
Oh, Miss Donington.
Yes. Well, let me in. We can't just stand here. If you want to call it a professional visit, go ahead. And I'll pay you whatever we pay silly old Bennett.
No, it's not necessary. Do come in.
Oh, my God. I thought my room was a mess, but this is ridiculous. How can you live like this?
Well, I don't. I'm leaving, so I'm sorting things out.
Well, where do you suggest I sit?
Well, I'll move these books. I'll try that. Why are you here? I'm not available for professional consultation.
Oh, don't be so square. I'm afraid I'm going to be disappointed. Just another dreary doctor. I was curious. After last night. Is there a drink anywhere in all this?
I think so.
Gin and tonic. Plenty of gin, not much tonic. And for God's sake, give yourself one. I hate drinking alone.
So you were curious after last night, Miss Donington?
Erica, do you mind? Otherwise you'll soon be asking to look at my tongue or my eyeballs, asking me why I don't sleep.
Gin and tonic for one.
Or why I can't hold a bloody glass without shaking so much I spill the stuff all over.
Only for cash down, Erica. Well, what happened last night?
I didn't get a proper look at you. I was half stoned anyhow. I nearly always am now. Not in the morning, at night. You don't look very clever.
Oh, I know.
They got rid of me last night.
Jill Frinton?
And her new boyfriend. I went back later. No lights. His car was still there. Must have been in bed together. I'm crazy about Jill. Oh, men are disgusting. I got into the car and went screaming around the countryside, doing 90 most of the time. Only thing that helps. My life's bloody hell just now.
I'm sorry, but where do I come in?
You're supposed to be so clever. You've scared everybody. My father, Jill. Look, do you have to stare at me like that?
It's doctor's habit. Well, I hardly know your father. I met him for the first time on Tuesday morning at the police station.
I bet you didn't like him.
Well, I might have done if he hadn't so much weight to throw about.
He's so square it hurts. No wonder Derek and I needed to kick things around. He spoiled Derek. And me.
You mean he gave Derek too big an allowance?
Are you being funny? He wouldn't give him anything, especially after they sent him down from Oxford. He never understood him. I kept Derek. I had some money from my mother's estate.
You were very fond of him?
I've told you. I'm not very fond of men. But he depended on me. He couldn't have afforded a double scotch without me. What made you think he had money?
Oh, rumours among the peasantry about taking a girl to the south of France and keeping a flat somewhere around Berkton.
Oh, come on. Believe that and you'll believe anything. He couldn't afford a thing. I don't understand all this about your being clever. Perhaps you're one of those people who aren't very bright in the morning.
Yeah, I think I must be.
I suppose you're after Jill, too. She's mine, you know.
Oh, you don't need to worry on that score.
Are you going to give me another drink?
No.
Why not?
2 reasons. First, I'm short of gin and I'm mean. Second, I'm busy. Some other time, please, Erica.
I gather that you've already spoken to Dr. Lemmet.
Yes, Matron, I have. And I've already told him that I'm taking over the case at the request of Mr. Culver's family. That's true, isn't it, Miss Culver?
Yes, Dr. Salt.
I'll have a look at Mr. Culver's. If I think he can stand a short journey across town, I shall take him to my place.
Surely, Dr. Salt, all this is, well, very irregular.
It's been irregular from the first, Matron. Dr. Lemmet may possibly have covered himself, but you could soon be in trouble. One wrong move now, and you may find you'll have to turn this nursing home into a boarding house.
But Dr. Lemmet told me quite distinctly he would take all responsibility. All responsibility.
Please, Matron.
I'll take you to Mr. Culver's room.
How does he seem?
Oh, very much better. He's told me a great deal, and his mind is easier. He's gone to sleep. He wants to take a rest from reality. Is Alan coming?
About 7 o'clock.
Good.
What's it all about, Salt?
Well, if you ain't got a bird, met it yet, Duck?
And what I've seen better, I've seen worse. So if you're looking for anything young and fresh, what about it, Birdie? Dr. Salt will never be any good to you. Too many bloody books.
It's all right. Take it easy, Maggie.
You won't be told, will you, Duck? You can't say I don't warn you. Remember, you're redundant now, so you can be roughed up a bit.
I don't think you'll do anything to me, Russ.
I'm afraid we'll have to. We don't like your attitude. You see, Duck, you wouldn't leave Berkton when you're told. If I were you, honey, I'd take off.
Oh, Russ, don't I have any playtime?
She isn't going, but you are. For 2 reasons.
Ah, shove your reasons. Let's shut him up.
Go on, Duck. 2 reasons.
Yes, the first is I have an appointment here with Superintendent Hurst at 5 o'clock. And it's a minute or 2 past 5 now.
Well, that's your story. Anything else?
Oh, come on, Russ. Let's get stuck into him.
The other reason is this.
Now, what's that, a water pistol? Don't try to scare us with toy guns.
It might look like a water pistol. In point of fact, it's filled with telluric acid.
What's that?
It not only burns the skin, but also stains what's left of it a dark purple.
Go on,
now,
get him.
You two can obviously overpower me. But one of you, the first man, will have a face like a squashed black grape. You have your dark glasses, Russ, some protection. So if anybody's going to risk it, then it ought to be you.
He could be bluffing.
OK, Russ, have a go and see.
Even with the glasses, Russ, your cheeks, nose, mouth, especially the mouth, will be badly burned.
You said it'd be dead easy.
I'm afraid he's wrong.
The deal's off, Russ. You stop and play with him, not me.
Come in, Superintendent.
It's all right, mate, Dr. Salt. Hello. Who are this lot?
Callers.
Invited ones? You look like villains to me.
We're not doing anything, Super. Honest.
Are you charging him, Dr. Salt?
No.
Sure?
Yes.
All right, if you say so. Now, outside, sharp, and don't come back.
Come on, Russ.
You don't want to be soft-hearted with that sort, Dr. Salt.
Oh, Superintendent Hurst, Miss Culworth.
How you doing, miss?
Are you all right, Maggie?
Well, now I am. I must sit down. My knees are like jelly.
I don't want to charge them, Superintendent, simply because I don't want to be kept hanging about as a witness.
Oh, I see.
Would you have burnt their faces and hands if they'd attacked you?
Not with this, I wouldn't. It's a water pistol. I took it from a small boy at my surgery a week or 2 ago. Well, Superintendent, I must find a chair for you.
Well, don't bother, Dr. Salt. You wanted to see me, so I looked in, but I'm not staying.
Well, I've been busy since we last met, and everything that's happened points one way. I'm certain now that Noreen Wilkes never left Berkton, that she's dead, and that her death was no accident.
No, Dr. Salt. I told you to leave it to us, didn't I? If you've been busy trying to find out about this Noreen Wilkes, then I'm afraid you've been wasting your time. I'm on my way to Comden Bridge to follow a lead there.
Oh, I wish you'd listen to what I have to say.
I'm trying to save your breath, Doctor, and your face. Will you be here for the next hour or 2?
Yes.
Right. As soon as I have the information I need, I'll come back and tell you what happened to Noreen Wilkes. And don't bother, I can let myself out.
Well, have you got to the bottom of it all, Dr. Salt?
Alan, Daddy's here because Dr. Salt found him for us when you and I hadn't a clue.
Where do you think you were going to find him? In that Jill thing's bed?
No, Maggie, but I think we might have been allowed to hear Dad's story.
Oh, use your imagination, Alan. He's shaken. He's been knocked out. Filled full of dope. And he has a guilty secret.
All right, then. What is this terrible secret?
Well, it won't seem so terrible to you or to Maggie, but I want you to remember that it is to him. And it would be to your mother, if she ever found out. And you can't afford to take it lightly. It could be entangled in a murder.
Look, is that a fact, or just your opinion?
My opinion. But just lately, several of my opinions have turned into facts. Now then, during the war, when your father was a sergeant in the RAF, he fell in love and had an affair with a young war widow.
I see.
Her name was Catherine Wilkes.
Oh.
Well, I came to know her fairly well because she ended up as a patient of mine. Well, she only died a year ago of cancer. And she had a daughter, Noreen, and from the first your father chose to regard her as his child.
So that's it, Salt. I think I've really known it all the time. Haven't you, Alan?
No, I've been divided between thinking there was nothing at all in it or that she was his girlfriend.
When your father settled in Hempton after the war, Mrs. Wilkes came to Berkton and got a job at United Fabrics. Well, I don't know if this was his idea or hers. I don't know if the affair continued or whether he simply felt responsible for her and her child. Anyway, he gave her a regular allowance.
That's why he was so worried about money.
When she died, and Noreen was on her own, he felt even more responsible. Well, he could have just stopped seeing her. He knew by then it was not very likely that he was her father. There had been plenty of other men around Catherine Wilkes. But he worried more than ever. I know that because I've been reading several letters he wrote to her.
Does my father know you've read them?
No, he doesn't, Alan. I don't propose to tell him.
And if you ask me, I think you've been nosy and officious.
Well, I'm sorry you think that. Look, I'm not interested in your father's private life. My concern is what really happened to Noreen Wilkes. I'm sure she's dead. I'm almost sure that she was murdered.
Let's go back to my father. He told you what happened that night?
Yes. Noreen had been missing for 3 weeks. He wrote letters, but they weren't answered. Then Peggy Pearson rang him at the shop to say Noreen had probably gone off to the south of France with her boyfriend. Well, Peggy didn't know who this boyfriend was, but your father did. Your father came back to Berkton, went to the club, and got no sense out of them. So then he decided to search the big empty house, the Worsley place, next to the club. He suspected that was the retreat Noreen and Derek used. It was dark by that time. Before he got to the house, he ran into the night watchman. Your father thinks he was half drunk. Your father tried to push past the man, who coshed him.
Then they covered it up?
Yes, well, we can guess the rest. He was taken to the club. Jew sent for Dr. Lemmett, who afterwards spoke to Ericsson, who in turn, though I can't prove this, reported to Sir Arnold Donington. Then your father was rushed off to a private nursing home, and if you want to know why, I'll tell you. This man, your father, wasn't just a casual trespasser. He was somebody who was asking questions about Noreen Wilkes. So, no hospital, no police, no public fuss.
What you're really asking us to believe is that Noreen Wilkes may have been killed, and that somebody high up in United Fabrics may be involved.
That's it exactly.
Oh, well, it seems to me you're jumping wildly to conclusions.
Not as much as you think. I've collected plenty of my own kind of evidence, though so far it wouldn't be worth twopence as legal proof. If I haven't given it all to you, too, that's because I'm waiting to give it to Superintendent Hurst when he comes back.
Do you want us out of the way?
No, I need witnesses. But I propose to keep your father out of it.
Thank goodness.
Well, that's what I say, Mag, so don't go dragging him in yourself. Better just keep quiet.
Well, this must be Hurst. Let him in, Alan.
Well, I think we've settled it, Dr. Salt. We started making inquiries on Tuesday morning. We informed all the police in our area that the girl was missing.
And?
Do you know Cumden Bridge?
Well, I know roughly where it is. What about it?
It's where Noreen Wilkes went on the morning of September the 13th. She stayed there a couple of weeks, then left for London. It's just about what I told you she'd do when we were talking on Tuesday morning.
Well, I said you were wrong, and I still think you're wrong.
And I know you're wrong. She did leave Berkton, and she isn't dead. She stayed with a Mrs. Duffy at 86 Gladstone Street, Cumden Bridge. And then she went to London. Mrs. Duffy says so, her daughter says so, and her brother says so. I've been and talked to Sergeant Driver, who interviewed the three of them.
Well, I'm sorry, Superintendent, I don't believe it.
You calling me a liar?
No, of course not. It's those three in Gladstone Street I don't believe. Look, do me a favour, Superintendent. Will you please ring up Cumden Bridge and ask Sergeant Driver to take me to call on those three? I'll get in touch with you again immediately afterwards. If I've been wrong, I'll admit it. If not, come round here and listen to me.
Oh, well, I think you're wasting your time, but have it your own way.
Well, Dr. Salt, there's three of them, and they all agree. That's a hard one to beat. A Mrs. Duffy, a daughter named Rose, and a brother Michael Corrigan.
Corrigan?
That's it.
Works at United Fabrics. A night watchman at the Worsley House.
I believe so.
Did Superintendent Hurst know this?
He knew about Mrs. Duffy, sir. I don't think her brother's name was mentioned.
Oh, he'd be interested. Now, all I ask is that you let me do it my way. However I behave, whatever I say, let it pass without interruptions, eh?
Right then, Doctor. I think we'll find them in. They just bought themselves a new telly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Sarge. We're trying to enjoy ourselves, just for once.
Switch it off a minute, Corrigan.
Oh, all right.
Mrs. Duffy, Rose, this is Dr. Salt.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh, I'm very sorry to bother you. Some of these Western cereals are very good, aren't they? Take you right out of yourselves, don't they? But you see, Noreen Wilkes was a sick patient of mine, so I must ask you a question or two.
Quite all right, Doctor.
Thank you. She'd been a patient of mine for several years. Even insisted on giving me this photograph of herself.
Oh.
Signing it, too, like a film star. Not so grand, of course. You see, yours gratefully, Noreen. Unusual, but very nice of her, I thought.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. The spit image, I'd say. The spit image.
No. It's a nice photo, but it doesn't do her justice. Does it, Rose?
Oh, you need colour for Noreen. You know it was her, of course, but she ought to be in colour. Don't you think so, Uncle Mike?
No, I don't know about that. But it's the spit image.
By the way, Mrs. Duffy, what made Noreen come here?
She wanted to get out of Berkton. And she knows me, because me and her mother worked side by side for years at United Fabrics. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, Doctor, don't hesitate. I know Noreen thought the world of you.
Oh, there is just one thing. She was having some medicine from me I told her she must take without fail night and morning. It was unusual stuff. A dark green colour. Horrible looking. Horrible tasting. But I'd like to think she was taking it regularly.
Like clockwork. She kept it down here especially so we'd notice if she'd missed a dose. You remember that nasty green stuff, Rose, don't you?
Of course. The faces she pulled.
She said before she left she'd be carrying out Dr. Salt's instructions.
It was Dr. Salt this, Dr. Salt that. Till I felt like telling her to shut up sometimes. When she was here before she went to London, she must have got through a whole bottle of that medicine.
Sergeant, I see no point in going on with this. There never was any such medicine, and the photograph they recognised at once was of a niece of mine who lives in Melbourne. Noreen Wilkes never came here. They never set eyes on her.
They're all lying.
Of course they are.
How do you mean? Lying?
You keep quiet. If they are lying, what's the idea?
Money. I'll bet a down payment on that new telly came out of it.
I'm not being called a liar.
Coming here and soft-soaping us.
Corrigan, just listen to me. You're in a hell of a mess. I'm looking after the man you coshed on Monday night outside the Worsley place. He happens to have a thin skull and a bad heart. He might live. He might die.
Well, how did I know he'd go out like that?
You idiot, now you've done it.
What is all this?
Oh, honest to God,
I can't
Sarge.
waste any more time. Come on, Sergeant, I've got to get back to Berkton. Superintendent Hurst had better hear my story now.
All right, Doctor, I'll play fair. I'm ready to listen. We were taken in. But how did you get onto Corrigan in the first place?
On Tuesday, when you and I were talking in your office, Sir Arnold Donington had asked you to have an eye kept on the Worsley place because his man Corrigan had been taken off the job.
That's right.
Well, in fact, Corrigan was in trouble, and he'd been told to clear out. That's when he went to his sister in Compton Bridge, and a day or two later he was bribed to come up with this nonsense.
Who bribed him?
Atchison, I guess, acting on behalf of Sir Arnold.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, if you interrupt me every time the sacred name of Sir Arnold is mentioned, we'll get nowhere. On Tuesday morning, when I was listening to Sir Arnold, I asked myself two questions. First, why was he worrying about the old Worsley place, which is going to be a sort of annex to the club, when he's not interested in the club at all?
Well, his firm had bought the place.
Next question I asked myself was why this important man, talking about an unimportant matter, was obviously in a state of great tension.
Oh, he seemed all right to me. Bit high and mighty as usual, that's all.
Well, he has high blood pressure, I imagine, and he suffers from hypertension. He was doing his damnedest to appear casual, but his eyes and hands were all wrong. So I asked myself, why was he feeling so excited? And I came up with two answers. First, he was making himself talk about the Worsley place. Second, he was talking about it in front of me.
Now, Doctor, Sir Arnold hardly knew you from Adam.
Oh, yes, he did. You're forgetting that you just introduced me as a doctor making inquiries about a patient called Noreen Wilkes.
Yeah.
When he insisted on telling you he hadn't been near the Worsley place for months, I sensed he'd not only been near it, but inside it, quite recently.
But why should he lie about it?
Noreen and Derek Donington weren't just messing about. I read some of his letters to her. They were in love, and busy making love, as you can imagine.
I couldn't at one time. There's nothing in that line I can't imagine now. Straight to bed these days.
And they had to have somewhere to go.
And you think it was the Worsley house?
Exactly. Now, Noreen was never seen again after she left that party with Derek on the night of September the 12th. All we know for certain is that Derek, who was in love with her, went home and killed himself early next morning. Why? Nobody knows. Perhaps he knew Noreen was dead.
Oh, pure guess.
If so, it's not unreasonable to assume that she met her death that night in the old Worsley place.
How?
Well, it's her illness, but it's highly unlikely that she died a natural death. She might have lost her life as a result of some accident, but I can't help believing she was killed. Murdered.
Ah, you've no real evidence. It's just a tall story to me.
But all the facts surrounding it would seem a tall story if I didn't know they were facts. Ever since I started asking questions about this girl, I've been elaborately lied to, threatened, told to shut up and go away. I went to see Atchison, Sir Arnold's dog's body at United Fabrics. He as good as admitted he was trying to shut me up. Not because he knew anything about Noreen, but because Sir Arnold was afraid of a scandal in which his son will be involved.
I can understand that, can't you?
No, I can't. You're seeing it like Atchison. You're accepting the scandal excuse because you refuse to take a long, close look at it. If Noreen simply cleared out that night, there's no scandal. If she didn't, then there's something terribly wrong that has to be uncovered.
No, Dr. Salt, that doesn't follow. For instance, suppose Sir Arnold discovers that night the girl was pregnant and made arrangements for her to go away.
I was her doctor, Superintendent, in her confidence. I'd seen her that morning. Pregnancy's out. But what stays in is Donington's peculiar state of tension on Tuesday morning, and all his attempts to confuse or block my inquiry.
An inquiry entirely in a private capacity. I doubt if you could bring a single charge.
I don't want to bring charges. I'm a doctor, not a policeman. Noreen Wilkes was in my care. I want to know exactly what happened to her. And now I'll make a lot more out of nothing for you, Superintendent. I say that Noreen died in that house and that Sir Arnold Donington knows all about it.
Wait a minute.
If I wait much longer, I'll be run out of Burton before I can prove anything. I'm sure she was murdered.
You'll have to show me a body before I believe that.
Well, I'm going to have a look.
Our man up there won't let you near the house on your own. Besides, this is police work.
So?
I'm coming with you. I think it's all moonshine, but there's no harm in taking a look. If you can't convince me, perhaps I can convince you. Well, Dr. Salt, that's about it.
Oh, I'll be glad to get out of here, sir.
Smells awful, doesn't it, Pickles?
Just a minute. There's this room with the door locked. I'm going to have a look. Well, it's not a heavy door. Two of us could charge our way in.
That's property damage.
Oh, come on, man. If there's anything, it'll be inside this room. Look, if there's no sign here, I'll admit I've been wasting your time, and I won't waste any more of it.
All right.
It's a strong lock.
Never mind, I've done this sort of job before. No need to bruise our shoulders. There's a neck in it. Keep your torch shining on the lock, Dr. Salt. I think a good-sized 12 shoe will do it. Right!
That's got it, sir.
Now, what have we got here? A bed of sorts, a couple of old blankets, a chair, a bit of mirror on it. Face powder's been spilt. Smells funny, but it does nowadays. Well, you're right up to a point. There's your love nest.
What about these trunks piled against the wall?
I think there's a body in one of them, Doctor. All right. Leave it to Pickles and me. Take that top trunk down, Pickles, and open the other two. You can shine your torch, Doctor. It's all the help we need from you.
Nothing in here, sir. Only newspapers and bits of rubbish.
No sign of another trunk murder, eh, Doctor? Might as well put 'em back, Pickles.
Just a minute. Look at these two odd lengths of wallpaper.
The same as what's already on the wall,
Could
sir.
you shine your torches where I've got mine? Thanks.
What is it?
This piece of wallpaper looks new to me.
Might be, yes.
Somebody's cleaned the floor thoroughly before putting that trunk over it.
It's a possibility.
There's only a thin board here. Could be cardboard. Either of you got a good strong knife?
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Oh.
Yes. Can't mistake that smell. It's a corpse, all right. What's left of it. All right, Pickles, get to the nearest phone, sharp as you can. Tell Sergeant Broadbent that we found a body here.
Yes, sir.
Now then, this is for the police, Doctor, now. So I can't stop you having a look. Is it Noreen Wilkes?
No. It's a lump of putrefying meat. But when it wasn't, it belonged to Noreen Wilkes. Your man will give you all the details, but I can tell you this. It was a nasty kind of murder. Lots of hate in it. Madness, perhaps.
I admit it. You were clever working it out. Seems pretty clear now, doesn't it?
What's clear, Superintendent?
Oh, it was Derek Donington. He brought her here, then they had a quarrel. He did her in, put the body where we found it, went home and shot himself.
That's a queer program, that, isn't it? Why spend 2 or 3 hours hiding a body, even repapering a wall in the middle of the night, if you're going home to shoot yourself?
Oh, he was going to brazen it out, then changed his mind. They often do.
I have several other questions harder to answer than that one.
And if you've any sense, Dr. Salt, you'll keep them to yourself. You wanted to know what happened to your patient. Now you've found out. I'll admit it was a brilliant piece of work. A lot of guessing of a sort we're not encouraged to indulge in, but very clever. But now, just go away and forget it.
Tell me why, Superintendent.
Right, I will. In strictest confidence, whatever you may read in the papers, this case is closed here and now. There's no doubt in my mind that young Donington killed her, then killed himself. But I can't say so, because at his inquest we went for a verdict of accidental death. Well, this one will be person or persons unknown. Can't do it any other way. And as I know who the murderer was, the case is closed.
So, Derek Donington killed her, and that's why he shot himself.
Well, that's the story. The only trouble is I don't believe it.
Oh, Salt, leave it alone. Derek Donington and Noreen are dead. They can't run into any more trouble. You're alive, and you can. Oh, there's a kind of conceited pig-headedness in you, and I don't like it.
Let sleeping dogs lie, is that it?
If you like.
No, Maggie. I want to go with an easy mind and a clear conscience.
You'll get no help from the police.
My dear Miss Colworth, believe it or not, I need only one other piece of information and the mystery is solved. Now, you go and talk to your father. He's up and dressed and seems much more himself.
Who on earth's that?
Buzzy. Hamid!
Hello, then. Wanted to have a chat. Thought I'd drop round in the, new rolls. Give the natives a thrill.
New rolls, eh?
Yeah, I'm more than halfway to Buckhouse with a car like that.
Where did you get it, Buzzy?
From a punter at the betting shop, instead of the money he owed me. Talk about a bargain. I reckon he's more than 2,000 nicker down on this lot. Hey, and guess what? I've got Whitey pretending to be chauffeur.
I could use that car, Buzzy.
Well, right. Help yourself.
Maggie, you and your father can go back to Hempton with Whitey while Buzzy's talking to me. Everything's ready at home, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean...
Well, remember that as far as your mother's concerned, it's loss of memory. There are to be no questions.
I'll remember.
Well, go on, go and help him.
Salt.
Please.
Oh, all right.
Nice little wench, that.
Yes. Well, sit in that chair, Buzzy.
Thank you.
It's the only one that'll hold you. Now then, what is it?
Well, I've had a bit of info, and it looks like things are hotting up for you. You see, if it wasn't Friday, I'd get a couple of my boys to look after you here. But Friday and Saturday can be a flaming great dogfight down at the club, and I need more hard boys than I've got. So what do we do with you, Doc?
Oh, I'm not worried, Buzzy.
I never said you were. I am. So I want you to do me a favour, if you see what I mean.
Well, what's that, Buzzy?
Well, I want you to take a load off my mind. Now, I'm not going to spend tonight watching all those baboons and the scrawny little birds at my club and wondering what the hell's happening to you here. I want my mind on my business. So do me a favour. Stay away from here tonight and tomorrow, see?
I'm not leaving Burton.
I know you're not. This is where I do you a favour. I've booked you into this posh new hotel, the Bavalier Astoria. Only opened this week.
I'm not going.
Now, look. If you're down there, nobody will be trying to kick your teeth in, right? That sort of thing doesn't happen among the top people. And you're in a suite, not just a bedroom. A suite on the 10th floor.
I can't afford it. Neither can you.
Me? I could afford to take the whole bloody floor if I wanted to.
Oh, all right, Buzzy. It's very kind of you to have taken so much trouble. Though I doubt if it's my kind of hotel.
What can I get you, sir?
A dry martini, please. And make it dry.
Room comfortable, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Salt, there you are.
Oh, Maggie, how'd you get here?
I was worried about you. Buzzy told me where to find you.
Trendsetter's paradise. Is your father all right?
Yes. And Mother's not questioning him or reproaching him.
Good.
Look who's here.
Where?
There, with a man.
Excuse me a moment, Maggie.
Oh, darling, get me another drink, will you?
Yes, all right, darling.
Miss Donington, isn't it? I thought I recognized your voice. Dr. Salt, remember?
Oh, yes.
Have we met? I seem to know your face.
No, I don't think so. I can't imagine why we should have done. My name's Walsham.
He's really telling you to go away, aren't you, darling?
Yes.
Of course. I'm intruding. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
You've Mr. Walsham staying here. What's his room number? He's a friend, and I'm staying here myself, room 1012.
Mr. Walsham's in 806.
Shall I tell him you inquired?
No. Let me surprise him.
His coffee's good. Almost as good as you get in France.
Yes, it's certainly a lot better than the rest of the meal.
You'll be there in a few days.
In France?
And that's where you said you were going. The Dordogne.
Only briefly. There's a man I want to see in Barcelona and another in Zurich. They specialize in certain kidney diseases. I want to see what they're doing.
It's not my idea of a holiday. The Dordogne, marvellous, but why let the kidneys take over?
Well, given the right time and place, I could keep you enthralled by my story of the kidney, its disasters and triumphs, its hopes and fears. But not here, not now. What's the time?
Just after 11.
So, we go to work.
Oh, Salt.
Now listen. This is what I want you to do.
For God's sake, what is it?
I'm so sorry.
Wrong room.
Well, that's the point. I'm in 906, you see, and I think a parcel of mine may have been delivered here by mistake.
No parcel here.
Are you sure?
Of course I am.
I ought to have managed it better, but he wasn't prepared to be interested in female callers. I thought I heard a laugh, but I certainly can't prove he had a girl in there. Sorry, Salt.
Not to worry. I'll try something else.
What in hell do you want? Can't we get any bloody peace?
That's all. I can run you home now, Maggie.
Do you mean you've finished now?
For tonight. I don't want you to go, but I think it might be wise. Because I now believe I know who killed Noreen. And why. Is she still down there, Buzzy?
Yes, but not on the floor, though. My boys have got her taped.
They've switched the coloured lights on. Very pretty.
Oh, we got everything here.
Mr. Duffield?
And who are you?
Why, it's our Mr. Atchison.
Now, look, just a minute. I mean, this isn't a reception. This is my private office.
Look, if you want me to apologize, Mr. Duffield, I apologize. Sir Arnold Donington asked me to find his daughter Erica and take her home. I've been inquiring all over Berkton. Now I understand she's here.
Oh, she's here, all right. Saturday night with the riff-raff. Half stoned, too. A flaming pest, your Miss Erica is. If I bar her, I'll run into trouble. If I let her carry on like this, I'll run into trouble. Yeah, I can't win with this lot.
But she's down here somewhere, huh?
In the ladies, I'm told. Close to passing out.
Buzzy, I think I better take a look at that girl, and fast. Who's that? Dr. Harrison. Look, this is Dr. Salt. I'm at Buzzy's club, and there's a girl here who's been mixing barbiturates and alcohol. Erica Donington. Yes, coma, of course, but not deep yet. Yes, we've got the ambulance coming. I'll bring her in. No, we'll tell her father. Now, Maggie, my dear, here's my key. Go back to the flat and wait for me.
Right.
Mind who you let in. Where's Atchison?
I'm here.
Well, I want you to go and collect Sir Arnold. Tell him what's happened and where his daughter will be. General Hospital. Ask for Dr. Harrison. And I want you to drop off Miss Culworth at my flat. It's on your way.
Right. You ready, Miss Culworth?
That's not all. Tell Sir Arnold this. It's serious. But I think we've caught her in time. Now, as soon as she's out of danger, I expect to see him at my flat, whatever the time. Tell him I've too much evidence now to let this go any further.
I doubt if you...
Atchison, I have to see him tonight. This is where we all stop playing games.
Dr. Salt, I'm not staying long. I've had an anxious time, and I'm an elderly man. I came here only because I owe you something. Dr. Harrison said my daughter could have lost her life if you hadn't been so prompt. Nothing was said about all your friends being here.
Not all. There are a few others elsewhere. But let me introduce Miss Frinton, Miss Culworth, and Dr. Culworth. Miss Frinton's one of your employees. Culworth is the name of the man your caretaker knocked out on Monday night. So you might say they're all in the picture.
Well, Dr. Salt, I can only give you a few minutes. What do you want?
I want you to drop that tone, Sir Arnold. Come down a few pegs.
I'm afraid that doesn't mean anything to me, Dr. Salt.
I see. You're staying on that lofty height, are you? Well, you'll have to come down from it sooner or later, and staying up there only increases the tension. Well, look at your hands, man. Oh, that's right. Put them away in your pockets. But something else gives you away. Something you can't control. A visible pulse. I noticed it when I saw you in Superintendent Hurst's office the other morning. High tension. I knew then that Noreen Wilkes was important to you.
Rubbish. I never knew the girl. And if that's all you have to say...
You're running your own lie detector, you know, Sir Arnold. Every time you speak, your blood contradicts you. You'll have to do something about that blood pressure.
I have quite a competent doctor. He's never suggested a second opinion, and if he did, it wouldn't be yours, Dr. Salt.
Well, hypertension has never been one of my special studies. Though I worry about how far it might affect the eyesight of an elderly man.
What do you mean?
You had to be very careful that night. September the 12th, when Noreen Wilkes was murdered. I think you were careful, but your eyesight was at fault. You see, there were 2 bits of evidence up in that attic room you overlooked. I have them. At least, I had them. But now they're in a little packet I sent to a colleague of mine, together with an account of what I really think happened that night. He's not in Berkton, by the way, so you can't get at him. And if he doesn't hear from me during the next 24 hours, I've asked him to open the packet and contact Scotland Yard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
About the possible effect on eyesight of a state of hypertension. Take another example. I'm sure you tried to be very careful matching that wallpaper exactly. Yet I saw at once that it didn't match.
That's a lie. It matched exactly.
Now you've done it, haven't you?
So you were in that room, covering the cavity in the wall where the body was hidden. And don't tell me now you were doing it for your son. I'd be too ashamed to listen.
Don't imagine you're making any sense, Dr. Salt.
Oh, drop it, man. Your son didn't kill that girl. He was in love with her. And he was your son. And now he's dead. Do we have to pretend that he was a homicidal sex maniac to keep you safe?
Very well. I killed her.
So you killed her, did you? Why?
I'll sit down, if you don't mind.
Yeah, here you are.
Thank you. I'd heard rumours of this affair. I was told that they were using the old Worsley place. I went there that night and found them. I was deeply shocked, then very angry. I ordered Derek to get dressed and clear out. I made him leave me with a girl. Then I appealed to her to let him go, offered her money to go away. She not only refused, but she taunted me, saying she was going to marry him. He was an evil little slut, lying there half-dressed, jeering at me. And then something snapped. I can't tell you exactly what happened because I can't remember. Then I found myself staring at the body. What happened afterwards you seem to know, although I can't imagine what possible evidence you could have found.
And your son?
By the time I'd done everything I could to hide what had happened, it was very late, nearly morning. Derek had been drinking. I tried to make him believe the girl had agreed to go away, but something in my manner made him suspicious. Finally, he forced it out of me. He rushed out of the room. Before I could find him or stop him, he shot himself. Now you know the truth, all of you.
And I believe you.
And so do I.
No, we're miles from the truth yet. Let's have a drink. Sir Arnold, some whiskey?
Thank you. I need a drink.
A stiff one? Neat, perhaps?
You really are the most extraordinary man, Dr. Salt. You begin talking about drinks just when I think you'll call for the police.
I've nothing to do with the police. I'm a doctor, not a detective.
Yes, but...
If the police don't come into it, what's the point of all this?
I'll tell you 2 points. First, the discovery of the truth. What did happen to Noreen Wilkes? The second point is, having discovered the truth, to decide the best thing to do.
What about those bits of evidence you said you'd sent to a colleague? If you were bluffing, Dr. Salt, you'll never prove a thing, you know. I'll just keep on saying I did it.
But you did, didn't you?
Of course he didn't.
Then who did?
It was you, Sir Arnold, who hid the body after your son came home and told you what had happened. But it was Erica who did the strangling and mutilating.
Huh?
But why?
She was insane with jealousy. She and her brother were very close. There might have been an incestuous relationship, and it was probably to cover this that she pretended to be a lesbian. Oh, it was just talk. Late last night, she was with a man in a room at the Beverly Astoria.
Room 806.
Well, she must have followed her brother that night. Somehow got rid of him, probably told him you were looking for him, and then started a violent quarrel with Noreen.
She blacked out, Salt. She never knew she'd done it. She thought she'd dreamt it. When Derek realized what had happened, he shot himself. What was I to do?
What you did was wrong, even for Erica. Well, how can you be sure she won't black out again?
I know, Salt. What are you going to do now?
I'll get you off the hook. No police, no trials, no scandals. Now I know the truth, I'll take the risk of burying it. But you'll have to submit to 2 conditions.
What are they?
First, Erica. She's just as sick as if she'd had typhoid. But if she can be cured, and I think she can, I can send you to the man who might do it. Take her to him as soon as she's ready to leave hospital. Stay by her. See her as often as you can. And that brings me to the second condition.
What is it?
Everywhere I've gone this week, I've been told that without you, Berkton would fall to pieces. That's not true. But there's been far too much Sir Arnold Donington in Berkton. Every time I've turned a corner, I've run into something you owned or controlled. It's bad for Berkton, it's bad for you. You'll have to get out.
I can't accept that, of course. You're taking too much on yourself, Salt.
If you can't let Berkton go, I'll bring it down on top of you. Don't forget, 4 of us know what happened. If you still want to be Mr. Big, then you're going to be Mr. Big who hit a body and said nothing about a murder. Maggie, get the police.
No, stop. If I have to stay near my daughter, then I can start easing out. You'll get your way, Salt. I'm assuming, of course, that you'll all keep quiet.
I can promise you that.
Then I'll say good night.
I finished my whiskey.
Yes, but you can have mine. I don't want it.
You know, Dr. Salt, there have been times this week when I thought you were just fooling around. Now I know how wrong I was. By the way, what was that evidence you had against Donington and his daughter?
I hadn't any. Whole bluff. And knowing something about people.
I see.
Come on, Alan, time for us to go.
Maggie, can we give you a lift?
Don't be so insensitive. Come on.
Maggie, how would you like a holiday?
I wish you'd explain to me how you worked everything out.
I'll do that, Maggie, my love, one night after a good dinner, somewhere in the Dordogne. And we'll sit down over a cognac, and I'll tell you.
In Salt is Leaving by J.B. Priestley, Dr. Salt was played by Frederick Treves and Maggie Culworth by Patricia Gallimore. Buzzy Duffield, Ralph Lawton, Superintendent Hurst, Jack Holloway, Jill Frinton, Maggie McCarthy, Sir Arnold Donington, William Fox, Erica Donington, Elizabeth Revel. Other parts were played by Eileen Barry, Liz Daniels, George Woolley, Lawrence Rue, Joyce Latham, and Harvey Edwards. The play was dramatised for radio by Elizabeth Bradbury and produced in Birmingham by Roger Pine. You can hear more drama on Radio 4 this evening. The Monday play is called Scenes from an Album and is by William Trevor. It tells the story of an Anglo-Irish family living in the northern province over a period of years. In it, twin sisters are first seen as young girls in 1903, then as young women in 1919, and finally in the present day as elderly spinsters. Scenes from an Album, the Monday play, is at 8 o'clock this evening, here on Radio 4.
We present Flora Robson as Lindsay Ash in The Soft September Air, an original play by Charlotte Hastings, specially written for Dame Flora to star in on radio. Andrew Branch plays Dickon Bellamy. The Soft September Air.
I'm off now.
Thank you, Bev.
And there's no call for you to be on your knees to them weeds. Beville'll be up Saturday.
I'll just finish this border. Saturday we'll lift the dahlias.
We don't never lift ours. Bevel don't hold with it. Your supper's in the oven and there's a mousse in the fridge. You said you fancied chocolate, but I think the lemon's better.
Thank you, Bev.
And George Billing just brought up late post. 2 bills, one's the electric. I put them on your desk.
Thank you, Bev.
And I reckon this one's from your sister.
Oh, dear, so it is. How tiresome.
Ha ha. She'll not be best pleased when she knows what you're up to. Well, I'll get gone now before this long-haired layabout arrives.
Bev, students are not all necessarily long-haired layabouts.
Worst thing they ever did putting that university in the town. All them up there living off Social Security.
And student grants are not Social Security.
I don't know why we bother to vote. Bevel says what we need now is a collision government.
Oh, Bev.
And we don't want one of them lads up here spoiling all the peace and quiet.
I cannot be alone at night in this isolated house any longer. And one boy, studying quietly in his room, is not going to disturb anything.
That's as may be. See you in the morning.
Thank you, Bev. I have to get that bicycle. Oh, dear. If I read this now, it'll spoil my supper, and if I read it late, it'll give me indigestion. I know. I'll read it now and then have a large sherry. And one thing's for sure, Lindsay, my girl. If there's someone else in the house, you'll have to stop talking to yourself. Now, where are my glasses?
My dear Lindsay, this idea of taking a student into your house is preposterous. You cannot need the money. Your writing does very well, though we have never been able to understand why. But there's no accounting for tastes.
Well, well.
However, we do appreciate your fear of being alone in Linnets at night, after that attempted break-in. And Cedric wishes me to say we are prepared to make a home for you with us.
Oh,
We cannot offer you separate accommodation, but there are 2 back rooms with quite a pleasant view over the kitchen garden, and Cedric has generously offered to put in a gas ring. Really? Think it over, and let us know when you will come. Your affectionate sister, Millicent. P.S. It's a pity you're not more domesticated. You never did know one end of a dishcloth from another.
Oh, damnation.
Hello.
I'm sorry,
I'm from the university. The housing office sent me. Oh, my God.
What is the matter?
The house. I've never seen anything so beautiful. The thatch and the walls with that sort of scroll pattern.
Pargeting. Pargeting, made with a pointed stick while the plaster is still wet. One of the medieval building crafts.
How old is it?
So far as we've been able to ascertain, it's 15th century.
I can't wait to come here. Please, dear lady, take me in. Look, on my knees, I do entreat thee in compassion's name.
Don't be an idiot. Get up.
Dear lady.
No, I don't want my hand kissed. Get up and sit down here beside me. That's better. Now, just a few details.
Bellamy, Richard Paul, known as Dickon. 21 in 2 months' time, 3rd year reading English. Honest, sober, and reasonably industrious. Only vice playing the guitar. I think you were as beautiful as your house. And please, may I now kiss your hand?
Lindsay Ash, novelist, widowed 5 years. As I desire above all things to remain in this cottage, I need someone in the house at night, because...
I will defend you to the death and beyond. May I move in now?
I haven't yet said you may move in at all.
Then I will hang myself from one of those willows, and you may gaze from your window at my dangling, twitching body.
What with?
Sorry?
There must be something to support your dangling, twitching body.
Oh, do you have a clothesline?
We couldn't spare it. It's in constant use.
I see. No other piece of rope available? Thick string or garden twine?
Regretfully, no. This is a thrifty house.
Then I will drown myself in that beautiful pond. There is a willow grows aslant a brook.
It's only 2 feet deep.
So you condemn me to live?
It would appear so. Why don't you want to live at the university?
On campus? You must be joking. I've stuck it for 2 years. 2 years of hell. Please let me come here. I think I might find peace in this place.
The front door is at the side. Will you come with me?
Oh, yes.
Oh. Who's this?
I say, is this Linnets?
Yes, do you want me?
I'm from the university. The housing office said
I'm afraid you're just too late. Oh, this is Dickon Bellamy.
Chris Conway, hi.
Hi.
Wow, what a marvellous place. Couldn't you possibly fit me in somewhere? Wouldn't a house like this have more than 2 bedrooms?
2 double rooms and a bit of an attic.
A double? 2 beds? I suppose you wouldn't share?
Well,
And now, just a moment.
I've left it late. Honestly, I can't find a dog kennel. And you must know what it's like on campus these days.
Yes.
Well, then?
It's up to Mrs. Ash. Dear lady, could we perhaps see the room?
I really hadn't considered. Very well. Come this way.
Oh, it's even better inside. The beams on that fireplace. Do you burn logs? And just look at that china. What is it?
A dessert service, Davenport. One of my treasures. The staircase is through this door. There's only one place you have to duck, just at the top.
Ouch!
Well, I did warn you. Well, here you are. This is the room.
Oh, bags of space. Couldn't be better. Now, what do you say, Dickon?
Well, excuse me. Settle it between yourselves and we'll talk it over.
Yeah. Nice old girl.
Old? I didn't think... how much gear have you got?
Not much. Hey, did you see that television? Do you think she'd let us watch football?
Westfield 37?
Mrs. Ash, my name's Marsh, Westfield University. The housing office said, well, I've left it late and I can't find anywhere.
Oh, no. Dear Millicent, my 3 students moved in yesterday. They are Dickon, Chris, and Gavin, who is called Blitz, apparently because he has red hair and politics to match. They're not quite so worldly as they would like to think, but they're young and gay, and I think we shall deal peacefully together without personal involvement. I hope the view over the kitchen garden continues pleasant. Your affectionate sister, Lindsay. P.S. Reassure Cedric that I use the word gay in its archaic sense. P.P.S. Who wants to know anything about a dishcloth anyway? Yes?
Could we see you for a moment? About the rules.
Rules? Oh, couldn't we just make them up as occasions arise?
Organisation is essential both inside and outside industry.
I am rather trying to be industrious myself just now. Oh, very well. You'd better come in. Sit down somewhere.
Right.
There's some sherry over there.
Oh, right.
Help yourselves.
Oh, thanks.
Someone get me a glass.
Oh, glass from...
Your sherry, Mom. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
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 Well, we'll keep it simple, shall we? One of you should be here at night. Your rooms are cleaned, you cook your own food, and leave the kitchen clear for Mrs. Bevel.
Right.
Oh, by the way, she's worked for me for over 20 years, and we understand each other. Either treat her with respect or leave her alone. Understood?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good. Any questions?
I don't graduate for another year. When these 2 leave, can I have the double room?
If you stay on.
Great. Di'll like that.
And who is Di?
My girlfriend. Will she pay the same rent?
Are you proposing this girlfriend should, I believe the current term is, shack up with you?
Sure. Oh, you'll like Di. She's...
No.
No?
Again, to use your own expression, no way.
Why ever not?
Leave it, Blitz. This applies to all 3 of you. You may certainly invite your girlfriends in for a drink or a snack. If you want them to share your beds, you must go elsewhere.
Oh, didn't you ever?
Since I enjoyed nearly 30 years of happy marriage, one may assume that I did. Sexual fulfillment is not the prerogative of your generation.
Wow. I only said...
It would be all round the village in 48 hours. And undoubtedly Mrs. Bevel would leave, which I couldn't for a moment contemplate.
All right, you've made your point, and I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Now, if there's nothing else, I have to concentrate.
Yeah, the old girl packs a mean punch when she wants to.
I don't mind when she shouts. It's when she stands on the rug and goes all quiet. Why do you keep calling her old?
62.
Sorry?
62. Her age. I borrowed her dictionary yesterday. It said to my dear daughter Lindsay Margaret on her 21st birthday. And it gave the date. Like I said, 62. Old as God.
How would you know his age? You're an atheist.
Dear Lindsay, I don't want to harry you, but if I am to show Love Me Long to Regius Films, I must have the finished MS in the next 6 weeks. We shall be all right for Blaine's spring list. I hope things are not too hectic. Bianca sends her love, and I add mine. Yours ever, Philip.
6 weeks. I better deal with this at once. Oh, dear. Dear Philip. So sorry. I will do my utmost. The plain truth is, I have been solitary so long, and am so used to peace and my own way. Oh, heavens above! Goodness me! Goodness! Chris, turn it down! Okay! Switch it right off if you like! Thank you! Oh, I do dislike Saturday mornings. They seem to be all milling around. Perhaps they'll go off after lunch. Oh, this is too much. Goodness me. Blitz! Blitz!
What do you want?
Stop that noise! I should think so.
I got a tester, haven't I?
Well, take it over into the garage. It won't sound so loud.
I can't. The back wheel's off.
Then you could bloody well carry it. This is ridiculous. I must control myself. Now, where was I? Philip, oh yes. I'm so used to peace and my own way.
Mrs. Ash, I'm through.
Bev.
This is it. I'm leaving.
What's the matter?
Why, I come up the path and what do I see? That Blitz dragging his bike across the lawn, cutting it all into racks.
Oh, dear.
And Bevel taking so much trouble to keep it nice.
Bev, it's my fault. I told him...
And that's not all. Have you seen my kitchen? Because if not, you're coming to see it right now.
Oh, Bev.
You'll come and see it if it's the last thing you do. There. Look at it.
Oh, dear.
Just look at it. Black oil on the tiles and on the wall there. And all them filthy rags soaking in my sink.
Bev.
What's up?
What's up? You ask me what's up. What about all this oil?
All right. Don't get your knickers in a twist.
Now, don't you speak to me like that, you red-headed young bastard.
Here, steady on. Who you calling?
Yeah. Is it the revolution?
And you can keep out of it. Yeah. I've not forgot how you left the bathroom on Tuesday.
Why? I'm very sorry, Bev. But we didn't expect you, and it would have been clean.
I'm waiting to clean it now if she'll just move her old flat feet.
If you don't watch it, I'll put one of those flat feet where you won't like it.
Oh, cool off.
I'm through.
And you should have gone long ago, the pittance she pays you.
Well, if everyone's to be told what money I get...
I don't know what she pays you, but I do know it's not £30 a week.
£30? You're out of your mind.
Anyone who doesn't get 30 quid a week should go on social security.
Now, you listen here, Sonny. Me and Bevel has the pension and what we make lawful outside it. And we won't never ask no government for anything but what's our due.
And while you work for peanuts, others have to do the same. Can't you see you're being exploited?
All I can see is that I've worked happy here for 20 years, and now it's come to this. I'm right sorry, Mrs. Ash, but it's me or them, and you can't say I didn't warn you.
You heard what she said? Them or me. It's certainly not going to be them.
You mean you throwing us out?
By the end of next week.
You can't. It's not right.
Even here.
What are we going to do?
The end of the week.
You can't do this. We have our rights.
And I have the right to say who I want in my house.
Yes, Mrs. Ash, but we're right into term, Mrs. Ash. How will we get fixed up?
It's victimisation. I'll inform the housing office.
Don't bother. I'll do it for you. And clear up this mess.
You stupid fool! Why do you have to bring your blasted politics into it? Oh, hello.
Hello.
You're up early?
I need my coffee, since Mrs. Bevel isn't here.
Oh, may I do it?
No.
You are mad at us, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, suppose she agreed to come back, with us still here.
Suppose the moon fell right out of the sky.
Last night I went to see her.
You did what? What did she say?
Actually, I did most of the talking.
The mind boggles. What could you have said?
Oh, how much you needed her after so long, and that we were grovellingly sorry and had the greatest respect for her. But dash it all, I did everything but go down on my knees and bang my head on the floor. Stop laughing.
Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth.
But I am meek and gentle with... Meek? I'll say I was meek. I tell you, Lady Friendship can go no further.
Didn't she say anything?
Oh, yes. Thus as may be. There's something else I ought to tell you.
Something... Dickon, what else did you say?
Oh, well, I had to lay it on a bit.
Dickon.
I said I passed your room last night and I heard you sobbing quietly into your pillow.
Dickon.
I thought it rather a nice touch.
I could kill you.
Not for the moment. I think she's coming up the drive. with a thumping great bunch of flowers on the handlebars.
Upstairs, quick. Here, take your coffee. Thank you. And if you must listen, at least keep quiet.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bev. I was, just making some coffee.
Oh, well, if I'm to find I'm not wanted...
No. Oh, Bev, dear, I'm so glad to see you.
Then you get back to bed and I'll bring up some fresh coffee.
Oh.
And why are you using the powdered stuff? Haven't we any proper graduals?
Yeah?
Dick, what's the matter? Half a minute, I'll light on. Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up. It's Chris.
The sheeted dead.
What? Are you having a nightmare, Dick?
I'm so cold.
Oh, no wonder. All the bedclothes on the floor. Here, come on. Right? I'll go down and make a cuppa.
Is that you, Chris?
Oh, sorry I woke you. Dickens had a bad dream.
Oh, dear.
I'm making a cuppa.
A good idea. I could do one myself.
Oh.
Chris. About Dickon. Do you think he's stable?
Good Lord, yes. A bit emotional, perhaps. He hasn't quite left it all behind yet.
Left what behind?
Oh, the adolescent bit.
Chris, dear, are you over it?
I'm not bothered.
Lucky old you.
And don't forget, he's got his finals in June.
So have you. Aren't you bothered about that either?
Well, I may sweat a bit the last few weeks. The way I look at it, you do the work and get good marks, or you don't work and get what you deserve.
Hello.
Hey, Dick, go back to bed.
I'm too cold. Can we put a log on the drawing room fire?
All right, but not for long. I'll take the tray, Chris. There's a rug in the hall chest.
That log's fading. Here will we sit before a dying fire.
I'm too tired for any sad stories of the death of kings.
If you two are going to start quoting, I'm going to bed. You make me feel a proper ignoramus. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Chris.
He doesn't know how often we make them up ourselves.
No need to disillusion him. Drink that tea and get to bed.
There's something I must tell you.
Another time, another place.
No. Now, please. It's all so hopeless. So hopeless.
Dickon, stop wallowing.
Wallowing?
Working up a nice little personal drama and enjoying every minute of it. You pour it all out and go to bed relaxed and happy. And I'll be left like a drained cistern.
The sheeted dead.
What?
My dream. Rows and rows. Just shapes, no faces. And a frightful bell booming. Too late. Too late.
Jag.
I have to talk to you. Will you hold my hands?
They'll be warmer under the rug.
My last year at school, I had a breakdown. I was in a psychiatric place for a year, ECT the lot.
Hard luck.
Aren't you even sorry?
My sympathies are with your parents.
My mother died when I was 2. My father, he said all the conventional things. Pull yourself together, only you can help yourself. Actually, I think...
What started all this?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I don't. Really, I don't. I suppose... pressures. Aren't you going to say the usual things? That inevitable bit about a wasted life?
And the waste of public money which provides your grant.
Oh, my grant is minimal. My father's a rich man. He's Bellamy of Bellamy's Brass.
And how rich is rich?
He owns a vast works and a sizable chunk of the north. And me, I'm the young muster what's going to take it all over.
Then I can't see you have anything to worry about.
Last year I tried to kill myself. Are you shocked?
Curious. I suppose you want to tell me...
I got over the first part, and I looked forward... Oh, God, how I looked forward to university. everything going, people to talk to.
What went wrong?
I got in with the drug lot.
Oh, Dickon, you're not still...
Oh, no. It didn't go very far anyway. So I had treatment, and then one night it all went clean over the top of my head. I swallowed a whole lot of my antidepressant pills. Unfortunately, a whole lot wasn't enough. They rushed me to hospital.
Well, I hope they taught you a harsh lesson with a stomach pump.
It might have been better and quicker if they had.
How do you mean?
There was this young doctor. He said, "I don't know what you've taken, you young fool, but I do know you're not dying. So you'll lie and sweat it out until you can name the drug, and then I'll give you the antidote." God, it was tough.
Did you sweat it out?
All the whole long night. My jaws were so stiff I couldn't speak. And I shook like I was being racked.
You're wallowing?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So, next morning I managed to write down the name of the drug, and he gave me the antidote.
And what did your father say this time?
He never knew. I wouldn't let them tell him.
But Dickon...
So now you see what it's meant to me to come to this place. Will you throw me out?
No, but you must make me a promise.
Not to do it again?
Not to do it here. I don't particularly want to find you like the Shisha dead in my back bedroom. Nor do I want to break the news to your father.
I'll promise. But you'll have to help me.
How?
I'm still taking the pills. If I give you the bottle and you hand out the prescribed dose...
No.
No?
No. You fought through 2 crises and you'll fight your way out of this.
You're not in the least sympathetic.
Why should I be? You're obviously a survivor.
But I think you understand. Oh, I say, I'm exhausted. What's the time?
3:30. I wonder Blitz hasn't protested.
Oh, Blitz hasn't come in yet.
Not in at this hour?
Oh, he often stops out nights. Didn't you know?
I did not. The girlfriend, I suppose.
Yes, lucky old Blitz getting it regular.
What is she like?
Di? Well, if you ever see them together, she's the one with the short hair. I'll tell you something else. Politically speaking, you think Blitz is red. Believe me, beside her, he isn't even the palest coral. Oh, may I go to bed now, please?
Pray, don't let me detain you. Good morning.
You've been very kind. Thank you.
You poor, stupid child. Of course I'd like to hold your hand and say all the useless, comforting things. And what good would that do either of us? Sentiment has no part in my life now. Or has it?
Dear Lindsay, I'm not averse to your apparent change of style, but we must be consistent in one book.
Right.
I'm rather worried about Rosalind. I'll ring you on Thursday evening.
Gentlemen!
Did you want us, Mrs. A?
A tiny point. I know we are all relieved at the ending of our small war, but was it necessary to decorate the bathroom mirror with the words "Bev rules, okay"? And shut the door, please. Dear Philip, I wish I had never created Rosalind. She's a dead ball. No, don't ring me on Thursday. One of my students is 21, and his father is taking us all out to dinner at the Royal Hotel. Come in.
Hi. Could I borrow the car this afternoon? I've got to get it parked for the bike, and neither Chris nor Dickon are able to...
Oh, very well. You'll have to put in some petrol.
Ah, well, my grant's not due till Wednesday. Actually, I was rather hoping...
Much?
Could you manage 5?
All right.
Great, thanks. Oh, and I could get you any shopping while I'm in town.
Now. Next, please. Yes, Chris?
Do you think you could just trim my hair?
What's the matter with the barber?
It costs 90p.
I'll do it for 45.
Well, actually...
The grant's not due till Wednesday. All right, go up to the bathroom and put a towel around you. I'll be up in a moment.
Thanks.
And, Chris, wash it first.
Oh. Okay.
Now, Rosalind. Where's page 40? Here we are. They were contained in silence as the room was itself contained. She felt all his strength flowing into her. My little love, he said. My very little love. Who is it now?
It's me. This dinner on Thursday, I shall have to wear my suit.
I should hope you don't intend to go in your jeans.
Well, the pants are split.
From the waist to the crotch, as usual. Leave them over there, I'll see to it.
Oh, thank you.
Out!
Yes, Mom.
Wretched boys. Now then. Rosalind, my little love. Oh, for heaven's sake, how could anyone possibly fall in love with a creature like Rosalind?
And I must say, Mrs. Ash, it's a pleasure to have you with us. My boy speaks that highly of you in his letters.
Father.
Though we just say you have to give him a bit of stick now and again.
Quiet, Dickon. Let's just say, Mr. Bellamy, that the instinct of survival is very strong.
Well, if my lad ever gets you down, either throw him out or let me know. Now, everybody satisfied? That ducked your liking?
Excellent.
So then we'll get down to business. Waiter,
sir,
open that other bottle. And, Mrs. Ash, you see that supervisor chap over there, by the band?
Yes.
Well, when we've drunk the toast, I want you to catch his eye. That's it. Fill him up.
Oops.
And when you catch his eye, give the signal.
Father...
He's waiting for it. Just raise your hand. Everybody ready then?
Right.
To Dick.
To Dick.
Cheers.
Dick,
Cheers, Dick.
Cheers, Dick. Happy birthday.
Right, Mrs. Ash. Now. Well done, Dick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dickon. Happy birthday to you. Stand up, lad. Stand up. Stand up, let them see you. We'll have the 21 again.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Fill them up again, waiter. Come on, right up.
Yes, sir.
Aye. Oh, and here's your check, Dickon. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Asher.
Yes, sir.
What we agreed.
Thank you, Father.
He gets his car later, Mrs. Ash, when he finishes his degree and comes home.
A car?
Aye, nice little automatic, brand new.
Oh, you lucky devil.
I can't wait to see it.
Well, no sense in racketing about in it down here. And if he takes it over when he joins the firm, he can run it on expenses straight away.
Expenses.
Did you say something, Kevin?
No.
Oh, you haven't said much all evening, have you? Well, one of the quiet ones, maybe.
Oh, Blitz, quiet. You should hear him at the union.
And why shouldn't I be heard at the union?
I have just decided that the duck was cooked in pure orange liqueur.
Yes, I think you're right. We went to a monastery in France once where the monks make a special liqueur of their own.
With herbs and honey. Near Anjou, isn't it? Yes, I've been there with my husband.
They all looked so busy and peaceful. I very nearly joined them and gave up my degree.
Oh, what are you studying?
Biology.
And what'll you do? I mean, when you've graduated?
Well, I begin to think it'll be medicine.
Chris, how splendid.
Yes, indeed. Worthwhile. And you, Gavin, what are your plans?
Oh, Blitz isn't...
I'm reading politics, and I'm going to work for the party.
Oh, Parliament, eh? Ambitious, are you? Got your sights on cabinet rank, eh?
The Socialist Workers' Party.
Blitz, dear, this is a birthday celebration.
No, just one thing I'd like to know before we leave it. What are you personally working for?
The structure of a classless society.
Blitz, I insist.
The bosses must be destroyed.
Oh, well, I'm one of them. How will you destroy me? By violence?
If necessary.
Would it surprise you to know that I'm a socialist?
You?
Aye, me. And a strong union man as well. I recognise the men must have representation. And we need the unions. The thing is to use them as little as possible.
How do you mean?
Now, you listen to me, young Lenin. I'm Bellamy, of Bellamy's Brass.
You know what I always say?
No.
I say, I make good brass, and it makes good brass for me. How's that? It makes good brass for me.
You mean it makes good profits?
I employ nigh on 2,000 men. What do you think I pay them with? Buttons?
Money has no place in a...
It's once and for all, this is enough.
Nay, he's a right to speak up for what he believes in. Well, I can see why they call you Blitz. So come along now. Have another drink from your enemy's profits, and let's declare a truce.
Look, I only... Bellamy, do you dance?
Mrs. Ash, in the days of my youth, I was reckoned the best waltzer in the county.
Good.
So, if you'll do me the honour...
Can't apologise enough.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Ash. Oh, when a lad's got a fire in his belly, steam must come out somewhere. Oh, no, he'll do. I could wish my boy had a bit of fire in him.
He has his own kind of fire. He's just a little oversensitive as yet.
Ah, well, perhaps that's it. We had a bit of trouble earlier on.
He told me. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not. You seem to have some feeling for him. It's kind of you to let him spend Christmas under your roof.
Spend Christmas?
I'll miss him, of course, but well, next summer he'll be home and settling down for good.
Mr. Bellamy, I know it's not my business, but may I say something?
I'd appreciate it.
Don't rush, Dickon. Be patient.
Well, I'll try, but... Well, I think you see how it is with us. Oh, there's nothing I wouldn't do for the lad, but... Well, we don't seem to communicate. Chalk and cheese, Mrs. Ash. That's how it is with me and Dickon. Chalk and cheese.
I'm ashamed of you. You behave disgracefully.
I can't help it. He makes me cringe.
He does everything possible to make you happy.
In his way. Gives the signal, happy birthday. How do you think I felt standing there?
A small gesture in return for a cheque and a car.
A car he chose, a dinner he arranged. I might have liked a concert or the opera. But no, I didn't have a choice.
And by the way, what's this about spending Christmas here?
Oh, he told you. May I, please?
As I feel at the moment, no.
I'm sorry I've upset you. Will you forgive me?
Why should I? You and Blitz between you have spoilt the evening.
At least Blitz could talk to him. That's more than I can.
Why can't you?
He's so absolutely black and white.
If you mean he's firm, direct, and predictable, I agree. There are worse characteristics.
I'm more comfortable when people are a bit smudged round the edges.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. Don't you realize, can't you accept that he loves you?
He only loves his brass.
That's the most horrible thing I've heard this evening.
I'm sorry.
So you've already said. It's getting boring. I'm going to bed. Your present's over there.
My present?
On my desk. I saved it to round off the evening. Not much left to round off, is there?
Oh, wait. Please don't go like that. At least let me open it. Records. Oh, glory, the Messiah.
You mentioned you were saving for it.
You make me feel awful. Is there anything I can do to prove how sorry I am?
There might be.
Anything.
Your father isn't leaving till midday tomorrow. You can get up early and go over to breakfast with him.
Well,
You'll thank him for the dinner. Be warm and charming as you can when you wish.
It won't work.
Dickon, do it.
If I at least try, could there be a quid pro quo?
Such as?
Could we sit one evening with a bottle of wine and hear the Messiah together?
Well, we'll think about it.
Thank you. May I kiss you?
What?
No, not your hand. It is my birthday.
Then here, chastely above the left eyebrow.
You smell nice.
Soap and water. You boys should try it sometimes. Lovely.
It's genius. The power, the supreme confidence, and the accent absolutely firm on the musical statement. I know, see? I know that my... it's the great Handelian declaration. Hell, let it ring.
No, I'm expecting a call from Philip. Put on comfort tea.
Oh, right.
Westfield 37.
Mrs. Ash, Dr. Porteous, Dean of Students, Westfield University. I believe you have a Gavin Marsh staying with you.
Blitz, he's not here at the moment.
No, he's asked us to let you know he won't be back till sometime tomorrow, and I'd better just warn you, he'll be a bit battered.
Don't say he's come off that wretched bike.
Something like that. Don't worry, we're getting him fixed up.
Is it serious? Is he in hospital?
Oh, no, just a few bruises here and there. He'll be all right. He just asked our office to ring. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Dickon.
What's up? Oh, hi, Chris.
Hi. Anything wrong?
That was your dean on the phone. Blitz has had some kind of accident.
Oh, is that what old Porterhouse said?
It's a little puzzling. Dr. Porteous said they're fixing him up, but he isn't in hospital.
I expect they've got him up at the health centre.
He's in the nick.
You didn't have to tell her.
Tell me what? Now, look, I insist on knowing.
He must have known about all the trouble on campus. The sit-in.
There always seems to be trouble on campus. But the Vice-Chancellor said...
Well, there was a big demo in the town this morning. Got out of hand. Apparently it'll be on the regional news tonight.
And considerable violence ensued when the students left the campus and paraded in the High Street. Terry Preston reports. The demonstration at Westfield, which was intended as a peaceful protest against increased university fees, ran into trouble when it tangled with a rival group from the National Front. 2 policemen were badly injured and some half a dozen students were arrested and detained.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Blitz? Blitz, may I come in?
Go away.
Please open the door.
It's not locked.
It was kind of you to send me a message. Blitz, your face.
It's nothing. I said go away.
It needs attention. Who dressed it?
The police surgeon. I'll go up to the health centre presently.
You are not fit to drive that cycle again today. I'll do it.
I said go.
I don't care what you said. You're under my roof. For once, you listen to me. Now, where's your face cuff? And I'd better get some disinfectant.
Oh, for God's sake, if you must interfere, there's some over there on the shelf.
If you mean this green bottle, it's marked lubricating oil.
At the back, behind those leaflets. Look, can't you just leave me alone?
Blitz, what happened this morning in court?
Fined and bound over. Nothing else the fools could do.
What about the university?
They may try disciplinary action, as they call it. Then they'll really see what a demo's like.
Oh, Blitz, why? You're not violent by nature.
If people won't listen, it must be violence.
You make me tired. What do any of you really know about violence?
Oh, we know a damn sight more than...
A few demos and punch-ups with the police. Did you ever walk down the street with houses burning on both sides, people trapped, and more fire screaming down out of the sky?
Oh, if you're going to bring your piddling little war into it...
We fought our little war, as you call it, for you lot. Now, keep still. Now, what are we getting in return?
Oh, we want justice, equality, freedom from want.
Do you think we don't want all that? I've seen improvements in my lifetime, and it moves slowly. You want it all yesterday.
It's no good talking to you. You and people like old Bellamy. You don't know what goes on in the world. You haven't even read the books.
I think you underestimate us.
Oh, and when you've finished your ministering angel bit, I suppose you'll tell me to go.
No.
Why?
Because you're free to believe what you like. And because I think that under that hard red shell there's a decent boy trying to get out. There. That should feel better, even if you won't admit it. But you just lie quietly and plan your revolution, and I'll get you some good, strong coffee.
Damn your coffee. You know what you can do with it.
What? At the price it is today? No way, man. No way.
Oh, God. Why won't they realise? Oh, it drags on and on. I'll never see it in my lifetime. What can we do?
rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir.
May I put another log on the fire?
Oh, if you're determined to incinerate us. Dickon, be careful.
Man is born to sorrow as the sparks fly upwards.
You weren't born to anything but luxury.
Luxury?
Dickon, don't keep kicking that log.
When the flames shine on your hair, it is the colour of autumn leaves.
Royal chestnut.
Sorry?
Royal chestnut. That's what it says on the bottle those autumn leaves come out of.
Oh, you exasperating, irritating woman. Won't you ever, for a single unguarded moment, allow yourself to be sentimental?
Only in my books. Some people say they drip.
Well, I've read two, and I don't agree.
Have you now? What did you...
You cater for a specific market. You take a romantic story, and thereafter write a straightforward piece of English on a given subject.
You're going to become a most distinguished literary critic.
You have also sold film rights. You must be a rich woman.
Rich? Take away agent's commission, expenses, and the taxman, and I can just about keep my ears above water.
So, don't submerge them for a moment. I want to give you your Christmas present.
Present? You've already given me about 2 gallons of expensive perfume. Dickon, I hope you haven't spent any more money.
No, this hasn't cost anything. I've made you a song.
And I'm going to hear it now?
There's something I ought to tell you first. It started in my mind when I first came. You were sitting in the garden, in the autumn air, quiet and peaceful.
Actually, I remember
I was... No more fuss and fret at the end of her life.
No, just a moment.
I wondered if it was really like that. No emotions, no regret. I made the song. Listen.
The soft September air is quiet and chill about my face. Gone are the restless winds of willful spring, short summer space. But a dead winter snaps the heartstrings, all the trees stand bleak and bare. Let the quiet mind remember the soft September air, the soft September air.
Oh, how desired doth outrun performance.
Oh, don't say that. It's charming.
Perhaps it's not so bad musically. If only I could write poetry. It's so unfair. If Wiley can, why can't I?
Who is Wiley?
In the maths department. A dreary old professor, about as sensitive as one of his own slide rules. And he can write good poetry and get it published.
How do you know it's good?
There was a bit in a Sunday paper. I memorised it. Listen.
Do we want to hear?
Listen. The fire of passion does not leap. It burns with a slow and incandescent flame. And in the heart of all this fury there lies a diamond, cold as stone and bright as death. And that is love.
And that is poetry?
Yes.
I see what you mean. Will you believe me when I say I prefer yours? I love your song, and I'm honoured that you wrote it for me. Maybe hear it again.
Now?
Please.
The soft September air is cool and still, all passion spent, as go the withered leaves, so go at joy and sweet content.
Dear Philip, you are right. I never knew a year to pass so breathlessly. Today, Chris and Dickon have gone to university to hear the results of their finals. So for the moment it is blissfully peaceful. And now, about the new book. Dickon.
I'm going upstairs to cut my throat.
Oh, please use the clothesline. It'll be much less messy.
I've got a third.
Congratulations.
On a third? It's tantamount to a failure.
Nonsense. You can write B.A. after your name.
Who cares?
I do, and so does your father. He'll be so proud at the ceremony.
He isn't coming.
Oh, Dickon, why not?
He has to go to Brussels. The EEC can't spare him.
But surely...
The young master will wear a cap and gown and touch hands with the Chancellor. For the old master, it'll be business as usual. Long live Bellamy's brass.
Just for once, couldn't he delegate?
He has. He suggests you come with me.
I should like that. I've never seen a degree ceremony, and afterwards we can have our own celebration.
Oh, he's prepared to celebrate. He's coming down on Tuesday before he goes to Brussels. We seem to have made a breakthrough. He actually asked me what I would like.
And have you told him?
Well, not yet. It depends on you.
On me?
I would like to dine here.
Oh.
In the cottage. Just the three of us.
Oh.
With a white lace cloth and all the silver. And to eat our dessert of the Davenport service. And if you think that's childish, you only have to say so.
I say! I've got a first!
Oh.
I've got a running first!
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad.
Oh, I can't believe it. I honestly didn't expect... Dick, how did you get on?
Oh, well.
He got a third. Now, how about opening a bottle?
It was that blasted Viva that did it. Anyway, Chris, congratulations.
Thanks. I thought you said the Viva was a walkover.
There were three of them. Old Porterhouse, I don't mind him, and Fisher, and the external examiner. I never knew his name. Mouth like a plum, unripe.
I thought you were sound enough on your subject. You're always quoting...
It was fine at first. Just routine stuff. Lawrence and Russell. And then this Plum character says, Mr. Bellamy, would you expound? Expound, I ask you, for a few seconds, on Shakespeare's political views.
Now that is interesting.
It's ludicrous. Shakespeare never had any political beliefs.
Oh, what do you base that on?
Oh, for God's sake. You're a working author. Where would he get time?
Time?
All that output, years of it, magnificent, immortal verse, written by hand with a quill pen, page after page, often by rushlight.
But indications in the text. Julius Caesar.
That was history. Oh, he gave his characters politics, but he was above it. He had to be. I told them. I even threw Arnold at them.
Arnold? You mean...
Arnold's sonnet to Shakespeare.
Oh.
Others abide the question, thou art free, or topping knowledge.
This I should have appreciated.
Well, they didn't. Suddenly Plummouth said, an imaginative concept, Mr. Bellamy, but quite inconclusive, and not what you were asked.
Huh? And you said?
I said, oh, there has been much throwing about of brains. Then I bowed and left.
Oh, God.
But what is wrong with an imaginative concept?
Dick's right, Mrs. Ash. It isn't the sort of thing they want.
Read the set books and repeat the contents. The academic regurgitation.
Dick, cool it. Stop shaking. Now listen. Fetch your guitar, and we'll all go over to the Magpie and have a sing-song. A few pints will take away the taste of plums. Go on now.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And you're coming too, Mrs. A.
Oh?
I am going to buy you a succession of the best and largest cherries.
Oh, I can certainly use them.
And I see why Dickens been happy here. It's a right lovely place. And everything in keeping. This china now, must be worth a bit. Family heirloom.
My godmother left it to me.
Well, now, I'm going to ask you to let me add something for looking after the lad.
No.
Dick, let's have that parcel.
Here you are, Father.
Mr. Bellamy, there's no need. I've enjoyed
I'm
it.
not going to say it's an antique, but it's been specially made in our works. There you are.
Oh.
I've had one of my very best designers on it. Very best.
It's a bird.
A linnet, yes. It's a knock off your front door.
Yes.
Now, first you'll have to get this plate fixed. The hole's already drilled. Then he slots in here. So, and then you lift his tail, and he gives the warning with his beak.
Just look at the detail. Every feather. It's perfect.
Yeah, as near as can be. Everyone got that interested. And I told them, I said, all our brass is special. This has got to be right.
Thank you. And you, Dickon.
I didn't know about it.
No, I thought it might be a surprise for both of you.
It's a complete craftsman's job.
Aye, and the craftsman saw it through. My works manager, Joe Heaton.
Aye, old Joe Eaton with his little flat hat.
That'll do. You treat Joe with respect. You'll be seeing a lot of him in the next few months.
Listen, Father...
I thought, when you've taken your degree, you'd like to come out to Brussels for the last 2 days. Give you an insight into how they run these things.
Father,
Or you can go off somewhere on your own, if you want to. But come beginning of September, we start you on the job. Right from foundations. Eh, Mrs. Ash? The man's got to know how it's done before he can tell others to do it.
Certainly.
So Joe's got a short works course set out, about 3 months. And you'll go through accounts and dispatch, have a good spell on overseas sales, say 18 months. Then we should have you on the board by...
I'm not coming into the business.
No. Lad. What's this?
I said...
I heard what you said. Maybe I didn't hear right.
You heard right.
Mr. Bellamy, I think I should leave you and Dickon alone.
I especially want you to stay.
Why?
You've often called me erratic, hysterical. I want you to see I'm absolutely serious. And it'll save me having to say it all twice.
Mr. Bellamy.
I don't know what nonsense he's got in his head, but if he's not ashamed for you to hear it, and, well, it is your house...
Dickon, are you sure about this?
Yes.
Then I'll stay.
Now, look, I'm not all that pig-headed. All these exams recently, well, must have been a strain. Put it down to nerves. Take a long break. Take 6 months, then come back and we'll talk no more of it.
6 months, 60 years, it wouldn't make any difference.
So, you're passing up ownership of one of the biggest industrial setups in the North?
Yes.
Why?
I don't want to make brass. I want to make songs.
Songs? Well, fair enough. I've nothing against that. Everyone needs a bit of a hobby. Your time from 9 till 5 is my business. What you do with your evenings and weekends is yours.
I can't spend 3/4 of my life in a cage. I must be free, be my own man.
Well, of course you're your own man.
No. Let me tell you something. Remember, about 3 years ago, you took me to the corporation banquet.
I bought you your first dinner suit. From your own tailor.
I was standing by the bar. There was a bit of a crush. Someone said, "Over there? That's Bellamy's boy."
Well, what's the matter with that? You are my son.
Oh, don't misjudge me, Father. I've every respect and admiration for you. I'm proud to be your son. I won't be Bellamy's boy.
Words. Some fool with too many gins under his belt, and now to curb his tongue.
Must we go on like this? Can't you see my point and let me go?
Let you go? Am I to put a life's work into my son and then just see him walk away from me?
Not from you. From what you stand for.
Well, it's the same bloody thing, isn't it?
I've tried to tell you for years. I could never make any impression.
Now, plain and straight. You mean this?
Yes.
All right. But I'll not see you go down. If you don't fancy what I've made for you, you can tell me what you do fancy. I'll set you up in it. And you can do it your way.
Please.
But it'll have to be on a proper basis. You'll have to make it pay.
Thank you, Father, but no.
Then what the hell are you going to do?
The world's a big place. I'll find something.
A drifter, a dropout. And see here, my brass may offend you, but there's another kind, and you'll need it. It's called money.
I'll manage.
What on? Manna from heaven?
If it falls?
You're a wicked, ungrateful young swine.
Mr. Bellamy.
It's too much. Tell him to get out of my sight. I never want to see him again.
Father, I'm sorry.
Dickon, go upstairs.
One thing.
Just go upstairs.
Oh.
My God. This is a face.
Take this brandy.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Don't talk for a moment. Drink it down. That better?
Thank you. I apologize for losing my temper.
As you said, it's a facer.
What am I going to do?
I think you'll have to let him go.
When I look at him tonight, I can't believe he's my flesh and blood. He's got nothing of me, nor his mother neither.
I had wondered about that.
What? Whether he were like Anne?
Yes.
Lord, no. No, fine, strong lass she was. Got above me socially. County people. Father was Lord Lieutenant.
I see.
Always full of life. And that forthright. Bellamy, she'd say. Called me Bellamy, you see. Couldn't bear Horace. She'd say, no one can say I married you for your money. I wonder why they think I did take you. But she knew. So did I.
How long were you married?
5 splendid years. Then Dickon. Who would have thought a strong, healthy lass like that wasn't built for childbearing?
So that was it.
I never picked up. She said, there's your boy, Bellamy. Take care of him. I'm not going to give you another. Then 2 more years watching her slip away from me.
Does Dickon know this?
Nay, I wouldn't want him told. Forgive me for rambling on like this, but, well, it's peaceful, sitting here, and you're a good listener.
I wish I could do more.
Aye. Well, I'll be at the Royal till 8 tomorrow morning. If he likes to come over, the door's open. No more than that. Will you tell him?
Yes.
And now, if I might use your phone, I'll ring Masters to fetch me.
I'll drive you back.
Oh, there's really no need.
I don't think you should be alone. I'll drive you back and we'll have some coffee. And then you'll take 2 of my tablets. They're only mild, but you must have some sleep.
That's true.
And once you're on that plane, you won't have much time to brood. At least not for a day or 2. Right?
Right. You know, Mrs. Ash, you're a good lass yourself. A right good lass.
You making tea?
Yes.
Make enough for 2.
Right. Had some trouble with your old man.
How did you know that?
Heard him shout his head off. Then you rushed up.
I suppose they've been chewing it over.
Anyway, they've gone off now.
Both of them?
Saw him from my window, went in her car.
Oh.
What's he done? Cut you off with a shilling? Or just pinch your girlfriend?
What the hell do you mean?
Oh, Lord, don't blow your top over nothing. You must have heard the talk.
What did you mean?
Nothing. Always gossip in villages, round the cottages, in the pubs. Doesn't mean a thing, just a laugh.
Gossip about what?
Oh, come on. Everyone knows she's your girlfriend.
What?
Nothing wrong with that if you like her mature.
You filthy little beast.
Now, hold on, I was only needling
saying
you.
such vile things with no possible reason.
Well, you've always been friendly. And you were here for those 3 weeks at Christmas.
It's ridiculous. Apart from anything else, she could be my grandmother.
Of course she could. So that's it, innit? Nothing to get in a state about.
You and your rotten ideas. You drag people down, reduce them. You smear everything.
You're taking it all too seriously. Look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you.
Well, you have told me, haven't you? So it's too late. That's what the bell said.
What do you want about? What bell?
In my dream. Too late.
Dickon, don't look like that. It's all right. Sit down and drink your tea. You're shivering.
Get away from me.
Dickon, listen.
Damn and blast you!
Come back. Dickon, come back.
Hey, what the devil do you think you're doing? Watch it. What's happening? I was just putting the hood on the car because they forecast rain again. And Dickon tore past me like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, well, how was I to know he couldn't take a joke?
Joke? What kind of a joke?
Oh, nothing. I think he's out of his mind.
Blitz, what have you been saying to him?
Westfield 37.
Is Mrs. Ash there? Dr. Porteous, Westfield.
Oh, Dr. Porteous, it's Conway here. Chris Conway. Is it about Dickon?
Yes.
I was out looking for over an hour. Is he on campus?
He's in Westfield General Hospital.
Oh, I knew he'd come off that bike.
A night watchman found him in one of the storerooms. He's taken a massive overdose.
Overdose? My God, he's not...
Well, they're working on it. Does Mrs. Ash know where we could find his parents? We tried his home, but there's only an answering...
His father's here, at the Royal, and Mrs. Ash. Are you at the hospital?
Yes.
I'll go and fetch them over. Where will we find you? Casualty?
Reception. Park Street entrance.
Right, I'll get going.
Thank you. Chris,
Yes?
don't panic them, but step on it.
All right, sister, he'll do. A ruddy young fool. Send him up to the ward for the night. Oh, what's left of it.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, Doctor?
And tell them to throw him out before 10. Can't fill up beds with cries for help.
I think he meant it. It's the second time.
It's what?
Well, I thought I recognised him when they brought him in. I asked records for any file.
Let's have it. Oh, yeah. Well. Oh, look at this. Oh, why do they do it? Are his parents here?
Oh, his father's in reception. And a lady, I don't think she's his mother.
Well, in the circumstances, she can count herself lucky. Yes, all right, sister. I'll go and see the dad. It's your decision, Mr. Bellamy. If you won't see him, you won't. But he very definitely needs professional help.
He'll get all the help he asks for, but I'll not see him.
Then we'll send his records to your own doctor with our recommendations.
Thank you. I'm sorry you've wasted your good time.
You've had a considerable shock. You may feel differently later. I hope so, anyway. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've several other customers to see. Good night.
Good night. I wish you would change your mind.
Dr. Greaves is right, you know. He does need help.
And you should have informed me the first time, Professor. That record. Drugs. The lot. And I didn't know. I should have been told.
Can't it go to his credit that he tried to spare you?
Because he was ashamed. Ashamed and weak and worthless.
No, he has a good brain.
He hasn't the discipline to use his intelligence. All we pay for their education, and you can't even teach them that.
Do our best. They have a great many pressures.
You both have a stubborn streak. It's a little unfair.
Now, you can't talk about unfairness, Mrs. Ash. Didn't you hear me offer him every alternative? Didn't I try everything to help?
Yes.
And I'll do one thing more. You remember I gave him a cheque on his birthday? £500 it was.
I remember.
Well, last month my accountants told me it hadn't been paid in. Well, I'm going to see it is paid in. He'll have £500 to tide him over. And that's the last penny he can look for from me. Let him live on his songs.
No one has, so far, considered he might write good songs.
Then let him get on with it. Yeah. I'm sorry to leave you with all this, but I have a plane to catch. Now, don't let him get round you any more. And promise me you'll not give nor lend him any cash.
I don't think he'll ask.
Right, then. And I'll be off. May we keep in touch?
Please.
And I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Professor, can my man run you back to college?
Thank you. I've my own car. Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ash. You might let me know what happens.
Yes.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye. Oh, dear.
Ready to go, Mrs. A?
Chris, where were you?
Just sitting over there. The old man was ranting on, wasn't he? Just as well he wouldn't see Dickon.
But surely...
Because Dickon wouldn't have seen him.
How can you know?
I've been up to the ward. Just chatted up, night sister. Smashing girl. She let me in.
And Dickon?
He said he didn't want anything or anybody. Oh. And clamped down like a whole bed of oysters.
Oh, Chris. I'm so tired. Please take me home.
You asleep, Mrs. A?
No. I've come through that tunnel of exhaustion when you emerge at the other end and know you'll never sleep again.
Well, by the time we're home, Mrs. Bev will be due. She'll cosset you and put you to bed.
There's Dickon to be faced. And Blitz.
Want me to do it?
No, why should you?
I'm not bothered.
Chris.
And we'll all be gone by the end of the week. Don't you take any more of us?
Students? Definitely no. I'm too old for all this emotion.
It passes.
Yes, it does. Chris, you're going to make a splendid doctor. So stable.
Oh.
And not bothered.
Well, this time last year, I was very bothered indeed.
Girl trouble?
No, not trouble. It's the strange part.
How strange?
Well, there we were, the two of us, very involved, very close, and happy. Everything was fun and warm, and sort of safe.
Yes.
And suddenly, bing, finished. Just like that. That warmth, that understanding. Where did it all go?
Perhaps it goes into the atmosphere and we reabsorb it, or other people absorb it. So it's used over and over again.
Like matter.
Matter?
First law of thermodynamics.
Oh.
Matter can neither be created nor destroyed.
Always there, waiting. What a consoling thought.
Yeah. Now, what are you laughing at?
Just suddenly remembering. When I was 18 and fell most passionately in love, he was over 6 feet tall, with a big nose like Punch, and a lordly air. And all the girls fell around his feet in heaps.
What? You never fell in a heap at anybody's feet?
Oh, I did. When I think of the good emotional matter I dissipated on him.
Get out and I'll put the car away. Got your key?
Yes. Chris, you've been such a comfort.
Any time.
Hello. Just going to get some coffee. Do you want a cup? What are you looking so bug-eyed about? Did you never see a naked body before?
But so far they have always been clean.
Why, you old... Blitz! Blitz!
What is it?
Your landlady's back. You better come. I think I'm going to slay her.
You what? Oh, Lord. Here, hang about.
Oh, come on.
Put this round you.
Do I have to?
You will get dressed and leave my house, both of you.
We'll go when we've had breakfast.
You go now.
You're going to make us?
Di, don't make a thing about it.
I'm not.
I'm off next week anyway. Just let's get going.
What right has she to order us out?
This is my house.
This? You're that? What divine arrangement says anything is yours? Why should you have all these possessions?
Because I worked for them.
Writing a lot of dandy-necked books. No style, no content, no social significance.
I hardly think you're judging.
She knows what she's talking about. Creative writing's her thing.
And has she published so far?
I'll publish when I'm good and ready.
I see. Well, there are plenty of precedents for late starters.
You're second-rate.
Di, leave it.
I have never pretended to be anything else. I have an ability. Note, I do not even say talent. A small ability to tell tales.
Rubbish which should never have been printed in the
and
first
if you
place.
care to look around, I can assure you that everything you see has been bought by my pen.
Oh, has it? You and your precious bits and pieces. You shouldn't be allowed to... Oh, look at this.
Be careful.
Di, you're going too far.
Fancy plates.
Oh.
Do you know how many people in the other world, yes, how many people haven't even food, let alone arty-tarty plates to put it on?
Put that down.
Stop it.
Oh, nice, isn't it? All flowers are. Here is a pretty thing, and a very pretty thing.
No,
Di,
please.
And what shall we do with this very pretty thing?
Oh, stop it, stop.
Look at that now. It just fell out of my hand.
You wicked.
Go in pairs, better keep them together! Come on, now don't just stand there.
Cool it, Di, for God's sake, cool it. No, stop putting that stuff.
Miss Lee, ring the police.
Yes.
999. Quick, ring the police.
You just tell me in your own words, he said, and I'll write it down. Then we'll read it over and you can sign it.
Yes, well, if...
Sign, I told him, not me, I said. I'm not signing anything without I get my glasses.
Well, as things turned out, it wasn't necessary.
Murdering young devils, letting them get away with it.
She didn't want to fuss.
Oh, her so quiet. Inspector, can't we treat this as a private matter? Inspector, I'm sorry you was cold. And they done nothing.
You must get it clear, Bev. If Mrs. Ash wouldn't make a statement and sign it, the police couldn't make a charge.
Charge? They should have put them two in a cell and birched them till they squealed. And that Blitz walking out as free as a bird.
They've kept dark.
Well, I should hope so. Screaming, fighting, smashing window of police car, and poor Constable Stanley with that girl's nails raked down his face.
Where do you want that box of broken china stored?
Back of the pantry. Mind you, I think she's insane. I told the inspector. I reckon that one's insane, I said. And you know what he said to me?
No?
He said, not at all, Mrs. Bevel. She's what they call liberated. Liberated? What do you think about that?
I don't know why you women keep on about liberation. As far as I can see, you've all been getting your own way ever since Eve had her chat with the snake.
Well, snakes indeed.
Oh, hello, Mrs. A.
Chris. Oh, Mrs. Ash, what are you coming down for? I was going to fetch you up a tray.
I'll have it here, Bev. You shouldn't have let me sleep so long.
You should be in your bed, knocked about like that.
I'm all right, Bev. Just a bump on the head. Bev, dear, bring me some strong coffee.
Oh, Bevel's boarded them windows, says he'll be in Westfield tomorrow to get the glass.
Thank you, Bev.
And I've cleaned the little room and put it back as 'twas. Chris cleared out Blitz's stuff and he's taking it up to college.
Come in.
Could I speak to you, please?
Oh, come in, Blitz. Bev, coffee, and would you please bring 2 cups?
What? After I saw them a-crashing and a-smashing?
I didn't smash anything. I was trying to stop her.
Well, it didn't look like that to me.
Yes, Blitz?
I wanted to say... Well, obviously I can't come back here next term. I thought you might prefer it if I moved in with Di today.
Then that might be best. Thank you. You're being very considerate.
I didn't mean all this to happen. Dickon got things all wrong and Di just went over the top.
Are the police bringing charges?
They seem to think they can, but we'll look after her. We know our rights. Why didn't you make a statement?
It wouldn't have helped. And I think you've enough to work out.
I'm very sorry. And I want to pay for the damage.
I don't want your money, Blitz. Forget it.
I'd rather.
Keep it for the party funds.
I might have known you wouldn't understand. Well, it's goodbye then.
Goodbye, Blitz. Good luck.
You know, I have liked being here, but Linnets, perhaps all things being equal...
Equal? You talk about being equal?
Bev.
I'll tell you straight to your face. Me and Bevel has brought up 3 sons. They haven't been to no university nor read no clever books, but they've all got good jobs and decent wives. And if I thought they had to be equal to creatures like you, I'd break my heart.
Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye. Bev, you shouldn't have...
Here's your coffee. Now you drink it while it's hot.
Oh, thank you, Bev.
Well, I put some of the best cups on the cabinet. I fetched three old plates from Bevel's family. Thought it'd look a bit less bare.
Yes.
Yes, and let's hope that will be the last of them.
Oh, I expect Dickon will be back.
He has been back. Back and packed and gone.
Gone? Bev, when?
Oh, about midday. Quiet he was and looked so pinched as a bone.
But didn't he say anything?
Only that you weren't to be disturbed, and I didn't have time to listen. I was sweeping up the glass.
But surely...
And lie on a solid hour to get the splinters out of the carpet.
Did he leave a message?
No.
Bev, listen. He wouldn't go off without a word. Was there a note?
Oh, come to think of it, there was some words on a paper. Now there, I must have scrinched it up and put it out with the rubbish.
Then it has to be found.
Well, it's not as if it were a proper letter. It's just wrote on a bit of an old sugar bag on the kitchen counter.
Go and look.
Oh, wait now. Now, this just might be it in my apron pocket. There.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Such a fuss about a few silly words. Will you want me for anything else?
No, thank you. You get along, I'll be all right. I've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, all them writings. See you in the morning, then.
Thank you, Bev. Parting is such sweet sorrow. What could we have said to each other? No sweetness and perhaps not much sorrow. Just sick embarrassment. Oh, how wise, how very wise to do it like this. I wonder what will happen to him. To all of them. I shall miss it. All that young life flowing through the house.
You're wallowing.
Wallowing? What made me think of that? Work is the answer. Work. I'll start now. I'll do 2,000 words and then I'll have a gin. Oh, I need another name for this woman. Simple and straightforward. Jane. No, that would be a cliché. Mary. No one can cavil at Mary. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Holy Mary, Mother of God. I wonder if she was simple and sensible. Well, she'd have to be, wouldn't she? She had other children to bring up besides him. Oh, I'm so tired. I can't work. I don't want to work. Lindsay Ash, what do you mean you don't want to work? Are you or are you not a professional?
I'm off now.
Thank you, Bev.
Now leave them weeds. Bev will have them in 2 minutes with a hoe. Your supper's in the oven, but I didn't make a pudding. The apple pie has to be ate up.
It shall be duly ate.
And Billings has just rung this up. From your sister.
Only the one?
That's all. Well, see you in the morning.
Thank you, Bev. Why do I keep expecting a letter? And why should he write anyway? If he hasn't written to his father, oh well. What's...
I say, this is Linnet's cottage. Are you Mrs. Ash? I'm from the university.
Oh, no.
I've got a package for you. From Dickon Bellamy.
Dickon?
He left it with me at the end of last term.
Oh.
I had to promise to bring it up on this particular day. Anniversary or something. Your birthday, perhaps?
No.
Anyway, here it is. Oh, I say, what a glorious place. A garden. I suppose you do know you've got a specially fine Alnus glutinosa.
Alnus? Oh, the order.
Yes, lovely things. Do you know the Rialto Bridge in Venice is actually built on alder piles?
Oh.
They're native species, of course, Alnus cordata.
No, I didn't know. How interesting. You are knowledgeable about trees.
Well, I'm doing environmental studies, aren't I? Some of us have to be conservationists. Oh, this really is a wonderful spot. I say, might I ask you something?
Yes.
Well, I've only got another year. The final's in June, and I must move out somewhere quiet. I suppose I couldn't...
I'm sorry. No.
I couldn't coax you. Oh, I would promise to behave myself.
No.
Well, while I am here, would you allow me to look round the garden? Just a few minutes.
Of course. And take your time. The boundary is the hedge down to the water meadows.
Oh, bless you. Oh, hold on. You've dropped your parcel. Here you are.
Thank you.
I won't be too long.
Nice boy. Concerned and reliable. What arrogance of Dickon to ask him. I wonder what this... Oh.
Dear lady, the Mercury who delivers this will not have wings upon his heels, but I think he is to be trusted. If so, you will read it on the anniversary of that day I came up the path and saw you sitting in your garden.
Oh, yes.
I spent a year under your roof, and you gave me much. But I gave you nothing until this moment. Here is £500, all in new notes, for a specific purpose.
Oh.
Please find the finest dessert service this amount allows, and fill your shelves once more with beauty.
Dickon.
I charge thee upon thine honour that ye do this thing. What's the next line?
Next line? Charge thee upon... Wait. Yes. Sir, it shall be most honourably discharged.
Dear lady, I kiss your hands. Dickon. One day I shall write a song for you that will ring round the world.
Oh, it gets more beautiful round every corner. But it is isolated here, isn't it? Good thing you've got someone else in the house.
Someone else?
I heard him singing as I came back. Plays that guitar well, doesn't he?
Did you say singing?
Yes. Perhaps you didn't hear it outside. It was a bit faint. Something about autumn. September. I'll be going now. Got to get fixed up somewhere. Pity I couldn't have come here. It's such hell on campus. I think I could have found peace in this place.
Just a moment. The front door is at the side. Will you come with me?
Flora Robson starred as Lindsay Ash in The Soft September Air, and Andrew Branch was Dickon Bellamy. Chris was played by Sean Barrett, Blitz, Kenneth Shanley. Mrs. Bevel, Betty Hardy, Horace Bellamy, Hector Ross, Dr. Porteous, Kenneth Barrow, Millicent, Margot Boyd, television newsreader, Malcolm Gerard, Philip, Gavin Campbell, Di, Susan Sleman, Dr. Greaves, Henry Knowles, nursing sister, Brenda Kay, and the student, Max Hafler. The title song was composed by Michael Blanchard, and the guitar was played by Eric Hill. The Soft September Air was specially written by Charlotte Hastings for Dame Flora to star in on radio, and the play was directed by Graham Gould.
Well, go on, fetch it then. Find it, Raja.
you got there? What have you found, eh? Let's have a look. What is that? Christ.
The Centennier by Alan Downer, with Stephen Pacey as Richard Hammond and Rosalind Adams as Paula Hammond. The Centennier.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Alive and kicking. That is, I'm alive and it's kicking. Heathen.
And his name's Martin, and he's
Going to follow in his father's footsteps and be the youngest centennier ever.
Got it in one.
Oh, Richard. Hey, it's gone 7.
So what?
I said I'd make you some breakfast.
But I don't...
Now, get weaving and treat yourself to a new razor blade, right?
Right.
And put your best suit on for the lady from the Evening Post. She may have a photographer with her. And the tie my mother gave you for Christmas. And be downstairs in 10 minutes.
Right.
Do you want your egg fried or boiled?
I don't want an egg, Paula, really.
Fried, then.
Look, am I boss in this house or aren't I?
10 minutes.
That's what I thought.
It's ready, darling.
I'm here.
Let's have a look at you, then. Smashing. You look lovely. Now sit down, pour yourself a coffee, and get this inside you.
Blimey, you have gone to town, haven't you? Bacon, sausage, tomato, egg.
Could be the only meal you have all day. Claire says Damien's kept very busy.
Oh, maybe he is, Paula, but that's in St. Helier. Still the height of the season there. It's the tourist. They park on yellow lines, drive too fast, and generally behave like idiots.
Ooh.
What?
He's kicking again.
Knock contractions.
I'll tell you when, don't worry. Everything's under control, and Joan's standing by to run me to the hospital at a moment's notice, so don't glower. Oh, sounds like the milkman.
Well, it could be Tom. I promised him a lift into town.
This is very decent of you, Richard.
Not at all.
Thing was, Joan wanted the car in case the balloon goes up.
I suppose that's one way of putting it.
Well, you know what I mean. I say, Paula's looking in fine form.
She's bossy.
All women are that, old boy.
You know, I spent the whole weekend papering the baby's bedroom. We'd agreed not to bother, but Saturday morning, up drives this van with 9 rolls of Snoopy wallpaper, paste and brushes, and all the accessories she'd ordered by phone on Friday. Well, never a word to me.
Nesting instinct.
Yeah, well, let's hope it'll soon wear off. Need all my spare energy for the shop.
Of course, it's your silly season just now, isn't it?
Yeah, from the moment we open our doors in the morning, the place is a seething mass of bargain-hunting females. I'm flaked out by closing time. Still, we're into September now, thank God, so things will be back to normal soon.
That's true.
How was your weekend, Tom?
Quiet. I messed about in the garden, mostly. The charity garden party's being held at our place this year, worse luck. And of course, Joan insists everything's got to be just so.
You'll probably enjoy it.
Oh, I shall do a quick disappearing act, old boy, given half a chance. Get off down to the Kerry Ann. Can't stand all those loud-mouthed, limp-wristed young men from the theatre and nightclubs. I mean, this year's guest of honour, what's his name? Leading man from the Opera House.
Tony Baxter.
That's the one.
Was he limp-wristed?
He's a soak, with a very large chip on his shoulder. Awful man. Met him at the first night party. Had to show the flag. Joan insisted, being on the management committee. But he's more unpleasant off stage than he is on it, if such a thing were possible.
I gather he's filling the theatre.
Yes, with a play about a man who's planning to have a sex change operation called Anything Goes.
You didn't get out on the boat then?
Yesterday. For a while.
Thought you might have. It was such a beautiful day. I wished I was with you once or twice as I battled with that wallpaper.
Hello, here's the traffic.
Yeah, nose to tail. With any luck, I'm going to be late.
like the look of this one. Hey, mister, is this real leather?
It's calf skin, madam.
Oh, it's a hell of a price.
Mr. Hammond, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, thank you, Christine.
I think perhaps I'd better have it.
Richard Hammond?
Ops room here, Mr. Hammond.
Ah, yes.
Got you down as duty centenier for St. John this week, sir.
Yes, that's right.
Well, sorry to have to throw this one at you on a Monday morning, sir, but somebody's found a body at Bon Nuit Bay.
Nearly finished, Doc?
Just about.
Andy, Morris wants to take a few photographs.
Well, don't let me stop him.
It's all yours, Morris.
Okay, Sarge.
So, what's the...
I'll put it all in my report after the post-mortem.
It's some bloody stupid holidaymaker for a bet. Went in Starkers for a midnight swim. Got bashed against the jetty. Or the rocks, maybe.
Don't look at me. All I'm saying at this stage is it's a lovely morning, and I don't half fancy that cabin cruiser.
Yes. She's pretty, isn't she? Zeevolker, Bremerhaven.
Sea Cloud.
German job. See yourself at the helm of that one then, do you, Doc?
Chance it'd be a fine thing. Oh, I shall be getting along.
Yeah.
See the ambulance has got here?
All we need now is a centenier. Ted?
Yes, Sarge?
Suppose the centenier has been informed, has he?
Ops room have confirmed he's on his way.
We should get his skates on then.
If it's young Hammond, he'll probably have to get here from St. Helier.
Young who?
Richard Hammond, the new boy. I believe it's his first term of duty.
Oh, well, so long as he does as he's told.
Sarge!
Hello!
Mr. Moulin's completed his statement.
Coming! Right, now then.
This is Mr. Moulin, Sergeant.
So you're the gentleman who found the body?
That's right. I was walking Raja here. Do it first thing every morning and last thing at night. That's the trouble with large dogs, isn't it? They do need exercise.
You didn't recognise the gentleman, I suppose?
No, I didn't look all that closely, but no.
Gentleman's eager to get off to work, sir, if we finish with him.
Then that'll be all for now, Mr. Moulin. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
You're more than welcome. Come along, Raja.
Listen, Ted.
Sarge?
Take up butchers along the beach, will you? Assuming our friend was out for a moonlight frolic, he should have some clothing somewhere. Okay?
Trolley?
What?
Here comes your centenier.
Bloody hell. How old is he?
Richard's all right.
Looks 18, and he's wearing his best suit.
You go easy on him. He's a good lad. Morning, Richard.
Morning, Doc.
Come and meet Charlie Leclerc. Charlie, this is Richard Hammond.
Morning, Sergeant. Sorry I'm a bit late. Traffic. I understand we have a dead body on our hands.
Over there.
How much do we know?
Not a lot.
Male, I'd say in his early 30s, excellent physique.
Bollock naked.
Quite severe wounds to the back of the head.
Cause of death?
Doc doesn't want to commit himself.
Could be that, could be drowning. He'd been in the water.
What about foul play?
Not ruling it out. More suicide. But for my money, it's a midnight swim that went wrong. Wave caught him, bashed him against a jetty wall, curtains.
Identification?
Nothing so far.
Sarge!
Looks like we're in business.
One pile of clothes.
Neatly folded and stacked. Now, what have we got here?
One wind cheater jacket.
Fancy going through the pockets for us, Mr. Hammond?
Oh, yes, of course. Bit damp, isn't it?
It's been out all night.
One yellow T-shirt, one pair of briefs, one pair of slacks.
All right, give me a...
One pair of sandals, one yellow sock.
Only the one?
That's all.
You sure?
Well, unless it's in one of his pockets.
It's not in his jacket.
And it's not in his slacks. Ted?
Yeah, I know. It's another job for me.
Yeah, but later, somewhere between here and the sea.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Hammond, what you got for us?
Not a lot, I'm afraid. Plain white hanky. Bus ticket for 15p. Yesterday's date. Packet of French cigarettes. Disc blur. 19 left of a packet of 20. Damp like the jacket and rather squashed.
And all that's in his slacks is one Bank of England fiver, 2 Jersey pound notes.
So we still don't know who he is.
Make a note of these bits and pieces, Ted, will you? And hand them over to Mr. Hammond for safekeeping.
Yes, Sarge.
And how about the body, Mr. Hammond? We got your permission to remove it?
Well, I'll have to view it, of course.
He's not very pretty.
It is part of the job.
Come on, then. I'll give you a guided tour.
Well, Mr. Hammond, how are you feeling now?
Bit better, thanks. And it's Richard, please.
You had a tough break. Only dead body we've had in months, and it was on your patch on your first morning.
There's no excuse for throwing up.
Yeah. Takes a while to get case hardened, son.
About this missing sock.
You did say so earlier, son, didn't you?
Please.
That's your place in King Street, is it? Hammond's Leather Goods?
That's right. Well, it's my father's business, actually.
So, what made you stand for Centennier?
Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder. Yes.
There you are, Mr. Hammond. The lady's arrived from the Evening Post.
Oh, thanks, Christine. In the office, is she?
She's been waiting for 20 minutes.
Right. So sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been out on a case.
Ah.
Someone found dead at Bonwy Bay.
How exciting.
Well. Anyway, Miss,
Matthews. Rosemary Matthews.
Oh.
And I'm new to Jersey, so, you know, you'll probably have to bear with me a bit. Now, let's see if I can read my own shorthand. You are the youngest ever centennier in the history of the island.
The youngest on record, anyway.
And how old are you?
28. You have to be over 20 and under 67.
Uh-huh.
Most candidates tend to be in their 40s and 50s.
Candidates?
You have to be elected.
Fascinating. Who by?
The voters in your parish. In my case, the parish of St. John.
I see. Isn't that a tiny bit dodgy?
What?
Letting people elect their own police force. That's what it amounts to, isn't it? I mean, if you knew someone had voted for you, say, and they got into trouble, mightn't you be tempted to turn a blind eye?
I don't think so. Miss Matthews, the Jersey Constitution has evolved since the Middle Ages, when the Connétable and his centenniers, who were responsible for 100 families, and his vingteniers, who were responsible for 20, formed the honorary parish police force. They were a safeguard of the rights of the individual citizen, a curb against the power of the seigneurs. That's our function still.
And what you do now is you help the police?
Well, you could put it that way, yes.
How would you put it?
We work together. In some ways, the states of Jersey police sort of defer to us.
In what way?
Well, only centenniers, and the Connétable, of course, he's the number one in the parish, only centenniers have the right of search or of granting bail or of formally charging any person with an offence.
Don't they mind? The proper police, I mean. You being sort of over them like that? I know I would.
We're not over them exactly.
Do you have any training at all?
We have to know about the law.
Mr. Hammond, it does seem awfully dodgy.
I'm